In the 5th year of the apocalyptic world, she struggles to survive along with her family, only to be betrayed by her nearest and dearest for a few packets of instant noodles. She becomes a mere experimental tool, stripped of dignity, within the glass confines of a perverse doctor's underground laboratory. This marks the darkest hour of her life. She is devoid of a name, identified only by the number 13,047, reduced to a vessel for various potions. There, a figure teaches her to suppress her body's reactions to the substances and conceal her true capabilities until she awakens an exceedingly rare triattribute ability. Just as they begin to glimpse the dawn of hope with her burgeoning strength, he dies before her eyes. In her despair, endowed with an exceptional psychic ability, she obliterates her own life and the entire laboratory. Upon awakening, she finds herself returned to the moment before the tragedies unfolded, determined to reunite with him to dismantle the sinister conspiracies and survive, only to encounter him for the first time, witnessing her slay 6 elite mercenaries. Chapter 1. Back before the apocalypse, In the heart of the West City CBD, within a luxurious apartment, a delicate figure lay on an oversized bed, slightly tucked under a dark blue silhouette. The girl's flawless complexion was marred by sweat-drenched hair, resembling shattered porcelain, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Suddenly, she clutched her body tightly, contorting in agony into a cocoon-like position, as her long, brown hair, akin to seaweed, began to emit a faint, eerie green glow, fanning out behind her in a peculiar arc. "Don't say yeah." As her facial expressions twisted into a mask of pain and anguish, her muffled cries reverberated through the spacious room. Her slender, pale body trembled uncontrollably, ensnared in a waking nightmare. The opulent white crystal chandelier overhead swayed violently until it shattered, sending shards cascading, followed by glass from the bedside table, a vase nearby, and the tempered glass of the window. The entire room succumbed to an unknown force, erupting in a cacophony of breaking objects, until a sharp fragment of glass sliced through the girl's alabaster arm, leaving a gash that revealed bone. Awakened by the searing pain, she disregarded her bloodied arm and instinctively glanced down at her empty embrace. Seiya. Nanmu Ran's heart sank at the absence of Seiya. Where had he gone? She vividly recalled his emaciated body, bloodied and lifeless in her arms. In despair, she had chosen to self-detonate, obliterating the underground laboratory that had imprisoned them for so long. But now, what was the situation before her? She looked up. No longer was she engulfed in a blinding, endless white, nor was she confined in a glass vessel devoid of clothes, devoid of identity, stripped of her name, 13047, a mere designation of an experimental tool. In disbelief, Nanmu Ran surveyed her surroundings. Though the room lay in disarray, as if ravaged by a grand theft, she recognized it as her former top-floor apartment in the CBD, just before the onset of the apocalypse. Her heart raced uncontrollably upon noticing the luxurious black silk pajama set she wore. Wait, regaining her composure, Nanmu Rand instinctively reached beneath her pillow. The moment her fingers grasped her phone, joy surged through her. The screen displayed the date, May 13th, 20XX, a mere 3 months before the world would descend into chaos. She had returned to the time before the tragedies unfolded. Overwhelmed with elation, tears of joy streamed down her face. But what of Seiya? Could he also return? Suddenly, a gentle, warm sensation on her arm startled her. She looked down to see a willow branch glowing with an ethereal green light, tenderly gliding over her grievous wound, which began to heal at an astonishing rate until it returned to its unblemished state. "Little Willow, you've come back too," Nanmu Ran exclaimed, reaching out for the branch. In her previous life, during the 2nd year of the apocalypse, she had awakened her wood-based abilities. By chance, she encountered Little Willow in the mountains, a naive creature who, unaware of the levels of plant-based abilities, willingly became her contracted plant. Throughout the 5 arduous years of survival, Little Willow remained by her side until her final act of self-destruction. Little Willow nodded obediently, coiling around her wrist, its branches extending into a beautiful dark green tattoo, reminiscent of the past. As Nanmu Ran caressed her wrist adorned with Little Willow, her consciousness shifted, plunging into a profound, dark space. This was the spatial ability she had awakened after countless injections of potions in the underground laboratory. Her spatial domain was uniquely structured, resembling a commercial building rather than a vast expanse of white or an endless void. She had previously estimated that the entire space comprised 10 floors, totaling approximately 250,000 square feet. comparable to the combined area of a medium-sized community. It was the same size as a prominent shopping center in the Northwest, located in West City. Regrettably, by the time she awakened her spatial abilities, she was already in the 4th year of the apocalypse, trapped in the psychiatrist's underground realm, with no opportunity to stockpile resources. Thus, her space had remained barren. Nanmu Ran smiled. Xuanwu, you're back too. Xuanwu was the name Seiya had given her spatial domain. Though she knew Xuanwu would not respond, she felt joy that it still remained. Emerging from the space, the chaotic and dilapidated scene before her caused Nanmu Ran to frown as she stepped barefoot from her nearly destroyed bedroom. The aftermath suggested it was the result of her uncontrolled psychic abilities. Upon entering the living room, she immediately concentrated her mental energy, summoning water from the beverage cabinet towards her. After unscrewing the cap and taking a generous sip, she was met with an unexpectedly sweet taste. After some experimentation, Nanmu Ran came to understand her abilities. Her psychic powers, along with her wit abilities, had plummeted from level 8 to the early phase of level 2. However, her spatial abilities remained unchanged since their initial awakening. The most surprising aspect was Little Willow, which had retained its strength as a level 7 mutated plant. Despite the strangeness of it all, this was undeniably a boon. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, a level 7 mutation was virtually invincible, a cause for celebration. With 3 months remaining until the apocalypse, she possessed abilities that had eluded her for 2 years, a clear sign of divine favor. The time ahead was ample. She needed to devise a meticulous plan to ensure her survival in this new life. Today was May 13th, and by August 15th, the first rain of the apocalypse would descend. That seemingly ordinary rain, once it began, would last for 2 months, intensifying until the city became a vast ocean. Following that, the second rain would unleash the acid rain capable of mutating humans, plants, and animals alike. Anyone exposed to the acid rain would transform into a zombie after succumbing to fever. As a newly minted national-level urban center with nearly 20 million residents, West City would soon be inundated with waves of zombies after the acid rain. Having survived the initial waves of mutation, many had ultimately perished in the ensuing zombie hordes. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted Nan Murian's thoughts. She set down her water and answered the call. Vuyurui, it's Grandma. It's Saturday today. Remember to come home on time for dinner. Your aunt has made your favorite sweet and sour ribs, and Sister Tingting has prepared soup for you. Little Chi is also at home today, came the gentle voice from the other end. Listening to the familiar tone, Nan Murian recalled the troublesome old lady who felt superior during the apocalypse. She couldn't help but think of their family of 5, who ultimately sold her severely injured self to an underground laboratory for instant noodles, a surge of murderous intent rising within her as thoughts of revenge began to take root. After a perfunctory response, she hung up. Despite the hatred swelling within her, Nan Murian understood that she could not act recklessly and take lives at this moment. Otherwise, she would find herself in custody before the apocalypse even began, jeopardizing her stockpiling efforts. However, she still needed to return home for dinner, as they possessed a significant chain supermarket that could aid her in safely amassing supplies. In her previous life, while having that meal, Nan Murian had exchanged her shares in the Nan Xiao Group, valued at 15 billion, for a diamond mine in Africa owned by the Nan family, which was on the verge of depletion. She had been foolish enough to believe she had gained an advantage. At the onset of the apocalypse, the family of 5 lived carefreely, armed with resources from their 7 large chain supermarkets under the Shenghui Group. Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, with their villa area being submerged by floods and their resources being seized by a gathering force, they would never have sought her out in her apartment. Chapter 2. To act without hesitation. Reflecting on her past experiences, Nan Murian felt rather naive. She had believed their claim that they sought her out in the high-rise apartment due to concern for her 2 months into the apocalypse. If they had truly cared, why wait until they had completely exhausted their resources before coming to her? She couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of her fate, being calculated against until her demise. Over the years, the old lady and her uncle's family had played a painful charade, wearing 2 faces to manipulate her for the inheritance of the Nan Xiao Group left by her parents. With the golden goose of the Nan Xiao Group in their grasp, they could preserve their wealth and status, something they could never hope to achieve through their own efforts. Meanwhile, her cousin, Nan Muting, greeted her with a smile every day, aiming for the marriage contract between her and the Qi family. Only she, the foolish one, had given up everything in pursuit of familial ties, which was truly laughable. As these troubling thoughts swirled in her mind, Nan Nurian felt her breath grow shallow. If only these people had revealed their ambitions sooner, but they had patiently played their roles for a full decade, deceiving her, sensitive and indifferent as she was. This time, she would not be blinded again nor repeat the past mistakes. Moreover, she intended to reclaim all debts owed from her previous life. The first order of business was to swiftly gain actual control of Shenghui, thereby stripping them of their greatest reliance at the onset of the apocalypse. With time before heading to the Nan family villa, she needed to focus on two crucial matters. One was to select a suitable location to create her own sanctuary before the apocalypse struck. This safe haven must be far from the heart of the western city to avoid being disturbed by the imminent tide of corpses unleashed by acid rain. She recalled a discussion from her past life about a European-style villa not far from the underground laboratory. It would be quite suitable and convenient for when he appeared. However, finding that place now would take time, and today was certainly not the day for it. Thus, she turned her attention to the second matter, stockpiling sufficient survival supplies. Stockpiling required funds, so Nan Nurian opened several of her bank accounts to assess her available resources, less than 10 million. While it seemed substantial, it was hardly enough to create a satisfactory safe haven. She dialed Guofei's number. "Fij, it's me, Ruyuri." The delight in his voice was palpable upon hearing her name, especially as he felt a rush of warmth at her long-lost address. "Ruyuri, is something the matter?" "Yes, I need your assistance in organizing all the assets under my name," Nan Nurian stated plainly. Guofei was the pride of her grandfather, having emerged from a poor mountainous area and benefiting from the Nan Qiao Hope project. He was a person of gratitude and loyalty, deserving of trust in both lives. After her parents passed, her elderly grandfather, facing death, had entrusted all their assets to Guofei for management. Guofei hesitated, concerned for her. "Ruyuri, has something happened?" "I've made a decision to liquidate all my assets except for the apartment I currently reside in." "Fij, I need your help." "Ruyuri, where are you now?" Guofei had previously suggested that Nan Nurian sell her shares in Nan Qiao, due to the current upper management's recklessness and the family's lawlessness, which risked drawing her into trouble. To prevent these people from causing harm, he had brought up the notion of liquidation multiple times. However, due to the family's opposition, she had refrained from agreeing. Now, not only did she wish to sell her shares, but she also sought to handle other assets, which seemed unusual. Nan Nurian felt warmth in her heart. "Fij, I'm at home. You need not worry about me. I understand what you previously mentioned about Nan Qiao going astray. As for the other assets, rather than letting that family deceive me out of my parents' and grandfather's inheritance piece by piece, I'd rather convert them into cash. At least I can safeguard that." Hearing her resolve, Guofei felt a sense of relief. He had long suspected that family had become restless, but held back, allowing Ruyuri to see them as kin. Now that she had come to this understanding, it was a relief. "All right, but it will take some time. Fij, everything must be wrapped up within a month, even if it means selling at a loss," Nan Nurian insisted firmly. Guofei remained silent for a moment before finally responding, "Understood." After hanging up, Nan Nurian rushed to the freezer, her mouth watering at the sight of the abundant food. She retrieved a portion and settled at her desk to continue her work. Considering the diverse range of supplies she needed to stockpile, she opened her computer and began compiling a materials list while eating. Despite her intense craving for food, she refrained from overeating, fearing a physical reaction in her stomach. At the top of her list was the 7 large chain supermarkets owned by her uncle, Shenghui Group. With the 7 supermarkets under Shenghui in her possession, along with their comprehensive supply chains and storage facilities, she could stockpile the necessary materials for the apocalypse at the most favorable prices and safest channels. Once she secured the 7 supermarkets, she would merely need to stockpile fruits, vegetables, meats, daily necessities, and some instant food in abundance, while the less frequently used items could be adequately stored in the warehouse. Moving the supermarket supplies into her space would solve at least 70% of her material requirements, ensuring she had everything she needed. However, she still needed to separately acquire comfortable and suitable clothing. Nan Nurian pinpointed several outdoor, sports, and leisure brands distribution centers, planning to buy up a variety of appropriate sizes. She had to consider special cold weather gear, cool clothing, jackets, winter coats, and shoes for extreme temperatures throughout the seasons. Lastly, there were medications. This was not difficult. The Qiao family had owned a pharmacy, and their network remained intact, encompassing both traditional and Western medicines. Common medications such as cold medicine, cough syrup, fever reducers, anti-inflammatories, alcohol, iodine, and gauze. These essentials would suffice. Even those obtainable through special channels are easily resolved. Naturally, some basic surgical instruments and equipment are also required. Following pharmaceuticals, one must consider electrical appliances, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, dishwashers, dryers, ovens, air fryers, air conditioners, radiators, fans, induction cookers, diesel generators, solar batteries, gasoline generators, flashlights, batteries, and even the most rudimentary candles and lamp oil must not be overlooked. Moreover, an assortment of vegetable and fruit seeds, as well as various saplings, particularly willow saplings, must be stockpiled. Coal, gas canisters, and timber are also necessary. In the second year of the apocalypse, there will be 6 months of extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees Celsius, necessitating substantial coal for heating. Concurrently, when electricity cannot be used extensively, gas canisters will be essential for cooking. Even if one is not adept in culinary skills, it is prudent to prepare for potential future needs. In addition to these items, various tents, portable tables and chairs, moisture-proof mats, sleeping bags, storage boxes, camping lights, power banks, portable stoves, gas canisters, large backpacks, and other essentials for outdoor survival are required. Ultimately, she also included personal watercraft, kayaks, motorboats, small snowboards, and snowmobiles, all vital transportation means suited to the specific conditions of the apocalypse. Most critically, one must secure weapons for survival in the apocalypse, which are nearly impossible to procure domestically. Therefore, she plans to seek solutions abroad, specifically from the Russians. Given their operational style over the past few years, as long as she provides the necessary funds, she should be able to acquire a considerable number of valuable items. With her spatial capabilities, she need not worry about the logistics of transport. As for RVs, off-road vehicles, and various large transportation means, as well as diesel and gasoline, Nan intends to stockpile a modest amount before ceasing further acquisition. Once the apocalypse ensues, she can directly obtain these resources without expenditure. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the foremost priority is survival supplies, which are unlikely to be immediately hoarded. With the list meticulously prepared, Nan declared her intent to act. She first ordered 5,000 sets of shelving units intended for wholesale stores, facilitating the organization of her space for storage. Next, she needed to address her food supply. While having a wholesale store and ample stock of raw materials offers security, it does not resolve her immediate dining concerns. Over the previous 5 years of the apocalypse, she had attempted countless times to prepare her own meals, which proved to be quite unpalatable. Thus, it was imperative to accumulate sufficient ready-to-eat food. Fortunately, the time within the mysterious fog remained static, possessing a function akin to preservation, alleviating concerns about spoilage from excessive stockpiling. At the age of 22, she calculated her provisions based on the hope of living to 100. This necessitated the accumulation of sustenance for 78 years, requiring a total of 1,113,880 meals, comprising 3 daily meals and late-night snacks. Calculating her daily meal budget at a basic rate of 200, she found that the total expenditure would amount to approximately 5.64 million. This figure made her mentally multiply the sum several times over, considering that a meal at a top-tier restaurant could consume a budget for several days. However, her cash on hand was limited, and should she persist in this manner, her funds would be depleted within 3 to 5 days, prompting the need to acquire more money swiftly. Having reached this conclusion, she promptly opened her phone and began contacting her favored restaurants through a meal ordering platform. She started with a variety of cuisines and banquet offerings from 5-star hotels, followed by Sichuan, Cantonese, Hunan, Northeastern, Jiangxi, Shanghai, Hong Kong-style dim sum, barbecues, hot pots, spicy skewers, sancheen sets, buns, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, spicy soup, noodles, rice noodles, various types of flour, braised meats and vegetables, KFC, McDonald's, Korean fried chicken, pastries, milk tea, and an array of specialty snacks, ensuring she overlooked nothing. Even for dishes she was less fond of, she ordered a small portion, considering the long days ahead and the possibility of her tastes changing. Moreover, these meals were not solely for her consumption. On the other end of the line, the businesses were taken aback to hear her order of 50 full sets, requiring a commitment for a full 20 days, perceiving her as an eccentric with an unusual request. Nan preferred not to engage in explanations. Thus, she directly added the restaurant's contact information and transferred half the payment as a deposit. This gesture naturally garnered their attention. After all, In the business world, money offered on a silver platter is not something to be dismissed lightly. After holding the phone for over 6 hours, Nan Muron felt her head spinning and her throat parched. She had successfully contacted over 30 establishments, restaurants, eateries, and shops. Though the deposit reached over 2 million, her prompt payment ensured a smooth process throughout. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the living room sofa, reflecting that indeed, spending money can sometimes be a strenuous endeavor. Chapter 3. The truth unveiled. Once she had completed her tasks, nearly an hour had passed since the usual time to set off for the Nan family villa. Unperturbed, Nan Muron believed that her family of 5 would have the patience to wait for her, as their plans for the day were of great significance. Before leaving, she called a cleaning service to tidy up her bedroom. Descending the stairs, she noticed that dusk had already settled. As she drove back to the Nan family villa, it suddenly dawned on her that this villa was still registered in her name. The courteous security guard promptly opened the gate for her, allowing her vehicle to enter the villa area. Just a short distance from the villa, her pet, the little Lou, who had been resting on her wrist, suddenly lifted its head and gently nudged her hand. This 7th-level mutated Lou possessed a certain intelligence, capable of communicating with the flora within a 15-mile radius, and it was familiar with the members of the Nan family. Thus, Nan Muron instantly comprehended that there was a situation unfolding at the villa. She parked by the roadside, surveyed her surroundings, and discreetly navigated along a nearby pedestrian path, arriving at the rear of the Nan family villa. Focusing her mental energy, she effortlessly opened the back door. The tank, having just enjoyed a hearty meal, instinctively wanted to alert the occupants within upon seeing a figure enter, but was met with a familiar command: "Tank, stay." At the sound of that recognizable voice, Tank visibly brightened, promptly rising and obediently sitting down. Tank was a purebred German shepherd that Nan Muron had raised, and after more than 4 years of separation, she rushed forward to embrace him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Tank, it's been so long. I've missed you." In her previous life, during the first year of the apocalypse, Tank had met his demise at the hands of mutated beasts while trying to protect her. The most despicable act was that the Nan family had secretly exhumed his body and shared it with others. It wasn't until she had been abandoned for lacking utility that she learned of this atrocity from Nan Mouting, a revelation that filled her with rage. Yet she had been powerless to avenge Tank. Sensing his owner's sorrow, Tank began to whimper softly. Cradling his head, Nan Muron lowered her voice. "You recognize my car, don't you?" Upon hearing her words, Tank tilted his head inquisitively, blinking his eyes, exuding a mix of ferocity and innocence. Yet, Nan Muron knew he understood her. "When I release the leash, you must remain silent, follow the path, open the car door yourself, and wait for me inside, all right?" She had no intention of revealing to the Nan family that she was taking Tank away, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter. Due to residing in a high-rise apartment within a restricted area for pet ownership, she had been unable to obtain a dog license. Thus, she had left Tank in the villa area for his freedom to roam. Previously, she had naively believed that the family would treat Tank well, but now she comprehended that they plotted against her. How could they possibly care for her beloved dog? Upon understanding her intentions, Tank's eyes sparkled with hope. Was his owner truly taking him away from these wicked people? Once freed from his restraints, he licked her hand before darting towards the path without looking back. Confirming that he was headed in the right direction, Nan Muron approached the rear door of the villa. Suddenly, a muffled cry from a woman and the heavy breathing of a man reached her ears, causing her to halt in surprise. Upon closer inspection, the sounds emanated from the direction of her room on the first floor. Advancing a few steps towards the room, the voices became clearer. "I can't do this to brother. I'll end up crying out," came Nan Mouting's voice, dripping with a mixture of plea and allure. "Then feel free to cry out. Your voice is the sweetest," replied the man, a voice she recognized all too well, her fiancé, Chili. "The living room is filled with my family. They know about us. What's the point of pretending otherwise?" Nan Mouting protested with a sultry tone. Chili dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. Stunned, Nan Muron realized that these two had become intimate so soon, while she remained blissfully unaware. Why had the Nan family never mentioned the Chi family in her previous life? Was there a hidden agenda? The sound of tearing fabric followed, coupled with Nan Mouting's stifled gasps and a note of complaint. "You're Sharon's fiancé. Why don't you seek her out? Why must you torment me like this?" "Be quiet. Do not mention her at this time," came Chi Li's harsh retort, followed by a sharp crack. To her astonishment, the usually genteel Chi Li who appeared upright and solemn, was revealed to be so debauched. A woman's cry followed, accompanied by the sound of a body falling heavily onto the bed as a cacophony of suggestive sounds began to rise. Had this been the Nan Muron of her past, discovering the betrayal of someone she had trusted would have left her in tears, overwhelmed with despair. Yet now, she felt only disgust, her heart remaining unperturbed. However, the knowledge that these two were engaging in such activities in her room was unsettling, making her queasy. Inwardly, she resolved that this villa must be sold without delay. It was no longer worth keeping. Moving closer to the back door, she could hear the voices from the living room clearly. Where is that girl? Are we to wait for her as if she is a precious heiress? A sharp voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to her aunt, whose expression could only be imagined as bitter. Nan Muron smirked at the thought. Had it not been for little Lou's prior warning, she would have never witnessed this side of her. Recalling her aunt's scorn during the apocalypse, and the way they had offered her to others just to fill their own bellies, her mental energy surged uncontrollably, yet the villa remained silent. Well, the distance is too great. My mental energy isn't sufficient. Her cousin, Nan Mufeng, who had been playing on his phone, chimed in. Mom, don't complain so loudly. It wouldn't do to have outsiders over here. We're in our own home. Who are the outsiders? Her aunt retorted, though she lowered her voice slightly. Don't forget, that girl is about to graduate from university. According to the will of the second couple, she can directly inherit 30% of the shares in the Nan Xiao group held in their names. The speaker was her uncle, Nan Ping, stating the facts but with a tone of indignation. Her aunt raised her brow at this, clearly displeased. Have we not treated her well over the years? What does she want? The issue now is that Nan Muron has matured and can inherit the shares. The board will undoubtedly wish for that simpleton to replace my father at the helm. Nan Mufeng expressed his impatience. As long as Nan Muron does not enter the Nan Xiao group, my father can retain his position. Ideally, we want to secure those shares for ourselves. Her uncle was adamant. Father must not step down. It's not just for Nan Muron's shares. Over the years, they have wielded power at the Nan Xiao group, reaping benefits in excess of $1 billion annually. Such wealth sustains their lavish lifestyle and ensures they shine in high society. If they are ousted from the Nan Xiao, they will become a laughingstock with their meager 5% share of the year-end dividends and the less than $3 billion market value of Shenghui Group. They could not afford to regress after enjoying a life of luxury for so many years. Why not just come to her? Shower her with compliments. It will surely work, her aunt suggested, grasping the crux of the matter, though she remained unconcerned. Outside, Nan Muron's gaze turned cold as ice. Her uncle did not perceive anything amiss in his wife's words. He then turned to his elderly mother, a 50-year-old man behaving like a petulant child. Mother, Nan Muron listens to you. Our family's future wealth depends on your influence. Mother, we shall rely on you soon, her aunt purred, casting a flattering glance at the elderly matriarch of the Nan family. The elderly lady gracefully set down the book in her hands, her tone imbued with a mix of pride and self-assurance. Rest assured, leave it to me. At the very least, I won't allow her to enter Nan Xiao. Chapter 4. A new job at Nan Xiao. Nan Muron listened intently to the family's unmasked intentions, observing their habitual confidence when discussing their control over her. It was almost laughable, making her feel like a fool. With a cold smirk, she exited the villa and returned to her car. As she settled into the vehicle, the rear seat's Tank eagerly approached her, its damp tongue playfully licking her face. The sudden display of affection left Nan Muron momentarily bewildered. No, Tank, not the face, she protested. However, Tank paid no heed and continued its enthusiastic licking. Exasperated, she commanded, Tank, sit. Only then did the little creature reluctantly comply. As she stroked its head, Nan Muron fell into deep contemplation. It would not be difficult to eliminate that family of 5, but death would be too merciful for them. Life should be filled with experiences to be truly captivating. Surviving the apocalypse could provide the necessary thrill. She resolved to keep them alive until the end, draining their hope and tormenting them before handling them. If her uncle, Nan Ping, was maneuvering to retain his stake in the Nan Xiao group, then the matter of Xinghui's 7 chain supermarkets would be much simpler to navigate. The combined market value of the 7 supermarkets would hardly exceed 300 million, and they were sure to have contingencies. Securing half of that for herself would be advantageous, an investment of 150 million for a chance to remain in Nan Xiao. It should be quite a bargain for them. Opening the sunroof, Nan Murian turned back to gently remind Tank to stay in the car and wait for her. Once she saw it settle down, she stepped out and walked toward the villa's front yard. Inside the Nan family villa, the doorbell rang. Nan Muting, just emerging from her bedroom, adjusted her clothing and exchanged a knowing glance with her parents. Once assured there was nothing amiss, she smiled and opened the door. Rian, you're back. Dinner is ready and has been waiting for you for some time. Hearing the subtly veiled complaint about her tardiness, Nan Murian chose to ignore it. As Nan Muting affectionately hooked her arm around her, a wave of revulsion washed over Nan Murian. It seemed these two had acted rather swiftly. They must not have had time to bathe. How filthy. With that thought, she discreetly withdrew her arm from Nan Muting's grasp and even took a step back, distancing herself further. Noticing Nan Murian's overt disdain for her subtle movements, Nan Muting nearly lost her smile, her anger simmering. Did she carry some sort of poison? What was that ridiculous expression? Rian is back. Hurry, let's eat. The elderly matriarch, as always, radiated warmth and kindness. She took Nan Murian's hand and led her to the dining table. Once seated, Chi, beside her, looked at her with gentle affection, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift box. Rian, a graduation gift. Disgusted, Nan Murian wished to accept the box with just 2 fingers, but had to suppress her revulsion and thank him instead. But I still have a month until graduation. Brother Lee just returned from an international medical exchange conference and came to see you right after his flight. Don't be ungrateful, Nan Muting chimed in, her tone dripping with envy. Nan Murian could hardly be bothered to respond, her mind racing with the thought of how Chi Li had rushed back to the Nan family home immediately. She subtly shifted closer to the matriarch, seeking refuge from the surrounding filth. At the dinner table, Nan Murian ate earnestly. After 5 years of the apocalypse, it was a rare delight to savor such delectable food. Despite her hunger, she maintained an elegant demeanor, her portions modest. Rian, your favorite, Chi said as he placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib in her bowl. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand from reaching for another piece, realizing that even the sweet and sour pork ribs no longer appealed to her. Beside her, Nan Muting observed Chi Li's indulgent smile and then glanced at Nan Murian, whose porcelain-like face and perfect height of 170 centimeters made them an enviable pair. It was infuriating, as Nan Muting believed that it was solely due to Nan Murian's looks that Chi Li had been entangled with her for 2 years without ever uttering a word about marriage. And then there was the Chi family who spoke of an engagement with Nan Murian, but in reality, it was merely a ploy to leverage the Nan Xiao group. Suddenly, a malicious thought crossed Nan Muting's mind. What if Nan Murian fell into a pit of filth? Would Chi Li and his family still want her then? Big brother, how is work treating you lately? The matriarch inquired casually, as if she were merely making small talk. As Nan Murian chewed on an abalone, she thought, here it comes. Sure enough, Uncle Nan Ping launched into an impassioned lament about how difficult his life was at the Nan Xiao group, all while keenly observing Nan Murian's reaction. Yet, she remained utterly indifferent, focusing intently on her meal. Nan Ping's monologue soon turned awkward, his throat dry from talking to a wall. The matriarch glanced at Nan Murian, who was engrossed in her food, and her expression shifted to one of subtle discontent. Rian, your uncle is speaking. Slowly, Nan Murian set down her chopsticks, feigning confusion. Uncle is discussing work matters. I don't quite understand. Your cousin is already working. He should be able to assist, Nan Muting interjected sharply. Your shares in Nan Xiao would mean only you could help your father, she added, her tone unkind. Nan Murian smirked internally, realizing how quickly their composure crumbled. It seemed they were eager to discuss shares, but once she began working at Nan Xiao next month, Uncle would surely find a situation much less challenging. You're going to Nan Xiao? Aunt Nan was the first to lose her composure. If Nan Murian joined Nan Xiao, the board members, who were her uncle's adversaries, would undoubtedly expel him without hesitation. Losing access to the golden goose of Nan Xiao would yield no benefits for them. Turning her gaze to Aunt Nan, Nan Murian smiled gently, her tone steady. Father mentioned that I could directly join Nan Xiao after graduation. After all, I'm nearly done, and I have nothing else to occupy my time. But Rian, didn't he want to study abroad to continue painting? How would you have the energy to manage a company? Seeing that Nan Murian was serious, Nan Muting began to fidget. With a hint of bitterness, Nan Murian replied, the mentor said my progress in painting has plateaued. Even with more effort, it would be futile, so I've decided not to go abroad. Nan Muting felt a rush of excitement, having expected her to be some kind of genius, only to realize she was utterly useless. Hearing this, Qi Li gently offered, mentors can sometimes misjudge talent. I believe Rian's art is exceptional. Thank you. Nan Murian thought about retorting, but managed to smile back at him, though her smile was tinged with bitterness. Resisting the urge to lash out, she reminded herself that securing the supermarkets was her top priority. After all, she needed to stockpile many supplies, and she required a plausible reason to present. The 5 members of the Nan family exchanged glances, each resolutely thinking they must not allow Nan Murian to work at the Nan Xiao group. Oh, Rian just graduated. Why would she want to work? Look at me. I indulge in beauty treatments, shopping, self-improvement, and even have time to explore the world. It's wonderful, Nan Murian proclaimed, embodying a picture of happiness. Nan Murian nodded, her tone flat. It is quite nice, albeit a bit wasteful.
What do you mean by that?
Nan Murian was no fool. She recognized the implication that she was indeed frivolous. With an innocent expression, Nan Murian replied, "That's what Sister Qing said. Is it not true?" The Sister Qing she referred to as Qi Qing, Qi Li's elder sister. They shared a close bond. And Qi Qing was a strong woman who looked down upon the idle lifestyle of someone like Nan Murian. She would undoubtedly say something of that nature. Nan Murian was left speechless. Across from her, Nan Murian observed her growing agitation with curiosity, wondering how much backbone she would show in front of Qi Li. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Even in her fury, Nan Murian could not muster a single word against Qi Qing. Rian can move back home to keep grandma company, someone suggested. Madame Nan has begun to play the emotional card. Nan Murian glanced at her grandmother, entirely unresponsive. Rest assured, Grandma, even if I start working, I will return regularly to accompany you. After all, you are my dearest. You should just find a job and get to work, Nan Mufeng, who had remained silent, interjected irritably. Nan Murian looked at him, her tone still calm. Cousin, Fei Ge and Uncle Chen would not agree to that. This was no deception on her part. The board wished for Nan Murian, a naive girl, to return, as she was easy to manipulate. Moreover, Guo Fei would never permit Nan Murian to venture out to work for someone else. Murian, the Nan Xiao group is vast. Managing it will surely be a daunting task for you. Perhaps you should start with a smaller enterprise, suggested Uncle Nan Ping, observing Nan Murian's resolute demeanor and shifting his approach. Chapter 5. Targeted by a viper. Nan Murian frowned slightly, but I only have the Nan Xiao. What do you think of Shenghui? It's relatively straightforward and would be ideal for practice, allowing you to interact with more people, Uncle Nan interjected eagerly. Nan Murian felt a flicker of joy within, though she could not reveal it on her face, even shaking her head in refusal. Shenghui is my uncle's enterprise. How could it be given to me?
To you?
That's quite a fantasy, Uncle Nan retorted, feeling frustrated. It's not about giving it to you. You could first learn how to manage a company at Shenghui. Then I would rather not. If I cannot manage well, I would feel guilty. Moreover, Uncle Chen has promised to guide me at Nan Xiao, so you need not worry, Nan Murian gently declined. The Nan Xiao is valued at 5 billion. Do you think it's suitable for practice? Nan Mufeng, ever the impatient one, raised his voice. And, do you think that Chen Dong is a good person? Are you foolish? Nan Murian feigned grievance. Cousin, if you do not wish for me to return, then do not invite me for dinner next time. As she spoke, she stood up to gather her things. The family was taken aback. When had Nan Murian developed such a temper? Yet the focus remained. They could not afford to confront her, let her leave in such a manner. Mufeng, do you know how to speak? Uncle Nan Ping chastised his son. Madame Nan quickly reached out to pull Nan Murian back. Mufeng apologized to Murian. Mufeng, not a fool, quickly acquiesced. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Nan Murian asked, her gaze unwavering. Enough, Nan Murian, Mufeng snapped, unable to tolerate her questioning any longer. I am merely practicing with my own things. Even if I falter, I would accept it. Must you be so agitated? One would think I am handling your belongings. Mufeng, sit down and eat. Murian is not angry. Let us enjoy our meal, Madame Nan urged, her heart sinking at Nan Murian's words, her tone growing colder towards Mufeng. My cousin has yet to apologize to me. Nan Murian insisted, refusing to relent. Apologize, Uncle Nan Ping said, his voice laced with frustration. Mufeng, sensing the situation, complied with a reluctant apology. Only then did Nan Murian return to her seat, her first words striking like thunder. I plan to try my hand at Nan Xiao first. If it doesn't work out, I will sell my shares. Sell? The family was left dumbfounded. Selling Nan Xiao, this golden asset? Had she lost her mind? The Nan Xiao group boasted hundreds of top-tier patents, essentially a treasure trove, and she intended to part with it? Was she out of her wits? Murian, you cannot jest about Nan Xiao. Madam Nan attempted to maintain her composure. Even if I sell Nan Xiao, uncle can still work there. Moreover, it was left to me by my parents. I am nearing graduation. Why can't I make my own decisions? I intend to manage it first, and only if I truly cannot handle it will I consider selling, Nan Murian explained calmly. You cannot joke about Nan Xiao like that, Nan Muting exclaimed, nearly beside herself with frustration, yet hesitant to speak harshly. Internally, she cursed, questioning what had possessed Nan Murian to become so obstinate today. Nan Murian regarded Nan Muting's disapproval with a furrowed brow, clearly disagreeing, but choosing not to voice her dissent. She remained composed while the Nan family grew increasingly restless. Finally, Uncle Nan Ping sighed and made a definitive decision. Murian, why not practice at Shenghui? No, Shenghui is your enterprise. It would be inappropriate, Nan Murian replied, slightly flustered, yet decisively rejecting the offer. If Uncle gifts you Shenghui, then it becomes yours, Uncle Nan Ping insisted through clenched teeth, trying to convince himself that since Shenghui was originally intended for a second son, returning it was no issue. Before Aunt Nan could voice her objection, exclaiming that Shenghui was worth at least 3 billion, she was silenced by a glare from Madame Nan, who began to weigh her son's words in her mind. Nan Murian, her eyes sparkling with delight, asked, really, Uncle is gifting me Shenghui? Yes. Tomorrow we shall consult a lawyer to finalize the paperwork, Uncle Nan Ping affirmed resolutely. But that seems inappropriate. Perhaps I should first try my hand at Nan Xiao after graduation, Nan Murian suggested, retreating strategically. No need, we will handle it tomorrow. Madam Nan interjected firmly. The value of the 7 supermarkets was hardly 3 billion, and transferring Shenghui to Nan Murian provided significant maneuverability for the family. At most half of it. With a distressed Shenghui worth no more than 15 billion, securing Nan Murian was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Grandma, uncle, you are too kind to me. I am so touched I could cry, Nan Murian exclaimed, her heartfelt gratitude genuine as she recognized the family's greatest support being hurriedly placed in her hands. Silly girl, we are family. It is only right that we treat you well. Why cry? Madame Nan replied, though feeling a pang of regret. Nan Murian nodded, confidence radiating as she proclaimed, as long as Shenghui operates smoothly under my management for 6 months, I will feel secure enough not to sell Nan Xiao. This revelation caused a momentary heart-stopping shock for both Madame Nan and Uncle Nan Ping. 6 months of smooth operation implied they would need to tread carefully even if they considered interference. After dinner, the Nan family, as usual, urged Nan Murian to stay over. But she declined, saying, no need. I accidentally made a mess in my apartment and must return to tidy up. I will come back tomorrow morning. While she did not intend to stay, Nan Murian nonetheless deposited the graduation gift from Qi Li in a room on the first floor and also retrieved the hidden safe from under the bed to store it away. After bidding farewell to the Nan family, Qi Li followed Nan Murian out of the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, Qi Li suddenly spoke. Murian, why do you want those 7 chain supermarkets? The question startled Nan Murian, though she was not surprised. Qi Li had always been astute and cunning, so it was natural for him to see through her intentions. Taking a breath and turning to face him, she replied with calm determination. The Nan family's assets are mine. What is wrong with reclaiming what belongs to me? You need not be on guard with me, Murian. Whatever you desire, I will assist you, Qi Li said, gazing at the radiant Nan Murian with a gentleness reminiscent of water. Yet, as she met his narrow, piercing eyes, she felt as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon her, sending chills down her spine. Suppressing the urge to slap him, she responded, fine, now I know. We will be family from now on. Helping you is only natural, Qi Li smiled warmly. Nan Murian could not remain any longer, her thoughts racing. Family? I am not a garbage collector. I should take my leave. Drive safely on your way back, Qi Li called out softly as she turned and drove away. Watching her car disappear, he smirked. When did this little rabbit transform into a cunning fox? Today was an eye-opener. How intriguing. As she turned to prepare for her ride, she stumbled and fell face-first to the ground, blood gushing from her nose and her glasses flying far away. After muttering a curse, she clumsily got back on her feet, only to discover that the car had broken down. Gazing at the chaotic display of snowflakes on the car system, Qi Li's expression darkened. Today was indeed a day of utter misfortune. Meanwhile, Nan Murian, having just avenged herself in a small way using her psychic abilities, felt quite elated. The tank in the back seat was equally excited, curiously peering out the rear window, admiring the neon lights flanking the city. Having just finished dinner at the Nan family's villa, it was precisely 8:30 in the evening. They smoothly exited the villa district and entered the main road of the city, where traffic congestion was severe, especially in the core area where they resided. Nan Murian's heartbeat quickened, and she felt increasingly irritable. While waiting at a red light, she noticed a well-known real estate agency with a green awning across the street. After crossing the road, she immediately turned right into the parking lot. "Good evening, madam. Welcome to our agency," greeted a young, dapper agent dressed in professional attire, his tone warm and polite, which was quite comforting. Upon noticing Nan Murian's beauty, he momentarily paused, visibly taken aback. "I wish to sell a house and purchase 2 others, one of which I need your assistance in locating," she stated as she settled into the reception area. A simultaneous sale and purchase arrangement would certainly be a significant deal for any real estate agent. The property she intended to sell was the Nan family's villa. Although situated outside the city as prime area, the villa district was known for its affluent residents, making it a coveted location that had been hard to come by for years. "What is the market value of this property?" she asked, handing over the villa's title deed that she retrieved from the safe. The agent appeared astonished upon recognizing the property as a standalone villa in Dingchen Garden. While it may not occupy the top position, it was still highly sought after. Given Nan Murian's striking appearance, the agent hesitated to negotiate low prices and offered a market estimate of 70 million. "I will list it at 65 million, but I have 2 conditions. First, the full payment must be received within a month. Second, the buyers can only come to collect the property after August 10th, she declared, deliberately setting the handover date just 5 days before the end of the month. Firstly, she was curious about how the Nan family, having been expelled from the villa and lacking resources, would survive in the impending apocalypse. Secondly, by setting the time frame this way, she surmised that the new owner would likely be unable to move in on time. While it was acceptable to take someone's money, endangering their lives was a different matter altogether. The agent was momentarily stunned, but, adhering to professionalism, he inquired whether there were any disputes regarding the property. "There are indeed some," Nan Murian replied candidly, explaining the current occupants. The agent furrowed his brow. Those who could afford to buy there were typically capable individuals, not easily intimidated by issues. However, he cautioned that buyers might attempt to negotiate a lower price due to these complications. "That's fine. We can assess the situation once we find a buyer. I can be flexible with the price, but not excessively so." "You must keep that in mind," she replied, not wanting to make absolute commitments that might invite unreasonable price reductions. Subsequently, she presented a sketch she had hastily drawn that morning. "I also wish to purchase a standalone villa in Nanshan. The drawing is based on someone else's description and may not be entirely accurate. I only know it is situated on a southern mountain, but I cannot specify which one." While Nanshan primarily marketed luxury residences, its location on a hillside, far from the city, had resulted in mediocre sales, leaving many properties unsold and at reasonable prices. The agent was familiar with the area and merely needed to match suitable listings according to Nan Murian's requirements. However, this particular drawing was unfamiliar to him. He took the sketch and examined it closely. Though it was merely a sketch, the skilled craftsmanship made all the details quite discernible. The drawing depicted a standalone villa perched on a hillside, flanked by mountains on one side and a steep cliff on the other. The villa, 3 stories high, boasted a protruding section, evoking the charm of an ancient European castle, albeit in a state of disrepair. "I'm sorry, Ms. Nan, but I don't recognize this villa. I will need to ask my colleagues for assistance," he said. Nan Murian nodded in agreement. "Please notify me as soon as you find it." After signing all the necessary documents for the sale, Nan Murian exited the agency and casually inquired about nearby car rental services. "Just 100 meters to the left. You'll find the largest car rental chain in the city," the agent replied with a smile. After securing a van from the rental agency, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Traffic flowed steadily, and while it was still busy, it was not as congested. Driving the tank into the apartment garage, Nan Murian felt a surge of anxiety during the journey home. Only after successfully entering her abode did she release a breath of relief. Fortunately, she had not encountered anyone. "However, dear tank, you'll have to endure some confinement for a while to avoid complaints," she said. The tank, unbothered by her words, was invigorated by the familiar scent of its owner and began exploring the surroundings. Seeing its evident satisfaction, Nan Murian felt relieved. The apartment, at over 200 square meters, was barely sufficient for the tank to roam without feeling cramped. Upon entering the bedroom, she was pleased to find everything restored. Even the furniture and window glass had been replaced. Admittedly, the housekeeping company, despite charging exorbitant fees, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Pouring herself a glass of her favorite wine, Nan Murian felt a sense of disorientation, as if she were still dreaming. Even after a day had passed, the events felt surreal. Yet, to be reborn and live as a person, even for just a day, was a blessing. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling streets below, adorned with winding neon lights, she felt a pang of desolation. Such splendor could not last long. After the onset of the apocalypse, order would collapse, humanity would falter, and chaos would reign, revealing the darkest aspects of human nature in desperate times. To survive, one must possess sufficient strength. The slick sensation gliding through her fingers snapped her from her somber thoughts. "Let us choose some supplies together," she suggested to the tank, feeling that indulging in shopping was the only way to find some solace. Settling back on the sofa, she beckoned the tank to sit beside her, only to find it standing still at the balcony, motionless. Observing its rigid posture, she felt a pang in her heart. Its instinctive fear was a result of the Nan family's influence. "Do not be afraid, come sit here," she encouraged, patting the space next to her. When the tank remained unmoving, she rose and approached it, sitting beside it on the balcony floor. Gently wrapping her arms around its head, she opened a shopping platform on her phone and began browsing with her sister, determined to buy whatever it desired. With her embrace, the tank visibly relaxed, resting its head on her lap, attentively watching the screen. She ordered 50,000 pounds of dog food, ensuring a variety of brands and flavors to prevent monotony. Freeze-dried treats, specialized milk, an assortment of odd snacks, main course cans, snack cans, chew sticks, as well as health supplements like lactoferrin, vitamins, and digestive aids, were all purchased in quantities sufficient for 30 years. Furthermore, she did not overlook an array of dog beds in various shapes, clothes, leashes, little shoes, toys, and even commonly used medications. All told, her expenditures approached 4 million. The tank, initially excited, gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Nan Murian held it close, remaining still, leaning against the soft cushion behind her. Soon, her breathing became steady, indicating she had drifted off to sleep. She would have preferred to return to her bed, but she understood that the overly soft sensation beneath her would prevent her from finding rest. In a state of slumber, the scene before me transformed once more into an endless expanse of blinding white light. My body lay bare, adorned with an array of probing instruments and tubes, accompanied by a chorus of cold, emotionless sounds. "Subject 12089 is deceased," a woman's voice declared with chilling detachment. "Yes, it has already been sent to nourish the vines. This one is subject 13047, who has undergone 31 rounds of injections, yet vital signs remain remarkably stable." The speaker was a man, and inexplicably, Nan Murian felt a sense of familiarity with his voice, as if she had heard it before. "Over there is another subject having received 100 injections, still stable in its signs. If it doesn't awaken its abilities, it is merely a waste of resources. What use is it?" The woman's tone betrayed a clear disdain. The man chuckled softly, but remained silent. Out of 15,000 experimental subjects, only 10 had survived after 5 years. Each one was invaluable. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Her secret ability to transfer life force between flora and fauna had been discovered by the laboratory personnel, igniting a frenzy among the researchers as they rushed to her location. With little choice, she fled in a state of panic with Xiao Lu, and at a critical moment, unbeknownst to her, Xi had triggered a blackout in the underground facility. Ran, do not be afraid. I will take you away." Even in the darkness, Xi's deep, gravelly voice brought her a sense of security. Only Nan Murian knew that after enduring 100 rounds of injections and countless trials of life and death, Xi had gradually awakened an exceedingly rare mastery over the 5 elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each awakened, interdependent and counteracting, if wielded correctly. His powers would never deplete, rendering him an invincible force in the apocalypse. As for herself, deemed a failure in their eyes, she had awakened a rare trifecta of abilities. Chapter 7. the beginning of gathering resources. Due to Cia's intimate familiarity with the underground laboratory, she needed only to follow the route he provided, utilizing her mental abilities to gauge the presence of personnel nearby, evading pursuers. He could deftly unlock specially designed doors with his metal abilities, which made their escape remarkably smooth until they reached the threshold of the exit leading to the outside world. A surge of immense life force suddenly emerged, locking their abilities in place, rendering them powerless. They could only watch as the researchers and camouflaged figures wielding firearms closed in on them. Without hesitation, Ci shoved Nanmu Ran toward the exit, urging her to run, while he brandished a short blade and advanced toward the encroaching threat. For the first time, Nanmu Ran realized that Ci was no ordinary individual. Every movement he executed was composed and lethal. Alas, his body had already been ravaged by the laboratory's experiments, and in that blinding white space, she found no vestige of life to save him, forced only to watch as he fell. She remembered his smile, recalled his emaciated frame that stood resolute to protect her, and without a second thought, she rushed back, enveloping him in her embrace. In that instant, her hair, like seaweed, rose in a cascade, radiating green and white luminescence as a powerful force began to push back against her, while pain began to tear through her body. She could never forget that moment. The gazes of the researchers in white coats, filled with fear, ecstasy, and disbelief, until her very being shattered, obliterating everything within the laboratory. Ci watched over Nanmu Ran, who lay asleep against the window, drenched in cold sweat, her expression wrought with anguish until she awoke. The mysteries of the underground laboratory, the vines they spoke of, and the cold-blooded researchers remained an enigma to her until her dying day. Yet she was not in haste. In this lifetime, she had ample time to uncover the truth. Regaining her composure, Nanmu Ran distinctly sensed anomalies within her mind and body. Those who survived the apocalypse bore scars, some more pronounced than others. In the 5 years of the end times, she had witnessed numerous individuals succumb to despair. However, her condition was peculiar. Alongside inexplicable neural reactions, she experienced heightened sensitivity, irritability, and a burgeoning urge to annihilate everything, even harboring faint thoughts of destruction. This was symptomatic of post-traumatic stress disorder. The tank beside her had risen the moment she struggled in her nightmares. Now, seeing her at ease, it nuzzled closer, nudging her arm before resuming its nap in her embrace. Nanmu Ran was not surprised by her condition. She glanced at her phone, noting the time, 3 a.m., having slept less than 2 hours. There was nothing unusual. After more than a year in the underground laboratory, even an hour of uninterrupted sleep felt like a luxury. Placing the dog's head on a soft pillow, she rose and headed to the bathroom. Standing beneath the warm cascade of the shower, every inch of her skin felt relaxed. In the mirror, she beheld a flawless figure, skin like porcelain, devoid of blemishes, with cascading curls that framed her shoulders. Beautiful. Taking a step closer to the mirror, she gazed at the unfamiliar visage before her, realizing this was her true appearance. No longer was she the pallid figure of the apocalypse. No longer did she bear the sunburnt, wheat-colored skin, nor the grotesque scars that marred her body. It was only when the small Xiao Lu on her wrist prompted her that she returned to reality. Upon returning to the living room, sleep eluded her, and she began to amass the most time-consuming mental sustenance, her phone, tablet, and computer all engaged in a frantic downloading spree. She paid little mind to selection, merely proceeding in order from the platform's list. At dawn, the rental car company delivered the van she had arranged for the previous day. Among the food she had ordered were numerous breakfast items, so the designated pickup time was set for the morning. Nanmu Ran first visited a bun shop to collect 10 steamer baskets of buns, where the owner, recognizing her as a valued customer, personally delivered them to her vehicle. After storing the buns, she turned to retrieve fried dough sticks, soy milk, noodle soup, hot rice noodles, spicy soup, tofu pudding, scallion pancakes, beef pastries, savory pancakes, porridge, and Hong Kong-style dim sum, among others. A glance at the corner of her storage space revealed a chaotic pile of packaging, which was intolerable for her obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet, the shelves she had ordered would not arrive for another 5 days, leaving her no choice but to endure. After 2 hours of running about, Nanmu Ran returned home in the now empty van. At the entrance of her apartment, she encountered Guorfei, impeccably dressed and exuding a calm, yet serious demeanor. Poised to ring the doorbell. "Fei Go, why are you out so early?" Guorfei appeared surprised that she, who typically slept until she awoke naturally, was up at this hour. As she opened the door, She smiled, remarking on the rarity of her early rising. Once seated in the dining area, Guo handed her a thick stack of documents. Your holdings do not include shares in the Nan Xiao Group. After liquidating your other assets, you will have approximately 2.5 billion, but if you need to sell quickly, you may not reach that amount. I will expedite the liquidation of all properties, vehicles, stocks, funds, gold bars, fixed deposits, collectibles, and jewelry. The remaining companies, industries, and your father's patents will require some time. Thank you, Fei Go, Nan Muran said, a tinge of emotion welling within her. Guo paused, thinking she expressed gratitude for his support in her decisions. All of this belongs to you. You have the right to decide how to handle it. However, once the funds are in your hands, ensure you guard them well. Do not trust anyone easily. Nan Muran offered no further explanation, lowering her gaze to sift through the documents, pulling out a series of authorization forms that required her signature, ready to sign. A large hand descended, halting her movements. Nan Muran, are you not going to read these documents carefully? Guo asked, exasperation evident in his tone. She chuckled lightly. Do I really need to read the ones you gave me? It's unnecessary. If you had ulterior motives, I would have been sold off long ago. She harbored no doubts about Guo. In her past life, had he not astutely liquidated her assets at a low price just before the apocalypse, she would not have survived the initial chaos. At that time, jewels, collectibles, and real estate were hardly worth more than refuse, leaving even those who possessed billions in a state of despair. Upon hearing this, Guo couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about how she used to follow the professor around, calling him brother. I was wrong back then, easily swayed by others, uttering many inappropriate words and making foolish mistakes. Fei Go, I am truly sorry. As Nan Muran recalled her past actions, a wave of shame washed over her, rendering her apology sincere. Guo, however, was unconcerned, noting that she was merely a child at the time, and now she had grown wiser. Besides, he could hardly hold a grudge against her. After signing all the necessary documents, Nan Muran informed Guo about the Nan family's intention to hand over Shenghui to her. Guo was skeptical about the goodwill of the Nan family. For safety's sake, he made several phone calls to arrange matters at the office. I'll accompany you, he said. Great, she replied, grateful for his presence, which would simplify many aspects of the situation. During their journey, the two exchanged thoughts on how to handle the Nan family. It was straightforward. Guo, the lawyer, would take a firm stand, while Nan Muran would play the compliant role. Simultaneously, an accounting firm that had long collaborated with their law office was also on the move, heading towards the finance department of Shenghui Group. Given the nature of that 5-member family, it would be abnormal if they didn't try to set traps for Nan Muran. Guo could endure minor pitfalls, but significant ones were unacceptable. Upon arriving at the villa, both sensed an unsettling atmosphere inside. Nan Muran frowned, apprehensive that something unexpected might arise at a crucial moment. Chapter 8. The Villa Found. It wasn't until she saw her aunt approaching with a beaming smile that Nan Muran felt somewhat reassured, indicating that the issue did not lie with this matter. She gently tapped the position of Xiao Lu on her right hand, signaling her to discreetly gather information. Muran has arrived. Please take a seat, her aunt from the Nan family said warmly, but her demeanor changed upon noticing Guo standing behind Nan Muran. If there was anyone the Nan family despised the most, it was Guo. Had it not been for his constant presence, vigilantly overseeing everything concerning Nan Muran, they would not have spent years currying favor with her. Moreover, the assets of the second uncle and the Qiao family were entirely under Guo's control, rendering their threats and enticements futile over the years. Guo was well aware of his unpopularity within the Nan family, but given the multitude of those who disliked him, they hardly ranked. Furthermore, he was there to accomplish a task. If emotions held no utility, there was no need to care about others' feelings. Observing the documents prepared by the Nan family's lawyer, Nan Muran raised an eyebrow, realizing a trap had already been set overnight. Before she could speak, Guo took the documents and, after a cursory glance, stated solemnly, "We still need to wait." The Nan family's lawyer was no stranger to Guo. In fact, he was known throughout the legal community in the West City for his professionalism, composure, sharpness, and formidable skills. Thus, he understood that the small tricks the Nan family had laboriously prepared during the night were utterly trivial in front of Guo. The elderly matriarch of the Nan family and her brother exchanged glances, confused as to why they were waiting when the documents were ready for Nan Muran's signature. Before Nan Murian could take over Shenghui, a financial audit was imperative to ascertain whether it was profitable or not, and it was essential to have clarity on its status. This was fundamental. Even if Shenghui's value had plummeted and failed to reach last year's 3 billion, it should not be in a state of utter disrepair. Guo Fei's words were direct, sharp, and devoid of any semblance of politeness. This was his consistent style. The representative lawyer for the Nan family remained silent. The expressions of the elderly matriarch and the elder uncle, Nan Ping, clearly darkened. Indeed, Guo Fei proved to be a formidable adversary, which explained why the second uncle and that old fool from the Qiao family entrusted all matters to him. However, their family had also hired a lawyer. "Are you mute? Not a word to say?" Nan Ping directed his gaze towards the lawyer. The lawyer felt wronged, having cautioned them the previous night that their financial maneuvers were excessive. Yet they had disregarded his advice, and now they expected him to speak. In his frustration, he bluntly stated, Guo's remarks are entirely valid. Nan Ping trembled slightly as he pointed at the lawyer. "Murian, this is a family matter. Why did you bring him here?" Nan Muting redirected her dissatisfaction towards Nan Murian. Nan Murian, feeling embarrassed, weakly replied, "Cousin, you know all my money is with Fei Guo. I can't disregard his counsel." At that moment, Guo Fei received a phone call. Upon hearing the investigation results, his expression grew noticeably colder. As a large chain supermarket, Shenghui's daily revenue hovered around 5 million. Not only was there not a single cent on the books, but they also owed suppliers over 70 million in goods. How had they not gone bankrupt yet? It seemed these individuals were truly lacking in intelligence, their actions superficial and requiring little effort to uncover. Nan Murian feigned ignorance. "Uncle, is Shenghui going bankrupt?" "Murian, Shenghui is nothing but a mess. You should not involve yourself." Guo Fei began to pack up his documents, exuding an air of departure. His words continuously referenced the Nan Xiao group, teasing the already taut nerves of the 5 members of the Nan family. Feeling disheartened, Nan Murian's gaze flickered between her family and Guo Fei, embodying uncertainty. "Fei Guo. Murian, let's not clean up someone else's mess," Guo Fei advised, his tone firm yet reassuring. The expressions of the Nan family shifted dramatically. They were certain Nan Murian could not oppose Guo Fei. The elderly matriarch shot a reproachful glance at her eldest daughter-in-law as if to say, "Look at the brilliant suggestion you've offered." The elder aunt of the Nan family silently criticized the matriarch for always wanting to play the good person, as if they hadn't considered this course of action themselves. Ultimately, the Nan family was coerced into agreeing to settle the over 70 million owed to suppliers before Guo Fei reluctantly nodded for Nan Murian to sign. As she signed, the Nan family collectively exhaled in relief. In the car leaving the villa area, Guo Fei reminded Nan Murian about the property rights of the 7 Shenghui supermarkets, all held by the elderly matriarch, and the contract had been tampered with, expiring at the end of the year. This meant the lifeline of Shenghui remained firmly in their hands. "It's all right, I never intended to acquire those properties," Nan Murian replied, focusing instead on the goods inside the supermarket and the suppliers. When the apocalypse arrives, everything else would become obsolete, especially the concrete and steel that the elderly matriarch clung to. Guo Fei smiled silently. He could sense Nan Murian had matured. "Last night I liquidated all overseas shares, totaling 900 million. I will transfer it to you shortly. Are you truly prepared to sell your shares in Nan Xiao?" "Yes, I have decided," Nan Murian affirmed resolutely. Although Nan Xiao represented her parents' years of effort, with the impending end of the world, holding on to such assets held no meaning. Guo Fei could not help but express his surprise, curious about how the Nan family would react upon learning this news. Nan Murian, however, was preoccupied with the thought of 900 million, elated at the prospect of having money again. At that moment, the sound of the funds arriving was nothing short of delightful. After Guo Fei departed, Xiao Lu informed Nan Murian that last night, Nan Muting had secretly opened the graduation gift from Qili, resulting in a fierce argument that even stirred the Qi family residence. Upon hearing this, Nan Murian felt a twinge of curiosity about what could provoke Nan Muting to such an extent. Yet, her interest was fleeting. She would never entangle herself with the Qi family and would not covet their possessions. In contrast, she found greater joy in driving her little van along the path of stockpiling supplies. As mealtime approached, Nan Murian continued to follow her list, collecting her apocalyptic provisions from various vendors. Since she was a major client, the owners were exceptionally warm, sending staff to deliver her goods directly, sparing her any exhaustion. Nan Muron contemplated briefly and directly communicated with several delivery services, providing them with the address of an empty shop under her name. After receiving her food for the day, she visited a chain electronics store, purchasing over 100 tablets, computers, and mobile phones, along with 200 large hard drives. Given the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, extreme cold, intense heat, and endless nights, she deemed it essential to have means of entertainment to pass the time. On her way, she stumbled upon a bookstore and decided to embark on a systematic acquisition of books, aware that in such dire circumstances, these would be among the first casualties of rising waters. This bold approach astonished the store clerks, who had never witnessed such a method of book buying. No sooner had she returned home than she received a call from a real estate agent, informing her that the European-style villa had been located. Nan Muron couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of entrusting professional matters to those skilled in the field. Had she ventured to find it herself, she likely would have exhausted herself in the mountains. Chapter 9. The villa's documentation finalized upon arriving at the agency. The agent hesitated, indicating that there was a slight issue with the villa. Nan Muron's pupils widened in anticipation of his elaboration. The villa, situated halfway up Nanwu Mountain, appeared better than depicted in the drawings, yet locals from the nearby village claimed it was haunted. The agent, speaking candidly, emphasized that while business could be forfeited, misleading clients was unacceptable, especially given that she was a delicate fairy. Nan Muron was unfazed by this revelation. After all, as Siwa had mentioned, there were still occupants in the villa's basement. When she inquired if the agent had contacted the villa's owner, he seemed taken aback. "You still want that villa?" he asked. "Of course," she replied. "Do you have any pictures?" "I need to confirm I'm looking at the right one." The agent nodded, acknowledging that her request was reasonable. However, as he opened their internal system to view the images, he was momentarily stunned. Dim lighting, steep cliffs, towering wild grass, and thick dust indeed evoked an eerie ambience. Given the scarcity of European-style villas around Shishir, Nan Muron instantly recognized it as the one Siwa had described. She turned to the agent, instructing him to inquire about the price, adding that if it was satisfactory, she would arrange payment immediately. The agent, wishing to dissuade her, reconsidered upon seeing her unwavering determination and decided against voicing his concerns. He turned to negotiate with the villa's owner. During the call, upon hearing the quoted price, the agent refrained from immediately relaying it to Nan Muron. Instead, he confidently negotiated downward, meticulously analyzing market conditions and presenting logical arguments regarding the dilapidated villa, engaging in a half-hour discourse until the other party was on the verge of frustration. Observing the agent's fervent efforts, Nan Muron smiled knowingly. Indeed, there are still good-hearted individuals in this world. The lowest price quoted was 1,500,000, with the seller unwilling to budge. The agent looked apologetically at Nan Muron, feeling that from a professional standpoint, the property was not worth that amount. Yet, Nan Muron was elated. "No problem. I can sign the contract and handle the paperwork right now." "All right, I'll arrange for the owner to come over," the agent replied, clearly surprised. The villa's owner was a woman in her 40s, astonished that someone was willing to purchase a property that had been on the market for 5 years without interest. With this influx of cash, her son's future home was finally secured, marking a significant achievement for her ancestors. Both parties were satisfied, and the essential paperwork was completed the same day. Once the transfer was finalized, the villa would belong to Nan Muron. The agent mentioned that the transfer would take 5 to 7 days, to which Nan Muron expressed her understanding. "Now, please take me to the standalone unit you mentioned at Nanshan Yunyu." After the signing woman departed, Nan Muron smiled at the agent. Once she finished speaking, it was evident that the agent was momentarily taken aback, and soon whispers began circulating among the staff, all believing that this agent had struck gold. "Let's go. I'm pressed for time," Nan Muron stated, prompting the agent to nod eagerly. Since he drove there, she left her vehicle behind. It was undeniable that Nan Muron had found a highly professional agent, adept at understanding her needs. Almost immediately, she recognized that this villa was precisely what she sought. The villa was located at the rear of the Nanshan Yunyu community, nestled at the foot of the mountain, offering an elevated position with splendid views. With yards both front and back, it spanned approximately 300 square meters across 2 stories, with 2 additional underground levels, one of which was a 200 square meter basement, dark but perfect for stockpiling supplies. Moreover, the developer had included soft furnishings, allowing for immediate occupancy, which was incredibly convenient. The minimum price for this villa was set at 12 million. After the sales team presented their pricing, Nan Muron remained silent, quickly glancing at the previously quiet agent. He instantly comprehended her intent and addressed the sales representative. The one next door was also purchased by my client. I recall providing a 2% discount at that time. The attractive saleswoman was momentarily speechless. Such a negotiation was unprecedented. Nan Muron, however, smiled and stated, "Let's proceed with that price. If acceptable, I can make the full payment today." The saleswoman, stunned for less than a second, promptly nodded in agreement. Nan Muron followed her to process the payment, her eyes unwavering as she transferred over 10 million. The agent mentally calculated his commission for the following month, feeling elated. On the return journey, he couldn't suppress his smile. "You seem particularly happy," Nan Muron noted, feeling inclined to engage in conversation. The agent bashfully scratched his head, admitting, "I'm thrilled. With these 2 properties you've purchased, my commission will be substantial, enough to help my parents build a new house back home." Coming from a rural background without resources or connections, he faced considerable pressure living in Cheshire. Coupled with the unpredictable nature of real estate work, he often felt anxious. Having dealt with numerous clients, the agent had developed a keen intuition. He recognized that Nan Muron was straightforward and reasonable, with no inclination to undermine his commission. Thus, he felt comfortable being candid. "You should keep up the good work. Once you sell that standalone unit at Dingchenjiwan, your commission will increase even more," Nan Muron remarked with a warm and courteous smile. The services provided were clearly worth their price, and she felt no qualms about the expenditure. The agent nodded, his eyes sparkling with renewed determination. A commission of 65 million was exhilarating to contemplate, and he resolved to put in even more effort. After finalizing the purchases, Nan Muron headed directly to the headquarters of Shenghui Group. Wang Yu, the general manager, had been with the Nan family for years and was well aware of their intricate affairs, so he held no expectations of changes despite the sudden shift in ownership. "Please summon the head of the procurement department," she instructed. Wang Yu, initially startled, thought she had discovered some discrepancies in the department's dealings. However, as he listened in on the discussion, his brows knitted tightly. Doubling the procurement quantities for easily stored items like rice, flour, oil, beverages, and ancillary goods was somewhat acceptable. However, the idea of doubling the orders for perishables such as fruits, vegetables, eggs, meat, milk, yogurt, and frozen meals that would spoil rapidly was untenable. "Little boss, our 7 stores combined wouldn't be able to consume such a volume." Nan Muron nodded but provided no explanation. "Just proceed as I instructed." "But this procurement volume would last us a month. It would spoil," Wang Yu persisted. "Rest assured, Uncle Wang, I know what I'm doing," she asserted firmly. Upon hearing the familiar title, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. During her father's tenure, Nan Muron had always addressed him this way, and hearing it now brought a wave of nostalgia. Observing her resolute demeanor, he found it hard to voice his objections. Instead, he sighed, "Very well, little boss. I'll arrange it as quickly as possible." On the following morning, trucks began to arrive steadily at Xinghui's storage warehouse outside the city. Nan Muron drove directly from her apartment, waiting among a few empty warehouses. As soon as the incoming goods were transported into the warehouse, she would immediately store them in her space. After all the delivery trucks had departed, the 3 adjacent enormous warehouses remained utterly vacant. Nan Muron stretched her limbs. She would have to come over early for quite some time. On the 7th morning, after collecting all the items, she received notification from the intermediary that the property certificate for the villa on the mountain had been updated. Another piece of good news was that the Nan family villa at Dingcheng Garden had also found a buyer. Chapter 10. A desperate rescue. On the very day she received the property certificate for the mountainside villa she intended to visit, the intermediary accompanied her to the villa. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the imagined gray brick, vintage European villa, it was the first time Nan Muron felt a sense of reassurance. She knew that as long as she waited here in this life, she would surely meet Siyi again. Upon opening the villa's grand entrance, a musty odor assaulted her senses. After traversing the approximately 15-square-meter entrance garden and navigating past the foyer, she entered a vast hall, over 100 square meters in size. Completely empty. The glaring sunlight streamed through the dust-laden southern windows, casting a dim, oppressive atmosphere over the entire space. Opposite the fireplace, an old portrait swayed in the air, ensnared in cobwebs, creating a chilling and eerie ambience. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, The temperature within the villa was quite low, and an occasional cool breeze would sweep through, making one shiver involuntarily. As she stepped onto the living room floor, the thick dust clearly marked her footprints. The intermediary's expression changed several times as he entered, lamenting the dilapidated state of the place. Having bought it for $1.5 million, it felt like a significant loss. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the corner as the wooden door of the kitchen's maid's room swung open abruptly, slamming against the wall before bouncing back, beginning to sway incessantly. This unexpected disturbance startled the intermediary, causing him to rub the hair standing on his arms, his face paling. Observing his fear, Nan Murian spoke gently. "You should wait for me in the car outside. I will look around by myself." The intermediary, although terrified, felt embarrassed to leave a girl alone in the villa. "It's all right, I'm not afraid," Nan Murian reassured him. Once she was alone in the living room, she slowly walked to the center, gazing up at the precariously hanging large brass chandelier. Suddenly, an eerie sound punctured the silence from an unknown corner, accompanied by a chilling breeze that sent shivers down her spine. Yet, Nan Murian remained steadfast, showing no signs of fear. She even turned to face the window, attempting to feel the warmth of the sunlight. "I have purchased this villa, and the renovation crew will arrive tomorrow. I will not be intimidated by your little antics. I can even locate your presence." Upon entering, Xiao Lu had warned her about signs of occupancy in the attic and basement. Coupling that with the tales Siyi had recounted in her previous life, Nan Murian surmised the identity of the unseen presence. Her gentle voice echoed in the vast living room, and the previously creaking sounds abruptly ceased, as if contemplating her words. "The person you wish to save. Only I can rescue," Nan Murian continued, "and you have but one chance." After a while, a shadow of a man appeared at the kitchen door. "You say you can save her?" Nan Murian turned slowly, observing a man approximately 175 centimeters tall, with a robust physique clad in a somewhat tattered olive-green uniform. His hair was unkempt, with the right side obscured by bangs, and a gruesome scar ran from his brow to his jaw, resembling a red centipede. In such a dim and eerie setting, a normal person would be startled by a mere glance. "Yes, I can save her," Nan Murian affirmed, locking eyes with him. "To save her, I would give you my life," the man replied in a deep, cold voice, finding the strikingly beautiful girl before him somewhat unsettling, yet he could not disregard her words. Should this girl truly be capable of saving his wife, he was willing to pay any price. That was precisely the affirmation Nan Murian sought. Deal. The man's name was Jia Wu, once a member of a world-renowned mercenary group. After his family was annihilated by vengeful foes, he returned in time to save his gravely injured wife. Despite later avenging his family by obliterating the opposing gang, he could not restore his family's lives. After exacting vengeance, to evade a lifetime of persecution, he and his wife sought refuge in this territory inhabited by mercenaries and assassins, yet lacking legal status. They were unable to lead a normal life. Thus, for years, they had lived hidden within this villa. Nan Murian had known all this from her previous life. Jia Wu had once aided Siyi and others in their first escape from the basement. Unfortunately, they ultimately perished at the hands of the supernatural beings cultivated in an underground laboratory. In this life, Nan Murian was willing to extend her hand because Siyi had spoken highly of Jia Wu as a true man. Additionally, she required a trustworthy mentor to teach her how to fight, utilize firearms, and kill. Jia Wu, with his background as an elite international mercenary, was the best choice. "Take her to the backyard," Nan Murian instructed calmly. Jia Wu's gaze shifted, his deep black eyes filled with skepticism. This girl appeared to be remarkably familiar with everything about the villa. Nan Murian smiled at him. "I have many tasks to accomplish today. Be swift." The villa's backyard was no larger than 50 square meters, overgrown with weeds that towered higher than a person. One misstep could lead to a bottomless chasm. Nan Murian took the mat from Jia Wu and laid it down in the center of the grass in the backyard. Jia Wu gently placed the woman down. Perhaps due to her prolonged confinement to bed and reliance on nutrients to sustain her life, her figure was frail, and her beautiful face bore no color, appearing as though she might shatter at any moment. "Her condition is critical. Today I can only manage to awaken her. The area below her neck will need more time," Nan Murian said, grasping the woman's delicate hand, closing her eyes to concentrate all her energy. The small lue on her wrist, along with her entire being, began to emanate a faint green light. Jia Wu felt as if a bell had rung above him, the words awaken her echoing in his mind ceaselessly. The white silk threads encased in a greenish glow of life force became faintly visible in the sunlight. All the weeds in the backyard began to grow at a visible speed, rapidly flourishing until they withered and decayed. As if they had lived an entire lifetime in an instant, Jia Wu believed his eyes were deceiving him. What was he witnessing? Celestial magic? Or sorcery? That was impossible. Since the founding of the nation, such transformations had been prohibited. It was only when nearly all the vegetation in the backyard had withered, with some even creeping toward the abyss, that Nan Murian slowly opened her eyes. She had exhausted all her powers, collapsing onto the ground from fatigue. Carry her to a shaded area. The sunlight here is too harsh and may harm her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Jia Wu, who had been momentarily stunned by the previous spectacle, finally regained his senses. He hurriedly lifted his wife and carried her into a small, inconspicuous room in the far corner of the villa. After laying her on the bed, approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. White Rose, you are awake. Jia Wu gazed at his wife in disbelief. Nan Murian let out a long breath. She is awakened. However, speaking and regaining her sight will require some time. It was implausible for someone who had been in a coma for 2 years to return to normalcy in an instant. Jia Wu, without a moment's hesitation, knelt before Nan Murian, and in her moment of bewilderment, he bowed 3 times with profound sincerity, uttering, "Thank you. Truly, thank you." Chapter 11. Simply cannot afford it. Nan Murian hurried to assist him in rising, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. You saved my wife. Which means you have saved our entire family," Jia Wu replied, his voice slightly choked. Nan Murian nodded. "I will provide you with the opportunity to repay this kindness." Uncertain of Jia Wu's thoughts regarding past experiences, she refrained from immediately disclosing her plans. "By the way, a renovation company will be arriving at the villa tomorrow. How do you intend to arrange this?" "There is a cave with hot springs on the mountain behind the villa. We can stay there," Jia Wu promptly suggested. "That sounds good." Because of Siyi, Nan Murian was willing to place her trust in Jia Wu to the greatest extent possible. Yet she was also unafraid of his betrayal. Firstly, Jia Wu's wife desired to survive and would rely on him for that. Additionally, she had Xiao Lu. Should Jia Wu harbor any ill intentions, Xiao Lu could swiftly handle the matter. Upon exiting the villa, they discovered the intermediary standing anxiously at the door. With a smile, she said, "Let us head back together." Seeing Nan Murian emerge safely, the intermediary sighed with relief. All right. During their journey, the intermediary briefly mentioned the potential buyer of the villa in Dingqing Garden South, describing him as a wealthy individual who had risen to prominence through lending platforms over the past 2 years. He was somewhat ruthless, having made a direct offer of 60 million. Nan Murian nodded. Individuals of such status were typically unscrupulous, their hands stained with a modicum of wrongdoing, making them quite suitable for dealing with the Nan family. Inform him that the price is 64 million, not a cent less. If he agrees, we can proceed with the paperwork. If not, we will wait for the next buyer. The more such individuals sought recognition from high society, the more likely they would acquiesce to Nan Murian's proposed price. Understood. The intermediary, buoyed by Nan Murian's price, felt confident about finalizing the deal. As expected, upon hearing her offer, the buyer readily agreed, and they immediately scheduled a time to complete the paperwork. The following day, upon meeting the imposing buyer in a black suit with a shaved head and a gold chain, Nan Murian felt even more satisfied. Such a figure could surely keep the ungrateful and cowardly members of the Nan family in check. After completing the paperwork, Nan Murian proceeded to the 22nd floor of a core commercial building in the West City high-tech zone, visiting a security company named Tiandun. After hearing her requirements, the company's representative couldn't help but chuckle. "Your demands exceed even the standards for constructing a doomsday shelter. Not to mention the comprehensive security measures, self-sufficient utilities, and a 6-in-1 system. The reinforcement of the entire house's exterior, roof, foundation, and basement with ultra-thick steel plates was already excessive. Furthermore, she insisted on using the world's top-tier bulletproof and explosion-proof glass for the windows, employing first-rate thermal insulation materials both internally and externally, and installing elevators along with numerous hidden mechanisms. This transformed the house into a steel box, both secure and livable. Not even a main battle tank would stand a chance." She mused calmly. "Indeed, it seems that your company has dealt with such projects frequently over the past 2 years." After transferring a 15 million prepayment, construction would commence the following day, with a timeline of precisely 1 month. After leaving Tian Group, Nan Mu Ran visited the most upscale home decoration design company in the West City. She had already planned the style and layout for the villa's interior, requiring only that the company follow her designs. Even with the simplifications made, the final expenditure amounted to a staggering 5 million. Having arranged all this, she resumed stockpiling supplies in her spatial area, waiting until the supermarket within was filled to its 4-story capacity, totaling 100,000 cubic meters. Only then did Nan Mu Ran notify Wang Yu to restore Xing Hui's procurement volume to its previous state. This peculiar operation spanned 15 days, leaving Wang Yu feeling as if his hair had turned white from the stress. Of course, he soon realized the oddities at play. As the actual manager of Xing Hui Group, he was well aware that the goods Nan Mu Ran had ordered were not circulating through the supermarket. As for their ultimate destination, he was truly in the dark. Moreover, he understood that no one else would sense the discrepancies, as Xing Hui's warehouses were sufficiently large, with suppliers frequently coming and going. Wang Yu was a prudent individual and did not pry further, instead advising those at the warehouse to be vigilant. In his view, as long as Xing Hui Group remained operational, his position was secure. Once the supermarket supplies were resolved, and as Nan Mu Ran began stocking other items from her list, she felt immensely grateful for securing Xing Hui. The suppliers beneath the supermarket were invaluable during such critical times. Who could have imagined that a rice vendor could also facilitate gas sales, or that a fruit seller could suddenly turn to selling saplings? The meat vendor could procure clothing, while those dealing in daily necessities and outdoor equipment were often the same person. They could even source suppliers for jet skis, boats, coal, and fuel, both overtly and covertly. Observing the list nearly completed in less than half a month, Nan Mu Ran couldn't help but acknowledge that the world was indeed a vast network. Through acquaintances, she was able to procure large quantities of supplies, with a mere phone call ensuring prompt delivery and substantial discounts. The convenience and comfort of her stockpiling were unmatched. However, after such a frenzied accumulation, she found herself left with only a little over 100 million. At that moment, Nan Qiao's stocks were sold, netting a total of 1.8 billion, clearly influenced by Guolu's involvement. Initially, Nan Mu Ran planned to transfer the surplus directly to Guofei, but realizing the impending apocalypse, she reconsidered, deeming that giving him money would be of little use, and thus abandoned that thought. With everything prepared on her end, Nan Mu Ran began contemplating her journey abroad. Although she had no issues with language, she was, after all, seeking to purchase dangerous items. She couldn't very well shout about it in the streets. Moreover, many of the items she wished to buy had purchasing restrictions in that location. Therefore, it was imperative to have a well-connected acquaintance to facilitate the process. After much contemplation, she suddenly thought of Guofei, who had previously interacted with individuals during international merger projects. Regardless of location, top-tier lawyers typically possessed extensive networks that traversed both legitimate and underground realms, proving to be invaluable. Traveling there? Excellent. I happen to have a friend there who speaks fluent Mandarin, making it convenient for you, Guofei expressed, harboring no doubts about Nan Mu Ran's intentions, knowing she often traveled abroad for inspiration. After delivering the tank to Guofei for safekeeping, Nan Mu Ran felt at ease to purchase her flight ticket. On the plane, she suddenly remembered that her graduation ceremony was just a few days away. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but smile wryly, with the apocalypse looming. What value would that diploma hold? It seemed far less practical than a pack of instant noodles. Upon arrival, she was greeted outside the airport by a strikingly tall, athletic gentleman with blue eyes and blonde hair named Ivan. He was a classmate Guofei had met during his exchange program in China, and they shared over a year of camaraderie. Seeing Nan Mu Ran, he appeared pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "You're Guoya's sister?" "Yes. I'll be relying on you these next few days," Nan Mu Ran replied, delighted to hear his impeccable Mandarin. Upon learning of her purpose for the visit, Ivan looked somewhat taken aback. "Does your country really need these items? It's completely unnecessary, you know?" Nan Mu Ran had no choice but to fabricate an excuse, stating that she intended to visit Africa soon and required the items for self-defense. She was compelled to insist that the other party maintain confidentiality regarding Guofei, and ultimately mentioned several weapon models that were not permitted for private transactions. Although Ivan's mind was incessantly resisting, the allure of her enchanting gaze rendered him incapable of uttering a single word of refusal. Thus, Nan Mu Ran smoothly established contact with the region's most prominent arms dealer. This burly gentleman, adorned with a lavish beard, directly showcased to her the reality of a transaction where financial backing guaranteed the delivery of goods, even at the cost of one's life. He was not only willing to deal in firearms and artillery but also boasted of procuring main battle tanks and state-of-the-art fighter jets. Just as Nan Mu Rand contemplated acquiring a fighter jet, the gentleman orchestrated a demonstration of aerial firepower from circling jets. Alright, perhaps it was somewhat desirable. However, her fervent aspirations were swiftly dashed upon hearing the quoted price. "How much?" she exclaimed, her voice resonating louder than it ever had in her life, overwhelmed by shock. The figure amounted to 500 million RMB, underscored by the dealer extending 5 fingers to emphasize the price. In an instant, her spirits plummeted. While the appeal was undeniable, the cost was far beyond her reach. Goodness, this charming item turned out to be so exorbitantly priced, and that volley of firepower must have cost several million. As expected, the dealer lived up to his reputation. In the end, Nan Mu Rand expended 150 million, filling her second-floor space with an array of weapons. The bearded gentleman, charmed by her adorable demeanor, generously gifted her an entire shipment of ammunition, much to her delight. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude, evidently making the gentleman even happier with this exchange. Ultimately, she also seized the opportunity to conduct a small raid on local provisions, procuring 500 portions each of barbecue, cake, pancakes, pies, pierogi, beef strips, ham, chocolate, wafers, milk, and more. Primarily, she did not have a taste for these items and believed that excess would lead to waste. Naturally, she did not overlook the alcohol, particularly vodka, for which she purchased 2,000 bottles. After a few more selections, she ended up acquiring a total of 5,000 bottles of liquor. Ivan, observing her unwavering focus as she swiped her card, could not help but shake his head in quiet disbelief. This little fairy was indeed a costly affair. Due to time constraints, Nan Mu Rand stayed only 5 days before departing. However, she did not return directly to Shi City, but instead visited Dong Province, Jing City, Hai City, and Tai City, taking a detour to the island nation and the land of kimchi. Her purpose was crystal clear. She spent a few days in each location, indulging in a shopping spree for delicacies, various ingredients, and local specialties, leaving no stone unturned, particularly in the island nation and the land of kimchi. Apart from hoarding local specialties without restraint, she nearly emptied the shelves of essential supplies in those countries, spending a staggering 12 billion in total. Of course, she had contemplated the notion of acquiring these items for free, but with the current robust legal framework, formidable security systems, and omnipresent surveillance, she knew that one misstep could lead to dire consequences. To claim that her spending was devoid of ulterior motives regarding the survival of those she deemed unworthy in the impending apocalypse would be a lie, even to herself. This deeply ingrained national animosity, a legacy etched in her blood, was inescapable. After all, she was the beloved daughter of her homeland, and such sentiments were understandable. By the time she returned to her home in Shi City, 20 days had elapsed. After settling her remaining balance with Tiantuan, she was left with a little over 3 million. Once she dropped off her luggage, she made her way to the Nan Mountain Cloud Garden Villa. Since the renovations required were limited to doors, windows, the basement, and certain security features, the work was relatively straightforward, and Tiandun had completed it promptly. Observing the concealed entrance to the basement, Nan Mu Rand set about crafting a miniature mechanical lock and adorned the mechanism with a landscape relief. The jade-white waterfall cascaded gracefully, flanked by rugged cliffs and verdant foliage. After admiring the artwork on the wall, she turned and entered the hidden basement. She meticulously arranged the shelves and began to stock them with supplies. Everything she possessed that could be stored long-term found its place along the shelves. She even reserved a long section for children's toys, a full shelf of formula and child-specific medications. Ultimately, the last 3 rows of shelves were filled entirely with large barrels of water, and she lined an entire wall with water supplies. The 200-square-meter basement brimmed with provisions, leaving just enough space for a person to navigate between the shelves. Having completed this endeavor, she next inspected the villa's kitchen, where 3 brand-new refrigerators had already begun their work. However, she refrained from placing any items inside, as there remained over a month before the apocalypse, and premature storage could lead to spoilage. Once her tasks were finished, she retrieved the tank, bringing it back to her apartment. Regrettably, it was not long before unwelcome visitors arrived. Concealing the tank in her bedroom, Nan Mu Ran finally opened the door to Nan Mu Ting. Ran, what have you been busy with lately? Grandma has been calling you home. Yet you haven't gone back, often disappearing without a trace. As Nan Mu Ting entered, she surveyed the apartment, consumed with jealousy. This apartment was among the finest in Shi City, something she had coveted for a long time, yet had been unable to obtain. Do you need something? Nan Mu Ran replied, her patience wearing thin.
Nan Yu Ting Full Hippo, finding supplies.
Ran, have you forgotten what day tomorrow is? Tomorrow? July 15th, what day? Nan Mu Ran had no recollection. The birthday party for Li Ge, didn't he receive an invitation? Nan Mu Ting's heart swelled with delight at this thought. Before Nan Mu Ran could respond, her phone rang. It was Qi Li calling. Without hesitation, she answered and switched to speaker mode. Ran, for my birthday party tomorrow. I will come to pick you up at the apartment around 3 o'clock. Qi Li's tone was gentle, yet his words carried an air of expectation. Hearing his words, Nan Mu Ting felt her teeth grind in frustration. Suppressing her urge to laugh, Nan Mu Ran directly declined. No need. I have something to attend to during the day. I will come over in the evening. Qi Li was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, while Nan Mu Ran would shy away from displays of affection, she would never so bluntly reject him when he was being courteous. Don't worry, I will arrive on time. Without granting him further opportunity to speak, Nan Mu Ran promptly hung up the call. Nan Mu Ting stared in astonishment at Nan Mu Ran's decisive action of ending the call. Ran, why did you hang up on Li Ge?
And?
Nan Mu Ran retorted coolly. The Qi family and Li Ge, is that not somewhat impolite? Nan Mu Ting wanted to assert that the Qi family was the foremost family in Shi City and that she should curry favor with them. But she hesitated to voice it upon seeing the calmness in Nan Mu Ran's gaze. Nan Mu Ran replied indifferently, if they are dissatisfied, they can express it directly. Why should I demean myself and compromise my dignity? Cousin, what do you think? Listening to the implied meaning in Nan Mu Ran's words, Nan Mu Ting forced a smile. Unable to muster a rebuttal. Since I already know what you wish to convey, I shall not keep you for dinner. By the way, I will be going to the villa to retrieve the tank in a few days. Please inform Grandma. With that, Nan Mu Ran issued a cold dismissal, her tone firm and devoid of warmth. To prevent Nan Mu Ting from lingering, she intentionally mentioned the tank. Fuming at Nan Mu Ran's attitude, Nan Mu Ting could only leave with a scowl, thinking of the tank that had long since vanished. And you, Nan Mu Ran, just wait tomorrow at the banquet. I will ensure you are dragged into a quagmire, your reputation in tatters, and become the laughingstock of the entire elite circle in Shi City. The venomous glare from her eyes was unmistakable to Nan Mu Ran, who recognized that Nan Mu Ting was intent on seeking her demise. Well then, while she could not directly take her life, she could certainly collect some interest first. The following morning, Nan Mu Ran first made her way to the hillside villa. The products from Tiandun are indeed of exceptional quality. Merely glancing at the imposing wall, over a meter thick, instills a profound sense of security. The project manager informed Nan Mu Ran that the construction would be completed in 3 days. Concurrently, the interior decor of the villa was progressing, reflecting Nan Mu Ran's desire for a new Chinese style, predominantly featuring walnut hues. Disliking the color white, she opted for deeper tones throughout the villa, both in soft furnishings and structural elements. The addition of thick steel plates and insulation on the interior walls slightly diminished the size of the living and dining areas, yet added an inviting warmth to the space. Nan Mu Ran ascended to the second floor, which was designated as her private domain. At her request, an independent staircase had been constructed. The corridor's railing was transformed into a solid wall, leaving only 2 glass windows, thereby integrating the space into the newly designed living room. From the window, one could overlook the entire first floor of the villa. On one side of the living area lay a study, a shared bathroom, and a private gym, while on the other side was Nan Mu Ran's master bedroom, featuring an expansive walk-in closet, an ensuite bathroom, and a 10-square-meter bathtub. Upon inspecting the details, she expressed her satisfaction. After leaving the villa, she headed straight to the cave where Jia Wu and his companions resided. Upon entering, she was taken aback.
Today,
Jia Wu donned a brand new army green leisure outfit, and his previously unkempt hair was now neatly trimmed. Though the scars on his face remained, he appeared significantly more refreshed. No longer a figure to instill fear at first glance. I'm still getting used to this change, Jia Wu admitted somewhat shyly. It looks great. Nan Mu Ran replied with a smile. On the side, Bai Mei in her wheelchair stared at Nan Mu Ran in astonishment, realizing that the girl who had saved her was so young and beautiful. As she gazed at Nan Mu Ran, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Miss Nan,
Thank you.
It was then that Nanmu Ran truly noticed Bai Mei, recognizing her beauty and captivating eyes. You've made a remarkable recovery. It's all thanks to his care, Bai Mei said, glancing at Jia Wu, her eyes moistened with emotion. Jia Wu hurriedly bowed his head to wipe away her tears. Observing their affectionate interaction, Nanmu Ran couldn't help but smile. Indeed, you both owe me a great debt of gratitude. If it weren't for me, considering your previous circumstances and the past 2 years of your husband's disoriented existence, Bai Mei would be in a far worse state. You needn't be so formal. I have matters for you to assist me with, Nanmu Ran interjected. The couple promptly responded, please go ahead. Nanmu Ran regarded them thoughtfully. I am somewhat aware of your past and Jia Wu's background. Therefore, I wish to learn the skills he possesses. Both Jia Wu and Bai Mei were taken aback. The notion of learning Jia Wu's capabilities, particularly those associated with violence, seemed unfathomable for someone as ethereal as Nanmu Ran. Precisely what you're thinking. I wish to learn to use a gun, to fight, and even to kill, Nanmu Ran articulated clearly. In her previous life, during the apocalyptic struggle for survival, she initially relied on sheer determination. Later, she was fortunate enough to awaken plant-based abilities and fought with them, yet she had never undergone physical training. This lack of preparation rendered her powerless the moment her abilities were suppressed in a subterranean laboratory. This time, she must alter her circumstances. Even if she lost all external support, she would still possess a formidable self capable of fighting to the end. Chapter 13. The beginning of retribution. Bai Mei cast a worried glance at Jia Wu, who, without hesitation, affirmed, very well, I shall teach you. Thank you, rest assured. My interest in these skills is solely for self-defense, Nanmu Ran explained, feeling constrained in discussing the impending apocalypse, but wanting to quell their concerns. Bai Mei, however, remained untroubled, gently advising, Miss Nan, such a life, teetering on the edge of danger, is not suitable for you. Nanmu Ran nodded at Bai Mei, though a bittersweet feeling lingered in her heart, knowing that soon everyone alive would face such a reality. After confirming Jia Wu's willingness to teach her, Nanmu Ran was eager to commence immediately. However, recalling the evening's banquet at the Qi family, she reluctantly decided to postpone, agreeing to return the following morning. That afternoon, she casually donned a dark green long dress and drove directly to the Qi family estate. She had a foreboding feeling that Nanmu Ting would certainly stir up trouble at Qi Li's birthday celebration. Reflecting on her childhood visits to the Qi family home, she lamented that after her parents' tragic plane accident when she was 12, she had seldom been invited back. The engagement with Qi Li lingered, primarily to secure the patent rights for Nan Xiao. Upon entering the main banquet hall, her striking appearance and graceful figure drew the attention of everyone present. Despite her simple attire and understated makeup, Qi Qing and Qi Li approached her immediately upon her arrival. Our Ran is the most beautiful, Qi Qing exclaimed, her red dress a vibrant contrast to her beaming smile. Nanmu Ran held a favorable impression of Qi Qing and thus welcomed her praise. You look lovely too, Sister Qing. Of course, sisters are meant to be beautiful, Qi Qing replied, leading Nanmu Ran toward the gathering of the Qi family, treating her as if she were one of their own. Those in attendance, being part of the same social circle, were well aware of the engagement between the Nan and Qi families and found nothing unusual in the interaction. In a shadowy corner, Nanmu Ting glared at the radiant figure of Nanmu Ran, whose presence seemed to transcend the surrounding atmosphere, causing her to tremble with rage as she gripped her juice glass. Mind your demeanor, Nanmu Feng reminded her coolly. Why harbor jealousy toward that fool? Remember, you are the one holding the cards. Brother, are you prepared? Nanmu Ting's eyes glinted with malice. Today, she intended not only to leverage the child growing within her to compel the Qi family to recognize her, but also to ruin Nanmu Ran's reputation. Nanmu Feng raised an eyebrow with confidence. When have I ever failed at your requests? He had already coordinated with the media, instructing them to storm in without restraint. Set up cameras and recorders and double the payment. Nanmu Ting's venomous gaze remained fixed on Nanmu Ran. After receiving a reassuring response from Nanmu Feng, she adjusted her smile and approached Nanmu Ran, holding 2 glasses of fruit wine. Ran, let us share a drink. Qi Qing, standing beside Nanmu Ran, scoffed, unhesitatingly retorting, do you even know who the host is, to be so concerned about greeting people? Nanmu Ran gently tugged at Qi Qing's arm, subtly manipulating her mental energy to switch the contents of the 2 glasses held by Nanmu Ting. Once she confirmed that the drinks had been exchanged, She reached out to accept one. Very well. Nan Mu-ting felt a surge of triumph within as they clinked glasses and drank heartily. Sister Qing. My grandmother is over there. Ran has been busy lately and hasn't he been home much. She misses her, Nan Mu-ting stated, invoking the elderly matriarch's name as a shield. Understanding her intentions, Nan Mu-ran played along, and the two made their way to a secluded corner of the banquet hall. Didn't you say we were going to find grandmother? She remarked, feigning confusion. Nan Mu-ting seemed to finally comprehend. Aren't you the one who cherishes peace? I purposely made up an excuse to bring you here. Suddenly, Nan Mu-ting felt a wave of dizziness wash over her head heavy and her body weakening until she collapsed. Feeling fatigued? Perfect. You can rest here for a while before the show begins, Nan Mu-ran said, slowly rising to return to the banquet hall. She cast a glance around. The matriarch and Mr. and Mrs. Nan were still present, yet Nan Mu-feng was conspicuously absent, indicating his role in orchestrating the chaos. Shortly after Nan Mu-ran departed, a man approached, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Nan Mu-ting and carrying her toward the guest rooms behind the Qi family estate. As everyone gathered at the center of the banquet hall to prepare for the cake-cutting ceremony, the media received an unexpected alert. There were salacious rumors emerging regarding the Nan family's daughter from the guest rooms. All the media personnel exchanged glances, acutely aware that they were within the ancestral home of the Qi family. Even if there was indeed significant news, it would ultimately depend on the family's attitude. Yet, amidst this environment, there were those unscrupulous individuals who were willing to take money for their services. A few unethical journalists hastily set up their cameras, making a beeline for the guest rooms with the intention of broadcasting live. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, screams erupted from the guest room not far behind them. The Miss Nan Mu-ting, was caught on camera, utterly unclothed, alongside the notorious scion from the West Market. Viewers who were fortunate enough to be watching the live stream swiftly recorded the incident. In an instant, the Qi family, the involved parties from the Nan family, and the Zhuang family became the talk of the entire West Market. The exquisite and fair form of Nan Mu-ting subsequently graced various gossip magazines in the aftermath. Given that the incident occurred within the Qi family's premises, it was imperative for them to provide an explanation to all. The banquet was abruptly halted, and aside from the three families involved, everyone else discreetly departed. The Qi family was currently under the matriarch's authority, a woman of noble descent, known for her formidable and haughty demeanor. The turmoil within the ancestral home would be a challenge for her to overlook. As anticipated, within half an hour, the circumstances surrounding the incident were thoroughly investigated and clarified. The straightforward Qi Qing, having not spotted the troublemaker Nan Mu-fen, approached in a fit of rage and slapped Nan Mu-ting, the aggrieved party. You wretched girl. How could you stoop so low as to engage in such acts within my family's ancestral home? Was it you, Nan Mu-ran, was it you? Nan Mu-ting disregarded the sting on her cheek, her gaze fixated on the quietly composed Nan Mu-ran. Nan Mu-ran looked at her with a detached tone. What have I done? Did I arrange a meeting with young Master Zhuang? Or perhaps pay the media for a live broadcast? Or did I slip something into your drink? Was it not you who ruined me? Nan Mu-ting bellowed, her mind racing as she struggled to comprehend why she ended up consuming that drink. Convinced that it had everything to do with Nan Mu-ran. The elegant and gentle demeanor of Nan Mu-ran starkly contrasted with Nan Mu-ting's frantic outburst. With a sigh, Nan Mu-ran expressed her sorrow. This outcome can only be attributed to your own self-destruction. You little vixen, what are you babbling about? The Nan family matriarch lunged at Nan Mu-ran, but Qi Li, witnessing the scene, swiftly pulled Nan Mu-ran behind him, protecting her. Chapter 14. Full force on the other side, Qi Qing, having regained her composure, slapped the Nan family matriarch. Do you think the Qi family is a bunch of pushovers? You dare to act so brazenly after your own misdeeds? The Nan family matriarch, momentarily stunned, lost her grasp on reason, her voice sharp and caustic. Qi Li, I am your future mother-in-law. How dare you treat me this way? Are you out of your mind? Even if Aunt Xiao has passed, it is not your place to act so high and mighty. Truly shameless. Qi Qing retaliated with a sharp retort. Qi Li's gaze toward the Nan family matriarch grew increasingly cold, as if he wished to annihilate her with his stare. I'll tell you this. Mu-ting is carrying Qi Li's child, the first grandchild of the Qi family. The Nan family matriarch's voice escalated, leaving the Zhuang family members in stunned silence. The Zhuang family's young master shot a glance at Qi Li, his disdain unmistakable. This was a far more scandalous affair than anything he had openly pursued. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The entire Qi family stood frozen. Only Qi Qing remained bewildered. "You speak nonsense. Qi Li, Qinger, be quiet." The authoritative voice belonged to the previously silent matriarch of the Qi family. Qi Li immediately turned to gauge Nan Muron's reaction. Nan Muron cast a mocking glance at everyone in the hall, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "It seems that besides me and Qinger, everyone else is already aware of the situation. Since you all know, let us clarify matters today. From this day forth, I, Nan Muron, shall sever all ties with Qi Li, and we shall pursue our own paths in marriage." Without waiting for a response, she turned to leave. The young master of the Zhuang family's eyes gleamed with admiration. This girl possessed remarkable courage. "Muron, do not leave," the Qi matriarch interjected. "Muron." Qi Li attempted to block her path. Nan Muron, with a resigned glance, directed her attention to the Qi matriarch, the one with the most authority in the hall, intending to converse solely with her. "Muron, you're still young and do not understand. Men can be easily confused, but they know where their hearts truly lie." The usually haughty Qi matriarch spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. Nan Muron's inner thoughts were filled with mockery, yet her expression remained calm. "So, does this mean our family's engagement will continue? You may propose any conditions. Rest assured that the Qi family will not refuse." The Qi matriarch noticed a slight softening in Nan Muron's tone and continued, secretly holding her in higher regard for her cunning. Nan Muron nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, please ensure that Nan Muting goes to take care of the child first thing tomorrow morning." "You vile creature. How could you be so malicious?" The Nan family matriarch lost control again. That child was Muting's only hope of marrying into the Qi family and absolutely could not be taken away. "Muron, that is enough." The Nan family matriarch's voice rang with authority. The Qi matriarch also wore an expression of disapproval, and even Qi Li's parents began to frown, believing that Nan Muron was being excessively ruthless. Looking at the Nan family, Nan Muron deemed it time to tear off the facade. "It must have been exhausting for all of you to maintain this charade for so many years. Is this truly your heart's desire? Why bother flattering me for so long when you could have been honest? Little girl, the wind is strong. Do not let your tongue slip. The greatest folly is to be too rigid and easily broken," the Qi matriarch observed, her tone growing colder as she watched Nan Muron ridicule the Nan family. Nan Muron regarded her indifferently. "Then we must not emulate you, matriarch, who has clung to a worthless man since youth, only to live a life filled with regret." This time, even Qi Qing, who had always protected her, could not remain composed. The elder of the Qi family had been notoriously promiscuous in his youth, fathering several illegitimate children, and even now, at 70, he remained unchanged. This had always been the Qi matriarch's source of pain, a topic no one dared to mention in her presence. Yet, Nan Muron spoke with unflinching candor and without mercy. The Qi matriarch trembled with rage. Are you so enraged that you cannot even speak? Then perhaps you should keep silent. I am not your Qi family's junior. There is no need for you to put on airs as if you were my elder." Nan Muron's tone was calm. Upon finishing, she turned to Qi Li, her expression filled with disdain. "I have never kept anything that was tainted, as you should well know. Therefore, Qi Li, what makes you believe that you, as a tainted object, would be an exception?" Qi Li, suddenly recalling how Nan Muron had always discarded anything that became dirty, whether childhood toys or adult luxuries, realized that she would never compromise on her standards. "Muron," Qi Qing exclaimed, taken aback by the fierce and assertive demeanor she had displayed. Nan Muron smiled at Qi Qing before addressing the Nan family. "The last time I dined at the Nan family villa, I not only caught Qi Li and Nan Muting in my room, but I also chanced upon a conversation among several elders. In a fit of anger, I decided to sell my shares in Nan Xiao. My apologies to you all, but what your family has clung to for so long, the Qi family has had its eyes on, is no more." "What did you say?" The Nan family patriarch erupted in fury, while the Nan matriarch behind him collapsed weakly. "That is precisely what I meant. Nan Xiao has been sold, and Shenghui belongs to me now. Everything that belonged to my parents has been returned to me," Nan Muron observed as the Nan family writhed in anger. This time, no one attempted to stop the enraged patriarch from charging at her. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly gentle Nan Muron stepped back, delivering a decisive slap with all her strength, sending the towering Nan patriarch crashing to the ground. Everyone stood in shock. Was this truly the gentle, soft-spoken Nan Muron they had known? She was remarkably fierce. The young master of the gambling house gazed at Nan Muron, his eyes filled with admiration. She was undoubtedly his idol. Over the years, I have tolerated your exploitation within the Nan family, which seems to have made you forget who the true master is. Nan Ping. If you wish to avoid spending the latter half of your life in prison with your son, you'd better behave. Nan Muron bent down, looking at Nan Ping as one would regard refuse. Rising to her feet, she casually grabbed a disposable wet towel from the table, wiped her reddened right hand, and discarded it. All right, let us call it a day. Farewell, everyone. As she gracefully nodded and decisively turned to leave. The people in the hall took a long moment to regain their senses. Even though the Chi family had suppressed the news as much as possible, several media outlets received the scoop almost immediately. The unscrupulous media that Nan Muting had contacted wasted no time sharing the news online, eager to extort a hefty sum. At Guofei's home, his wife Lin Jejia stumbled upon a post while feeding their son in the dead of night, which detailed the unfolding events. Guofei, wake up. Something has happened to Muron, she exclaimed, shaking her husband urgently. Guofei, who had just drifted into slumber and was still a bit dazed, jolted awake at the mention of Nan Muron. Look at this post. Lin Jejia handed him her phone. Guofei scanned the content rapidly, seething with anger. He had initially thought the Chi family to be respectable, only to discover they were no better than the Nan family, a bunch of scoundrels. Surely, Muron won't come to any harm? Lin Jejia echoed his concern, knowing well her husband's past experiences and his protective feelings towards Nan Muron. Guofei promptly dialed her number. Fei Go, what's wrong? A still drowsy Nan Muron answered, disturbed from her slumber by the ringing phone. Are you sleeping? It's nothing. Just rest easy and call me back as soon as you wake up. Hearing that she was still asleep, Guofei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Due to a recent nightmare, Nan Muron had just fallen into a deep sleep, and without hesitation, she ended the call. Chapter 15. The inadequate Nan Muron. Meanwhile, Guofei was unable to sleep due to the distressing information from the post. He meticulously analyzed the content and sought out additional sources, growing increasingly furious. As dawn approached, he made his way to Nan Muron's apartment. Nan Muron frowned at the post on her phone, unable to suppress her discontent. The melodramatic narrative was anything but objective. She had been the one to initiate the breakup, and she certainly wasn't heartbroken. While there had been an altercation, she didn't believe she had lost her mind over it. You're not upset? Guofei had been observing her since entering, and, seeing no signs of distress, felt somewhat reassured. Nan Muron recounted her recent encounter with the Nan family, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Things that are dirty cannot be kept. Guofei chuckled, finally understanding her sudden maturity. Indeed, our Muron is far too beautiful to be with that scoundrel Chili. Fei Go, you truly understand. By the way, how are Jejia and Dudu? Nan Muron promptly shifted the topic. Speaking of his wife and child softened Guofei's demeanor. After a brief exchange, he departed for work. Nan Muron, accompanied by Tank, set off towards the hillside villa. Upon meeting Tank, Jiawu was visibly delighted. You look like a military dog. My father had someone by him. He is a descendant of military dogs, but was dismissed from the army due to frailty in his youth, Nan Muron explained candidly. After patting Tank's head, Jiawu settled him next to Bai Mei, and the two began their first lesson. Uncertain of Nan Muron's physical condition and capabilities, Jiawu instructed her to attack directly. Observing her fierce yet flawed execution, he swiftly threw her to the ground. Tank immediately lunged forward, positioning himself protectively behind Nan Muron, barking ferociously at Jiawu. Tank, settle. Feeling a pang of affection, Nan Muron petted Tank, explaining for some time until he quieted down. A good dog, Jiawu remarked approvingly. They resumed training, and despite Tank's anxious demeanor, he obediently refrained from jumping in. Yet, Jiawu sensed something unusual in her relentless attacks. This beautiful young lady seemed as if she had endured countless brutal encounters, striking with ruthless determination, utterly unrestrained. Meanwhile, Nan Muron felt as if every bone in her body had shattered, but more importantly, she felt disheartened. It became clear that in the presence of true masters, her skills paled in comparison. Perhaps her previous experiences in a post-apocalyptic world had granted her some luck, or perhaps such elite fighters were simply rare. Bai Mei was taken aback by Jiawu's severity, her heart aching at the sight of Nan Muron's painful expressions. Miss Nan. Nan Morong, undeterred by her physical pain, swiftly rolled onto her feet, facing Joe. Again. Joe nodded, prepared to continue. Throughout the morning, Nan Morong either attacked fiercely, like a child in front of an adult, or was effortlessly thrown to the ground, even with mats laid beneath her. Her fair skin was marred with bruises that made onlookers shudder. Watching her rise again and again without hesitation, her resolve growing stronger, Jiawu began to feel a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, this tenacity alone makes her a promising candidate. Your greatest flaw lies in your lack of technique. Slaughtering requires not only brute strength but also skill, Jiawu commented objectively during lunch. Bai Mei shot him a disapproving glance, unhappy with his heavy-handedness. Sister Mei, it's all right. I truly am lacking, Nan Morong said, fiercely gnawing on a rib while secretly encouraging herself. Do not fear. As long as I persist, I will surely grow stronger. Miss Nan, there's some red oil over there. Remember to apply it later, or you won't sleep well tonight, Bai Mei said, looking at the large bruises on her arms with concern. Sister Mei, just call me Morong. It feels too formal, she replied. Perhaps due to the immense exertion. Nan Morong devoured 3 large bowls of rice before stopping. Bai Mei smiled gently at her. All right, from now on, I will call you Morong. The villa would be completely finished tomorrow, built with eco-friendly materials for immediate occupancy. The first floor room is reserved for you, Sister Mei, as it will be convenient for you to move in a wheelchair. Recently, I have been going back and forth, so I will leave Tank here for you to take care of while I'm away, Nan Morong continued. That's not suitable. We're perfectly fine living here. Bai Mei quickly declined, and Zhu clearly agreed with her sentiment. Nan Morong looked at them, her eyes sparkling with mirth, with 2 underground levels. The villa approaches 700 square meters. I can't possibly occupy it all by myself. The second floor is sufficient for me. I have other plans for the 3rd floor guest room, so the first floor is for you. Morong, Bai Mei still wanted to refuse. Nan Morong interjected, it's not like you're living here for free. You'll be teaching me diligently, right? Fei Guo's lesson fees must be quite high. Thank you, Morong. I know your intentions are good, but our identities are special, and we might bring you trouble, Bai Mei said. Both she and Jiawu were illegal immigrants, and any connection to Nan Morong could lead to her troubles if discovered. Do not worry, I know my limits and will ensure there are no issues. Nan Morong reassured her nonchalantly, with the world on the brink of collapse, who still cared about such matters. Before Bai Mei could respond, Zhou looked at Nan Morong and agreed. All right, we will move in. From now on, whatever you need us to do, just give the word. Very well. Nan Morong understood the weight of Jiawu's promise. Subsequently, aside from visiting Shenghui and reserving sumptuous meals at various upscale restaurants and 5-star hotels, she spent all her remaining time being thrown around in the basement of the hillside villa. After rigorous training, her once delicate figure had become increasingly lean, yet she appeared noticeably more spirited. Of course, her funds were nearly depleted, but upon entering the storage space, the abundance of various supplies brought her a sense of reassurance. In the past 20 days of training, Jiawu noticed something amiss with Nan Mu Ran. He was all too familiar with the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, having encountered it frequently in his line of work as a mercenary. Fortunately, Nan Mu Ran's condition was not excessively severe. A mere intervention of medication sufficed. As for psychological counseling, Jiawu believed that a few more falls would suffice to toughen her up. He had little fondness for students who were both inept and meddlesome, regardless of the favors she had done for him. Thankfully, Nan Mu Ran was quite an admirable student. The villa at the Half Mountain was specifically designed with a training ground on the basement level, complete with a gun room and all necessary fitness equipment. At first, Jiawu was taken aback upon seeing the gun room but refrained from asking further questions. During these days, Bai Mei and Tank accompanied the two, observing as they trained vigorously. There were several instances when Tank, seeing Nan Mu Ran being thoroughly beaten, would leap protectively to shield her, baring his teeth at Jiawu. What a good dog, knowing to protect her. Jiawu bore no ill will towards Tank's ferocity. Rather, he found the little creature's response quite endearing. Nan Mu Ran laughed joyfully, cradling Tank's head. Of course, what thrilled her most was that after countless rigorous sessions, she finally managed to execute a few moves under Jiawu's guidance. Although still limited to under 10 techniques, it was a noteworthy improvement. With just 5 days remaining until the first reign of the apocalypse, Nan Mu Ran received an unexpected call from her family. It was surprising, as they had been unusually well-behaved lately. Nan Mu Ran, have you lost your mind? You actually sold our villa. Nan Mu Ting was utterly distraught. Following the events of the banquet, both the Qi family and the Nan family had lost face, and she had become the target of scorn. Furthermore, due to being filmed, the video circulated widely, rendering her a laughingstock in the circle. No matter where she went, she couldn't escape the lewd gazes of men, with a few bold enough to directly inquire about her price. Each day was a struggle for Nan Mu Ting. The only solace was that the child she carried was still safe, and the Qi family was still willing to accept the baby. Chapter 16. Do you believe in the apocalypse? It was then that Nan Mu Ran realized the situation. Are you forgetful? That is my house. You have squatted in it for years, thinking it belongs to you. Moreover, I found the place filthy. What's wrong with selling it? You little wretch. Have you lost your conscience? The aunt from the Nan family shouted angrily upon hearing her words. Bai Mei frowned at the shouting voice on the other end of the line, disturbed by the foul language. Don't be upset, Mei Jia. It's just a mad dog. Nan Mu Ran reassured her with a smile. One day, I will tear that filthy mouth apart.
Who are you calling a mad dog?
Nan Mu Ran, I tell you. You heartless wretch. You deceived us out of our Sheng Hui. You will meet a terrible end. The Nan family's aunt was beside herself with rage, her voice escalating. The brother adorned with gold chains stood frozen, astonished at her sudden display of bravado. Was this the same coward from earlier? Now she seemed quite formidable. On the other end, Nan Mu Ran spoke with an air of indifference. To call you a mad dog would be an insult to dogs. It is indeed strange that a family with no home still has the audacity to engage in verbal sparring with me. Then came the voice of the Nan family matriarch. Strangely calm and gentle as if nothing had happened. Ran, its grandmother. Please come back quickly and tell these people that we are not selling the house anymore. All right? Grandma, have you been pretending to be kind for so long that you can't take off the mask? Or have you simply swapped your left cheek for your right? There's no need to belittle yourself, for I will not change my mind, Nan Mu Ran replied firmly. Nan Mu Ting was the first to comprehend her words. Grandma just insulted you for being shameless. The gold chain brother and his gang nearly burst into laughter. On the other end, this girl was quite the firecracker. Nan Mu Ran, I am your grandmother. Your ingratitude will bring down the wrath of heaven upon you. The matriarch trembled with anger. Nan Mu Ran set down her chopsticks, her tone languid. If heaven has eyes, let it strike down a lightning bolt and see who suffers first. After ending the call, Nan Mu Ran resumed her meal with peace of mind. She knew without a doubt that the Nan family would vacate the villa, as they were always bullies of the weak. The buyer selected by the realtor had pleased her well. Bai Mei observed Nan Mu Ran with a sense of unease. In her heart, family was the most comforting support. But clearly, Ran's family was not that. Ran, it will be all right. I know, Nan Mu Ran replied nonchalantly. The typically taciturn and stern Jia Wu, who was often harsh with Nan Mu Ran, placed a delectable sweet and sour rib into her bowl. Eat more. Though his method of comfort was somewhat clumsy, Nan Mu Ran found it heartwarming nonetheless. Finally, 5 days later, on a stormy night, as punctual as in her previous life, the apocalypse arrived. Nan Mu Ran stood at the window of her small living room on the second floor of the villa, watching the rain patter upon the grass and trees in the mountains. The rain on the first day of the apocalypse was not particularly heavy. To the people, it was merely an inconvenient day for travel. Naturally, they could not foresee the impending danger. However, by the third day, the water would rise to knee level. And 5 days later, it would surge overnight, inundating the lower floors. By the 7th day, it would reach the second floor. The city's drainage system would be completely incapacitated, and the rapid changes would occur before humanity could even react. As the rain wreaked havoc, accumulating water rose steadily, and government rescue efforts were repeatedly postponed. People began to realize the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, by that time, the rainwater had already inundated the 3rd floor of the top-level apartments, eventually reaching the 10th floor. All supplies in the malls were submerged. There was no food to eat, no clean water, and no medical supplies for salvation. Humanity began to sink into despair. This was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. After 2 months of unrelenting rain, acid rain would soon follow. The mutations of flora and fauna, along with the outbreak of hordes of corpses, would be succeeded by extreme cold, extreme heat, eternal night, and fog. Surviving would become a challenge more daunting than ascending to the heavens. After watching for a while, Nan Mu Ran descended. Mei Jia, Brother Wu, I must head down the mountain for a while. It may take a few days. Right now, it's raining outside. Bai Mei looked at her with concern. It's fine. The rain isn't heavy. I'll stay overnight at the top-level apartment and return in a few days, Nan Mu Ran replied with a smile. Be careful. Before leaving, Nan Mu Ran planted 7 willow saplings around the half-mountain villa and scattered some vine plant seeds between them. Upon descending, she first visited Nanshan Yunyuan. This time, she filled the 3 adjacent refrigerators in the kitchen to the brim with vegetables, fruits, fresh meat, milk, yogurt, and convenient ingredients, leaving no gaps. She also stocked the nearby cabinets with instant food and various snacks. After preparing everything, she returned to the top-level apartment. The rain had begun to fall. She had a substantial list of supplies ready for acquisition, all requiring precise timing. After all, acting too early could raise suspicion, leading to trouble, while waiting too long might render the supplies useless. Only by residing in the city center could she maneuver more conveniently. Cocooned on the sofa, she opened the long-unused apartment owner's group chat and discovered a familiar avatar introducing herself. It was Nan Mu Ting, owner of the 12th floor. It dawned on Nan Mu Ran that the Chi siblings each owned an apartment here, and the one on the 12th floor was likely under Chi Li's name. These apartments were 1 unit per floor, spacious enough to accommodate an entire family. Considering the potential annoyance from that family later, Nan Mu Ran promptly deleted all previously authorized elevator passwords, retaining only her fingerprint. This way, no one could access her door through the elevator. And as for the fire escape, she simply locked it from the inside. In light of the circumstances, it appears that Chi Li harbors some affection for Nan Muting. Otherwise, given her current reputation, he would not have lent her his house. As the morning of the 3rd day approached, the floodwaters would rise to knee level, making travel exceedingly difficult. Therefore, after lunch on the day following the rain, Nan Muran called Wang Yu, instructing him to open the warehouse and distribute essential supplies such as rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, and snacks to all employees. She also informed everyone that Sheng Hui would be on paid leave starting tomorrow until the rain ceased, and work could resume. Although Wang Yu did not fully comprehend his young boss's whimsical nature, he did not argue against her insistence and promptly relayed the message. The employees of Sheng Hui erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Long live the little boss." Noting the time when Guo Fei would finish work, Nan Muran called him. "Fei Ge, do you trust me?" On the other end of the line, Guo Fei, who was preoccupied with a case, was momentarily taken aback. "Of course, I trust you. What's going on? Follow my instructions. Gather your belongings along with Sister Jejia and Dudu, and head to the address I will send you immediately. The password for the villa's gate is your birthday. Once inside, you will encounter a mechanical lock." As she sent Guo Fei the address of the villa at Nanshan Yun Garden, she continued, "Do not ask why. But remember to activate the internal and external security systems once you enter. This rain will last for 2 months. After the first rain stops, no matter what happens, you must not leave the villa unless I come to find you." Guo Fei was unsettled by her serious tone. "Ranan, what is going on?"
Fei Yi.
"Do you believe in the apocalypse?" Nan Muran suddenly inquired. Guo Fei hesitated, wanting to express disbelief, yet his instincts warned him that Nan Muran was not joking. "Do not doubt. Simply do as I say. The refrigerator, cabinets, and basement of the villa are stocked with ample supplies. Soon, we will lose internet connectivity, and we will be out of touch for a while. Take good care of yourself, Sister Jejia and Dudu." After concluding the call, Guo Fei pondered over his darkened screen for a long while before ultimately deciding to trust Nan Muran. He quickly gathered his belongings and drove home. Chapter 17. The entire world is under rain. Lin Jejia embodied the ideal supportive wife, following her husband's lead without hesitation, even amidst her doubts. They began to act separately, packing their belongings and those of their child, filling several suitcases. The couple, along with their child, braved the rain and drove to the villa at Nanshan Yun Garden that night. Upon entering, Guo Fei followed Nan Muran's instructions to secure the door and settle their sleeping son. As they pressed the welcoming pine tree at the upper right corner of the landscape relief twice, a faint rumbling sound revealed a passage to the basement. Upon discovering the basement overflowing with supplies, the couple stood in astonishment. How had Nan Muran managed to move all these items? There must have been at least several tons of supplies. "Husband," Lin Jejia exclaimed, startled by the sight of 2 handguns on a nearby shelf. Guo Fei was equally taken aback, noticing several fully loaded magazines beside the firearms. Clearly, this was all prearranged by Nan Muran. Reflecting on her mention of the apocalypse, Guo Fei began to contemplate deeply. As a lawyer, he had a keener insight into the darker aspects of human nature than most. He understood that surviving the initial calamities of an apocalypse was merely the first step. The ensuing human strife would be far more dreadful. Meanwhile, Nan Muron was also on the move under the moonlight, aiming to secure the 7 supermarkets owned by Sheng Hui into her space. The other items on her list could not be touched today. After all, the floodwaters would only rise to knee level, not bringing the city to a standstill. People would continue their routines. If items were to mysteriously disappear, it would likely prompt police involvement, which was why she granted leave to all Sheng Hui employees. Once inside the supermarket, she only stored away items that could not withstand water, or that had a short shelf life into her space. Ranon, why haven't you returned? The rain is getting heavier, and it's unsafe outside. Bai Mei's voice crackled with urgency over the phone. Nan Muron smiled warmly, reassuring her. Don't worry. Mei Jia, I'm at the apartment, and we'll need about 5 days to handle some matters. I'll return once I'm finished. Please take care of yourself. Bai Mei expressed her concerns, and after Nan Muron assured her, she ended the call. Suddenly, a faint sound from the corner caught her attention. Cautiously, she leaned in to listen carefully. It resembled the sound of a small animal. She switched on her flashlight and followed the sound. In the corner of the alley behind the supermarket, she spotted a small, gray-furred bundle huddled among the trash, shivering from the cold. Upon closer inspection, it was a tiny kitten no more than a month old. If she were to leave it behind today, it would likely perish by morning. After a moment's thought, Nan Muron scooped the little creature into her arms. It squirmed in her grip, hardly larger than her palm. Don't be afraid, little one. I'll take you home. Sensing its unease, she gently stroked its small head to soothe it. Watching the mewing kitten, her heart melted. All right, encountering you before the apocalypse feels like fate. I shall take care of you. The kitten seemed to settle down, perhaps comforted by her warmth. Once in her car, Nan Muron retrieved a fluffy, deep blue dog bed from her space and took out a towel to dry the little one off, preventing it from catching a cold. After all, such a small kitten could succumb to a simple illness. Observing the kitten nestled comfortably in the dog bed, she began to ponder the necessity of stocking up on cat food and litter before traveling became impossible. Upon returning to her apartment, Nan Muron prepared some milk and food for the little creature. Watching it devour its meal eagerly, she couldn't resist poking its gradually round belly, finding its adorable antics utterly irresistible. After a satisfying meal, the warm and cozy kitten curled up in the dog bed and fell asleep. Lacking cat litter at home, Nan Muron laid down a few pet training pads in the dog bed. On the morning of the 3rd day of rainfall, the waters began to rise. Anxious, Wang Yu called Nan Muron, stating he would send someone to check on the supermarket, but she swiftly dissuaded him. After hanging up, Nan Muron contacted the supplier from whom she had previously purchased dog food, requesting cat litter, cat food, and some kitten toys. The supplier, recalling their substantial order of pet supplies, readily accepted the order despite the floodwaters reaching knee level. 5,000 pounds of cat food, 20,000 pounds of cat litter, and numerous toys were scheduled for delivery that afternoon to Sheng Hui's warehouse. Nan Muron transferred 300,000. After this final transaction, she found her account depleted to just under 10,000. While her finances were fully exhausted, she felt a sense of relief. That afternoon, while napping on the sofa, Nan Muron was awakened by the soft, furry touch on her face. Perhaps due to her recent rigorous training, her nightmares had lessened significantly, allowing her to enjoy a good night's sleep. Seeing the small kitten curled up beside her, she smiled warmly. You're quite the little one, managing to find your way from the balcony all the way here. She reached out her finger to gently prod its still plump belly, marveling at its cuteness. Glancing at the rainwater that had now risen above her knees and the people navigating through it, Nan Muron opened her social media to see what others were saying about the situation. Indeed, it has come to pass that individuals online have begun to analyze the peculiar nature of this rainfall. Due to the vast territorial expanse of the country, weather forecasts are typically presented regionally. Even within the confines of the West City, the forecasts from the southern and northern Dragon Kings often diverge, with the south experiencing torrential downpours while the north basks under clear skies. However, this time, the rainfall is national, with every locale, from mountains to seas, experiencing precipitation simultaneously. Following the blogger's inquiries, compatriots studying abroad responded, noting that even in the land of the setting sun, the rains were intensifying. This prompted a growing congregation of individuals sharing their experiences. Far away in the land of kangaroos, thunder roared, while in the land of kimchi, The rains had risen to waist-deep levels, and the island nation faced even graver circumstances, with rising coastlines and coastal cities bearing the brunt of the deluge. Ultimately, a collective realization dawned that rain was pouring across the globe, and upon adjusting for time zones, the onset of this rain bore striking synchronicity. At this juncture, speculation arose in the replies, with some pondering if the end of the world was nigh. Naturally, dissenting voices emerged, suggesting it might all be mere coincidence. Yet, it was evident that a greater number felt this occurrence was abnormal and deemed it prudent to prepare early. The comment section beneath the blogger's post erupted into a cacophony of debate. After much contemplation, Nan Muron decided to reply, asserting that regardless of whether the apocalypse was upon them, such torrential rains warranted stockpiling provisions. After all, if the rains persisted for several days, venturing outside would become increasingly inconvenient. Following her statement, she gathered her belongings to retrieve items she had previously purchased for her kitten. Just then, she received a phone call from the supplier, with the owner profusely apologizing. "I'm truly sorry, Miss Nan. The rain is simply too heavy, and our truck driver is stuck on the roadside and unable to deliver on time. Where is your factory?" she inquired, feeling the urgency of the situation. The other party provided an address in the northern suburbs of the West City. "No matter. Arrange for someone to place the items in a designated warehouse and inform me of the location. I will find a way to retrieve them," Nan Muron replied calmly, fully aware that after night, the rain would intensify and the water levels would rise, risking the loss of those goods. The other party hesitated. "I can't possibly. It's fine. I urgently need them. Just tell me the address," she insisted, clutching her car keys as she prepared to descend. At that moment, she felt immensely grateful for her sci-fi film obsession that had led her to invest half a year waiting for the acquisition of a technologically advanced Kalman King vehicle. Otherwise, navigating through knee-deep water with an ordinary car would have been impossible. Chapter 18. Rainy night zero-cost shopping. Upon receiving the address, Nan Muron drove directly to the location. The factory's warehouse was somewhat remote, yet fortuitously, it was situated on higher ground, allowing her to arrive without incident. Upon arrival, she discovered that aside from a few employees lingering in the dormitories, only an elderly watchman remained at the factory. Nan Muron feigned interest in her goods and discovered that a significant number of additional items had been provided. The old man explained that the owner had sent them as a gesture of goodwill. Seizing the moment as he closed the door, Nan Muron swiftly stored all the items in her space. Having completed her task, she had no intention of lingering outdoors and drove straight back to her apartment. However, as she entered the underground garage, she was obstructed by a figure, Nan Mouting. "Nan Muron, lend me your car," she demanded. Having seen the trending post online, she wished to venture out to stockpile supplies. Unfortunately, her sports car's low chassis had stalled mere moments into her journey, leading her to seek out Nan Muron's Kalman King. Upon attempting to contact her, she discovered that all previously authorized elevator codes had been deleted, forcing her to ascend the stairs to the 36th floor. Alone, Nan Mouting climbed the stairs in search of her, urging her to come down to the garage for a more thorough search. Upon reaching the garage, she found no car and speculated that Nan Muron had already left. Thus, she waited at the garage entrance. Nan Muron found it difficult to comprehend her audacity. Why should she simply lend her car? "I need to go buy supplies, and you happen to have one. We are family, so why shouldn't I lend it to you?" Nan Mouting's logic left Nan Muron utterly speechless, too weary to argue.
No.
"If you wish to avoid danger, you'd better step aside," Nan Mouting retorted defiantly. "If you want to lend it to me, I'll just stand here and not leave. If you have the guts, come and run me over." She placed her hands on her hips, adopting an obstinate stance. Nan Muron smiled at her. "You may stand your ground, just don't move." She then reversed the car a short distance before unapologetically pressing the accelerator. In that instant, Nan Mouting's face turned pale as she scrambled to the side, gasping for breath, her hand trembling on her abdomen. She realized that Nan Muron had genuinely dared to run her over. With a cold chuckle, Nan Muron remarked, "Coward." Aware of Nan Mouting's aversion to danger, she had purposely reversed to test her resolve, and as expected, she feared for her life. However, Nan Mouting's words served as a reminder that in a city besieged by extensive flooding, her vehicle was indeed conspicuous. To circumvent unnecessary complications, Nan Muron focused her mental energy and disabled several security cameras in the garage. Before departing, she effortlessly stored the car in her space. Upon entering her apartment, A small grayish figure was eagerly perched on the entrance mat, awaiting her return, its emerald green eyes sparkling. As soon as it saw her, the little creature began to meow loudly. "Why aren't you finding a comfortable spot to settle?" Nan Muron scooped up the small creature and placed it on the sofa atop a soft cushion. The little one, with its tangled gray and white fur, resembled a scruffy vagabond yet was exceedingly affectionate. Noticing that Nan Muron had nestled into the sofa, without plans to move, it cautiously climbed into her arms, seeking a cozy nook to curl up in. "You certainly know how to find a good spot," Nan Muron remarked, scratching its head, soon eliciting a contented purr from the little one. At that moment, her phone rang. "Wan Wan, are you coming home today?" It was Bai Mei's voice. "Not just yet." "What's the matter, Sister Mei?" Nan Muron replied, somewhat surprised. "Where are you? I'll have Wuga come find you." Bai Mei's tone was noticeably off. Nan Muron paused. "What has happened?" "Listen, we just came across a post online claiming the end of the world is near. Wuger has reached out to some friends for information. The post seems to hold considerable truth. Many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals are preparing to build safe houses." Bai Mei, recalling the apocalyptic post, began to feel anxious. "I understand. There's no need for Wuga to come find me. I'll return as soon as I finish up here. I still need to secure provisions from the supermarket, as well as fuel and various other necessities." Jiamu, impatient, seized the phone from Bai Mei, his voice grave and urgent. "This is the safe house you've established. The risks outside are too great. Wuga, I am aware of what will transpire and how to mitigate the risks." Nan Muron discerned his concerns from his words, recognizing he had surmised her intentions. One could not deny that those who had served in the military and faced life-or-death situations possess a remarkable acuity. "Stay safe and call me any time if you need anything," Jiamu advised after a prolonged silence. Following the call, she received another from Guorfei, who shared similar worries regarding her safety. "Rest assured, Brother Fei, I will be safe. The population density in Nanshan Yunyuan is low, and the dangers are relatively minimal. Moreover, a military base will be established there in the future. You can safely await their arrival." Nan Muron reflected briefly before reminding Guofei. Her choice of Nanshan Yunyuan had been deliberate, as shortly after the onset of the zombie tide, the military had established a safe base there. She was uncertain of what challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, Guorfei and Lin Jiejia were a couple with a newborn, Dodo, and she felt a sense of responsibility towards them. Every action taken henceforth is a matter of life and death. The only prudent choice is to ensure their safety within the foremost secure base in the future Huagua. Guorfei remained silent for an extended period, refraining from inquiring how Nan Muron came by this knowledge, instead gently admonishing her. "Ranfan, please take good care of yourself. If it becomes too unbearable, return home. We will all be here." The night of the fourth day in the apocalyptic scenario brought torrential rains that swelled to waist-deep levels by 1 in the morning, culminating in the complete collapse of the city's drainage system. By dawn of the fifth day, water would inundate the first floor of the apartment, with lower-lying areas submerged as high as the third floor. The entire city had plunged into a state of stagnation, and every inhabitant began to struggle for survival. Nan Muron recognized that her long-awaited opportunity for zero-cost acquisition had finally arrived. Under the cover of darkness, she stealthily departed the apartment building, as many residences had already succumbed to flooding. Numerous ground-floor tenants, upon realizing the situation, hastily illuminated their lights. In the pitch-black stormy night, the howling winds and the cacophony of rain were accompanied by a chorus of curses. Navigating through the waterlogged streets, Nan Muron arrived at a concealed location where she retrieved a jet ski from her space. Though the jet ski produced a considerable noise, the sound of the rain was even louder, alleviating any concerns of being overheard. Her first destination was the ongoing Asian Auto Show. The business vehicles on the ground floor had been completely submerged. Vehicles affected by flooding could be life-threatening and were not to be considered. Therefore, she ascended to the second floor in search of the exhibition's piece de resistance, the so-called unstoppable vehicle, the Predator, which she had long coveted in magazines. After acquiring the Predator, she also spotted a nearby Hummer H1 Black Panther, which she did not overlook. Additionally, she selected 3 conventional off-road vehicles to add to her collection. Gazing at the seemingly endless array of vehicles, she felt a twinge of regret, yet there was no alternative. After a brief lament, she proceeded to the third floor's RV section, ensuring to acquire top-tier models like the Mercedes Arox and Earth Wanderer, along with 2 compact RVs. She forcefully breached the safe containing the exhibition's keys, retrieving the keys for her chosen vehicles before exiting the exhibition hall.
Subsequently,
She took out her phone and navigated to the nearest gas station based on her prior notes. Upon locating the gas station, she directed her small companion to find a spot with soil and burrow down to uncover the underground oil tank. Expanding her body, she ruptured the layers of soil and concrete above. With a mere touch, she could absorb the oil tank into her space. They scoured 6 nearby gas stations, capitalizing on the large reserves found in the city center, ultimately amassing nearly 450,000 liters of fuel. The entire first layer of her space was now filled to capacity, a quantity sufficient for her personal use, allowing her to traverse the globe with ease. The oil tank stood 10 meters tall, and its successful incorporation into her space provided Nan with newfound insights into its enigmatic properties. Its height was not confined to the 5 or 6 meters she had previously envisioned, but was instead unfathomable. Having secured the essentials, Nan ventured to the most upscale shopping mall in the vicinity. While other items held little allure, premium skincare products were undeniably necessary. She meticulously gathered items floor by floor, including several favored brands of lingerie, loungewear, and casual wear. As for fashion items, handbags, and accessories, they were of little utility. However, upon reaching the watch counter, she did not hesitate to collect standard mechanical watches. Particularly, she sought out military timepieces such as Marathon, Le Milestone, 511, and Montblanc, making a special trip to their dedicated counters. Along the way, she happened upon a military goods store, where she promptly cleared out the entire establishment, including the back warehouse. With impending flooding expected by dawn, she saw no reason to waste resources. Thus, she tirelessly worked throughout the night until the final 2 layers of her space were filled to capacity. Before the first light of dawn, she successfully returned to her apartment, utterly exhausted, reluctant to take another step. She first attended to the eager feline waiting at the door, providing it with a meal. Following this, she retrieved her favorite foods from her space, pumpkin buns, soup dumplings, and several home-cooked dishes, to satiate her hunger. Subsequently, she and her cat nestled into bed, falling into a deep slumber. During her much-needed rest, the online platforms erupted in chaos, with anxiety palpable among the populace. Outside, fierce winds howled, and lightning repeatedly illuminated the darkened sky. Not far away, the once glimmering lights along the city roads abruptly extinguished, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 19. The onset of panic on the 12th floor of the apartment. The Nan family gazed apprehensively at the increasingly torrential rain. After being ousted from their villa by a group of burly thugs, the family had initially planned to find refuge in their former residence. However, accustomed to a life of comfort, returning was no longer an option. After only 2 days, they found the space too cramped and the quality of furnishing subpar. The sound insulation was inadequate. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Nan sought out Chi Li and the Chi family, leveraging her pregnancy to secure a place in this upscale apartment, only to be met with this downpour. Initially, the family's spirits were low, surviving on takeout. But as morning broke, they found the delivery platforms utterly devoid of available riders. With no time to prepare meals and only a few leftover bread loaves and instant foods left behind by Chile, they soon felt the weight of their predicament. When they stumbled upon posts discussing the apocalypse, unease settled in, prompting them to consider venturing out to stock up on supplies, only to discover that the floodwaters had already risen to their calves. Business vehicles and even regular SUVs were stalling in the inundated streets, with stranded cars littering the city. It's Nan fault for not lending us her vehicle. Look how fast the water is rising outside. What are we going to eat? Nan lamented, pressing her empty stomach in frustration. Did you not say Nan drove out? She surely has food with her. Plus, Xia Shenghui, Nan Mufeng interjected suddenly. Nan shot her brother an exasperated look. She wouldn't even lend us her car. Do you really think she'll share her food? What a pipe dream. Meanwhile, Nan Ping pondered for a moment and suggested, why not ask the apartment owners group if anyone has extra food to sell? That's a splendid idea, Nan families and concurred. Before long, responses to their plea for help began to flood in. One individual was a renowned food blogger who, due to her work, had amassed an entire room filled with samples from brand merchants. Once this information was shared, the owners group buzzed with activity. Residents of the apartment, affluent individuals, were quick to offer assistance. The food blogger, seizing the opportunity, priced her items exorbitantly, with some rare goods marked up by 7 or 8 times. Are you out of your mind? You're selling synthetic steak for the price of top-grade Wagyu? Someone in the group expressed dissatisfaction with her pricing. No need for the influencer to defend herself, as soon enough, a buyer stepped up to speak. She is not forcing anyone to buy. It's up to you whether you want to purchase or not. Do we really lack money? What we lack is food. Surely there are still supermarkets open outside. We should take advantage of this opportunity to buy some provisions while we can, another chimed in. Supermarkets represented a basic necessity, and the government would not allow them to close entirely in an effort to prevent public panic during such extraordinary circumstances. There was still a chance to procure a decent amount of supplies. Regrettably, this valuable piece of advice was met with ridicule from the group. Someone is kindly offering to help us, and you complain about the prices? How did someone like you end up living in this apartment? Nan Muting joined in on the taunting, reveling in her sense of superiority. The culinary blogger is quite the opportunist, not only praising Nan Muting for her beauty and kindness, but also bestowing numerous gifts upon her family. Nan Morong, who had only just awakened from a lengthy slumber, retrieved several delectable items of Hong Kong-style dim sum from her space. As she savored her meal, she perused messages on her phone and couldn't help but frown upon reading the group chat. The blogger's actions could potentially sow significant troubles for herself in her previous life. She had also engaged in the trade of supplies. Many individuals had learned of her family's circumstances during the purchasing process, and as food scarcity escalated, she, living alone with a substantial stockpile, became a prime target for robbery. That incident not only resulted in the loss of her supplies but also subjected her to humiliation by the security team. However, Nan Morong had no intention of warning the blogger, as in her past life, this woman ultimately aligned herself with the robbers, causing distress for the other residents. As for the well-meaning individual in the group chat suggesting everyone venture out in search of supplies, he was the owner of an entrepreneurial information company. Acting on foresight, he braved the rain to procure a considerable amount of supplies and managed to wait until the military established a rescue base. In her previous life, she had also been among the first to gather supplies, which had enabled her to survive for an extended period during the apocalypse. Natural disasters were not the greatest threat. The true danger lay within the security team of the apartment complex. Being one of the most prestigious apartments in the West City, its residents were either affluent or of high status, and the property management had employed a professional security company to provide optimal safety services. The security team, consisting of 21 robust individuals, could deter outsiders and maintain order within the complex. However, during the apocalypse, they became the most lethal threat to the residents of the apartment buildings. Nan Morong's stockpile of supplies was sufficient to sustain her for many lifetimes, leaving her unconcerned about joining others in their worries. After finishing her breakfast, she slipped into her space to organize her supplies. Recently, her collection had grown so vast that locating items became increasingly challenging, necessitating time to sort through them. She made an effort to retain the original layout of the supermarket supplies she had gathered from Shenghui Supermarket, allowing her to recapture the pre-apocalyptic shopping experience. Nonetheless, other items required categorization, and despite the space allowing for mental arrangement, Nan Morong found herself thoroughly exhausted. It wasn't until her little companion, De Fu, began meowing due to hunger that she realized it was already midnight, and her stomach was growling as well. She retrieved the exquisite dishes she had previously ordered, a drunken crab, flaky char siu, golden ribbon fish, loofah, and sea urchin, arranging them beautifully on the dining table, alongside a bottle of red wine. Relishing the sumptuous food and her favored wine while gazing outside at the torrential rain, she mused that if not for the impending apocalypse, such an afternoon would be quite delightful. Unfortunately, with the onset of this rain, the end times had already begun. Little one, let me give you a name. I rescued you in the rain, and since you survived this calamity, you are indeed fortunate. Thus, I shall call you De Fu. The little creature responded to her repeated calls with cheerful meows, leading Nan Morong to take it as an affirmation of its new name. Initially planning to return to the hillside villa, she reconsidered due to her exhaustion from nights spent gathering supplies. Recalling that a series of collapses had occurred in that area during her previous life, she decided to wait until the location stabilized before returning, allowing herself some time to recuperate. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the floodwaters outside rose to the top of the apartment's first floor, causing panic among the residents. Many began frantically dialing for rescue, only to find the lines busy and unreachable. Those quick to react started to recognize the gravity of the situation. Nan Morong peered out the window and saw individuals venturing into the streets with various floating tools in search of food. However, this wave of panic did not seem to affect many of the privileged residents. By the seventh day, the floodwaters had reached the second floor, while other lower-lying neighborhoods were already submerged up to 5 stories. The residents of the 5th floor began to feel anxious as the inundation of the entrance halls and gyms on the 1st and 2nd floors would soon encroach upon their homes. By the 10th day, the waters had completely engulfed the 5th floor. The government's announcement regarding rescue efforts remained delayed, and many households had run out of supplies, plunging the entire apartment complex into despair. It was at this juncture that Nan Muting began stirring the pot within the residents' group chat, insinuating that her cousin resided on the top floor and that her family owned a supermarket, presumably with ample supplies. 36th floor, do you have supplies? I can pay for them. The resident from the 15th floor was the first to speak up. Another from the 11th floor chimed in. Supermarket items should be quite comprehensive. Could you share some with us? An increasing number of voices in the chat began to call out for Nan Morong. How selfish can the 36th floor be, just watching us suffer? A young girl exclaimed. 36th floor, open the fire safety door. I want to talk to you. After digesting the messages in the group, Nan Morong extracted several articles regarding Nan Muting and shared them within the chat. Can we really trust the words of someone with such warped views and distorted features? My family indeed has several supermarkets, but that does not mean I can bring the entire supermarket home. I can share the supermarket's address with you, and you may go there to see if there are any usable supplies left. Meanwhile, Nan Muting, who had initially relished watching everyone lambast Nan Morong, felt her composure slip upon viewing the articles and complete videos Nan Morong shared, nearly causing her to lose her temper. 12th floor, nice figure. Interested in some fun? A resident from the 19th floor was the first to make such a lewd proposition. What a shameless response. How can she be so brazen? Another chimed in. Also from another building. Nan Morong, I will kill you. Nan Muting shouted angrily at the lewd taunts and insults directed at her in the chat. I'm going to confront her. Nan Muting's mother watched her daughter in distress, unable to remain calm. Sit down and behave yourself. Do you want to embarrass us further? Grandmother Nan coldly admonished her. Nan Morong felt satisfied with the responses in the group. That night, the water levels outside rose again, prompting the apartment security team to begin their rounds under the pretense of finding accommodations for the 5th floor residents. They split into small teams, entering each apartment building and making their way through the fire escape to knock on every door. The circumstances of their visits remained unclear, but the group chat began to see some residents expressing gratitude. Some even proclaimed that unity is strength, and together they could overcome this hardship. However, Nan Morong understood that the security team was using this seemingly legitimate reason to assess the situation of each household. Once this initial step was completed, they would undoubtedly target the vulnerable residents when the need arose. Many residents shared her apprehension, leading several households to refuse entry regardless of what the property management claimed, including the owner of the information company. Since Nan Morong had securely locked the fire safety door with chains and the elevator security lacked the authority to ascend, the security team could only knock on the safety door. Engaged in play with Defu, Nan Morong disregarded the persistent knocking outside. After a considerable time without response, the security team leader, frustrated by the lack of reaction and unable to forcibly enter, grew increasingly exasperated as several households remained unresponsive. Captain, I know what's going on in that top floor, a nearby junior security officer remarked with excitement, his tone brimming with gossip. What situation? The captain inquired. The owner of the top floor apartment is Miss Nan from the Nan family, the one associated with Nan Xiao Group. Her name is Nan Morong. She is extraordinarily beautiful and wealthy. This top floor apartment is over 200 square meters, and she lives there alone. The young security guard was acutely aware of Nan Mu Ran's situation, for she was none other than his dream girl. During his previous shifts, he had often monitored her through the elevator's surveillance cameras, gradually piecing together the details. Nestled at the innermost part of the building, Nan Mu Ran, with the assistance of Xiao Lu, listened intently to the conversation, though it hardly concerned her. If the security team sought to trouble her, she saw it as an opportunity to assert her dominance, until she had dealt with those from the Nan family and a few adversaries from her past life. She had no intention of vacating the apartment. After a series of inquiries, the residents on the 5th floor were ultimately arranged to temporarily reside in an empty unit on the 21st floor, where there were no owners. The property management had keys, and given that the apartment was well furnished, it was a feasible arrangement. Seated on the sofa, Nan Mu Ran pondered the 21 robust men of the security team, falling into a contemplative silence. She did not wish to expose Xiao Lu at this juncture. Alone, she could handle one or two of them. But should they converge upon her, she would stand no chance. Glancing at her handgun, she felt a surge of frustration. At such a critical moment, her weapon was not functioning adequately. Being a pragmatic individual, Nan Mu Ran resolved to improve her skills. After all, most households still had some reserves, and until despair fully set in, people were still hopeful for government aid, thus refraining from outright robbery. The security team, too, would not dare to instigate chaos before societal order crumbled. However, this reprieve would not last long. Within 20 days, precisely 1 month into the apocalypse, the first death by starvation would likely occur in the apartment complex. Such a tragedy would extinguish the last flicker of hope among the residents, plunging the community into madness. The delicate and beautiful women would be the first to suffer indignity, while some would resort to selling their bodies for food. Men would engage in violent skirmishes over sustenance, even resorting to murder. Those with considerable strength would rise to power, their predatory instincts magnified until the place became a hell on earth. In her previous life, Nan Mu Ran had nearly fallen victim while foraging for supplies, had it not been for a kind-hearted security guard who intervened at a critical moment. She too would have been reduced to an object of desire. After that incident, she preferred starvation over venturing outside again, enduring 2 months on rainwater and scant rations. Even nearly starving was the best outcome she could hope for. She intended to utilize the upcoming days for intensive training, striving to fortify herself to the extent that she could eliminate the scoundrels. However, relying solely on her own strength was unrealistic. She needed to return to Jiawu. Coincidentally, she had gathered supplies, her body had recuperated, and it was time to go back. Rising, she stowed Du Fu into her backpack, donned a raincoat, and took additional protective measures before slipping out into the night. She harbored no concerns for the safety of the apartment. During its renovation, her obsessive fascination with crime dramas had led her to feel that danger lurked everywhere, prompting her to install the highest security measures and a top-tier surveillance system. Without the keys, even a locksmith would struggle to unlock the front door. As for the walls surrounding the entrance, ridiculous. When the apartment was sold, it was advertised as a century-long residence. According to the sales personnel, the walls were sturdy enough to withstand minor explosions, boasting an impressive safety rating. Furthermore, it was a state-owned enterprise, unlikely to deceive buyers. Otherwise, how could they justify the exorbitant price of over 130,000 per square meter? 7 to 8 times the average residential cost in Shishir? In her past life, the quality of the apartment's entrance and security system had played a crucial role in her evasion of capture. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found that the water had already risen halfway up the 6th floor. It seemed unoccupied, which was fortunate, as it spared her from being watched. Nan Mu Ran climbed out through a window in the stairwell of the 6th floor, becoming drenched in the frigid rain, which sent a shiver down her spine. She summoned a jet ski from her storage space and sped towards Nanshan. At the base of Nanshan, the area had transformed into a vast sea, and the water level would only rise higher. However, the Nanshan Yun Garden and nearby villas had been chosen based on her prior experience, so she did not anticipate significant issues. The roads leading up the mountain, however, were severely eroded, still experiencing minor collapses. Fortunately, she had avoided the major landslide that had occurred a few days prior, which could have buried her. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to abandon her vehicle and proceed on foot, though the path remained treacherous. Navigating through the dark mountainous terrain, Nan Mu Ran unleashed her botanical abilities, sensing the vibrant life surrounding her without a hint of fear. Upon opening the villa door, she changed out of her soaked shoes in the living room, only to discover Jia Wu, clad in a raincoat, appearing ready to head out. Bai Mei stood beside him, her complexion pale and eyes reddened from recent tears. Upon seeing her, both exhaled in relief. Ran, why didn't you answer your phone?
Bai Mei exclaimed,
her tone laced with concern as she observed Nan Mu Ran's well-being. Jia Wu, typically stoic, also displayed signs of worry. Nan Mu Ran quickly retrieved her phone from her backpack, noting the missed calls. I apologize for causing you concern. The rain was too loud on my way back. I didn't hear it. It's good that you're fine. Now that you're back, you must not venture out again, Bai Mei urged. She had been closely following online news over the past few days, growing increasingly alarmed. For someone as stunning as Nan Mu Ran, the outside world posed significant dangers. Observing her drenched appearance only heightened her anxiety. Nan Mu Ran offered a gentle smile, but did not acquiesce to Bai Mei's request. Jia Wu, understanding her intentions, thought, "If you wish to go out, you must train until I deem you competent. Otherwise, you should not leave the villa lightly." He could sense that Nan Mu Ran had many ambitions. Unable to dissuade her, he resolved to enhance her skills, empowering her to confront the perils that lay beyond. Nan Mu Ran nodded, as this was indeed the purpose of her return to the villa. Chapter 21. The Journey to Strength. Observing Bai Mei's worry-stricken visage, with her eyes slightly red from concern and Jia Wu's evident anxiety, Nan Mu Ran's heart momentarily faltered. Having experienced the treachery of a post-apocalyptic world, she understood Jia Wu's sentiments perfectly. Perhaps, for the first time in years, aside from Guofei, someone genuinely cared for her well-being, causing her heart to soften slightly. Extracting De Fu from her backpack, she noticed that the previously jubilant tank appeared sullen. Realizing it was jealous, she knelt down and began to recount her encounter with De Fu. Bai Mei watched with a smile as she animatedly reassured Tank, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. "Why don't you prepare something to eat?" Jia Wu suggested suddenly. Having known Nan Mu Ran for some time, he understood that she had been pampered and was quite picky, lacking any cooking skills. She had spent over a week outdoors and likely hadn't eaten well. Bai Mei cast a surprised glance at her husband. "You actually care for Ran Ran? I thought your heart was made of stone. Ran Ran, you're soaked. Stop playing with it. Go upstairs, take a bath, and don't catch a cold. After your bath, come down for dinner," Jia Wu instructed. He smiled but said nothing further. In his eyes, Nan Mu Ran was not merely the savior of their couple, but also more than just a student. She resembled a daughter to him. Although they had not lost their own daughter, she was the exception they both cherished dearly. During the second-floor renovations, they had specifically designed a temperature-controlled bath. Though the entire space was merely 10 square meters, it was well-equipped, pouring in essential oils and lighting an aromatic candle. Nan Mu Ran sank into the warm water, which enveloped her and dispelled all fatigue. After setting an alarm, she comfortably closed her eyes and began to drift into slumber. The villa maintained a constant temperature, so Nan Mu Ran changed into a lighter outfit. The dining table was laden with an array of dishes that made her mouth water. Sweet and sour ribs, beer duck, longjing shrimp, garlic abalone, crab roe eggs, cucumber salad, scallion tofu, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, though they were all home-cooked meals. Each one was to her liking. "Quick, taste my cooking," Bai Mei urged, serving her abalone. "When did you start cooking, Sister Mei? And how come there are so many leafy greens at home? I don't recall putting any in the fridge. I started cooking after my hand healed. I enjoy making these dishes. When you're not around, your brother was bored and used the supplies from the basement to create a hydroponic garden in the cave, where the leafy greens grew particularly well," Bai Mei replied with a smile. Given that they were all her favorite dishes and tasted exquisite, Nan Mu Ran was quite delighted with the meal. After dining, she returned to her large bed on the second floor, and it wasn't too long before she fell asleep. In the small living room on the second floor, Tank glanced disdainfully at the palm-sized De Fu. However, this did not deter the enthusiastic De Fu, who meowed and inched closer to Tank. Eventually, Tank relented, and the two curled up together on the sofa, fast asleep. Downstairs, Jia Wu was clearing the dishes into the dishwasher while chatting with his wife. "Honey, I feel like Ran Ran has something on her mind," Bai Mei remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Jia Wu nodded in agreement. "She's a calculative person. There's no need to worry too much." "How can I not worry? If it weren't for Ran Ran, I would still be lying in bed waiting to die, and you're living in a ghastly state too. We're only in this comfortable situation because of her. But now she has her own troubles and we can't help her, so we can only fret. Just look at how dangerous it is outside. It's bound to get worse. I want to let her leave the villa until she has sufficient self-defense capabilities," Jia Wu stated firmly. He indeed was a man of his word. Upon returning to the underground training facility, Nan Mu Ran could clearly see that Jia Wu had raised his standards for her training. His strikes were sharper and more decisive, and every move he taught her seemed to be aimed at lethal efficiency. Each day, from the moment she opened her eyes, Jia Wu would take her to the training ground, where strength, endurance, speed, and reflexes were all rigorously tested without a hint of leniency. After an entire day of training, Nan Mu Ran often felt as if her body were on the verge of collapse from soreness. Initially, Bai Mei could watch, but eventually, she could no longer bear to see it, feeling deep sympathy for her. For a full 20 days, No matter how much Nan Mu Ran ate, her body continued to slim down due to the excessive training. Until one day, after exchanging over 50 moves with Jia Wu, she seized the opportunity to throw him off balance for the first time. Did I do that? Nan Mu Ran gazed at the fallen Jia Wu in disbelief. Not bad, he remarked, his usual cold demeanor softened in rare praise. Though pleased, Nan Mu Ran did not let her guard down. That night, lying in bed while watching the increasingly violent rain outside, she felt a surprising sense of calm. By the timeline, the water in the apartment had already reached the 10th floor. Half a month into the apocalypse, on the 5th day of her departure, the security team had begun notifying all homeowners about their plans to unify resource control. They had stormed into several homes, and some homeowners in the group commented that the food blogger had ended up as the security captain's mistress, giving away resources and even herself. Some criticized her harshly, while others expressed understanding. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, it was reported that a male resident on the 5th floor living with a security team on the 21st floor had died, leaving the woman completely mad. However, everyone was aware of the situation. No one was foolish enough not to guess what had transpired. Yet, as everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, no one had the strength to step forward for justice. That was the last news concerning the apartment. Looking at the empty signal bars on her phone, Nan Mu Ran sighed. It seemed she needed to pass her assessments and descend the mountain quickly. The next day, as Jia Wu led Nan Mu Ran into the training ground, she saw a row of firearms of various sizes and types in the gun room, along with corresponding magazines. He did not inquire about where the firearms came from. Instead, he picked up a Ruger 4 Malawian Quatches pistol. With your current strength, you do need to learn these as an auxiliary skill. If you handle a gun well, your combat power could increase tenfold. Have you ever handled a gun? Jia Wu asked. Nan Mu Ran replied honestly, I have at a civilian shooting range. I also shot when I bought a gun from a dealer, but I can't mention that. To use a good gun, you must first understand it, feel it, and even fall in love with it. Jia Wu began to explain the structure, features, performance, and usage details of each firearm. Only after Nan Mu Ran had sufficient knowledge about firearms did he take her to shoot targets. Chapter 22. Taking a life. After clarifying the shooting fundamentals, Jia Wu allowed her to shoot freely. As a result, all 10 rounds struck the target, achieving an impressive score of 93 rings. Having experienced the apocalypse, Nan Mu Ran did not feel excitement. She understood that this score in the shooting range did not accurately represent her actual combat ability. Jia Wu, however, was astonished, remarking that this was a level of proficiency developed at a civilian shooting range, indicating she had likely spent considerable time at the range. In the gun room, Nan Mu Ran consistently performed well in her rounds, and that afternoon, Jia Wu took her out of the villa. Due to the rainy weather, during the first round of 25 meters shooting, all 10 rounds went off target. You missed from such a close distance. Will you even have a chance to strike against a skilled opponent? Jia Wu's tone was stern. Continue, focus on the fundamentals. Nan Mu Ran shot again, but her results remained dismal. Jia Wu was not anxious. He patiently repeated the fundamental movements, teaching her how to assess wind speed and humidity's effects on the gun and bullets until she could hit the target even in the rain. In the subsequent days, Nan Mu Ran practiced shooting in the mornings and began learning close-quarters combat with a dagger in the afternoons. The requirements for close-quarters combat with a short blade are exceptionally high regarding reflexes, speed, and skill, and it is the ultimate test of one's psychological resilience. For a full 35 days, Nan Mu Ran was completely isolated from the outside world, undergoing a transformation that refined her both physically and mentally. Finally, Jia Wu nodded in agreement to her leaving the villa. Nan Mu Ran cheered with joy, while Bai Mei couldn't help but worry for her.
Now,
you can handle 5 or 6 robust adult men with your bare hands. With a dagger or a gun, you could at least manage. Jia Wu softly reassured his wife. Take Tank with you. I've trained him extensively during this time, and he can assist you when necessary. He turned to Nan Mu Ran, who was taken aback. You trained Tank? Over these 30 days, from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, aside from eating and sleeping, you've been training. When did you have the time to train Tank? Brother Wu, have you not been sleeping well lately? Nan Mu Ran felt a pang in her nose, realizing that it wasn't her strength, but rather his exhaustion that had caused him to falter and fall. During these days, Tank had also worked hard. It now met the standards of an excellent military dog and could even excel further. You can take him with you, and we will feel more at ease, Jia Wu continued. Faced with the two of them, Nan Mu Ran found herself unable to voice any objections. However, she knew she must descend the mountain to deal with all her enemies. Before leaving, Nan Moran filled all the refrigerators in the kitchen and left some additional supplies in the basement. Finally, she accelerated the growth of the willow trees and vines she had previously planted. The 7 willows surrounding the villa, along with various climbing plants in the center, began to grow at an astonishingly visible rate. Once they surpassed the height of the villa, the willow branches and vines spontaneously intertwined, enveloping the entire villa, leaving no trace of its existence. From a distance, the villa appeared to merge seamlessly with the mountain behind it, making it difficult to discern any flaws even upon closer inspection. Despite having witnessed Nan Morong harnessing the life force of wild grasses to save the White Rose, the 2 individuals were still taken aback by the striking scene before them. I am a wood element ability user. In the apocalypse, various abilities will awaken, though you simply have not encountered them yet. Nan Morong smiled at them. Too many people have been involved in the construction and decoration of this villa. When the city is entirely devoid of hope, they may come seeking refuge. Jia Wu nodded, understanding the baseness of human nature. I comprehend your meaning. I will return as soon as possible. Take care of yourselves. The network had been severed for quite some time, making it exceedingly difficult to communicate once separated. Upon entering the city, Nan Morong realized that even amidst the pouring rain, small groups were scattered about, utilizing various tools to float on the water surface in search of survival supplies. Unfortunately, the rain had thoroughly destroyed essentials like rice and flour, and despite their best efforts, they could only manage to find a few packaged instant foods. At that moment, instant noodles, various sealed ready meals, packaged rice and flour, and even bread and snacks became highly sought-after commodities. Nan Morong had sufficient food and was not greedy enough to snatch life-saving supplies from others. However, the same could not be said for those around her. Upon seeing the 2-person cart she was operating and the noticeably robust tank by her side, many individuals exhibited a glimmer of greed in their eyes. With the apocalypse dragging on for a month and a half, starvation was rampant, let alone the thought of consuming meat. The plump dog she kept was a tempting prospect. The mere idea of slaughtering it for meat was enough to make one salivate. Driven by greed for Nan Morong's cart and the dog, a number of individuals gradually approached her. When they drew near and caught sight of her, they were further captivated by her beauty. The girl, clad in a black raincoat, looked ethereal, maintaining an alluring complexion despite the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. She appeared unaffected by the dire circumstances, even more radiant than before, causing many around her to entertain increasingly unsavory thoughts. Nan Morong was acutely aware of their intentions. Yet, as long as they did not act on their desires, she would not hastily retaliate. However, should anyone foolishly provoke her, she would not hesitate to respond with force. In this world of chaos, governed by no laws or order, she had no intention of allowing herself to be wronged. Soon a slightly larger group gathered, led by a burly man. Hey, little girl, would you like to come with me? If you agree, I'll take care of you and ensure you never go hungry, he said, his greedy gaze fixed on Nan Morong's beauty. He had grown tired of the shriveled figures at home, and such a rare gem before him, one who would have ignored him in the world before the apocalypse, now seemed within reach. After all, in this new world, resources were everything, and he had plenty to offer. The tank sensed the man's malicious intent, its eyes fixated on him, preparing to attack at any moment. Nan Morong reached out to soothe it, slowly rising to her feet, her gaze as cold as ice. I will give you one chance. Retract your previous statement. Oh, this little girl has quite the temper. The burly man laughed arrogantly, his companions in the kayak joining in his mockery. They dismissed her, believing that even with a fierce dog, she posed no real threat. They failed to consider how, in the midst of such an apocalypse, she could maintain such composure and even care for a dog. In the moment of their laughter, Nan Morong suddenly produced a military dagger, leaping onto their kayak in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, the dagger sliced through the neck of the leading man, blood spraying forth. In a daze, the onlookers watched as she effortlessly returned to her cart. Her ruthless display of skill terrified those around her. Moments earlier, the boastful man collapsed face first into the water, the crimson blood spreading across the surface, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Chapter 23. A pile of rubbish. Nan Morong regarded the men who had been on the same kayak as the now-deceased man. He is dead. Do you seek vengeance on his behalf? And no, we don't want revenge. We merely formed a temporary team and aren't familiar with him, they stammered. their faces pale as they distanced themselves from the deceased. "We should leave now. Please don't kill us." "Then hurry and go," Nan Morong commanded coldly. The group scrambled to escape, but soon realized their kayak was leaking. In an instant, all 5 aboard plunged into the water, 20 meters deep. With no swimming skills to save them, certain death awaited them. 2 of them began to flail about, calling for help, yet amidst the gathered crowd, not a single person stepped forward to assist. Nan Morong coldly observed as the 2 were submerged beneath the water, before turning on her heel and departing. The individuals aboard the kayak were baffled as to why it had sprung a leak, but those who had been watching clearly understood. Just as the girl had killed, she had nonchalantly punctured their kayak in her departure. Her speed had been so swift that they had no time to react. In this apocalyptic world, those who had survived thus far were not fools. They understood that this seemingly innocuous girl was not someone they could afford to provoke. The crowd instinctively parted to give Nan Morong a clear path. The tank sat proudly on the cart, its body rigid, head held high, clearly relishing the attention. "Could you not be a bit more discreet?" Nan Morong sighed, exasperated. The girl and her dog accelerated, making their way to the apartment building below. The entire structure was submerged up to the 10th floor and had not risen in a week, providing some relief to the residents. Nan Morong led the tank through the window of the 11th floor fire escape. Having taken only a few steps, an ear-piercing voice rang out. "That old hag is still alive. Her life is truly tenacious." It was the voice of her aunt. No doubt the old hag she referred to was the matriarch of the Nan family. Nan Morong redirected, entering the elevator area on the 12th floor. A rancid stench assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to retch. The door to the 12th floor was wide open. In the corner of the elevator lobby, a frail figure huddled, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Nan Morong, the emaciated hand trembled as it reached out. "Wan." The Nan matriarch's eyes widened in excitement, her voice filled with desperation. "Save me, grandmother." As Nan Morong stood motionless at a distance, the old woman collapsed, struggling to crawl toward her. The family of 4 inside the room heard the commotion and emerged, observing their once familiar figures, now gaunt and emaciated. Nan Morong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In her previous life, she had risked her life to gather supplies for them. Yet they had not suffered such dire straits. "Nan Morong, you're alive," Nan Muting exclaimed, her voice pitched high, as she took in Nan Morong's face. Now even more exquisite than before, with fair and rosy skin, jealousy surged within her. Nan Morong glanced at them and retorted coolly, "You haven't died either." Wan. The matriarch began to sob, mourning as if she had lost a family member. "You all claim to be dutiful children and grandchildren. How can you treat an elderly woman this way?" Nan Morong's tone dripped with sarcasm. Nan Mufeng glared at her, his voice laced with malice. "You have no right to criticize us." Nan Morong nodded, turning to leave. "Nan Morong, stop." Nan Muting obstructed her path. "Do you have food?" "Yes, plenty." "What of it?" Nan Morong smiled faintly. Nan Muting exclaimed with delight, "Then share your food with us." "Of course. But what do you have to offer in exchange? We've cared for you for 10 years. What's wrong with asking for a little food?" Nan's aunt rushed forward. Once a robust figure, her body had withered, and her face appeared even more gaunt. As she approached, Nan Morong's fierce gaze rendered her speechless. Nan Morong coldly regarded her. "Do you remember I once said that one day I would rip your mouth apart?" "What do you mean?" Nan's aunt began to tremble with fear, having never witnessed such a menacing side of Nan Morong. The intensity of her stare was terrifying. With a dagger drawn from behind, Nan Morong declared, "It is time to fulfill that promise." She seized Nan's aunt by the collar, flipped her around, and kicked her behind the knees, forcing her to kneel.
"Mom."
Nan Morong, stop this. "Darling." The trio cried out in panic, but only Nan Mufeng rushed forward, which was indeed ironic. Without needing Nan Morong's intervention, the tank nearby tackled Nan Mufeng to the ground, revealing its fangs. Nan Morong pressed the dagger against Nan's aunt's face, and without hesitation, she slashed along the corner of her mouth, brutally slicing through the right side of her face. The Nan family, including the elderly matriarch, were paralyzed by her ruthless act. Such a bloodthirsty Nan Morong was truly frightening. So terrifying that they did not even register that the tank had already been discarded for quite some time. Nan Muting, terrified, fell to the ground, too afraid to look up again. Like discarding trash, Nan Morong cast aside her aunt and turned to the tank. "Come back." The tank stood up, releasing the now pale Nan Mufeng, who lay in a puddle of his own making, clearly disgusted by the stench. Nan's aunt crawled away towards the room, clutching her face and screaming in agony, blood streaming through her fingers. Nan Ping, Nan Mufeng, and Nan Muting scrambled back into the room, hastily shutting the door behind them. Nan Morong slowly crouched down, gazing at the paralyzed elderly matriarch with a tone that was once soft. "Are you still hoping for my assistance?"
But now,
She was no longer the gentle and easily manipulated Nan Morong. She resembled a merciless killer, and the matriarch trembled in fear, shaking her head, her body rigid like a marionette. "I told you, the family you chose is right in there." Observing the filthy, disheveled Nan matriarch on the ground, Nan Morong's tone remained steady, yet dripped with heart-wrenching mockery. As Nan Morong and the tank ascended to the 13th floor, a voice called out to her from behind. Turning around, Nan Morong saw Chi Li, her brow furrowing slightly. Annoying individuals always seemed to cluster together. "What do you want?" Hearing her emotionless tone, Chi Li fell silent. "I'm relieved to see you are safe. There's no need for pretense between us. We share no connection." Nan Morong observed his lovesick expression, nearly losing her breakfast. If the former Chi Li, standing at 6 feet tall, clean and amiable, had acted this way, she might have found it tolerable.
but now,
Seeing a pallid skeleton gazing at her with longing, she felt nothing but the urge to kick him. Chi Li's eyes reflected pain. He wished to convey his regret to Nan Morong, but her cold, dismissive demeanor rendered him mute. Yet he was unwilling to relinquish the beautiful Nan Morong. He yearned to draw closer, to embrace her. Chapter 24. A rainy day calls for a hot pot. The moment Chi Li approached, Nan Morong unhesitatingly raised her foot and kicked him sharply in the abdomen. "Stay away, you garbage." Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell, pain radiating from his tailbone, leaving his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the wall was just a few steps behind him. Had he tumbled down the stairs, he could have perished in this dire environment. "You are truly disgusting." Nan Morong turned to leave, not sparing him a single glance. Chi Li watched her retreating figure at the stairwell, a surge of intense hatred bubbling within him. They had been betrothed since childhood. Although he had been with Nan Muting, he now recognized his errors. Nan Morong, disregarding all the kindness he had shown her, cruelly inflicted pain upon him. Truly, he thought, she was insufferable. Nan Morong, however, was indifferent to Chi Li's thoughts. Even if she were aware, she would not be surprised. Chi Li and his family were quintessentially selfish. Though he couldn't disregard the child Nan Muting carried, they all understood Nan Morong held far greater value. Upon reaching the 36th floor, as anticipated, the fire safety door she had locked when leaving the penthouse had been pried open. In the 20-square-meter elevator lobby, sofas, bedding, clothes, and various household items were strewn about. The stench was unbearable due to the lack of ventilation. The front door showed clear signs of forced entry. Had it not been for the sturdy door and lock, they would have likely been invaded by lower-floor residents. Most infuriatingly, a mound of foul-smelling garbage blocked the entrance, clearly a result of the intruders' frustration at being unable to enter. Seeing that the coast was clear, Nan Morong waved her hand, utilizing her mental abilities to toss all the debris, including the refuse left at her door, into the stairwell behind her. Then she retrieved a lock and secured the fire safety door from the inside. With rain pouring for a month and a half, the apartment building's electricity, water, and gas had long since ceased to function. The interior was damp, with beads of water clinging to the walls, making it uncomfortably cold even while indoors. Nan Morong first activated the backup generator in the storage room to restore power, then set the air conditioning to 30 degrees, activating the dehumidifier. She also turned on the vacuum robot, air purifiers, and other appliances. Only then did she enter the bathroom. Fortunately, being on the top floor, the bathroom merely had a slight odor, not the overwhelming stench one would expect on lower floors. After opening the bathroom window for ventilation and closing the blinds, she fetched hot water from the half-mountain hot spring to fill the bathtub and finally lay down for a warm soak. After freshening up, she changed into comfortable leisurewear and tossed the bedding and cushions from the sofa into the dryer to eliminate moisture. Such tasks were ones Nan Morong would not have undertaken in this life. However, during her 2 months of hiding in the apartment in her previous life, she had done them countless times. "Tank, let me dress you." Nan Morong pulled out the clothes she had bought for the tank from her space. The red pullover looked splendid on it. She donned a thicker sweater, feeling a bit warmer. "Tank, I want hot pot. On a day like this, a spicy beef oil hot pot would be absolutely perfect." Upon hearing about the hot pot, the tank responded enthusiastically. Since joining by Mei and Jiawu, it had savored the warm meals prepared specifically for it, and the dog food stored in her space had not been touched since. Making hot pot is simple. I can do it. With confidence, Nan Murong retrieved a portable stove, a dual-chamber pot, both 3-flavor and beef oil hot pot ingredients, and a 5-liter bottle of mineral water from her space. Then she began gathering vegetables from the shelf in her space. 3 plates of marinated spicy beef, 3 plates of sliced beef, 2 plates of shrimp paste, 2 plates each of lamb rolls and beef rolls, fish balls, duck intestines, yellow throat, beef tripe, duck blood, aged tofu, crystal noodles, fried tofu skin, broccoli, a platter of delicacies, and a vegetable assortment were all laid out. Not to forget the small crispy meat, fennel oil sticks, fried rice, and a fruit platter. The 2-meter-long dining table was filled to the brim, a veritable feast. Lastly, there were beverages, orange juice, cola, Sprite, and tea, each in small cans to prevent waste. Since beginning training in the Jiawu, Nan Murong had indeed slimmed down, yet her appetite had grown twofold, if not more. She not only consumed copiously but also felt ravenous quickly, sometimes needing to eat 5 meals a day. Had she not stockpiled ample food initially, she would struggle to sustain herself. Fortunately, Tank was also quite the eater, alleviating any concerns about wastage. She poured 2 types of hot pot ingredients directly into the boiling water, 3-flavor for Tank and spicy for herself, then retrieved the dipping sauces prepared by the restaurant staff, sesame sauce, garlic paste, and seafood sauce, all of which she enjoyed immensely, and arranged them neatly. Once everything was ready, Nan Murong set up her portable television at the edge of the dining table, connected the hard drive, and resumed watching Empresses in the Palace. With 1 person and 1 dog lounging on the couch, they awaited the water to boil while enjoying the drama. Nan Murong relished spicy food, while Tank could not tolerate it at all, creating a harmonious dining experience. The only downside was that Nan Murong had to act as Tank's server, dishing out food and retrieving items. Tank, could you eat a bit slower? Tank lowered his head to bite into a thick slice of beef, remaining silent, clearly rejecting her suggestion. With a sigh, Nan Murong obediently continued to serve him from the platter. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the pair settled comfortably on the sofa. Watching the finale of the show, Nan Murong expressed a hint of regret. Is this really the end? Tank, uninterested, seemed to dismiss her. They had already watched it twice. Understanding, Nan Murong picked up the remote and switched to the next episode of Detective D. As she watched, she utilized her psychic abilities to tidy up the mess on the table, sending the debris back into her spatial garbage bin. Initially astonished by her ability to conjure objects from thin air, Tank had now adapted to her peculiarities. Unfortunately, this idyllic atmosphere did not last long. A series of loud knocks echoed from the fire escape door, revealing the impatience of the visitor. A drowsy Nan Murong surmised it was likely the person who had previously lived at the entrance. Indifferent, she thought they would eventually tire of knocking and depart. So she continued to lounge on the sofa. However, she underestimated their determination. Half an hour passed with no sign of them relenting, and the noise only grew louder, attracting onlookers in the hallway. Reluctantly, she rose to open the door. The moment the safety door swung open, the crowd in the stairwell fell silent, taken aback. Standing at the entrance was a girl of striking beauty, her fair skin and long, seaweed-like hair cascading down her back, radiating an alluring charm. Clad in a khaki sweater and ginger-yellow banana pants, she looked pristine, even exuding a faint fragrance. She stood there motionless and somewhat aloof, yet seemed to illuminate the surrounding gloom. It was you knocking. Nan Murong surveyed the gathered crowd, her gaze finally landing on the man at the forefront. Still in the act of knocking, the woman beside him instinctively brushed her hair, the roughness of her hands causing her expression to shift. Her eyes now tinged with jealousy as she glared at Nan Murong. So, what if it was my boyfriend knocking? Who are you to throw away our belongings? The space you occupy is one I paid for. What's wrong with my actions? Nan Murong regarded the woman with an air of impatience, her elegant brows furrowing. What is the situation now? Everyone is struggling so much. To not offer a helping hand is one thing, but to discard our means of survival is truly malicious. The woman's tone was filled with anger. Nan Murong scoffed. Malicious? If I were malicious, your belongings would be in the water outside, not here in the stairwell. You should be calling me kind. What nonsense! While you didn't throw our things outside, you still mixed in the trash, leaving everything in a mess.
How are we supposed to use it now?
The woman's envy intensified. She eyed Nan Murong's pristine attire, speculating that the girl must possess considerable resources. After all, while everyone else appeared gaunt and haggard, she remained fresh and vibrant, an embodiment of allure, raising suspicions about her origins. Her words echoed the sentiments of the crowd. If this woman had resources, they should be reported to the security team for proper management. People often resent inequality more than scarcity. When one lives in hardship, it becomes unbearable to see another thrive. Particularly among the younger women present, their eyes bore into Nan Muron with palpable hostility. Undeterred by their glares, Nan Muron turned her mocking gaze back to the woman. Were those trash items not already yours? You lived nearby and didn't mind the mess before. Yet suddenly you've developed a sense of propriety? Enough of your nonsense. Compensate us for our belongings. The woman, stung by the ridicule, grew fierce. Voices from the crowd began to chime in. What a pretty girl, yet her heart is so wicked. She should compensate. Indeed. We don't even know who cleaned this place up. Perhaps she was hiding something unsavory in her home? Everyone speculated the worst about Nan Muron. As the woman received support, she felt justified in her indignation. However, she soon noticed her boyfriend, who had been captivated by Nan Muron's beauty, and her anger surged. Are you mute? Tell her to pay us for our belongings. Having finally regained his senses, the man attempted to reason with Nan Muron in a gentle tone. Our belongings have indeed been rendered unusable because of you.
Get lost.
Her single cold word met his seemingly courteous explanation with disdain. What else with your attitude? Before the man could process a response, the woman beside him erupted. Unable to tolerate any further, Nan Muron swiftly kicked the man in the abdomen. He stumbled back 2 steps, lost his footing, and tumbled down the stairs. The staircase audience was taken aback by Nan Muron's sudden action. As the woman prepared to rebuke her, she was silenced by the chilling gaze Nan Muron directed at her. If you don't want to be beaten, keep quiet. Nan Muron had a deep-seated disdain for such foolish women. Why should she risk herself for someone so cowardly and shallow? The woman could only watch helplessly as Nan Muron closed the fire door behind her. Don't just stand there. I'm in pain. The man's voice rang out from behind. The woman hurried over to check on him. He clutched his rear, wincing in agony, feeling as if all his bones had shattered. Let us go to the 13th floor and find a doctor. A woman in the crowd whispered a reminder. In the Chi household, Chi examined the man. You have a minor fracture in your pelvic bone and a sprained wrist. You'll need to rest well and avoid sitting too much. It will take at least half a month to recover. Once the two departed, Chi Ching emerged from the room. Chi, did they mention the penthouse? Was it Muron? Pausing in his tidying, Chi Li's expression turned somber. She returned around noon. Is she all right? Did you remind her about the security team? Chi Ching's face darkened with worry for Nan Muron. The security team had become increasingly brazen, posing a significant danger to a girl like her. Chi Li remained silent, retreating to his room. Truthfully, he could not articulate why. But the strikingly radiant Nan Muron had stirred something within him today. In that fleeting moment as she turned to leave, he inexplicably yearned to draw her into the murky abyss alongside him. It was as if 2 miniature figures were battling within his mind, one urging him to refrain, while the other fervently incited him. Perhaps only by dragging Nan Muron into the mire would that radiant essence of hers once again belong to him. Chi Ching found her brother's reaction rather perplexing. However, she had always respected his thoughts and thus abandoned the idea of seeking out Nan Muron. Meanwhile, having just endured a barrage of criticism from a multitude of people, Nan Muron sought solace in a flower pot, sowing seeds that soon sprouted into 3 vigorous vines. She placed the pot outside her door, and the vines began their ascent along the wall, ultimately enveloping the entire vicinity of the fire exit and elevator doors. Having previously observed the actions of the apartment security team in the owner's group, she was certain that the news of her return would prompt them to seek trouble. Driven by hunger and her very presence, coincidentally, she desired their visit, hoping to resolve the situation in one fell swoop. Aware of her reluctance to remain vigilant, she had planted the vines at her door as a means of monitoring potential danger. By 7:30, the overcast sky gradually succumbed to darkness. Nan Muron gazed southward, through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The elevated terrain of the apartment allowed her a far-reaching view, yet she found the entire city shrouded in an inky blackness, punctuated only by faint, yellowish glimmers, likely the glow of flashlights. For one accustomed to the vibrant neon lights of the urban night since childhood, this vast expanse of darkness was indeed terrifying. In her previous life, such a sight might have brought her to tears. Yet at this moment, she regarded it with a tranquil heart, stirred not by a single ripple of emotion. Only the chilling solitude of the night evoked a longing for warmth and a surge of nostalgia within her. She could not help but ponder what sea might be like at this hour. In this lifetime, whenever she found herself feeling bored, her brush would glide across the canvas to depict him. In her paintings, there existed two versions of him, one clad in a white hospital gown, emaciated and pallid, with sunken eyes and cheekbones, perpetually exuding an ineffable melancholy and weariness, often retreating to lonely corners. The other, resplendent in military green camouflage, equipped with advanced gear, stood tall at nearly 6.5 feet, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, an epitome of perfect proportions. His thick brows, pronounced brow ridge, deep-set eyes, and slightly angled diamond-shaped features conveyed an air of subdued sorrow, while his straight nose and well-formed lips were strikingly handsome. As a sensitive art student attuned to the nuances of human anatomy, she had never encountered anyone whose physique and facial proportions surpassed those of Ce. Alas! In her past life, their acquaintance had come at their most vulnerable moments. Thus, Nan Morong had never laid eyes on the perfect Ce of her imagination, leaving her unable to ascertain the accuracy of her artistic renderings. Chapter 26. Scandalous Revelations. The tank, sensing its owner's increasingly somber mood, inched closer to her side. Aware of its approach, Nan Morong looked down and suggested, "Since we have some free time, shall we exercise together?" She pressed the button for the electric curtains, allowing only the light from a lamp beside the sofa to illuminate the spacious living room, casting a hazy glow. While the tank was still in a daze, a wooden dagger suddenly appeared in Nan Morong's hand, and with a deft angle, she lunged at the tank in a playful attack. The two, a girl and her dog, engaged in a spirited exchange of playful combat, relying on their keen sight, reflexes, and judgment. It must be acknowledged that Jia Wu had truly trained the tank exceptionally well. It was responsive, swift in its movements, and surprisingly possessed a sense of combat strategy. After an hour and a half, both girl and dog lay exhausted on the floor and finally ceased their playful duel. Although her room was equipped with electricity and could illuminate every corner, Nan Morong had no intention of standing out in this inky night. Thus, after a quick wash, she retired early to bed. The tank obediently followed her to the bedroom, curling up in its cozy spot on the sofa. Lying on her soft bed, Nan Morong quickly succumbed to slumber, while the tank, comforted by its owner's steady breathing, drifted off as well. In the dead of night, the slumbering tank suddenly rose, alert. At the same moment, Nan Morong stirred awake. Together, they crept towards the door, straining to hear the hushed discussions outside. Frowning, she realized that these individuals had found her so swiftly. "Are you sure you can open this door? We've consulted numerous locksmiths, and they all said it was impossible." The voice belonged to the security team leader. "Rest assured, even a bank vault is no challenge for me, let alone this door." An obviously older voice replied, as if fiddling with some tools. Another, younger voice chimed in proudly, "My uncle is a renowned locksmith in Southeast Asia. There's no lock he can't open, Captain, so you can relax. Just think how thrilling it will be to meet the woman in this room. She must be enchanting." The security team leader's excitement was palpable, echoed by the lewd laughter of his companions. "Just look at her. She clearly hasn't gone hungry. There must be plenty of supplies in this apartment." A new voice added. Xiao Lu subtly nudged Nan Morong's arm, informing her of the 5 security personnel gathered outside. One older individual was attempting to unlock the door, and his tools appeared quite specialized. The door likely wouldn't hold for long. To prevent any permanent damage to the lock, Nan Morong swiftly donned military boots from the nearby shoe cabinet, slipped on a tactical jacket, and opened the door. With a sharp click, the door swung wide, catching the elderly locksmith off guard. Before he could regain his composure, he felt a cold rush against his neck, his pupils dilating in terror before his body collapsed uncontrollably. The young security guard at the back, wielding a flashlight, was so startled that he fell to the ground. In the same instant, the tank leaped and sank its teeth into the neck of one guard, ending his life. Originally 6 men had approached, but in the blink of an eye, only 4 remained. Without hesitation, the security team leader drew his baton, his gaze turning menacing. Nan Morong smirked. "What do you intend to do?" After a moment's thought, the security leader charged forward with his baton raised. Yet, to Nan Morong, his seemingly fierce attack was riddled with flaws. She sidestepped effortlessly, maneuvering past his outstretched arm. The dagger in her hand reversed in the air and plunged into the back of his neck. As the dagger returned to her grasp, blood cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, pooling on the floor. "Please don't kill me. I beg you." The remaining 3 guards were paralyzed by fear. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Nan Morong regarded the trembling trio with a cold smile. "Once, I'm sure someone begged you for mercy, didn't they?" 2 of them visibly faltered. The last guard, still clutching his flashlight, shook his head vigorously. No. "I swear I won't dare again." Without hesitation, Nan Morong dispatched the other 2 guards. Finally, she turned her attention to the trembling flashlight-wielding guard, and upon recognizing his face, her tone softened slightly. "You take their bodies to the stairwell." Noting his continued trembling and pleas for mercy, Nan Morong felt a surge of annoyance and pressed her temples. She couldn't fathom how this coward had once mustered the audacity to interrupt and save himself from Zhang Kuan. "If you wish to live, move quickly." The young security guard suddenly regained his senses, but as he stood up, he slipped on the liquid beneath his feet and fell face first, landing directly in front of one of the individuals. Overcome with fear, he began to weep but quickly scrambled to obey Nan Morong's orders, lifting the bodies one by one to the stairwell. Observing his tearful efforts, Nan Morong furrowed her brow and inquired about the current state of the security team. Just moments ago, as her front door was about to be unlocked, she realized that the situation with the security team differed from her previous life. In her past existence, she had hidden in her home for 2.5 months without encountering the elderly man who could pick locks. What did this mean? Trembling, the young guard asked, "What happened to those few people? Who led them? And what misdeeds did they commit? And where did that old man come from?" The security team originally consisted of 21 members. Now, in these 5 apartment buildings, with a few exceptions, nearly all supplies were under the control of the security team. Each household was required to come to the 21st floor daily to collect provisions. The stipulation was that only women could collect supplies, unless there were no women in the household, in which case men could retrieve them. The purpose was clear to anyone with common sense. A few families had hoarded substantial supplies and had not opened their doors. Consequently, the team leader had been searching for someone skilled in opening special locks. This old man was the uncle of He Chung from the security team, reportedly a key member of a criminal gang from Southeast Asia and a master locksmith. Since his arrival, he had indeed assisted the security team in opening 2 doors, including one on the 12th floor just a week ago. The 12th floor? Nan Morong frowned. Yes, they broke in and assaulted an elderly woman and allegedly harmed her daughter, resulting in the loss of her unborn child, the young guard recounted, somewhat timidly. Nan Morong then realized that Nan Muting had been pregnant for over 4 months, which explained her lack of visible signs. What else? She pressed. However, that daughter of hers wasn't innocent either. After that incident, she frequently came to the 21st floor to trade for food, because she was carefree and flirtatious. Everyone liked her. The young guard, surrounded by the dead, felt his heart break. Nan Morong was evidently taken aback. She had not anticipated that Nan Muting could be so reckless. Did she not adore Chili? How could she behave so wildly beneath his very nose? Her curiosity was piqued. What about that fiancé of hers from the chief family on the 13th floor? How could she act this way? "I don't know about a fiancé. I haven't heard anything," the young guard replied. The chief family was somewhat unique, because they had a doctor among them. The security team had not only refrained from taking their supplies but also regularly delivered basic necessities. After the robbery on the 12th floor, they had approached the chief family to demand compensation for their daughter's losses, only to be driven away by the Chi matriarch. The doctor had since ceased any involvement with them. The young guard, sensing that Nan Morong was interested in these familial matters, felt hopeful for his own survival and became increasingly animated in his storytelling. He silently thought that as long as he kept speaking, this fierce woman would forget about killing him. Through his incessant babbling, Nan Morong discerned the information she sought. After eliminating these 4 individuals, excluding the young guard before her, there were still 20 others on the 21st floor, 16 of whom were from the original security team, while the remaining 4 had come with the old man. Among those who accompanied him were 2 men and 2 women, with the men being somewhat capable and thus considered dangerous. The 2 women seemed like strays, having endured bullying from the security team without any intervention. Reflecting on the situation, Nan Morong noted that after a month of chaos, these scoundrels were still thriving. "You assist me," she interrupted the young guard, who was still animatedly speaking. Nan Morong understood that having already taken a life today, it was imperative to eradicate the entire security team to prevent them from concocting any vile schemes against her. She did not hold an inflated view of herself. Possessing a gun and skills did not guarantee her ability to confront every crisis. However, dealing with 20 individuals at once, even with a firearm, would prove quite challenging. She needed a plan to divide and conquer. The young guard was terrified by her sudden request, but could only respond shakily. What do you need me to do? I want to eliminate those people, and I need your help. If you succeed, I will spare your life and offer you a reward. If you fail, I will kill you too, Nan Muron stated coldly. All right, just don't kill me. I'll do what you say, he pleaded, too frightened to contemplate any reward. He simply wished to preserve his life. After all, the security team had committed nothing but wrongdoings lately. Killing them would not burden his conscience. Nan Muron had no intention of engaging in close combat, as two were undoubtedly formidable opponents. After considering her options, she produced a handgun from behind her and affixed a suppressor. The young guard watched her deft movements and felt a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly realizing he had wet himself out of fear. Go back and inform them that they require assistance. It would be best to lure those two capable men over first, she instructed, gesturing towards the corpses in the hallway. The young guard comprehended her plan and dashed downstairs to the 21st floor at a remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Nan Muron returned to the stairwell, leaving the fire door ajar. She retrieved night vision goggles from her space and donned them. Finally, with her hands gripping the gun, she leaned against the safety door, peering through the glass to monitor any movements in the stairwell, ensuring that even if the young guard harbored ulterior motives, she could handle it promptly. Approximately 20 minutes later, footsteps and coarse male voices filled the stairwell. Damn it, a little girl can't even be managed. I'll make sure to finish her off once I get in. You might not want to. She asked quite a catch. The crude language of the group intensified the murderous intent in Nan Muron's eyes as she observed through her night vision goggles. Among the group ascending the stairs, the leader tripped over the pile of bodies in the hallway. What the hell is this? He cursed, attempting to rise. But the warm sensation beneath his hand made him realize something was amiss. These are corpses. The others following behind had no time to react and were similarly tripped. Grabbing for a nearby flashlight, Captain Lin, what is this? Upon recognizing the faces of the deceased, the leader's expression changed dramatically. Before they could react further, a faint, muffled sound resonated in the air, and the individual holding the flashlight suddenly collapsed. The flashlight spun around before falling through the gaps in the railing, plunging the stairwell into darkness. In the pitch black, the fire door swung open, followed by a series of muffled sounds. Run! There's a gun. One of them, sensing the collapse of his comrades nearby, was the first to react. Unfortunately, it was too late. Nan Muron's shooting skills had been honed through extensive training. Even in a rainstorm, she would not miss, let alone in the close confines of an indoor space where the enemy could not see her. The young guard stood paralyzed as all 10 of the men fell at his feet within a minute, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Is Zhang Kun among them? Nan Muron inquired, casting a cursory glance at the fallen bodies, her brow furrowing with dissatisfaction. Yes, busy, so he didn't come out, the young guard stammered. Nan Muron raised an eyebrow as she reloaded her weapon. It is fortunate that he did not meet an immediate demise. Zhang Kun is a person deserving of special treatment. With a casual glance at the young security guard, she instructed, let us proceed to the 21st floor. The young guard, eyeing the menacing figure of Tank behind him, timidly nodded in compliance. Thus, the trio, 2 individuals and a dog, began their cautious descent down the stairs, arriving at the entrance of the apartment on the 21st floor. The guard, trembling, entered the door code, and with a click, the lock released. The entire building featured individual elevators for each apartment, with layouts that were largely identical. This particular unit had served as a model during the initial sale, and Nan Muron was quite familiar with it. After giving the guard a subtle nod, she followed him inside. Fortunately, the overcast night provided ample darkness, and the sound of the rain outside was sufficiently loud, ensuring that the commotion upstairs did not disturb the occupants of this unit. Once inside, the guard, at Nan Muron's signal, closed the door. The living room was engulfed in impenetrable darkness. How is it, Xiao Wang? You haven't failed to handle that girl, have you? A man huffed from the storage area near the entrance, his voice gruff. Nan Muron gestured for the guard to remain steady.
No, Sanfei.
I returned to assist Lu Shifu in retrieving some tools. The door is a bit stubborn, he replied, striving to keep his tone composed. Enough already. You're lying there like a corpse, and yet you can't even muster a sound. Zhang Kun's curses echoed, accompanied by the sound of a slap. which silenced him thereafter. The guard breathed a sigh of relief as he led Nan Muron deeper into the apartment. That's the resting room. Chapter 28. A knock at the door. Take a look inside first, Nan Muron whispered. The guard obediently complied, peeking in. In the entire building, apart from the security chief and a few guests who could use electricity at night, others were forbidden from turning on lights. Thus, at midnight, everyone else was sound asleep. The resting room housed 7 individuals, all of whom were fast asleep. Nan Muron, disinterested in wasting ammunition on those in slumber, drew out her dagger and swiftly dispatched them one by one, slicing their throats. The only displeasure stemmed from the overwhelmingly foul odor permeating the apartment. Tank, who had followed her, appeared somewhat disheartened, feeling more like a spectator than a participant. Upon returning to the living room, Nan Muron turned to the young guard. Only the 2 women and Jean Cohen remain. The guard's voice trembled violently as he relayed the current situation to her. Intending to find a place to sit in the living room, Nan Muron was deterred by the appalling state of the surroundings. Removing her night vision goggles, she instructed the guard, "Turn on the living room lights." The guard hesitated, "But there are others in here." "I am aware. Just do as I say," Nan Muron replied coolly. Seeing her insistence, the guard reluctantly approached the entrance and flicked on the living room lights. Instantly, the room was illuminated, revealing a chaotic scene where once there had been a neat, stylish decor. Disposable cups overflowed with cigarette butts, and the coffee table was littered with instant noodle boxes and various food packaging, alongside used tissues. With a look of disdain, Nan Muron strolled towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, waiting in silence. "Who the hell is it? You're not supposed to be here, are you?" Jean Cohen's irritable voice erupted from within. Perhaps due to the lack of response from outside, he hastily donned a pair of underwear and stormed into the living room. Upon noticing the state of the room, he paused in disbelief, spotting a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a gray-black tactical jacket standing before the windows. The girl possessed a porcelain complexion and an elegant stature, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. She wore casual black shorts that accentuated her long, slender legs. And the only unusual aspect of her attire was the pair of black military boots she donned. The ensemble, while peculiar, was rendered captivating by her beauty.
Wow.
Where did this gem come from? Jean Cohen, a known lecher, drooled at the sight of Nan Muron. Xiao Wang. Is this the Miss Nan from the top floor you mentioned? Quite the catch, indeed. You've done well this time, don't worry. I'll ensure you receive double the supplies this week. The young guard, alarmed by this precarious statement, felt his legs weaken, cursing himself for having drawn attention to it. Nan Muron shot a cold glance at the guard, her silence carrying a weight that made him feel as though his fate was sealed. At that moment, a woman emerged from another room, her expression shifting upon spotting Nan Muron. Unconsciously, she puffed out her chest and addressed Nan Muron with a disdainful tone. "Who are you? And how did you end up here?" Seeing Nan Muron remain silent, the woman scoffed, turning to Jean Cohen. "Cohen go, I advise you not to take this woman seriously. Who knows what kind of person she is?" "Shut it. Enough with your nonsense. You overused public transport." Jean Cohen shot a glare at the woman while keeping his eyes fixed on Nan Muron, his tone laced with impatience. Unable to tolerate the vulgar exchange any longer, Nan Muron addressed Jean Cohen with a calm demeanor. "Jean Cohen, did you ever pause to ponder the manner of your own demise while committing your transgressions?"
Van Cohen.
Finding amusement in her words, laughed mockingly little girl. "If you serve Cohen go well, he will treat you right." The woman beside him joined in the ridicule. "Who do you think you are?" Before Nan Muron could respond, Tank, unable to contain himself any longer, began barking ferociously at the woman. It was then that Jean Cohen noticed Tank beside Nan Muron. Before he could react further, Tank lunged at the woman, sending her scurrying away. Jean Cohen barely dodged Tank's fierce assault, yet 3 crimson claw marks marred his face. "You beast! You're asking for death!" he screamed, eyeing Tank warily. Despite the initial shock of missing his target, Tank quickly regained composure, preparing for a second attack with renewed focus.
Van Cohen,
confronted by the imposing figure of the German shepherd, felt a surge of dread. He had encountered numerous dogs, but this one was different. Larger, stronger, and far more ferocious. Most alarmingly, it exuded a palpable aura of menace. The previously mocking woman now turned pale in fear, seeking refuge behind the young guard. Furious at her cowardice, he thought, "Why should I be afraid?" Just then, Tank leaped again, moving faster than before, its fangs aimed directly at Jean Cohen's neck.
Van Cohen,
realizing he could not evade it in time, fell to the ground, scrambling towards a nearby room for cover. Tank pounced from behind, sinking its teeth into his ear without hesitation. Blood sprayed forth as Zhang Kuen's agonized screams filled the air. Nan Muron stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that rendered him unconscious. The hard military boot struck his head with force, causing blood to flow. "Go find a chair and bind him," she instructed the young guard. He hurriedly complied, retrieving a chair from the dining area and gathering ropes from the toolbox of the group. Finally, they lifted the man onto a stool and began to bind him in circles, only stopping once they were certain the knots were secure. They proceeded to rouse him. Nan Muron continued to issue commands, for in her past life, Zhang Kuen, this scoundrel, had nearly violated her, and thus she had no intention of granting him mercy. Some individuals deserve to endure torment and perish in despair. The young security guard contemplated for a moment before heading to the restroom to retrieve an empty bucket. Upon returning, the bucket was filled with rainwater. He then took a basin, filled it, and without hesitation, splashed it onto Zhang Kuen's face. Unfortunately, Zhang Kuen did not awaken. But suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Go open the door, no matter who it is. Invite them in and handle it well." Nan Muron signaled to the young guard. She had a premonition that the person knocking at the door of the 21st floor at this late hour was not a good individual, and likely had ulterior motives concerning the security personnel. As the young guard went to open the door, Nan Muron seized the stool binding Zhang Kuen and dragged both him and the stool behind the curtain on the balcony. "You, come here," she beckoned the woman in the living room who seemed lost. After the young guard brought the unexpected visitor, Qi Li, into the living room, he was visibly taken aback. "Where is everyone? Where is your captain?" Qi Li scanned the sofa, emitting an unpleasant odor and the disgusting scene around them. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly found a place to sit. The young guard, uncertain how to respond to his query, stammered, "Dr. Qi, is there something you wish to discuss with your captain at this late hour?" "I have matters to discuss with your captain. Please fetch him for me," Qi Li replied. His demeanor refined, yet his tone undeniably arrogant. "The captain and the others have gone to the top floor. They have yet to return." The young guard fabricated a lie. Qi Li was visibly startled. "To the top floor? The 36th floor has only one resident, that is Nan Muron. It seems these individuals have taken action tonight." "Yes. They went up with He Lao," the young guard responded ambiguously, aware that Nan Muron was hiding to avoid exposure. Qi Li knew exactly who He Lao was, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He thought about going upstairs to rescue Nan Muron, but was also frantically convinced that only after enduring all forms of torment and humiliation would Nan Muron be inclined to acknowledge him again, thus belonging to him once more. "How long have they been gone?" After a long pause, Qi Li finally inquired with determination. "Half an hour." The young guard casually threw out a time. Qi Li fell silent, contemplating that half an hour was likely insufficient for even the door lock to be opened. Glancing at his wristwatch, he decided to wait a little longer. Noticing his gesture, Nan Muron's gaze from behind the curtain was as cold as ice. She did not rush to reveal herself, and after checking her own watch, she remained concealed until more than 40 minutes had elapsed. Qi Li stood up, preparing to leave. "So, Qi Deguzi, you intend to watch a show, are you?" A voice, devoid of warmth, emerged from behind the curtain, and soon Nan Muron and Tank, her loyal dog, appeared on the balcony. Qi Li was momentarily stunned, his face turning pale. His voice trembled uncontrollably. "Ruan." He understood that this moment had revealed his sordid intentions to her. "I always thought you were merely a lecherous scoundrel, not deserving of death. But it seems you are nothing short of a complete scumbag. Living is far too kind for you." Nan Muron discerned the intent behind his visit to the 21st floor from his reactions. He had the audacity to plot her ruin at the hands of the security team before presenting himself as a savior. Ruan, let me explain," Qi Li hurriedly pleaded. "What is there to explain? Are you to justify your purpose for being here tonight, or the vile thoughts that dwell within you?" Nan Muron gazed at him directly. Qi Li felt a pang of guilt as he looked at Nan Muron. He wanted to dispute her claims, but she was no fool. "We are engaged, and I will take responsibility for you. Do you even deserve that?" Nan Muron retorted mockingly. "I've realized my mistakes and have already severed ties with Nan Muting. Why do you cling to past transgressions?" Qi Li, filled with rage, looked at Nan Muron, his chest ablaze with fury. "So, I am to forgive and forget. And in return, you can destroy me?" Nan Muron stepped forward and, without hesitation, struck his face with a resounding slap. weakened from prolonged deprivation. Chili fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nan Muron! He howled like a beast, bloodied and furious. Nan Muron advanced, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony. Ignoring his suffering, she struck him repeatedly, pouring all her strength into each blow, wishing to beat him to death. Suddenly, Tank barked frantically from behind her. Turning around, Nan Muron realized that Zhang Kun had awakened, and the ropes binding him had been undone. He was now wielding an ashtray from the table, aiming it at her head. Just as the ashtray was about to descend, Zhang Kun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Tank leapt forward, protectively shielding Nan Muron. She drew her handgun, and a shot rang out, causing Zhang Kun to drop the ashtray, his hand mangled and bloody. Tank, are you alright? Although Nan Muron had used her psychic abilities to stop Zhang Kun's attack, the ashtray still grazed Tank. The dog called out in response. Once assured of Tank's safety, Nan Muron redirected her gun towards the trembling woman by the curtain, who was horrified at the sight of the gun's muzzle. Please spare me. I was wrong. I don't want to die. You had your chance. Now, you must perish. Nan Muron declared without hesitation, pulling the trigger. The bullet struck the woman's forehead, and she collapsed lifelessly. Initially, Nan Muron had no intention of killing this woman. After all, both women were victims of torment and imprisonment, merely unfortunate souls. However, the moment she untied Zhang Kun, she sealed the other woman's fate, regardless of her pitiable circumstances. A piercing scream echoed from behind. Turning around, Nan Muron saw a completely naked woman, covered in bruises, trembling in shock at the scene before her. Displeased, Nan Muron furrowed her brow. The young guard, still in shock, rushed forward, covering the woman's mouth tightly. Sister Hong, please don't scream. I beg you. He held her mouth tightly while fearfully glancing at Nan Muron. Miss Nan, could you spare Sister Hong? She is just a victim and has never done anything wrong. Take her back to her room and ensure she remains quiet, Nan Muron instructed, holstering her gun and retrieving a dagger as she approached the writhing Zhang Kun on the floor. You filthy scoundrel, I tell you, even if you kill me, you will never escape, Zhang Kun shouted through the pain. You seem to lack common sense, Nan Muron sneered. I am here. Do you really think the others are far away? You killed them? Fear flickered in Zhang Kun's eyes. Don't kill me. I have plenty of supplies. Please, spare me. He began to plead, witnessing Nan Muron's cold demeanor as she toyed with the dagger in silence.
Fan kun succumbe torstai dispire.
Crying and begging until his pleas devolved into curses. Are you insane? I will provide you with food and water. I know where there are warehouses filled with supplies. Please let me go.
Speak.
Nan Muron commanded. Where are the warehouses? Zhang Kun hesitated but ultimately divulged, in the old factory district on South Navigation Road. It's a secret military depot. Everyone is dead. Nan Muron nodded, not doubting his words. Yet, she gripped the dagger firmly and swiftly severed his manhood. A heart-wrenching agony surged from his lower body, leaving Zhang Kun devoid of strength to curse, his form curling into a ball as he writhed in torment, emitting various cries of despair. Chili, observing the unfolding events, found any lingering desire to rekindle his relationship with Nan Mu Rand extinguished.
To him,
the merciless Nan Mu Rand was nothing short of a demon. He began to drag his pained body toward the corner, seeking to escape her line of sight. Chapter 30. Tank's minor injury annoyed by Zhang Kun's incessant screams, Nan Mu Rand casually picked up a nearby towel and stuffed it into his mouth, remarking, You truly are loud. The young security guard, who had stepped out after calming Hong Jie, instinctively shrank into a corner of the living room, trying to render himself invisible amidst the blood-soaked scene. Tank turned to glare at Chili, who remained motionless against the wall. Meanwhile, Nan Mu Rand crouched before Zhang Kun, twirling a dagger in her hand as she inquired, Since the onset of this apocalypse over the past month, have your hands ever committed a single good deed? Zhang Kun's eyes widened in terror at her words. Nan Mu Rand relished his fear, feeling her inner turmoil and bloodlust gradually subside in the presence of his dread. It seems not a single one, she mused. Then what purpose do your hands serve? To continue wreaking havoc? With that, her dagger plunged downwards, piercing the back of Zhang Kun's left hand. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, but with his mouth gagged, he could only emit muffled groans, rendered incapable of movement. The right hand remains unscathed. That cannot be allowed, she declared. The dagger swiftly pierced through Zhang Kun's right hand as well, and watching the blood pool on the floor, Nan Mu Ran felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. The desire to inflict torment burgeoned within her, and she proceeded to stab through Zhang Kuen's feet, only relenting when she finally grew weary of her sport. Since her rebirth, she had swiftly dealt death to those trivial evildoers. Yet when confronted with individuals deeply entangled in her past, she found herself unable to grant them a swift end. The once pristine floor of the living room was now stained crimson, and Zhang Kun gazed at Nan Mu Ran as if he had encountered a specter, trembling uncontrollably. Desperate to escape. Want to leave? I shall grant you that, she taunted, stepping forward to sever the tendons in his limbs. You too, throw him out of the window. Her gaze swept toward Qi Li and the cowering young security guard. Hearing her command, they instinctively glanced at Zhang Kun, who was struggling to crawl away, their hairs standing on end as if they were exposed to an icy wilderness. Hurry up, do not make me repeat myself, she ordered impatiently. The two scrambled to their feet, lifting the thrashing Zhang Kun before flinging him out of the balcony window. The 21st floor height, combined with his multitude of stab wounds and severed limbs, guaranteed his demise. As for an immediate death, that was not what Nan Mu Ran desired to witness. Once the deed was done, the young security guard collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy, not just from exhaustion but from sheer terror.
Qi Li,
drenched in cold sweat, sat slumped in a corner of the living room, his mind blank as he grappled with the instinct to save himself. Yet his legs felt like jelly, offering no strength. You wish to leave? Nan Mu Ran regarded Qi Li with a dispassionate gaze. Ran, please spare me, he pleaded, attempting to maintain a calm tone. The disdain in Nan Mu Ran's eyes was palpable. Just moments ago, you wished to destroy me with the help of those scoundrels. And now you beg for mercy. Do you not find that absurd? I was wrong, Ran. I loved you too much, leading me to foolishness. Please forgive me. I now realize my delusions, Qi Li stammered, trembling, his breath quickening as though someone were choking him. Nan Mu Ran found his shamelessness amusing.
Qi Li,
do not attempt to excuse your malice. I cannot possibly let you off. You cannot kill me, Qi Li asserted, meeting her gaze with a semblance of determination. Trust me. You cannot kill me, or you will invite great trouble upon yourself. Pray tell, why is that? Nan Mu Ran inquired mockingly, intrigued to see what Qi Li could conjure. I have received an invitation from Dr. Jin's laboratory for apocalyptic research. They will soon send mercenaries to find me. If they discover you are the one who killed me, they will not spare you. You are formidable, but against a cadre of elite mercenaries, you stand no chance, Qi Li warned, his tone earnest. He sensed his last card was being played. Should Nan Mu Ran disregard it, his fate would be sealed. Jean Tylan? Nan Mu Ran's expression turned icy at the mention of the name, her body stiffening involuntarily. In her past life, she had often heard whispers of Dr. Jean in the underground laboratory. The very serums injected into their bodies had been developed by him, the so-called Mad Doctor, the source of all evil. Seeing her interest piqued, Qi Li nodded frantically. He is one of the world's foremost medical doctors, with his own biochemical laboratory. And he is my mentor. Qi Li, recite 13047 for me, and do not stop until I tell you to, Nan Mu Ran commanded, her voice trembling with rage. The fury within her capable of annihilating everything. Begin, she ordered coldly. Upon hearing her indifferent command, Qi Li began to recite 13047, over and over. He lost track of time as he went on, his throat dry and hoarse from the incessant repetition until he could no longer continue. Stop, Nan Mu Ran finally interjected, pointing directly at him. The last few numbers mirrored the low, raspy voice from her memories. Thus, the male researcher who haunted her nightmares was indeed Qi Li. Did this mean that in this life, she need not wait foolishly, but could instead find C earlier through Qi Li? Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears.
Qi Li,
breathing a sigh of relief, noticed her unusual reaction and fell into contemplation, sensing something was amiss. When will they come for you? Nan Mu Ran asked, her tone devoid of emotion. I am uncertain. They contacted me only a fortnight ago, instructing me to await their arrival here, Qi Li replied, his unease growing as he observed Nan Mu Ran's chilling demeanor. With a hand on Qi Li's shoulder, she allowed a greenish light to seep from her wrist into his body. If they come looking for you, inform me immediately. Otherwise, no matter how far you flee, I will stop at nothing to kill you, she warned, her gaze piercing into his. Qi Li felt a wave of unprecedented fear wash over him. Understood, I will remember, he replied, trembling. Nan Mu Ran gradually rose to her feet. The young security guard, trembling at the prospect of her departure, spoke up. Miss Nan. Today I grant you a chance at life. Do not engage in wickedness again, or I will personally end you. By the way, come find me after 10 o'clock tomorrow on the top floor to claim your promised reward. Nan Mu Ran cast a cold glance at the young security guard. Thank you, Miss Nan. Thank you. You have spared me, and I promise to behave from now on, ensuring I will not commit any further wrongs, the young guard exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Nan Mu Ran murmured, consider it the virtue accrued from your past life. Only when Nan Mu Ran and Tank had completely departed the 21st floor apartment did the young security guard and Chi Li collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 31. Chi Ching humiliated unconsciously. The two exchanged glances, a shared sense of survival washing over them. Nan Mu Ran returned to her apartment with Tank in tow. After shutting the door, she immediately turned on the main light in the living room. Tank, come here and lie down. Let me examine your injury. The loyal Tank obediently settled beside her. As Nan Muron sifted through his long fur to locate the spot where he had been struck, she was taken aback to discover a gash, nearly half a finger in length. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of kindness toward that woman and Zhang Kuan. Does it hurt? Is there any damage inside? Are your bones all right? Do you have any internal injuries? Nan Muron's tone was notably anxious. Without waiting for Tank to respond, her hand gently pressed against the wound, and in an instant, the gash on Tank's body began to heal. On the opposite side of the room, the once lush pothose in the corner visibly withered at an alarming rate. Tank, momentarily taken aback, glanced back at his inexplicably vanishing wound and pain, then nudged Nan Muron's hand. It's nothing. This is a gift from my own body, an ability unseen to the naked eye. After explaining earnestly, Nan Muron enveloped Tank in a tight embrace. Thank you, Tank. You saved me once again today. Although Tank could not comprehend his owner's words, he sensed her joy and thus snuggled against her shoulder, extending his front paws to embrace her. Chili couldn't recall how he made it back from the 21st floor until he lay down in his bed, his body still trembling uncontrollably. Unbidden, Nan Muron's smile materialized in his mind, followed closely by the image of her expressionless demeanor while committing murder, along with her unmistakable murderous intent directed at him. This unfamiliar side of Nan Muron puzzled him. When had she changed?
Kilipundarat.
Ultimately recalling the stubborn girl in front of the Nan family villa, whose resolute gaze conveyed that everything belonging to the Nan family was rightfully hers. Perhaps it was the result of excessive fright, but the following morning, when Chi Ching called him for breakfast, she discovered that Chi Li had developed a fever, burning hot as if he were a furnace. 398 degrees. What do? We've run out of fever reducers at home. Chi's mother looked at her feverish son, her face a mask of despair, and turned to her daughter. Go find some. What good does it do to stand here crying? If the fever persists, it could be fatal. The matriarch of the Chi family was in a state of panic. After all, he was their only heir. Chi Ching, feeling a pang of sympathy for her mother, replied, Mom, you stay with Chi Li. I'll see if any neighbors have medication. All right, hurry back. Chi's mother said, her eyes reflecting her brief hesitation before focusing on Chi Li, her tone softening with concern. As Chi Ching donned her coat, she nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Mom, Grandma. I'll be quick. Be safe. Chinger, the elder sighed softly as she watched her granddaughter leave, lamenting the desperate state of their world. Nan Muron finally arose from her slumber around 10 in the morning, promptly attending to her morning routine. With the air conditioning running, the humidity had dissipated, leaving the room at a comfortable temperature. Dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, she retrieved steamed pork, mutton blood soup, pickles, and sauce pancakes from her space, settling down for breakfast with Tank, who sat across from her. Not long after finishing breakfast, a loud knocking echoed from the fire safety door. Tank, go open the door. Nan Muron instructed while tidying up the packaging on the table and retrieving a moderately sized cardboard box from her space. She began filling it with noodles, bread, snail rice noodles, nanchang mixed noodles, beef ramen, compressed biscuits, and seaweed egg drop soup until it was brimming. The young security guard, surprised to see Tank opening the door, hesitated momentarily. Tank glanced at him, discerning that he posed no threat, then returned to the house. This is a reward for you from last night and for what is to come, Nan Muron said as she placed the box in front of the young guard. His eyes lit up with excitement as he embraced the overflowing box, filled with several items he had long craved. Yet, Upon hearing Nan Muron refer to it as a reward for later, he looked puzzled. Nan Muron gestured towards the staircase, where the bodies of the security guards lay. Those corpses will start to smell if left there for too long. Please help me dispose of them. The young guard turned to see the 14 bodies in the stairwell and sighed in relief, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, Miss Nan. I will handle it and ensure everything is clean. By the way, Miss Nan, I'll be living on the 21st floor with Hongjia from now on. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Is there still material from the owners on the 21st floor? Yes, I've already devised a plan. There's a designated ledger, and I'll return what remains to each household according to their proportion, he explained. Having anticipated the inevitable loss of those items the night before, Nan Muron nodded. That method is acceptable. Flattered by the praise from his idol, the young guard bashfully scratched his head. Returning to her home, Nan Muron took a moment to digest her food before beginning training with Tank, a pastime that had become their greatest joy during moments of boredom. Unfortunately, just after a few rounds, they heard another knock at the door. Checking the time, Nan Muron realized an hour had passed. The young guard should have left. Who could be knocking now? Wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel, she opened the door.
Wingia.
Despite her reservations about the Qi family, she regarded Qi Qing as an exception and opened the door without hesitation. However, the sight before her caused her heart to seize. The once bright and proud Qi Qing stood before her, her usually neat hair in disarray, her face marred with fresh bruises. And most alarmingly, her clothing was clearly torn. The skirt beneath her coat failed to conceal her legs, which bore marks and bloodstains. In an instant, Nan Muron understood the ordeal she had just endured. Ranfan, do you have any fever reducers? Qi Li has a fever, and I've searched the entire building for help. But they deceived me. Qi Qing's once bright eyes now reflected pain and struggle. Had this been before yesterday, Nan Muron would have refused to assist her, but now, Qi Li's well-being was directly linked to her own search for Siyi. He could not afford to die. Come in and change your clothes first, Nan Muron said, her tone softening as she surveyed Qi Qing's state. Qi Qing was taken aback by Nan Muron's demeanor. Throughout her journey up, she had been scorned and insulted by every man who saw her in her current state, labeling her with derogatory terms. Yet, Nan Muron spoke to her with calmness and composure, breaking through her facade of strength. Ranfan, I have fever reducers. You change clothes while I fetch them, Nan Muron continued. Still stunned, Qi Qing followed Nan Muron inside. Nan Muron headed to her bedroom, retrieving a fresh set of casual clothes and handing them to Qi Qing in the living room. She also offered her iodine, wound ointment, a large pack of wet wipes, and a bottle of mineral water. You can change in the guest room, Ranfan. As she beheld the calm and composed Nan Muron, Qi Qing could no longer contain her tears. Chapter 32. One must rely on oneself to survive. Just moments ago, when that utterly loathsome man from the 18th floor had dragged her into a room and forcefully taken her purity, she had not felt this vulnerable. As if every ounce of strength had been drained from her. In this apocalyptic world, one must learn to rely on oneself to survive. Nan Muron observed Qi Qing,
Her voice steady.
Go change your clothes, I will find you fever reducers. As Qi Qing entered the guest room, Nan Muron turned to the cabinet. Searching for the fever reducers and cold medication she had previously stocked in her apartment.
Moments latte.
The muffled sounds of anguished sobbing drifted from the guest room into the living room. Standing outside, Nan Muron merely sighed softly, choosing not to intrude or offer consolation. After a considerable time, Qi Qing emerged from the guest room, having composed herself. Nan Muron handed her the medicine and added, Inform Qi Li that I rescued him solely because he remains of use to me. Do not attempt any tricks, or I will take his life. Her words clearly startled Qi Qing. Just relay my message as it is, she instructed. Seeing Nan Muron's reluctance to elaborate, Qi Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Ran. I will ensure your words reach him. You're welcome. As she watched Qi Qing depart, Nan Muron was reminded of her past self, who foolishly devoted herself to the Nan family. She doubted that the matriarch of the Qi family and Qi Qing's parents were oblivious to the dangers that awaited Qi Qing on this errand for medicine. Yet, they remained silent, fully aware that in the current circumstances, only by sacrificing Qi Qing could they procure the medicine for Qi Li without offering anything else. If they ventured out to seek medicine themselves, they would likely have to barter something far more valuable such as food, which was paramount in this apocalyptic era. In their eyes, Qi might hold significance, but it paled in comparison to Qi Li's life, let alone the necessity of sustenance. Sure enough, when Qi returned home with the fever-reducing medicine, she inserted the key into the door, but before she could turn it, the sound of her family's quarrel reached her ears. If we don't send Qi, who do you think will freely give us fever medicine? It was Qi's father. But Qinger will be ruined by those scoundrels, Qi's mother interjected, her voice thick with anguish. Yes, but consider what's more important, Qi Li's life or Qi's purity. Think carefully, Qi's father retorted sharply. The matriarch of the Qi family, seated coldly on the sofa, intervened. Enough. If outsiders overhear, it will be a disgrace. You should be grateful she could go out and trade herself for medicine. Tomorrow, when the family is on the brink of starvation, she can exchange herself for food. And only then can we survive. Or, do you intend to trade your meager rations for medicine, risking our family's future? Her voice was devoid of warmth. Will she even agree to trade for food? Qi's mother asked hesitantly. If she has been raised well for so many years, she should be able to endure the sacrifice when needed. If she refuses, she can accompany the search team. Who knows what sort of people she might encounter? Have you forgotten how that food blogger met her end? Qi's father scoffed. The infamous food blogger had been taken by a butcher during a search, and it was rumored she had been killed in a gruesome manner. Listening to their cutting words, Qing's tears flowed freely, and then she laughed, realizing she had once thought they loved her. In the end, their affection was overshadowed by a few meals. No wonder Ran had cryptically advised her that in the apocalypse, one must rely on oneself. Even she could see through her parents' and grandmother's intentions. Yet she had foolishly believed it was merely her misfortune. Her heart grew colder, and she became increasingly resolute. Wiping her tears away, she rose and opened the door. This is the medicine for Qi Li. The three in the living room visibly flinched at her sudden appearance. Qi's mother, caught off guard, asked, Qinger, you just got back? Yes, I just returned, Qing replied, striving to maintain a composed demeanor as if nothing had transpired. I ran up and down the stairs a few times. I'm rather exhausted and will rest for a while. Once in her bedroom, Qing could no longer suppress her tears. She began to tremble uncontrollably, her hatred intensifying to the point where she yearned to obliterate everything. Around noon, an apartment owner planning to search for food stumbled upon several security guards' bodies near the staircase. In shock, he began to scream. Those following him turned pale at the sight of the familiar attire of the fallen guards. There were 14 bodies in total. Another resident shouted from the other side of the building, there are bodies of security guards here too. After a thorough count, they discovered a total of 23 male corpses, including the woman from the 21st floor known for her sharp tongue and voluptuous figure. This indicated that the tyrants of the 21st floor had been nearly eradicated. Who did this? A man asked, trembling with excitement at the demise of these demons, yet fearing the emergence of something more terrifying than the security team. Another man addressed the crowd. In the past few days, there has been only one noteworthy event. The owner of the penthouse returned 2 days ago. A nearby woman immediately thought of the ethereal Nanmu Ran. Could it be? She seems just like a pretty girl, the man dismissed skeptically. But apart from her,
Who else could it be?
his retort plunged the crowd into silence. I saw that Miss Nan. It's been over a month since the apocalypse began, and she looks like she has never suffered a day in her life. How could someone without skills thrive like that? I'm certain it's her. Especially with that fierce dog by her side, remarked a younger man, his admiration evident. Enough, she's here, someone announced. Nanmu Ran descended the stairs, her tank in tow. Surprised to find the apartment owners lined up to greet her. She frowned, perplexed by their behavior. What is this? Are these people so idle that they can afford to be so welcoming? Miss Nan, we noticed those bodies of security guards, a young admirer said, pointing to the corpses submerged in rainwater. Nanmu Rand understood their reaction and deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth. Yes, I killed them last night. Wow, how fierce. You're amazing. The young admirer was instantly thrilled by her nonchalant admission. However, the rest of the onlookers felt a deep-rooted fear. Chapter 33. Qi Li is taken away. A woman who could kill 24 individuals so casually was far more terrifying than the thugs of the security team. The latter had clear motives, merely seeking women and supplies. They wouldn't go to extremes if their desires were met. In contrast, this stunning young woman exuded strength and cold-bloodedness. Her intentions shrouded in mystery, leaving them utterly bewildered. Idle, will we be paying our protection fees to you from now on? The young admirer asked, unfazed by her beauty. Finding her indifference to be even more admirable, Nanmu Ran pulled a raft from her backpack, beginning to inflate it in front of everyone. "No need," she stated flatly. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. No need for what? They wondered. Nanmu Ran dismissed their concerns and proceeded to board the raft with her tank. Last night, she was eager to visit the military supplies depot mentioned by Zhang Kuan. While food was plentiful in her space, military equipment piqued her interest. "Hurry, hurry." The young security guard from the 21st floor said he would return the previously confiscated food to us. A middle-aged woman shouted from upstairs. The crowd initially froze before dispersing in a rush, for in these times, resources held paramount importance. Nanmu Ran cast a glance at the starry-eyed admirer who remained behind. "Aren't you going to retrieve your supplies? Idol, please take me with you." The young admirer implored, his eyes filled with hope. He understood that in this apocalypse, aligning with a strong individual was far more advantageous than relying on oneself. Nanmu Ran, uninterested in his plea, simply took her tank and rode away. As the young admirer gazed at her retreating figure, a sense of regret welled up within him. Indeed, those skilled individuals often favored solitude. Zhang Kuan had indicated that the military warehouse was located approximately 15 kilometers from the apartment. Paddling over in a kayak would be too exhausting. Thus, after exiting the community, Nan Muron sought out a more secluded spot to switch to a small motorboat. The rain had persisted for nearly 40 days, leading to water levels soaring over 20 meters, with only the taller buildings peaking above the surface, rendering the city a vast ocean. Today, the downpour was particularly heavy, resulting in few people on the streets and sparing her from unnecessary troubles. However, upon reaching the designated location, Nan Muron discovered that what was once a dilapidated warehouse area had transformed into a silent lake devoid of any markers. Under such circumstances, she could only rely on the exposed buildings to gauge her bearings, but to accurately locate the military warehouse, one would have to dive beneath the water surface. After roughly determining her position, she concealed the motorboat within the nearest abandoned building. Changing into her diving suit, she plunged into the water, saying, "Tank, stay put on the boat. I shall return shortly." Tank responded with a bark, acknowledging her command. Patting the dog's head, Nan Muron submerged. With the water level nearing 30 meters, she felt grateful for her complete equipment. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Upon reaching the bottom, she began her search for the warehouse described by Zhang Kuan. Suddenly, a massive shadow darted past, startling her. Although she could not discern its form, its size led her to suspect it was a species typically found in the ocean. However, she sure was an inland city. That shouldn't be possible. Regardless of what had flashed by, she needed to hasten her pace. After a prolonged search through the abandoned factory area, she finally spotted a large door adorned with stars in the distance. Lacking experience with locks, she enlisted Xiao's assistance to open the highly secure warehouse entrance. Upon entering, she found nearly everything inside floating in the water. The rice and flour had surely spoiled after such a long immersion, so she stepped over them and continued her descent. A mere dozen meters later, she discovered numerous self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, and self-heating pots, all sealed and intact, suitable for taking. She also found several military backpacks, combat boots, helmets, and camouflage uniforms, which she could also collect. However, due to the dampness of the fabric, she was uncertain whether it would affect the other items, so she refrained from taking too much. Venturing to the rear of the warehouse, she finally laid eyes on what she sought, the most advanced combat weaponry in the world. Complete with ammunition and a full array of individual combat gear, she swiftly gathered all the weapons, along with their racks, and stored them in her space. Having spent time with Jiawu, she had garnered sufficient knowledge about weapons and understood that many domestically developed military products would remain functional even after prolonged exposure to water. Concerned for Tank, she decided to swim back once she secured what she needed. As she broke the surface, she heard Tank barking from within the building.
Tank.
Quickly approaching the building where Tank was located, she discovered him barking frantically on the boat, surrounded by a swarm of sharks. To rescue Tank, she would have to swim through the throng of sharks, an unrealistic prospect. Regaining her composure, she scanned her surroundings and noticed a staircase not far behind her. There was also a staircase platform behind Tank. "Tank, abandon the boat and jump onto the platform behind you," she shouted, gesturing to him, fearful he might not understand. Hearing his master's voice and seeing her hand signals, Tank turned, confirmed the position, and leaped without hesitation. At that moment, a shark leaped from the water, aiming to bite him. Just as Tank's hind leg was about to be caught, Nan Muron fired a shot that struck the shark's head. The shark, in pain, fell back into the water, and Tank safely landed on the platform. Tank, come around from above. Nan Muron continued. However, such a conspicuous movement revealed her location, and the sharks quickly altered their course toward her. With all her strength, she swam toward the staircase without looking back, relieved that it was not far. Just as the terrifying jaws of a shark were about to clamp down on her, she managed to scramble up at the last moment. Leaning against the wall, she watched the circling sharks below, her mind blank with fear, gasping for air as her lungs felt constricted. It was only upon hearing Tank's bark that she snapped back to reality, shedding her heavy diving suit and storing it in her space. Xiaolu, I need your help retrieving the boat. With Tank, she circled back to the position of the motorboat. Upon hearing her request, Xiaolu extended a willow branch, pulling the boat closer until it was directly beneath the platform. Nan Muron reached out and stored the boat in her space. Beneath the platform, the sharks continued to circle, and Nan Muron was surprised to see the sharks swirling within the building. Had they been kept here previously? Before she could ponder the situation of the sharks further, Xiaolu suddenly stirred. Is someone coming for Chili? Nan Muron cursed herself for choosing this moment to venture out. This location was the limit of Xiaolu's sensing ability regarding Chili's life force, leaving her no time to waste. Naturally, she had not anticipated that the other party would come to retrieve Chili in such inclement weather. However, their actions at this moment indicated that the underground laboratory had been activated much earlier than they had speculated in her previous life. Chapter 34. The Appearance of Sai. The man and dog swiftly exited the building onto the outdoor platform. Nan Muron, disregarding the potential for being observed, immediately retrieved a motorboat from her space. The boat sped directly toward the apartment, taking less than 3 minutes. Suddenly, Xiaolu alerted her that the other party was approaching with Chili in their direction. After some contemplation, Nan Muron decided to head west until she reached the former main road, where she concealed herself within an abandoned building by the roadside. After waiting for over 10 minutes, she spotted a motorboat speeding past. To avoid detection, she delayed her departure by 3 minutes. With Xiaolu's guidance, the duo pursued until they reached the foot of Nanshan. The individuals eventually entered the Chui mountain range in the southern part of Shishir, with the main peak standing at 604 meters, directly opposite the location of the Nanshan Yunyu Villa area, which would become a future military secure base. Fortunately, having previously climbed these southern mountains for artistic inspiration, Nan Muron could barely identify her location based on the distinct features of the various mountains. Spotting a concealed motorboat amidst the trees, she confirmed they had entered the mountains. The man and dog began to follow the trail they left behind, continuing their pursuit until they reached the halfway point up the mountain. For Nan Muron, who possessed plant-based abilities, the forest was her domain, especially with the presence of the 7th-level mutated Xiaolu by her side. Thus, even knowing that the group escorting Chili comprised a complete mercenary team, she felt no fear. Suddenly, Xiaolu stirred slightly in her hand. Nan Muron paused momentarily, then dropped to the ground and rolled swiftly behind a nearby tree. At that instant, her previous position was struck multiple times by sniper fire. Damn you, Chili! Nan Muron seethed silently, her anger boiling, yet she remained silent. In the forest, having trailed them from such a distance, there was no reason for them to discover her so swiftly. The only possibility was that Chili, that scoundrel, had betrayed her, intending to use the mercenaries to eliminate her and eradicate any future threats. The sniper across the way, after missing 2 shots in succession, exhibited a clear sense of astonishment. His gaze towards Chili now laced with a chill. You just informed us that she is merely an ordinary girl? Such reflexes, such alertness and skill were not inferior to theirs, yet she was labeled as commonplace. Chili was also somewhat taken aback by Nan Muron's exceptional agility. However, having made his decision, there was no room for retreat. Otherwise, his demise was assured. Regardless of who she is or how powerful, your sole task is to eliminate her. Murder is a business, and Chili pondered what he could offer as compensation. The mercenary team leader regarded Chi Li with a penetrating gaze. Chi Li met the ebony skin leader's eyes. You must be aware of Dr. Jin's intentions for the underground laboratory. As his chosen first assistant, should his research succeed, I will be the first to acquire the results. The deal was struck. To ensure his survival, Chi Li must remember the promise made today. These individuals had always shown interest in Dr. Jin's gene-altering serums and would naturally accept Chi Li's proposition. After reprimanding Qili, the leader signaled his team to disperse, intent on taking down the girl pursuing them. On the other side of the jungle, for figures clad in camouflage, fully equipped, sheltered from the rain in a windbreak. Following a recent emergency rescue mission, their team had lost 2 members, and morale had been low. "Captain, that's the sound of a sniper rifle," said a boyish-faced member. Wang Chong, his expression shifting. The towering figure of Siyi, resembling a top-tier celebrity, also detected the gunfire and stood to listen intently. "I can tell what kind of gun it is," he remarked. "It's not from our side. It's foreign military weaponry." Wang Chong's demeanor turned grave. "These scoundrels are becoming increasingly audacious. Captain, should we investigate?" questioned Dongzi, his expression grim. Suddenly, a familiar gunshot rang out. "It's our own people," Gangzi exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. Without the need for communication, the 4 swiftly adjusted their gear and sprinted towards the source of the gunfire. The dense jungle foliage and the drizzling rain did not hinder their speed. "Gangzi, Dongzi, prepare for a flanking assault. Eagle, cover the rear," Si commanded, urgency evident in his tone. "Understood." The 4 figures dashed through the torrential rain in the jungle, akin to swift leopards. Meanwhile, Nan Mu Ran retrieved a domestically made sniper rifle with optimal stability from her spatial storage, targeting the previously assessed sniper point, clearly inflicting injury on an opponent. "Damn it," the wounded sniper thought, taken aback by the counterattack. The mercenary leader, witnessing his injured comrade, wore a grim expression. He even speculated that the opponent was a soldier from Z country, the most formidable adversaries in the world. "Qili, you have brought us trouble. The shot fired just now could not have been executed by an untrained regular soldier, let alone an ordinary girl." Fueled by the injury to his partner, the mercenary leader now harbored murderous intent, directing his team to close in. Nan Mu Ran, having wounded 2 adversaries, had unwittingly revealed her position. Even without being hit, she understood that relying solely on her abilities today would be futile. If she allowed Xiao Lu to act, the noise would undoubtedly attract attention within a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Fortunately, being deep in the mountains, if she could eliminate all of them, her worries would dissipate. Resolute, she extended her left hand towards the ground. The small Lu at her wrist began to emit a ghostly green light, transforming into countless willow branches that swiftly slithered across the ground like serpents, enveloping the entire battlefield where Nan Mu Ran and her team were situated.
Siye, Wanggang.
Chendong and Eagle halted approximately 300 meters from the battlefield, immediately taking cover. "Stay hidden," Si commanded, not hesitating after observing the situation through his scope. The 4 quickly concealed themselves at the nearest location, raising their weapons to observe through their scopes. The sight before them left them aghast. What was writhing on the ground was not wildlife but willow branches. On the other side, Xiao Lu's tendrils extended wildly, approaching each mercenary, swiftly coiling around their feet and rising to ensnare them. Mercenaries, seasoned in the line of fire, would not concede without a fight. Initially employing handguns, they soon resorted to frantically swinging knives when they realized the futility. Yet, the encircling willow branches appeared impervious to pain, breaking and regenerating, only to coil upward once more. This cycle continued, accelerating until the mercenaries could no longer resist. Ultimately, the sharpest points of the willow branches pierced the necks of 6 mercenaries, ending the battle and extinguishing their lives. The bodies were discarded on the ground, then dragged into the earth in an eerie manner until no trace remained. Qili was seized and dragged towards Nan Mu Ran, his fear palpable as he was brought before her. His terrified screams pierced the jungle, sending chills through all who heard it. At that moment, Nan Mu Ran radiated an ethereal green light, her formerly coiled hair unfurled, shimmering with the green glow, flowing backward in the wind, rendering her an otherworldly presence amidst the mountains.
Chapter 35, Terrifying Sea Ghost.
Qili gasped at the bizarre scene before him, shrieking in terror. Nan Mu Ran approached him step by step, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "I warned you. Do not attempt any tricks, or I will take your life." Ran, please don't kill me. "I beg you, spare my life," Qili pleaded, thrashing against his bindings. In less than 3 days, he had felt the chill of death closing in for the second time, and this time, he possessed no leverage. "Do you truly believe that, at this point, I would let you go?" Nan Mu Ran's tone was icily indifferent, the green-tinged willow branches swaying like seaweed in water. 200 meters away, Si, binoculars in hand, could decipher every word spoken by Nanmu Rand through lip reading. He turned his head, observing the three comrades beside him, who were engrossed in the spectacle through their scopes. The scene unfolding before them was undeniably shocking, yet these three individuals were remarkably unfazed. What kind of being was that girl? He could not fathom. However, it was clear that she would not allow anyone to uncover her anomalies. If they became aware of her presence, she would undoubtedly eliminate them just as she had with the mercenaries, leaving no trace behind. Gently tapping the nearest Wanggang, he gestured for caution, indicating the danger ahead, and signaled an immediate retreat. The four began to systematically withdraw, keeping low until they had retreated nearly 300 meters. Without a word, they turned and sprinted away. That girl was too terrifying. Facing a team of 6 fully equipped international mercenaries, they still held some trepidation. Yet she had effortlessly dealt with them in under 5 minutes, even disposing of the bodies with ease. Such combat prowess rendered them no match. Thus, fleeing was the wisest choice. Xiao Lu focused intently on absorbing the bodies being drawn into the ground, while Nanmu Rand concentrated solely on Qili. She had truly not noticed the four lurking in the distance. I gave you your chance, Nanmu Rand said, her voice chilling. You wish to find Dr. Jin's underground laboratory, do you not? I know where it is. I can take you there. It's not far, right in this mountain. Qili, his body limp, gazed at Nanmu Rand. She smirked coldly. In his final moments, he had inadvertently done her a favor. As long as she confirmed the laboratory's location was within the mountain, she could find it herself without his assistance. Without granting him another opportunity to speak, the sharp tip of the willow branch swiftly pierced through his heart. Subsequently, it was disposed of with the same efficiency as the 6 mercenary corpses. What? After finishing with Qili's body, Nanmuron's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Xiao Lu's warning. She could scarcely imagine the trouble that would ensue if someone witnessed her reckless actions. Xiao Lu, locate them, Nanmuron commanded, taking out a mountain motorcycle from her spatial storage and began racing through the mountains. Meanwhile, Si Yi, having already sprinted over 1,000 meters, pondered the surrounding flora. Were there any rivers nearby? Yes, just a short distance away. The living map, Eagle, replied swiftly. Everyone into the water. Avoid the surrounding plants as much as possible. Si had an inexplicable feeling that the girl he had just seen was some sort of plant spirit residing in the mountains. If she could manipulate plants to kill, then it was likely she could trace their whereabouts through them. To successfully evade her pursuit, their foremost task was to steer clear of all vegetation. Accomplishing this in the densely forested mountains was no easy feat, unless they utilized a river with a broader surface. Upon finding the river, the 4 of them plunged into the water, allowing it to carry them to a deep pool beneath a waterfall, and then continued downstream along the widening river. Following Xiao Lu's guidance, Nanmuron, chasing them to the riverbank, furrowed her brow. They went into the river? How could these 4 think to evade the plants? Beside her, Tank grumbled in dissatisfaction. Is it possible they're trying to evade themselves? It's raining, brother. What scent do you think they're tracking us by? Nanmuron looked at Tank helplessly. Xiao Lu informed Nanmuron that the little grass had said the opposing party consisted of 4 soldiers clad in camouflage, moving with the speed of leopards. Nanmuron understood clearly that once the enemy began to evade the plants, tracking them would become impossible. However, there was no need for excessive concern. After all, their encounter was merely coincidental, and they were strangers who might never cross paths again. If they were to encounter someone familiar with her, that would indeed pose a problem. All right, let us head home. Riding the motorcycle down the mountain, they then took a speedboat back to the apartment. With only about 10 days left until the next acid rain, Nanmuron could not afford to face the ensuing tide of corpses in the penthouse. Thus, she planned to return to the apartment to deal with the Nan family before heading back to the hillside villa. Upon entering the apartment, Nanmuron immediately heard the gossiping voice of an aunt. That aristocrat from the Qi family on the 13th floor cried all afternoon today. Apparently, her son was taken by some laboratory, and her daughter stole all the family's food. Now she's missing. Hearing this, Nanmuron was taken aback. Qi Qing has left? It seemed she had become aware of the Qi family's intentions. Her departure was decisive, as she had always been the resolute Qi Qing in Nanmuron's memory. However, the gossiping group, initially engrossed in their conversation, was taken aback upon seeing Nanmuron, and they all fled upstairs, each returning to their homes. Nanmuron felt somewhat helpless. Was it really necessary to be so frightened? Thus, when she overheard more gossip, she discreetly shifted aside. It was then she learned that the little security guard had returned food to all the apartment owners, except for the Nan family. The Nan family had caused a commotion on the 21st floor, but since the little security guard had returned everything, they were left to seek out other residents. In such circumstances, who would willingly give away their hard-earned food? The Nan family was well aware of this, but was unwilling to accept it, returning to the 21st floor to make another fuss. In exasperation, the little security guard firmly stated to all residents that these days, Nan Mouting had been visiting the 21st floor almost daily, taking a considerable amount of supplies from them. In an instant, the Nan family, having failed to steal the chicken, became the target of disdain for the entire building. As Nan Muron reached the 12th floor, she heard strange sounds emanating from within, causing her to pause. She soon discovered that the old lady Nan had crawled to the staircase. Upon seeing Nan Muron standing nearby, the old lady's face was streaked with tears. But despite her attempts to speak, no sound would emerge. Behind her, the voice of the Nan family's aunt echoed. "What do you suggest? If we don't eat her, how will we survive? The whole family is waiting to starve." The sound of sharpening knives accompanied her words. "Don't you realize the security guard's bodies have disappeared outside? Do you think we are the only ones left to be slaughtered?" The disgruntled Nan Mouting chimed in, followed by a complaint. "Today, the 19th floor came by, creating a ruckus for both me and my brother. In the end, they only gave us 2 packets of instant noodles, hardly enough for the whole family." At that moment, Nan Muron understood why the old lady Nan had desperately crawled outside. It was to escape being devoured by her own beloved descendants. Chapter 36. Only one can survive. The 4 members of the Nan family, armed with machetes and chasing after Nan Muron and Tank, froze in fear, paralyzed by their terror. They had heard from the residents that last night, Nan Muron single-handedly killed 24 members of the security team, emerging like a demon from hell, definitely not to be trifled with. Casting a calm glance at the 4 of them, Nan Muron simply took Tank and ascended the stairs. Behind them, anguished sobs followed, soon replaced by a cacophony of curses and dragging sounds. Nearly 2 months into the apocalypse, death had become the simplest form of punishment. Back at her apartment, Nan Muron sat on the sofa for a long while. Was this outcome cruel to the old lady Nan? Indeed, it was. Yet, she did not hesitate for a moment, nor did she feel any remorse. Perhaps having struggled for so long in the previous life during the apocalypse, witnessing the degradation of humanity and cannibalism, her heart had long since frozen into an unyielding ice. Rising to gather all her belongings into her spatial storage, the entire top-floor apartment, aside from basic fixtures, was left utterly vacant. Taking one last glance at the home she had occupied for so long, she locked the door and headed straight for the 12th floor with Tank. As the door to the 12th floor apartment swung open from the outside, the 4 members of the Nan family, who had been gripped by fear and gradually descended into madness, fell into a state of anxiety after committing murder, until they saw Nan Muron appear in the living room. "Nan Muron, what do you intend to do?" Nan Mouting's voice was filled with terror, devoid of any other emotion. Nan Muron's gaze fell upon the chaotic dining table behind them. At this point, the old lady Nan was already dead, her frail body dismembered upon the table. Her head remained, eyes wide open and bloodshot, as if she could not comprehend the reality before her. This once domineering old lady, who had cherished her descendants above all, met a cruel fate at their hands, dying with her eyes unclosed. "Only one of you 4 can survive," Nan Muron stated, her voice devoid of warmth as she surveyed the 4 standing before her. She felt an inexplicable curiosity about how far these 4 could go in their inhumanity when faced with their own blood. "Nan Muron, have you gone mad?" The Nan family's aunt shouted at her. Nan Muron regarded them coolly. "If you do not make a decision yourselves, when I take action, none of you will survive." "Nan Muron, you devil! Why do you treat us this way?" Nan Mouting was on the brink of insanity. Nan Muron, uninterested in engaging her further, spoke with an icy tone. "Perhaps it is the accumulated grievances of several lifetimes. Now the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The 4 members of the Nan family exchanged glances, contemplating charging at Nan Muron to eliminate her mad presence. However, Nan Muron's response to their thoughts was direct. She brandished a handgun, casually playing with it as she continued counting down. "Time's up." As Nan Muron's words fell, the Nan family's aunt, who had intended to curse her, suddenly found a machete protruding from her abdomen. She gazed in disbelief at the blood pouring from the blade, then turned to her husband, whose eyes were now bloodshot.
Why?
I'm sorry, my love. I must survive. Nan Ping wept for the fallen aunt of the Nan family, as if he were not the one who had struck the fatal blow. Mother, father, have you lost your minds? The words of Nan Mufeng were left unspoken at the other end of the dining table, for a knife, identical to the one he wielded, had brutally pierced his body, thrust by his beloved younger sister, Nan Muting. Observing that Nan Ping and his daughter were the first to draw blood, Nan Muron felt no surprise. She had anticipated their selfish cruelty towards an outsider, yet their inhumanity extended even to their own flesh and blood. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips as she stepped back, granting them ample space for their violent confrontation. Exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, Nan Muting and Nan Ping hurried towards the nearest bedroom. However, as they approached, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving them stunned and their noses bruised, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking into place. This bizarre scene sent shockwaves through them. Are there ghosts? Nan Muron taunted. You wretched beings. To fear ghosts is indeed laughable. I previously stated that only one shall survive. Nan Muting, trembling with fear, gazed at Nan Muron. You are not Nan Muron. Who are you? I am a vengeful spirit, and you too should not delude yourselves into thinking you can escape, Nan Muron replied coolly. Without waiting for a response from Nan Muting, Nan Ping, having grasped the gravity of the situation, aimed his knife unhesitatingly at Nan Muting. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, Nan Muting leaped, her body bursting with potential. Nan Ping, do you have no conscience? Without my daily sacrifices, you would not be alive today. Forgive me, daughter. But I too wish to survive. Nan Ping's tone was malevolent, his earlier display of sorrow vanished. You, of all people, do not deserve to live, Nan Muting retorted coldly, and thus began a frantic chase around the massive dining table. They exchanged blows, their pursuit a twisted dance of exhilaration, until breathless, they did not cease. Watching their futile antics with growing boredom, Nan Muron flicked her fingers and suddenly, Nan Ping's legs gave way, sending him crashing face-first to the ground. Nan Muting, hot on his heels, seized the moment and lunged forward, aiming her blade at his vulnerable back. As her knife plunged into his right chest just as he rolled over, a triumphant laugh escaped her lips, echoing with wild abandon. Yet, moments later, her smile froze. She glanced down to find a knife, Nan Ping's, embedded in her own abdomen. Watching as Nan Muting struggled to sit up, Nan Muron extended a hand, feigning kindness. Nan Muting, you truly are remarkable. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise. Your life will be spared. Wan, save me. I need medicine. Nan Muting grasped for the hem of Nan Muron's pants, but her efforts were in vain. With a cold smile, Nan Muron replied, You ought to remain here, with your family, until death claims you. Upon exiting the apartment building, Nan Muron cast a fleeting glance back, resolute in her decision never to return. By the time she reached the mountainside villa, it was already midnight. As she halted the car, the tank beside her erupted in a frenzied outcry. Illuminated by the car's headlights, shadowy figures emerged from the pitch-black, rain-soaked night. Inside the villa, Bai Mei, who had been monitoring the surveillance cameras, paled. Jia Wu, Wan has returned. Without hesitation, Jia Wu, armed and ready, approached the entrance. A dozen figures loitering outside the villa, uncertain of its existence, turned their gaze towards Nan Muron as she disembarked from the SUV. Boss Hao, that's her. She's the owner of the villa. The project manager from the renovation company exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. With her presence, the villa must be nearby. Upon recognizing Nan Muron, a burly man's eyes lit up with a lascivious glint. Well, what a striking beauty. At that moment, Jia Wu emerged from the villa. The heavy thud of the door startled Boss Hao and his companions. Look, it's that place. The renovation manager, brimming with enthusiasm, continued. The Tiandun groups had said this is a top-tier safe house. There must be endless supplies inside. Their greed intensified at his words, a secure refuge, an abundance of food. The ultimate indulgence in these apocalyptic times. Nan Muron regarded the renovation manager with a cold smile. Did Tiandun fail to inform you that this place is best left undisturbed, lest you meet your demise? You think we'll perish just because of you too? Boss Hao sneered, dismissing her slender frame and glancing at the formidable Jia Wu. Nan Muron closed the car door, her knife spinning in her hand as she raised her voice. Jia Wu, there are 19 of them. Shall we have a little competition? Jia Wu, hearing her words, smirked. revealing a predatory grin as he holstered his weapon. Xiao Lu, illuminate the area for us. Nan Muron lightly tapped Xiao Lu. Instantly, the plants near several windows of the villa shifted, allowing light to pour forth, illuminating the area before the villa. The group led by Boss Hao was visibly thrilled to see the villa, realizing it was the perfect location for establishing their base, a sanctuary reminiscent of ancient royalty. Little girl, I have brothers and skills. You won't regret sticking with me. Boss Hao attempted to entice Nan Muron, his eagerness palpable. In response, Nan Muron launched herself at him, wielding an Austrian combat knife with unwavering intent. With a powerful kick, she sent Boss Hao, who weighed over 180 pounds, crashing to the ground, her knife poised to pierce his throat. A quick-thinking henchman intervened, blocking the blade just in time. Yet, as Nan Muron redirected her knife, it carved a deep gash across Boss Hao's face before plunging into the shoulder of his assailant. By the time the others comprehended the situation, Jia Wu had already incapacitated 2 more foes, converging seamlessly with Nan Muron. Jia Wu, did you arrive just in time? Nan Muron's tone held a hint of mirth. Jia Wu nodded, indeed. Had it not been for Nan Muron's fortunate return, he would never have risked venturing out of the villa. Facing 19 enemies, familiar with one another, and including several imposing figures, the odds were not in his favor. However, with Nan Muron's partnership, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Those damned bastards, brothers, charge at them. Eliminate them. Boss Hao, nursing his stinging cheek, was consumed by rage, his previous lust forgotten. Having endured nearly 2 months of the apocalypse, this was the first time he had sustained such a significant loss. A dozen men armed with an array of weapons surged towards Nan Muron and Jia Wu, who split their tactics, engaging the enemy head-on. Their military knives and short blades struck with uncanny precision, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries resonating across the villa's grounds. These men were merely a disorganized mob, relying on their numbers and brute strength to commit heinous acts, yet they had not anticipated encountering formidable resistance in these secluded mountains. After 5 relentless rounds of combat, Nan Muron and Jia Wu remained unscathed, while out of the 19 attackers, 9 lay dead, and the remaining 10 bore various injuries. Jia Wu has slain 5, while Nan Muron has taken down 4. Brother Hao, these 2 individuals are beyond our capabilities. A timid man, wearing glasses and of slender build, cautiously approached Brother Hao, lowering his voice to offer a warning. Without his words, Brother Hao was already acutely aware that they stood no chance against these 2 formidable foes. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Today, survival was paramount. Esteemed heroes, I, Chen Hao, am unworthy and have misjudged your prowess. I implore you, spare my brothers. We possess ample supplies to offer you, he stated, bowing respectfully to Nan Muron and Jia Wu. Ignoring the frantic darting of his eyes, one might have mistaken his demeanor for genuine apology. Spare you? That would be quite undignified for me, Nan Muron retorted, stepping closer to Chen Hao with a petulant tone, reminiscent of a headstrong young girl. Suddenly, she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, forcing him to double over, and in that instant, her dagger flashed, severing the artery in his neck. Her attack was so abrupt and executed with such speed that no one had time to react. Nan Muron, with an air of nonchalance, retreated to Jia Wu's side. Brother Wu, now we are even. The onlookers were paralyzed with shock, witnessing Chen Hao sprawled in the dirt, blood gushing from his throat. Jia Wu had not anticipated Nan Muron's decisive action. The bespectacled man was the first to react, shouting for escape as the group scattered in panic. At that moment, Tank, who had been quietly observing from the vehicle, leapt down, barking furiously and blocking their exit. Jia Wu and Nan Muron, filled with murderous intent, pursued relentlessly, and it was not until all 19 fleeing individuals lay slain that they ceased their assault. Defeated, Nan Muron expressed her dissatisfaction with her tally, 7 for herself, 2 for Tank, and the remainder claimed by Jia Wu. Jia Wu, with a hint of resignation, replied, it was still quite commendable. Surveying the scattered bodies, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the next steps. Let us return to the house. We can leave the rest to Xiao Lu. As Nan Muron retrieved her backpack from the vehicle, Bai Mei felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing the 2 return safely, having spent the day in anxious anticipation. Did those intruders arrive only at night? She inquired as Nan Muron changed her shoes. A few leaders visited around noon, roaming the mountains for quite some time. To avoid trouble, we let them descend. Yet we could not escape the ensuing chaos, Jia Wu recalled, sweating at the recollection of the day's events. Thank goodness you returned, Ran. My legs are not fit for action. I could only watch helplessly, Bai Mei lamented. Though she appeared delicate, Bai Mei had witnessed her fair share of violence and understood the depths of human depravity. Thus, she did not find fault in Jia Wu and Nan Muron's decision to eliminate those who sought to invade their sanctuary. With a smile, Nan Muron reassured her. Sister Mei, do not dwell in fear. In the future, just remain within the safety of the house. They cannot breach our defenses. Bai Mei nodded in agreement, recalling that was indeed their original plan, but with Nan Muron's timely return, she feared for her safety against such numbers. Both were uneasy. Thus they had rushed to her side. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare dinner for you. Having been on edge all day, neither Bai Mei nor Jia Wu had eaten, and Nan Muron had only partaken in breakfast. Once calmness returned, the three, along with the ravenous dog, found themselves in need of sustenance. Where famished, Jia Wu and Nan Muron chorused, their voices tinged with a touch of desperation. Tank added his bark of agreement. Very well, go wash up and change. I shall prepare a feast, Nan Muron instructed. After enjoying a delightful meal of copper pot hot pot, the exhausted trio retreated to their respective chambers for rest. Nan Muron slept soundly until the following afternoon. Outside her window, the rain continued to fall. Although it had noticeably lessened, the flooding in the city began to recede, leading everyone to believe it heralded a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to them that it was merely a precursor to a more terrifying demise. Upon waking, she found Tank and a Fu lounging at the foot of her bed, keeping her company. When did you two little rascals sneak into my room? She chuckled, affectionately patting their heads. During the renovations, a dog door had been installed on the second-floor entrance, allowing these little creatures to come and go freely. After a brief play session with the dog and cat, she tidied up and made her way downstairs. In the living room, Bai Mei was watching television, seemingly engrossed in a drama that mentioned, what a large bed it is. Nan Muron raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sudden turn of events. Upon spotting her descent, Bai Mei quickly switched off the television. Jia Wu, come out for dinner. With ample time on their hands, having been confined indoors, Bai Mei prepared a table filled with Nan Muron's favorite home-cooked dishes. As they dined, Nan Muron handed several sketches to Jia Wu. Brother Wu, take a look at these. Do you recognize any of these individuals? The images depicted the 6 international mercenaries she had dispatched while pursuing Qi Li in Chuishan. Scorpion, this is a team from Black Ice. Where have you encountered them? Jia Wu's tone was noticeably anxious. In a pre-apocalyptic world, such individuals would never dare to show their faces domestically. However, in this new world, all bets were off. Recently, they extracted someone I knew from an apartment building, he continued. Black Ice? What is that? Jia Wu set the sketches aside. Black Ice is a premier international mercenary group consisting of 29 members divided into 4 operational teams and a 5-member liaison group. They are utterly devoid of morals, committing unspeakable acts, and are highly active in the dark web. It is said that in recent years, they have taken to utilizing various inhumane methods to enhance their power. The 6 individuals you depicted belong to the Scorpion team of Black Ice. Nan Muron quickly grasped the crux of the matter. They favor employing inhumane methods to augment their strength? Indeed. Behind Black Ice lies a company called Blacklock, rumored to engage in human trafficking worldwide to conduct genetic experiments. Jia Wu elaborated, noticing Nan Muron's keen interest. Brother Wu, after dinner, could you describe the appearances of the other members of Black Ice's teams? She queried eagerly.
Describe?
Jia Wu was taken aback. Yes, you narrate, and I shall illustrate them. If she surmised correctly, the underground laboratory belonging to Dr. Jean was established by this company called Blacklock. Thus, the individuals clad in camouflage responsible for external security must have been part of Black Ice. This time, she intended to track down each and every one of them. Bai Mei raised an eyebrow at Jia Wu's peculiar explanations, but as he described their traits, transforming them into vivid features under Nan Muron's deft hand, her eyes lit up with excitement. Jia Wu, too, was astonished by Nan Muron's speed, which surpassed that of many sketch artists. I am, after all, a professional in the arts. This is hardly surprising, Nan Muron replied with a smile as she wielded her brush. It's the first time I've seen you with a paintbrush, Bai Mei marveled, having previously witnessed Nan Muron wielding weapons, but never the delicate instrument of art. In that moment, Bai Mei felt that this was the true essence of Nan Muron. Observing the paintbrush in her hand, Nan Muron couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. In this apocalyptic struggle for survival, the skill of painting seemed of little practical use. As Jia Wu observed the increasingly familiar features taking shape, he suddenly realized that Nan Neuron's intent was to locate these individuals, perhaps even to eliminate them. Ran. Each of these individuals is exceedingly dangerous. Even in your current state, you are no match for them. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. After 3 days of diligent work, Nan Neuron finally captured the likenesses of the 18 members of the 3 other teams under Jia Wu's description. Gazing at the images that had haunted her nightmares on the walls of her study, her eyes grew increasingly cold. These individuals must perish. In the ensuing days, she began her routine of departing the villa each day to search for information regarding Dr. Jin's underground laboratory in Chui Mountain. However, despite Xiao Lu's exhaustive search from the base to the peak of Chui Mountain, the laboratory remained elusive. Sitting back in her car, Nan Neuron surveyed the dense thickets surrounding her, regretting her hasty decision to eliminate those mercenaries, which had cost her the chance to locate the laboratory sooner. Yet, no amount of regret could alter the past. She found herself once more at square one in her quest for Siyi, left only to wait. At the same time, the first devastating rain of the apocalypse finally ceased after 2 months. The survivors in the city watched the water levels recede and the skies clear, unable to contain their joyous cheers. Though merely 2 months had passed, those who endured felt as if they had lived through lifetimes. The number of individuals venturing out in search of food increased, and even amidst the dwindling supplies post-flooding, their enthusiasm remained unshaken, as if, in an instant, humanity had regained a glimmer of hope. Chapter 39. Hunting down the mountain Rian. Look, the rain has stopped outside.
Bai Mei,
Who had already taken a stroll early in the morning, shared Jia Wu's delight. Nan Neuron gazed out at the lush greenery and the brilliant sunlight, her spirits lifted considerably. Nodding with a smile, she turned to them. It will rain again in a few days. Wu Go, Mei Jia, please refrain from going out during this time. She was concerned that Jia Wu might take Bai Mei outside for fresh air. Additionally, with the hydroponic greens at the hot springs atop the mountain, Jia Wu would venture there each morning to harvest vegetables. It would be troublesome if they encountered acid rain. Having spent considerable time together, the couple had come to understand Nan Neuron better. Rian, is something going to happen? They inquired. She revealed little but hinted, you will know once the next rain has passed. After a week of clear skies, ominous clouds gathered once more, suffocating in their density. The heavens granted the populace barely half an hour to react before the rain began to pour. Many who had ventured out for supplies found themselves caught in the downpour, drenched to the bone, while others chose to remain where they were, waiting for the rain to cease entirely before returning home. This rain, unlike the previous 2-month deluge, arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, yet it bore a foul odor. Soon, an alarming discovery was made. Anyone who had been caught in the rain experienced skin irritation and burning sensations. Their initial discomfort escalated to high fevers that persisted through the night, leading to a rapid onset of mutations. In the city's residential buildings, terrified screams echoed as many were bitten by their loved ones in their sleep, transforming into the undead. Some families, unable to harm their mutated children, suffered the same fate. With food shortages lasting over 2 months, humanity had only suffered a 10% loss. However, this sudden onslaught of acid rain mutations pushed that figure to over 50%. Following the rain, the city was besieged by waves of the undead. The survivors soon realized that those who had perished, as well as those who had been caught in the acid rain, had all become zombies. They were soulless, unable to think, slow in movement, but capable of sensing human presence from close proximity, drawn by various sounds. Once the patterns of mutation were understood, the living began to confront the harshness of their new reality. On the 3rd day after the mutations began, Nan Neuron felt an overwhelming thirst for power, recognizing it as a manifestation of her own abilities. Her 3 types of powers, particularly the plant and psychic abilities, had plummeted from level 8 to a mere initial level 2, leaving her feeling out of sorts as they too struggled to adapt. Sensing the shift in the world's energy, they transformed into 3 hungry children, yearning to grow stronger. Wu Go, I must go hunting, she declared, donning a deep gray athletic outfit and packing her bag. You should accompany Rian, Bai Mei, seated in her wheelchair, insisted without a moment's hesitation. The villa is safe. As long as I remain indoors, there is no danger. You need not worry. Jia Wu understood that they could not hide away forever, and despite his concerns, he acquiesced. Whatever happens upon our return, do not venture outside alone.
Rest assured, Bai Mei replied gently.
As they prepared to depart, De Fu leapt into Nan Murian's embrace, clearly expressing its desire to accompany her. You must stay here with Mei Jie. She firmly declined the little creature's wish. De Fu, however, was discontent, prompting her to ponder its unusual intelligence. Particularly De Fu, the cat seemed to comprehend her words. Let it be. If it wishes to go, let it accompany me. I can manage alone at home, Bai Mei chimed in. What do you mean you can manage alone? Nan Murian frowned. Bai Mei shrugged. I'll be at home, enjoying snacks, watching Know-It-All, blissfully entertained. I won't feel bored at all. Seeing her genuine contentment, Nan Murian relented, but her unease lingered. After some contemplation, she retrieved milk tea, fruit tea, a coffee and soda from her space, placing them on the coffee table. She also produced an array of snacks and fruits. Mei Jie, do you need anything else? Despite the villa always being well stocked with rice, flour, fruits, vegetables, and various delicacies, both Bai Mei and Jia Wu suspected that Nan Murian had a hidden stash. Yet, witnessing her produce such a lavish spread from thin air astonished them. You've left Bai Mei in a state of disbelief. I possess an enormous storage space, Nan Murian stated casually, handing Bai Mei her favorite red tea latte. My goodness, Rian, you are truly a treasure trove. Bai Mei expressed her delight, entirely unfazed by the oddity of it all. Once the initial shock wore off, Jia Wu felt fortunate for Nan Murian's abundance, knowing it would alleviate the hardships of surviving in the apocalypse. Even so, once they stepped outside, he was momentarily taken aback as she summoned a vehicle from seemingly nowhere. Having faced countless life and death situations and witnessed various wonders of the world, he still struggled to adjust to Nan Murian's extraordinary existence. Upon seeing the car, Jia Wu's eyes widened. Every man has an affinity for automobiles, and this one was a coveted dream vehicle, the Predator. Where did you get this car? He inquired incredulously. I acquired it for $0 at the Asian Auto Show, she replied, tossing him the keys. You can drive it. Once inside, as the engine roared to life, Jia Wu was palpably invigorated. I also have a Kalman King, a Hummer, a Wrangler, and a tank. I'll bring them out for you to drive another day. Nan Murian secured her seatbelt. Jia Wu felt his heart racing. When we return, I want to drive the Hummer. Surprised to see Jia Wu so animated, Nan Murian quipped. You really love cars, don't you? Very much, he replied without hesitation. All right then. Where shall we go first? Let us head to the Nanshan Cloud Garden. Uncertain of the conditions post-acid rain, she chose the less populated Nanshan Villa area, hoping to check on Fei Ji's situation as well. Of course, this time she needed to discuss subsequent matters with Guofei. After all, Nan Murong had arranged for Guofei to be stationed at Nanshan Yunyu early on, knowing that a safe base would be established there. Furthermore, she believed that with Guofei's capabilities, merely seeking stability would be a waste. He should be achieving much more. The descent down the mountain was unremarkable, but as the vehicle entered the winding road below, a few aimlessly wandering zombies appeared by the roadside. Upon hearing the approaching vehicle and catching the scent of human presence, several zombies moved toward them as if under some enchantment. Chapter 40. The odd little ones. Nan Murong's gaze sharpened as she spotted a nearby village. Mu go, we must disembark. After Jia Wu parked the vehicle, the three of them, 2 humans and 1 dog and cat, quickly exited. Dafu leapt onto the tank's back without any objection from the tank. To eliminate a zombie, one must strike its head while ensuring one's own safety, otherwise, transformation into a zombie would ensue. Nan Murong retrieved 2 baseball bats from her storage space, handing one to Jia Wu. This method seemed rather violent. Although Jia Wu frowned, he accepted it without hesitation. In a split second, as he charged forward intending to crush the nearest zombie's skull, Nan Murong utilized her psychic abilities to momentarily control the zombie. Jia Wu swung the bat, and with a satisfying crack, the zombie's head shattered, dark brain matter splattering everywhere, a brutal yet exhilarating spectacle. However, the stench of the brain matter was overwhelmingly pungent. A single breath could invoke nausea. With the experience from the first zombie, the duo proceeded to dispatch 5 more zombies in a similar manner. Once the area was devoid of standing zombies, Nan Murong extracted a dagger from her space and began to sift through the zombie remains for brain crystals. What are you searching for? Jia Wu inquired, puzzled.
Crystal cores, she replied.
These cores can enhance the abilities of awakened individuals and may even trigger latent powers. I plan to experiment with them later. Her search was meticulous, and she eventually unearthed a white, irregular crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail. Jiawu took the crystal she offered. Do all these zombies have one? Not necessarily. Some do, some don't, but those with greater strength will definitely possess one. The color and size of the crystal vary according to the zombie's strength. Nan Morom explained as she continued her search. In essence, the lowest grade of crystal is transparent white, followed by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. The deeper the color, the more saturated it becomes, indicating a higher grade. Moreover, the absorption of crystal cores by ability users is also restricted by grade. To level up, one must consume cores from a higher grade, whereas cores of the same grade can only reinforce or replenish abilities without advancing them. After meticulously examining 5 zombie heads, they had only managed to retrieve 2 cores, both disappointingly small. Aren't you going to absorb them? Jia Wu asked, surprised to see Nan Morom casually stow the crystals into her backpack. My abilities are still at the initial stage of level 2. These are of no use to me. Jia Wu paused, realizing he had overstepped, feeling awkward for having asked. If you were to confront Habing using your powers, what are your chances? Jia Wu finally voiced his ongoing concern. Nan Morom smiled, sensing his worry. I didn't finish my earlier statement. Not only have I encountered venomous scorpions, but I have also defeated them. The vehicle made a jarring halt on the winding road. With the assistance of Xiao Lu, she stated, at this stage, there is no one who can contend with me. However, the future remains uncertain. Jia Wu forced himself to regain composure and restarted the vehicle. After traveling a few kilometers, they arrived at a village nestled beside the winding road. The number of zombies along this stretch had noticeably increased, with 1 or 2 moving more swiftly than the others. Upon disembarking, they instinctively split up. Jia Wu continued to crush skulls with his bat, while Nan Morom employed her psychic abilities to control the zombies, subsequently either smashing their heads or using willow branches to strangle them. Throughout the entire process, she refrained from letting Xiao Lu intervene, relying solely on her powers to manipulate the branches. As the noise and scent of living beings attracted more zombies, after dispatching over 20, Nan Morom felt a distinct sense of fatigue. Compared to her previous self, who could effortlessly eliminate foes with Xiao Lu's aid, her current level 2 abilities felt rather inadequate. Nonetheless, it was simply a matter of accelerating her progress. Once her powers were depleted, she resorted to directly smashing skulls, nearly clearing the village of wandering zombies near the winding road. Afterward, they resumed their search for brain crystals, ultimately collecting 21 low-grade crystals and 2 slightly reddish ones. During the process, the restless tank leapt forward, its sharp claws severing a zombie's head with ease. Surprisingly, Dafu, usually appearing clumsy, displayed remarkable agility, accurately leaping onto the heads of zombies. Alas, despite its sharp claws, it struggled to detach the heads. Before long, however, the little creature noticed Nan Morom searching for crystals and stumbled upon a new discovery. Jia Wu watched in disbelief as Dafu jumped onto a zombie's head to extract a crystal. Nan Morom, equally astonished, unhesitatingly gave a thumbs up to the adorable Dafu. You're impressive. Just be careful not to get hurt. Her current abilities were insufficient to dispel the zombie virus, hence she could not prevent mutation. Nonetheless, both Tank and Dafu's behaviors were perplexing. Had something unknown transpired with them? Though confusion lingered, she refrained from directly questioning them, continuing on in her bewilderment. After gathering all the crystals, they returned to the vehicle and continued along the winding road. After 40 minutes, they finally arrived at Nanshan Yunyu. A few zombies in security uniforms were wandering at the entrance. Without hesitation, Nan Morom exited the vehicle to deal with them, raising the barrier manually. Once inside the villa area, they occasionally encountered aimless zombies. If they appeared particularly notable, she would disembark to eliminate them and collect crystals, while not wasting effort on those that seemed too sluggish. The vehicle rolled to a stop in front of the solitary villa where Guerfei and his family resided. Hubby, there are people outside, Lin Jiejia exclaimed, her voice tense as she gazed at the monitor displaying the vehicle. They had been living there for nearly 3 months, transitioning from confusion to relief, and now to a state of anxious unease. The couple, along with their son, had endured profound psychological torment. Just yesterday, upon spotting roaming zombies outside, their anxiety had escalated. In this constant state of tension, the only comfort was the ample food supply. Nan Morong had left them with meticulously prepared provisions, including dehydrated vegetables and self-heating meals, along with concentrated fruit and vegetable juices. Thus, despite the apocalypse dragging on, the couple still maintained a balanced diet. Yet, the more secure they felt, the greater their panic grew, fearing both the covetousness of others and the unpredictable changes outside. During the relentless downpour, they had encountered intruders attempting to break in for food on more than one occasion. Had it not been for the 2 guns left behind by Nan Morong, they could only speculate on what might have happened. That's Ran. Guo Fei exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he spotted a girl in a gray tracksuit stepping out of the vehicle. Chapter 41. An unexpected encounter with the military. Lin Jiejie also recognized her. It's Ran. She's lost some weight. Before Nan Morong could step into the villa's courtyard, the main door swung open from within. Guo Fei and Lin Jiejie stood at the entrance, visibly thrilled as they watched her approach. Seeing her well, Guo Fei felt a surge of emotion. Fei Go, Nan Morong rushed forward, embracing the couple without hesitation. Are you both well? Lin Jiejie nodded repeatedly. We're doing fine. Thank you ever so much, Ran. Without you. She could hardly bear to imagine the fate of their family of 3 had Nan Mu-ren not prepared everything in advance. There is no need for us to express such sentiments. Come inside quickly. Upon noticing Jia Wu trailing behind Nan Mu-ran, the couple ushered them in. For the outside world was rife with wandering zombies, rendering it quite perilous. In one corner of the villa's living room, a meticulously crafted children's area revealed that Dudu had already learned to walk. Dudu, call your aunt Nan Mu-ran, she said. Her heart warmed by the sight of the plump little one. In a previous life, Dudu had succumbed to a persistent high fever, failing to survive the first heavy rain of the apocalypse, forever stunted at the tender age of 1. Ran, don't rush to entertain him. First, have some hot tea to warm yourself, Lin Jiejie advised with a smile. By the calendar, it was now November, and the weather outside bore the chill of autumn's aftermath. Nan Mu-ran settled back onto the sofa and introduced Jia Wu and Guo Fei to each other, having heard that Jia Wu had been teaching her self-defense skills. Guo Fei and Lin Jiejie naturally assumed that Nan Mu-ran had managed to survive until now due to Jia Wu's protection. Grateful, the couple became even more warm towards Jia Wu, which made the usually stoic man feel somewhat uncomfortable. All right, no need to fuss. We can't stay long, Jia Wu stated. You must stay for lunch, Lin Jiejie insisted firmly, glancing at Nan Mu-ran. Nan Mu-ran nodded. That sounds good. I have something to discuss with Fei Ge. Then I shall prepare the meal. You two continue your conversation, Lin Jiejie said as she headed to the kitchen. Since they were staying for lunch, Jia Wu stepped outside to retrieve the tank and a foo from the vehicle. Dudu, who had been playing alone in the children's area, had found a rare playmate, and to prevent any injuries, Jia Wu had to keep a watchful eye on them. The chubby Dudu softened Jia Wu's usually hardened demeanor. In the study on the first floor, Guo Fei looked at Nan Mu-ran and asked, Ran, do you have something to discuss?
Fei Yi.
What are your plans moving forward? Given their close bond, Nan Mu-ran felt no need for circumspection. Guo Fei was taken aback. What did she mean by plans? In this apocalypse, societal structures had completely collapsed, and the worst of human nature had been magnified. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. What more could one hope for? Nan Mu-ran understood Guo Fei's mindset all too well. Fei Ge, Nanshan Yunyuan will soon establish a military base. Once the base is set up, troops will be dispatched to search for survivors, and those who survive will gather in droves. Where there are gatherings, conflict is inevitable. Strong management will be necessary to uphold a new order in this apocalyptic world. Do you wish for me to oversee the management of the base? Guo Fei asked, his tone earnest. Yes, I need you to be strong enough to act as my support, Nan Mu-ran replied candidly. The apocalypse had only just begun, yet Dr. Jean's underground laboratory already existed, which implied the presence of an authoritative force waiting in the wings. She would not be foolish enough to confront such power alone. Guo Fei suddenly smiled. The lower class labors, the middle class strategizes, and the upper class leads. Resources, whether in the pre-apocalyptic world or the current one, are finite. To obtain them, one must take the initiative to seize them. He was well acquainted with this reality and understood the profound meaning behind Nan Mu-ran's words. Ran, you have truly matured. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to meet your expectations. You certainly can, Fei Ge, Nan Mu-ran replied, her confidence in him unwavering. Their mutual understanding solidified, and as they exited the study, they were suddenly interrupted by cries for help echoing from outside. Help! Save us! Jia Wu immediately became vigilant, while Lin Jiejie, busy in the kitchen, rushed out. The four of them instinctively approached the villa's surveillance monitor. Is someone chasing them? Are they zombies? Guo Fei speculated uncertainly. Nan Muran shook her head. There are zombies behind them, but ahead, it seems they have spotted their saviors.
Vuye.
Let us go see what is happening. Upon exiting the villa and stepping into the yard, they discovered several military vehicles parked about 2 villas away. They are military personnel. Jia Wu assessed quickly. Nan Muran nodded, deducing from the timeline of her previous life that they were likely a reconnaissance team dispatched by the HB military, tasked with locating suitable sites to establish a secure base in West City. As the military vehicles approached, they encountered numerous zombies, but few living souls. They had just rescued one individual who was so frightened he could hardly speak. Looking up, they saw a man and a woman not far ahead. Leading the foremost vehicle was a tall, imposing colonel with a square jaw, exuding an air of authority. Upon recognizing the two of them, he stepped out of the vehicle and approached, accompanied by a younger, somewhat cherubic-looking guard. Chun Zhengwo, Nan Muran thought, surprised to unexpectedly encounter a significant figure from her previous life. This individual would eventually become the head of the military base in West City. Known for his integrity and selflessness, dedicated to serving the nation and its people. It was under his leadership that the military base would become a formidable force. With strict regulations, regarded as the safest haven in the surrounding regions during the later stages of the apocalypse. If he had any faults, it was his coldness and rigidity. Chun Zhengwo greeted them first, attempting to suppress the intimidating aura surrounding him in an effort to appear more approachable, yet it still evoked a sense of trepidation. Hello. Hello. Nan Muran replied with a smile, undeterred by his oppressive presence. We are from the HB military district, seeking to understand the conditions of this villa area. Would that be convenient? Nan Muran's demeanor relieved Chun Zhengwo, as he recognized that Jia Wu's protective stance behind her indicated that this remarkable young woman was the focal point of their interaction. Thus, his inquiries were directed toward Nan Muran. Chapter 42, a fortuitous opportunity. As they had been navigating the apocalypse for nearly 3 months. They had encountered many individuals bearing ashen faces, yet this young girl before them radiated vitality. Even before the apocalypse, such a striking girl would have been a rarity. Nan Muran nodded in acknowledgement. We do not reside here, so we are not entirely aware of the situation. However, my brother and sister-in-law live nearby. Would you like me to take you inside to speak with them? In this life, Nan Muran's initial plan for Guo Fei was to seek opportunities to align with powerful allies. Chun Zhengwo, the future head of the West City military base, was a significant figure arriving at their doorstep. It would be a disservice to her fortune not to seize this opportunity. Most importantly, given Guo Fei's character and approach, the two would undoubtedly resonate well together. Chun Zhengwo was momentarily taken aback by her words. They had encountered many seeking help along the way, but she was the first to invite them into her home. Though surprised, he agreed, recognizing the importance of their mission. Very well. Upon entering the villa and witnessing the chubby little child in the living room, Chun Zhengwo could not help but steal a few glances. His own son was slightly older. Yet this child appeared significantly younger, and he felt a pang of nostalgia. Upon encountering the chubby little child accompanied by a playful tank and a large dog, Chun Zhengwo, typically known for his stoic demeanor, nearly faltered. What sort of household is this? In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where people struggle to find enough to eat, this family's pets are remarkably well cared for. Guo Fei stared in astonishment at Chun Zhengwo, who had been brought in by Nan Muran. This is Comrade Chun. He is from the HB military region and wishes to learn about the situation at Nanshan Cloud Garden. Nan Muran introduced Chun Zhengwo to Guo Fei, confident that he would grasp the significance of the meeting. Perhaps due to his military attire, Lin Jiejie did not hesitate and quickly invited him to take a seat. Guo Fei, upon receiving a subtle cue from Nan Muran, recognized the importance of this individual to his future plans, realizing that he could play a pivotal role. While warmly inviting Chun Zhengwo and his bodyguard to sit, he reached for his wife Lin Jiejie's hand. The couple shared an unspoken understanding. Lin Jiejie instantly comprehended that her husband was eager to forge a connection with the officer. The bodyguard who entered with them was taken aback by the warm tea offered by Lin Jiejie. What kind of family could still enjoy tea at a time like this? Chun Zhengwo was equally stunned but managed to conceal his surprise. After a brief exchange, Guofei comprehended the purpose of Chen Zhengwo's visit. Eager to establish a rapport, Guofei candidly shared all the information he had gathered over the past 2 months regarding the villa area. Bored, Nan Muron and Zhu stepped outside the villa for some fresh air. On their way, they encountered wandering zombies, swiftly dispatching them to collect crystal cores. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from a nearby villa. "Help us. There are zombies in our house." Jiawu and Nan Muron did not rush in immediately, but scanned the situation within the house. There was indeed a zombie, but it appeared to be a child, moving with remarkable slowness. Alongside a middle-aged woman, a rather overweight man also pleaded for assistance. It was quite a rarity to see someone so rotund 3 months into the apocalypse. With 2 against 1, and the man's robust stature, they certainly possessed an advantage. He had enough strength to handle the situation himself. Nearby, soldiers in a military jeep heard the cries and hurriedly approached the source of the commotion. "Damn it! Are you too deaf? Hurry up and save them." The man inside the villa noticed Nan Muron and Jiawu on the road. Seeing they had just dispatched zombies with ease yet were now hesitating, he erupted in anger. Nan Muron frowned, finding it quite unusual for someone in distress to be so abrasive. "What's wrong with you?"
We're not going.
Jiawu replied coolly. At that moment, several soldiers had arrived and were preparing to enter the villa to rescue the victims. However, Nan Muron stepped forward, blocking their path. His shouting indicates he is quite capable. There's no rush to save him. The leading officer softened his tone upon realizing Nan Muron was a woman. "Miss, the situation inside is dangerous. You shouldn't linger here. Get home quickly, it's not safe outside." The man inside the villa had also spotted the approaching soldiers. "Are you all dead? Can't you see I'm in danger? Do you understand what it means to serve the people?" The soldiers were visibly angered by his insults. Yet they did not abandon their mission to save lives. "Do you really want us to save someone like him?" "That's our duty," the lead officer replied firmly. Nan Muron nodded and stepped aside. Just as she did, the couple inside suddenly felt a piercing pain in their heads. Their arms that had been holding off the zombie inexplicably weakened. The zombie seized the opportunity, sinking its teeth into the nearest man's neck. His screams were heart-wrenching as the zombie continued its assault on the now defenseless woman. "Quick, save him." The lead officer rushed towards the villa, but the sturdy door thwarted their entry. Ultimately, they had no choice but to climb through a window. After dealing with the relatively youthful zombie inside, they managed to escort the unbitten middle-aged woman out. However, once outside, the woman began to thrash about wildly. "My husband. Save my husband." One soldier gently reassured her. "Your husband has been bitten by a zombie. He will soon turn." Had it not been for their consideration for her feelings, they would have already dealt with her husband before he fully transformed. The woman, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. "You're talking nonsense. My husband was just fine. Are you afraid of danger and unwilling to save him? How can you soldiers be so heartless?" "It's not that we can't save him. It's that it's impossible," the lead officer explained. "Soldiers who stand by and do nothing while people die, come witness this." Seeing the unreasonable woman, the soldiers were at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the villa door swung open. Nan Muron turned to the stunned woman on the ground, her voice as cold as ice. "Since the zombie inside has been dealt with, you can now go in and save your husband." Nan Muron's actions left the woman speechless and startled the soldiers as well. "Hurry." Seeing the woman frozen in shock, Nan Muron stepped forward and grasped her collar, threatening to throw her back inside. The sudden lift terrified the woman, her face turning pale as she began to cry and struggle violently. "I want to go. I want to save him. Let me go. If I don't go in, I'll die." Only then did Nan Muron coldly release her back to the ground. The soldiers, regaining their wits, were left speechless. It was clear she knew that going back meant certain death. Chapter 43. I am his partner. The woman, thrown to the ground, glared at Nan Muron's retreating figure, wishing she could kill her. She had clearly seen that if Nan Muron hadn't obstructed the soldiers, her husband wouldn't have been bitten. Suddenly, her hand grasped a nearby gardening spade, and a surge of anger took over. Her grip tightened as she charged towards Nan Muron. "You die." Everyone nearby gasped in shock as they witnessed the spade flying towards Nan Muron's head. There was no time to intervene. "Wan, kick back." Jiawu shouted anxiously. Reacting instinctively, Nan Muron executed a swift kick. The woman wielding the spade was sent sprawling, barely stopping as she crashed into a nearby wall. The pain in her abdomen nearly caused her to faint. Once she regained her senses, terror washed over her as she began to wail, attempting to draw more attention. The soldiers are trying to kill me. The lead officer furrowed his brow in disbelief. Even in her current state, she still sought to create chaos. Miss, please stop shouting. We just saved you. How could we possibly harm you? Exactly. Is this how you treat people? A younger soldier added, feeling aggrieved. Arrest her. I saw it all. She deliberately delayed the rescue, leading to my husband's death. This is murder. The woman, pointing at Nan Muron with fury, sought to turn the tables. Unable to exact revenge herself, she figured getting Nan Muron arrested would suffice. The soldiers were left dumbfounded at her unreasonable behavior. Arrest someone? This isn't the pre-apocalypse world. Besides, she hasn't done anything wrong. With tears in her eyes, the woman cried out again. Look at them. The soldiers want to help the common people. Observing the soldiers' hesitation, Nan Muron stated calmly, stop trying to persuade her. Everyone, return to your vehicles. Let her cry here. It'll attract the zombies following the scent. Scared by Nan Muron's words, the woman struggled to breathe, choking on her own sobs as blood trickled from her mouth. This is the apocalypse. Moral coercion no longer holds sway. I offer you two choices. Either return home obediently, or I can end your suffering right now. Nan Muron gazed at the woman with an icy glare, a short dagger appearing in her hand, at just the right moment. The woman, confronted by her frigid eyes and the gleaming silver blade, began to tremble uncontrollably. She promptly scrambled back home, slamming the door with a resounding thud. The soldiers, witnessing her actions, found themselves momentarily speechless. Was that all it took to resolve the situation? Had she forgotten that there was still a rapidly mutating entity inside the house? Thank you, the lead sergeant said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Nan Muron. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, Chen Zhengwo and Guofei rushed out of the building. Ran, are you hurt? Guofei asked as he hurried to her side, concern evident in his voice. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered by Guofei's worry. After all, could someone capable of sending a person flying really be in any danger?
I'm Fine.
Have you finished your conversation, Brother Fei? Nan Muron deftly redirected the topic, noting the peculiar expressions on their faces. Yes, more or less. There are still some details to discuss, Guofei replied. So, Commander Chen Zhengwo quickly interjected, eager to avoid any further awkwardness. If you have a question, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer, he added, feeling a newfound camaraderie with Nan Muron due to his pleasant conversation with Guofei. Nan Muron regarded Chen Zhengwo, an inexplicable nervousness washing over her. Do you know Ci? Upon hearing the name from the beautiful girl, Chen Zhengwo's pupils constricted in surprise. As the commander of the Blood Wolf Special Operations Brigade, he was aware that Ci led the elite wolf team, a crucial asset. Yet, how could this young girl possibly know him? You know him, don't you? Nan Muron pressed, her abilities as a psychic allowing her to sense his unease. Observing the girl's excitement, Chen Zhengwo hesitated, reluctant to disclose the truth. May I first ask you a question? Go ahead. How do you know Ci? This was vital for Chen Zhengwo, as the existence of the wolf team was a closely guarded military secret, and each member was considered a covert weapon. This girl shouldn't have knowledge of them. Without hesitation, Nan Muron replied, I am his girlfriend. This was the explanation she had prepared before approaching Chen Zhengwo. What? Chen Zhengwo's composure faltered. When did that stoic and aloof young man get a girlfriend? Was this a breach of protocol? Yes, I'm his girlfriend. We haven't been together long. And given the current circumstances, I am worried about him. Commander Chen, could you take me to see him? Her excitement was palpable as she spoke the last sentence. Together for only a short time? Chen Zhengwo was even more bewildered. The wolf team hadn't taken leave in over a year. How could they have started a relationship? Nan Muron sheepishly admitted, we met online.
Online romance.
The usually stoic commander found it difficult to maintain his composure. Yes, we haven't met in person yet. Nan Muron continued, weaving her tale. Chen Zhengwo nodded. No, that young man engages in online romance? What's wrong with that? Nan Muron murmured. Chen Zhengwo acknowledged her point, realizing that without online relationships, that perpetually grim young man would likely remain single for life. Looking at Nan Muron's eager expression, he couldn't help but concede that they were a well-matched pair. However, with a wistful sigh, he added, I cannot take you to see him.
Why?
Is it because of his position? Rest assured, I understand the rules and the need for confidentiality, she insisted, growing anxious. Siyi is an orphan, and if you claim to be his girlfriend, I will consider you family. However, what I am about to say may be difficult for you to bear. Chun Jangwo's tone grew somber. The wolf team has been uncontacted for an entire month. Nanmu Ran was stunned. Missing for a month?
Yes.
In the second month of the apocalypse, the wolf team departed the wolf den with 9 other teams to execute a mission. All others returned by the end of the month except for them. They have completely vanished without a trace. While I firmly believe they are still alive, we have received no word from them. Where did they last go missing? Nanmu Ran's voice trembled slightly.
At Shui Mountain.
As she looked at Chen Jiangwo, a chill enveloped her. For individuals missing from Shui Mountain exactly 1 month ago?
Yes.
Upon hearing his confirmation and contemplating the implications, Nanmu Ran began to shake uncontrollably. For people missing a month ago at Shui Mountain, did this mean that the 4 individuals she had failed to catch up with were indeed Siyi and his team? Girl, what's wrong? Chun Jiangwo was startled by her reaction.
I'm Fine.
Nanmu Ran felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of despair. If Siyi and the others had disappeared at that time, they were likely already captured and taken to Dr. Jin's underground laboratory. The thought of the suffering and despair he might endure there tore at her heart. Without a moment to lose, Nanmu Ran turned to Jia Wu, Brother Wu. We must go directly to Shui Mountain. Ran. Nanmu Ran glanced at Guofei. Brother Fei, please tell Sister Jia I apologize. I won't be having dinner. I need to head to Shui Mountain as quickly as possible. What happened? Guofei's growing unease made him grasp her arm tightly. I need to find someone. Brother Fei, can we discuss it when I return? Her tone was urgent, and every second felt precious. Since their confrontation with the Nan family, Guofei had never seen Nanmu Ran so flustered. Please be careful.
Yes.
As the gray marauder flashed past, the normally composed Chen Jiangwo felt his brows twitch. Where had he found such a romantic partner? Jia Wu, noticing Nanmu Ran's urgency, drove at breakneck speed. The noise startled several wandering zombies along the roadside, but their swift passage avoided significant complications. Upon arriving at Shui Mountain, Nanmu Ran first sought the riverbank where she had previously pursued them on her motorcycle. Then began her descent along the river. Throughout the journey, she continuously requested Xiao Lu to inquire with the flora along the banks, and at last, near the waterfall downstream, they received word of their whereabouts. They were taken away, heading towards the direction of the big tree and the small tree. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's response, Nanmu Ran furrowed her brow. This area was deep within Shui Mountain's dense forest, where human presence was scarce and plants abounded. However, the grass, shrubs, vines, and trees each had their own interpretations of the situation based on their perspectives. Every claim held some truth, yet was ultimately misleading. After much contemplation, Nanmu Ran concluded that it could be a tree of moderate height. Fine, let's keep looking. With no other options, they ventured deeper into the thicket until they reached a place so densely wooded that it obscured the sky. Ran, something feels off about this place. During his time as a mercenary, Jia Wu had entered tropical rainforests on numerous occasions. He could always sense danger lurking in the jungle. Nanmu Ran was aware of this and began to unleash her psychic abilities alongside her plant manipulation skills to perceive any imminent threats. Unfortunately, as a novice psychic, her sensing range was limited to less than 100 meters. Within that vicinity, she could clearly detect everything happening around her, but beyond that range, she was powerless against potential dangers. In the early stages of secondary abilities, plant-based powers were notably lacking. Not only was communication with plants not possible, but the user could only control the most insignificant of flora to launch an attack. To enhance offensive capabilities, one had to forge contracts with stronger mutated plants. However, not all mutated plants would behave like Xiaolu, prioritizing their contract holders. Many had turned on their masters unexpectedly. Nanmu Ran's ability to attack zombies with plants was primarily due to Xiaolu's assistance. Suddenly, tendrils resembling serpents began to emerge from all directions, swiftly encroaching upon the pair. Their speed increased dramatically as they approached. Nanmu Ran intended to harness her powers through Xiaolu to counter the creeping vines but was startled to discover that her abilities seemed to have vanished entirely. Be careful, Ran. Jia Wu urged, observing Nanmu Ran's frozen stance. Once she regained her senses, she sprinted toward a nearby large tree, using its strength to perform a somersault and land behind the tendrils. Without hesitation, she plunged her dagger into them. The tendrils, instead of retaliating, retracted at an even greater speed than before. In an instant, The surrounding area fell eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. They exchanged a glance, quickly regrouping in a state of heightened vigilance, aware that any attack from mutated plants could lead to injury or death, and might even attract further dangers. Xiao Lu, do you think that was it? Nan Muran asked, recalling the earlier attack and her inexplicable loss of powers. Xiao Lu shook its head slightly, uncertain but certain that the tendrils had fled upon sensing its presence. That vine was likely only a level 3, no match for Xiao Lu. Nan Muran did not consider it commonplace for plants to nullify abilities. In her previous life, she had encountered such a phenomenon only once in an underground laboratory. Thus, it was plausible that this vine was the same one from her past. Xiao Lu, locate it, she commanded. Following Xiao Lu's guidance, Nan Muran and Jia Wu traveled eastward, covering just under 100 meters. Above them loomed a massive, withered ancient tree, its girth requiring 4 people to encircle, with branches sprawling and flora densely packed beneath. This is the place, Nan Muran signaled to Jia Wu to be on guard. She began to examine the surrounding plants when a small vine caught her eye, although it was considerably smaller than the one that had attacked them. As a plant-based ability user, Nan Muran was confident in her identification. To confirm, she used her powers to absorb the vine's life force. As soon as the white strands touched the vine, it grew wildly, extending over 10 meters and expanding rapidly, forcing Nan Muran and Jia Wu to retreat. As the vine loomed before them like a towering tree, Nan Muran prepared to strike, but Xiao Lu stopped her. The luminescent green Xiao Lu swiftly extended from her wrist, winding around the vine, circling it until it reached the top. What a sight to behold today! Jia Wu exclaimed, marveling at the incredible events he had witnessed since meeting Nan Muran. Nan Muran sighed, thinking that this was indeed a first for her in both lives. She looked up at Xiao Lu and the vine, wondering if they were engaging in some sort of intimate exchange. After a considerable time, both Xiao Lu and the vine retracted simultaneously. The vine returned to a height of 0.5 meter, and Xiao Lu returned to Nan Muran's wrist, transforming back into the familiar willow branch tattoo. It thought we were here to steal its delicious fruits, Xiao Lu remarked. Nan Muran stared at the vine, contemplating its claim of delicious fruits. It was a mere 0.5 meter tall, adorned with only a few leaves and a handful of small white flowers. Had it not made itself known, no one would suspect it bore fruits. The vine, sensing the human's disdain, felt a surge of determination to prove itself. Before her, it presented 2 white, green glowing fruits. Nan Muran was certain that this was the vine responsible for her and Xia's demise in the underground laboratory. In an instant, she grasped the vine's roots, causing it to recoil in shock, the fruits falling to the ground. A short knife appeared in her right hand. Ran and Jia Wu were taken aback by her sudden aggression. Xiao Lu hastily intervened. This is indeed the vine from the underground laboratory, Nan Muran declared, her intent to kill palpable. She cared little for its peculiarities, only that it had harmed Xi. She had no intention of sparing anything that had threatened them in her past life. Xiao Lu quickly informed Nan Muran that there were 2 such vines. One had been growing around the ancient tree but had recently been uprooted due to its fruits being harvested. Another one has been uprooted? Nan Muran questioned the vine in her grasp, which fervently nodded. However, she quickly realized that plants do not deceive. Yet she did not loosen her grip on its roots or withdraw her knife. Can you sense the location of the other vine? I could before, but not now. Xiao Lu replied. Nan Muran, not surprised, instructed, tell it to either follow me or I will uproot and incinerate it.
Choose.
The vine thought, this human is terrifying. I do not want to go with her. Xiao Lu responded, if your roots are burned, can you sprout again? My roots bear fruits that can grow new vines. But those new vines will be your offspring, not you. Ran is a wonderfully kind human. You will see. The kind human who wants to uproot and burn me? That seems off. She believes you are the vine that caused her and Xia's demise, so of course, she wants to uproot you. I wish to uproot that vine too, but I do not wish to leave here. Ran's body holds an extraordinary life force that is highly beneficial to plants. You will thrive with her. You will no longer need to worry about someone stealing your fruits or uprooting you. Ran will help you fend off the bad ones. Ultimately, the vine, like Xiao Lu, coiled obediently around Nan Muran's left arm, twisting in a manner that enhanced the simplicity of her tattoo into something intricate and beautiful. Nan Muran also received 9 fruits gifted to her by the vine. The moment the vine settled on her wrist, it unfurled comfortably, and the 2 flowers that had yet to bloom opened. Indeed, Xiao Lu had not deceived her. This human emanated a powerful and beneficial life force for plants. Xiao Lu, ask it if it has seen Siyi and the others. The vine, however, was oblivious. Yet, it didn't know the direction in which the individuals who had taken another vine had departed. Nan Mu ran and Jia Wu continued deeper into the Emerald Mountains. Following the vine's guidance, they searched tirelessly until nightfall, but to no avail. Upon returning to the vehicle, Nan Mu ran was enveloped in an unsettling silence, as if a low pressure surrounded her. Ran, who exactly are you searching for? Jia Wu pressed, placing a hand on her shoulder to rouse her from her brooding disquiet. Only then did Nan Mu ran return to her senses. Observing the concern in Jia Wu's eyes, she forced a smile, yet it failed to materialize. I've been searching for someone who holds great significance to me. However, during my last mission with the Scorpion Squad, he was right beside me, and I didn't even notice. Jia Wu could sense her anguish and gently patted her shoulder, his tone softening considerably. He is still alive in this world, isn't he? Yes, Nan Mu ran replied resolutely. As long as he is alive, there is still hope. It was rare for Jia Wu's tone to be so comforting. Nan Mu ran's beautiful eyes began to redden. Indeed, there is still time. You mentioned that you have a general understanding of my experiences? Jia Wu suddenly inquired. I have heard some stories from others. Jia Wu nodded with a smile. After I received the news, I rushed back like a madman, only to find that I had lost both my parents and our 4-year-old daughter. If it weren't for Bai Mei, I might not have even survived to this day. Ran, you must realize that the fact that the person you care about is alive in this world is already a tremendous blessing. Nan Mu ran looked at Jia Wu in surprise, learning for the first time that the couple had once had a daughter. Don't be sad. You will surely find the person you seek, Jia Wu said, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. From now on, I, along with Mei Jia, will accompany you in your search. Nan Mu ran nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She even found the mood to joke with Jia Wu. So, are we still driving the Hummer back?
I almost forgot about that.
Hurry, switch my car. Upon returning home that day, Bai Mei watched the two enter. Her smile gradually fading, her tone laced with unease. Where are Tank and Defu? Hearing this, the two were utterly stunned. Turning to look at the empty space behind them, Nanshan Yunyuan, when they had stepped out for some fresh air, Tank and Defu had been playing with Dudu, and in their haste, they had completely forgotten about the two little ones. Realizing they had left the two behind at Nanshan Yunyuan, Bai Mei sighed helplessly. You two, should I go fetch them? Jia Wu glanced outside, feeling uneasy about the two little ones. Don't go, Mu go. The situation is complex at night, and encountering a horde of corpses would be troublesome.
All right.
Then I'll prepare dinner for you, Bai Mei said, pushing her wheelchair towards the kitchen. Nan Mu ran hurriedly stopped her. Mei Jia, don't worry. I'll handle dinner today.
You cook?
Bai Mei clearly disagreed, recalling Nan Mu ran's past culinary disasters with cold water hot pot. Trust me, just choose what you want. I will definitely satisfy your taste buds. Nan Mu ran was exceedingly confident about her supplies. Bai Mei exchanged glances with Jia Wu, both mentally preparing themselves for some unconventional cuisine. Let's just make instant noodles, Jia Wu thought, considering that it would be simple enough to manage,
even if it went awry.
Unexpectedly, Nan Mu ran shook her head while wheeling Bai Mei to the dining table. No, it needs to be more elaborate. The more challenging, the better. A tomahawk steak, pork bagel, black truffle abalone rice. Jia Wu blurted out his favorites. Bai Mei shot him a disapproving glare without fear of Nan Mu ran potentially blowing up the kitchen. Yet, surprisingly, Nan Mu ran nodded without hesitation. Moment latte. 3 meticulously plated and steaming dishes appeared on the dining table. Welcome to enjoy. Mei Jia, you can also order, Nan Mu ran said, looking at Bai Mei with eager anticipation. Braised cod, matsutake old chicken soup, white sliced chicken from the alley, Libyan ham, and ice plant salad. Bai Mei hesitated while ordering, aware that these were all top-tier dishes. To her astonishment, Nan Mu ran accurately placed all 4 dishes on the table, and then continued, I also want scallion oil double crisp, oil-braised fresh bamboo shoots, and foie gras, and some Japanese cuisine. Gazing at the lavish spread before them, Jia Wu and Bai Mei were left speechless, having assumed Nan Mu ran only had snacks. How did she manage to procure even 5-star restaurant dishes, seemingly freshly served? Ran, where did all this come from? Bai Mei asked, unsure how to phrase her inquiry.
I stock them in my space.
It has preservation functions, hurry, and taste. Nan Mu ran said, picking up her chopsticks and digging in, the flavors reminiscent of her memories. Jia Wu and Bai Mei enjoyed the meal immensely. Ran. You must keep this a secret from others. Furthermore, do not carelessly take these out in the future. Save them for emergencies, Bai Mei cautioned, her gaze filled with concern. I feel the same. We'll let it go this time, but it cannot happen again, Jia Wu said, his eyes serious as he looked at Nan Mu Ran. Understanding their good intentions, Nan Mu Ran readily accepted. All right, I understand. As the three began their meal, suddenly Jia Wu remarked, Is there a sound outside? It's Tank. Nan Mu Ran concentrated to sense. Nanshan Yunyuan is nearly 60 miles from Banshan Villa. How did these two little ones return? The two hurried to open the door, and indeed, Tank was outside, carrying De Fu, barking frantically at the villa. Upon seeing Jia Wu open the door, the cat and dog became even more frantic. Stop barking and come in. Nan Mu Ran realized that the two were quite agitated, likely swearing profusely. Once inside, Tank dashed straight to the dining room, and upon seeing the food on the table, his temper flared. Not only did he start barking wildly, but he also began jumping around the house, causing even the usually calm De Fu to whimper at Nan Mu Ran.
Tank, see.
Unable to endure the chaos of barking and meowing any longer, Nan Mu Ran issued a command. Hearing this, Tank instinctively complied, sitting obediently, though his watery eyes were filled with grievance. De Fu, who sat beside him, also wore a discontented expression. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Will you forgive me, dear siblings? Nan Mu Ran gently stroked their heads, her tone tender. As an apology, you can have chicken legs today. 2 for each of you? Seeing that the two remained unmoving, she continued. 3, at most 5.
Woof. Meow.
Nan Mu Ran quickly retrieved their food bowls and placed the chicken legs inside. Bai Mei and Jia Wu watched the scene unfold, chuckling helplessly. After dinner, Nan Mu Ran took out all the crystal nuclei she had collected that day, 47 white primary nuclei and 5 red secondary nuclei. Additionally, there were 9 vine fruits gifted by Xiao Bai, a name Nan Mu Ran had given to the vine due to its white flowers. What are these for? Bai Mei asked, curious about the items spread across the table. Mu Ge, I have a concept regarding awakening abilities. Would you like to give it a try? It might be a bit painful. Of course, I'm willing. Had he not witnessed Nan Mu Ran's prowess in handling the entire scorpion incident, Jia Wu might not have felt such anticipation. However, knowing what she was capable of, he couldn't deny his eagerness. Nan Mu Ran directly handed him 3 white crystal nuclei. Make a small cut on your palm and hold these tightly. Jia Wu took out a dagger, sliced his palm, and then grasped the 3 nuclei. Nan Mu Ran immediately held his hand. A white thread exuding a faint green glow began to flow continuously into Jia Wu's body. He felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping every part of him, invigorating his spirit. As time passed, Nan Mu Ran sensed her own energy beginning to deplete. Contemplating for a moment, she reached into the bag of crystal nuclei beside her. Using herself as a conduit, she continuously absorbed energy and transformed it into vitality to supply Jia Wu, thereby enhancing her own abilities while sustaining him. She did not cease until all the nuclei were consumed. Feeling her own secondary abilities noticeably heightened, Nan Mu Ran sighed in relief and looked at Jia Wu with anticipation. Mu Ge, do you feel any differences in your body? Aside from the fatigue from the day's exertions being swept away, I don't feel anything else, Jia Wu replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Nan Mu Ran sighed, conceding that perhaps her idea should be abandoned. Do not be disheartened, for there may yet be alternative solutions, Bai Mei gently reassured Nan Mu Ran and Jia Wu. At that moment, the small vine in her hand signaled to Nan Mu Ran, indicating that she could try consuming its fruit. Its fruit? Nan Mu Ran picked up the fruit from the table. Enough pondering for now. Let us defer this discussion until tomorrow. For tonight, both of you should obediently return to your rooms, wash up, and rest. Bai Mei took the fruit from Nan Mu Ran's hand and placed it back on the table, encouraging the 2 weary individuals to retire for the night. Nan Mu Ran nodded obediently, reluctantly storing the vine's fruit away before heading upstairs to sleep. However, after washing up and lying down, sleep eluded her. She turned on the bedside lamp and casually picked up a sketchbook. As she flipped through the pages depicting the myriad forms of Siyi, a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. He clearly saw me. Why did he run away? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he was frightened off by witnessing her method of exterminating the Scorpion Squad? This seemed the only reasonable explanation. Oh no, he must think I am a monster. Sensing her distress, Tank and DeFu, who had been curled up at her feet, approached her. Do you know? I am particularly saddened today. I always believed that in this lifetime, I could control everything, yet it seems heaven enjoys playing tricks on me. Nan Muron cradled Tank's head, beginning to ramble. What puzzled her most was that despite knowing the location of Dr. Jin's underground laboratory was in Chui Mountain, she could not find it. Even the flora of the entire Chui Mountain seemed oblivious to their whereabouts. How is this possible? Lost in thought, she succumbed to sleep. Her mind fixated on one idea: she must become powerful at all costs. Chapter 47. Lightning abilities. The first step towards her empowerment was to enhance her plant and psychic abilities to the utmost extent, which meant she required more advanced zombie crystal cores. Additionally, she needed strong allies, with Jia Wu being the first. Unfortunately, Jia Wu's awakening had failed, so she would need to explore alternative methods. It appeared that starting tomorrow, she not only needed to venture out to hunt for sufficient crystal cores, but also to seek out more mutated plants in the mountains. Ran, have you risen? Bai Mei's voice echoed urgently from downstairs. Still groggy from sleep, Nan Muron was momentarily confused by the familiar call. Living alone on the second floor of the villa with a rather free-spirited lifestyle, she often found her days and nights inverted, causing Bai Mei and Jia Wu on the first floor to refrain from calling her. Hearing Bai Mei's anxious voice, however, jolted her awake, and she rushed downstairs without even slipping on her slippers. Upon reaching the staircase, she spotted Jia Wu standing in the middle of the living room, looking utterly bewildered. And she couldn't help but laugh. Jia Wu's hair had grown about 3 centimeters, standing upright in all directions, resembling a creature with frizzled fur. The most comical sight was the inexplicable white smoke emanating from the top of his head, as if it were singed. Ran, stop laughing for a moment. What on earth is going on? Bai Mei, observing her husband's appearance, felt a mix of amusement and concern. Nan Muron finally calmed her laughter and remarked, "It seems he has awakened his abilities and, quite impressively, a lightning ability at that." Upon hearing her words, Jia Wu's eyes lit up, abandoning any embarrassment about his current disheveled appearance. Really? Focus your energy on one spot and give it a try. Nan Muron felt a surge of joy for him, and even more so for herself. Jia Wu's successful awakening meant that her hypothesis was viable. Mastering the ability to awaken others' powers would be enough for her to navigate this apocalyptic world with ease. Jia Wu concentrated, directing his focus at the tissue box on the coffee table. Suddenly, the top tissue stood upright for a brief moment before collapsing again. Try again, Wu Go. Nan Muron urged, her excitement palpable. As Jia Wu concentrated once more, his powers inadvertently affected DeFu, whose fur stood on end from the sudden energy. The adorable gray and white kitten froze, bewildered by the unexpected change in its fur, which it had painstakingly groomed for half the day. The sight of the little creature left the three of them in fits of laughter, which only intensified as DeFu began to growl in irritation. It truly is lightning-based, Nan Muron declared to Jia Wu. Upon hearing her affirmation, Jia Wu's enthusiasm surged. Let us get ready. After breakfast, we should head out to hunt. Indeed. Thinking of the now third-tier Xiao Bai, Nan Muron suddenly realized that many powerful beings might have emerged in this apocalypse, without her noticing. Most alarming was the fact that Dr. Jin's underground laboratory had discovered mutated plants so early on. Their adversaries were formidable, and she needed to strive harder. Mutated fruit, right? I haven't had a chance to eat the one Xiao Bai gave me yesterday. Nan Muron retrieved 3 fruits from her space, washed them in the kitchen, and handed one each to Jia Wu and Bai Mei, while she took one for herself as breakfast. Although she was uncertain of their effects, the mutated fruit was undoubtedly valuable. Otherwise, Xiao Bai would not have suggested trying it after Jia Wu's failed awakening. However, as soon as the fruit settled in their stomachs, their plans to hunt were dashed. First, Nan Muron experienced excruciating abdominal pain, followed by Jia Wu, and soon Bai Mei felt unwell as well. The 3 of them felt a piercing pain throughout their bodies, followed by an overwhelming sensation of heat and cold, until they all succumbed to an involuntary slumber. Xiao Bai, are your fruits defective? My fruits are excellent for humans, even better than the vines, Xiao Bai responded. Then what is happening to them? I am not sure. They might feel fine shortly. You truly are foolish, Xiao Lu remarked. I feel wronged, but I cannot express it, Xiao Bai replied. Observing the trio's condition, Tank began to grow anxious, and even the usually composed Fu started to nuzzle against Nan Muron, seeking comfort. Due to the physical agony, Nan Muron once again fell into a nightmare. Ran, conceal your abilities well. Do not let anyone discover them. At the moment of her psychic awakening, C pressed down on her without hesitation. Where did all the awakened individuals go? All those who came before were taken to the depths of the laboratory. None returned alive. Once again, she found herself engulfed in flames, everything around her becoming a blur. Run, do not look back, C urged, his face smeared with blood. At that moment, outside the villa, a 6-person mercenary team and a tall woman with a ponytail appeared. The 6 men, clad in full combat gear, advanced along the trail of tire tracks. The woman, dressed in a leather jacket and jeans that accentuated her curves, followed behind them, a look of dissatisfaction gracing her beautiful features. Are you sure that vehicle ended up here? Absolutely. Look at the tire tracks over there. The leader of the Viper team asserted confidently, pointing towards the somewhat chaotic marks not far away. The woman, glancing at the tracks, voiced her discontent. I wonder why the professor insisted we come out here. It has only been a short time since the apocalypse began. Who besides Blacklock and the professor could recognize the significance of mutated plants? Did not those 4 soldiers also notice the mutated flora? The Viper team leader felt his irritation rise at the girl's arrogance. Ever since the Scorpion and that doctor with the surname Chi had gone missing, he sensed danger drawing near. Even the eccentric Dr. Jean sensed that something was amiss, yet Miss Ouyang, brimming with self-importance, remained utterly unconcerned. So, where do we go from here? The woman surveyed her surroundings, noting that they were flanked by towering mountains and sheer cliffs. The leader of the Viper squad scanned the area and ultimately focused on a nearby cliff nearly 100 meters high. The 6 began to meticulously search every inch of the cliff, but ultimately found nothing. Inside the villa, Xiao Lu observed the approaching figures entwined in vines. Feeling uncertain about whether to launch an attack, Xiao Bai, however, grew increasingly agitated. They must have taken the grapevine. That woman possesses something strange that prevents the grapevine from attacking her. Xiao Lu replied, Is she formidable? Xiao Bai responded, It's not her strength. It's that peculiar red object in her hand. It's quite powerful. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Tank and a Fu moved closer to the villa's entrance, prepared to strike at any moment. Xiao Lu began to channel her power to the 7 willow trees surrounding the villa, readying them for any eventuality. The 6-person team, having completed their search of the cliff, returned to their original position, reporting no anomalies. The striking woman pointed toward the villa's location. Do you not find this position rather peculiar? Chapter 48. Discovery of the laboratory. The 6 followed her finger to see that the steep mountain slope was met by a cliff on the other side. At the corner, willows and vines intertwined, forming a mound approximately 20 meters high, resembling a small hill covered with various plants. It's merely a small hill. What's so strange about that? The Viper leader queried, perplexed. If there's a question, why not test it? Without hesitation, the girl drew her handgun and fired toward the villa. The bullet sped from the chamber, piercing through the surrounding vegetation, and a metallic clang echoed, as if striking metal. Inside the villa, Xiao Lu was already prepared to act. These intruders must perish. Is that sound normal? The woman turned to the Viper squad leader. He shook his head. Clearly, the gunfire should not produce such a sound upon striking the mountain or tree trunk. A gleam of triumph appeared in the woman's eyes. Then let us investigate the situation thoroughly. The 6 began to advance, weapons drawn, ready to attack at any moment. Xiao Lu, do not engage them, a voice from within the villa interrupted. Nan Mu ran. Observing the 7 individuals approaching, Nan Mu ran felt elated. Hearing her voice, Tank, De Fu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Bai inside the villa all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a pillar of support. Watching the 7 draw nearer to the villa, Nan Mu ran contemplated her next move. A surge of vitality flowed from her fingertips into the ground, which then branched out in 7 segments, racing towards the feet of the 7 individuals. Ultimately, it completely merged with their bodies. The 7, fully focused on their approach to the hillside villa, felt no discomfort. As the foremost member of the Viper squad neared, his footing suddenly gave way, as if something had pulled him down, and he plummeted into the adjacent cliff. He barely had time to scream or utter a word. The Viper leader stared in disbelief as his team member fell at an odd angle into the abyss. The woman's expression changed dramatically, her voice trembling uncontrollably as her legs quaked. Simultaneously, the other 5 members of the Viper squad swiftly guided her away from the cliff, distancing themselves from the sheer drop. The Viper Squad leader shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the senseless loss of his team. "Let us retreat," the woman anxiously suggested. "Miss Ouyang, you were the one who raised doubts earlier. The suspicious circumstances have yet to be entirely resolved," the Viper leader replied with evident intent. "It's empty ahead. Can't you see? If you wish to court death, go ahead. I will not follow." Ouyang cast a cold glance before evading the perilous situation. The Viper Squad leader surveyed the surroundings, his tone heavy. "We've tracked them here without any leads. What should we do next? What else can we do?" "We return," Ouyang retorted brusquely. Once they departed, Nanmu Ran, now donned in combat attire, was ready. She retrieved 2 thin blankets from her room, first covering Jiao Wu, then gently laying the obviously unwell Bai Mei on the sofa before tucking her in. Following that, she hastened toward the direction the 7 had taken, convinced that following them would lead her to Dr. Jin's underground laboratory. With vitality coursing through their bodies, she need not remain too close. Within 15 kilometers would suffice for her to accurately sense their presence. The group journeyed towards the Emerald Mountains, descending into an abandoned industrial park at the foot of the western city outskirts. Zombies wandered along the roadsides, yet the group drove undisturbed, observing their pace. Nanmu Ran summoned a vehicle from her spatial domain, trailing them from a distance of 3 kilometers. The industrial park they entered sprawled over a vast area, encompassing thousands of acres. Once inside, Nanmu Ran instinctively employed her psychic abilities to scan the vicinity. To her astonishment, she realized her detection range had significantly increased, tripling, if not more. Last night, after absorbing 5 level 2 crystal cores, her psychic powers had ascended to the mid-level 2 stage, while her plan abilities remained unchanged. However, after consuming a fruit from Xiaobai, her psychic powers surged to the initial stage of level 3. And even her plant abilities advanced to the mid-level 2 stage, an unexpected delight. She touched her left wrist where Xiaobai rested. "Well done, Xiaobai." Feeling proud of the compliment, Xiaobai replied, "My fruit is a good one, isn't it?" Xiao Lu chimed in. "Do you have more? Give some to Ran Ran." "Only 9 can grow in a year. I gave all the previous ones to Ran Ran," Xiaobai explained. Xiao Lu remarked, "You truly are a simpleton." With her psychic ability now reaching nearly 500 meters, Nanmu Ran stood still to locate the 7 individuals. Upon entering the industrial park, the woman named Ouyang headed for a building at the far end, ultimately entering an office on the eastern side of the 2nd floor. Inside sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, not particularly tall but exuding an undeniable presence. "Have we reached a conclusion?" Ouyang casually took a seat beside him. "No conclusion? They even lost one of their own, falling off a cliff. How amusing." "Dad, do you truly believe these people are of any use? I think we should recruit more ability users." "Yun Yun, you've awakened water abilities. You are already considered an ability user. Now tell me, can you defeat any member of the Viper Squad?" the man asked earnestly. Ouyang Yun pouted, remaining silent. "Not right now, but I will surely surpass them in the future. However, at this stage, those trained mercenaries are still stronger, aren't they?" the man patiently explained to his daughter. "Understood, Dad. I will strive to be more courteous to them in the future. We must locate that vine quickly. Dr. Jean mentioned that we excavated the wrong one." The middle-aged man rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "I was right there when we dug that vine. Apart from the one on the dead tree, the others barely reached half a meter high. How could we have made a mistake?" Ouyang Yin frowned. "Dad, that doctor seems a bit unhinged. Can we trust him?" "Yun Yun, do not speak recklessly. Dr. Jean may be somewhat eccentric, but he is the foremost authority on mutation experiments. The first experiment over there in the mountains is about to commence. You all should refrain from going there for now," the man said coldly. In the corner, Nanmu Ran felt a surge of frustration. "I'm afraid I still hope to join you in entering the Emerald Mountain to search for the laboratory. How could I not go?" After pondering for a moment, she approached the group of people in the park and then suddenly urged Xiaolu and Xiaobai to grow rapidly, extending wildly along the ground. Chapter 49. A swarm of ants. The individuals inside were all gathered in the large building at the far end of the park. This 5-story edifice had only the lower 3 floors designated as their activity area. The first floor housed the Venom Squad, responsible for perimeter security, along with 26 ability users of varying ages. Nan Muron carefully observed the levels of these ability users. Among them, 1 was at the late stage of level 1. 3 were at the mid-stage, while the rest were all at the early stage. The disparity in levels among the ability users was overwhelming, with attack power increasing geometrically. Moreover, mental type abilities could indeed slay opponents of higher ranks. Thus, for Nan Muron, these 26 ability users were merely akin to a swarm of ants. Furthermore, she possessed the formidable Xiaolu at level 7 and Xiaobai at level 3. On the second floor resided some laboratory management and research personnel, while the third floor contained the laboratory itself. The top two floors were completely abandoned, separated by a welded door that obstructed the passage between the upper and lower levels. This, however, facilitated Nan Muron's movements. After some contemplation, she directly approached the building, making her way to the very center of the fourth floor. She continued to invigorate Xiaolu and Xiaobai, urging them to grow until they completely enveloped the outer perimeter of the first, second, and third floors. The first to detect the anomaly were the members of the Venom Squad on the first floor, as well as the ability users and perimeter security personnel residing in the 7 adjacent rooms. The writhing vines and willow branches at the windows appeared as ominous black shadows under the indoor light, eerie and terrifying. Everyone began to stand on guard. The captain of the Venom Squad immediately drew his weapon, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. The other 4 quickly donned their gear, maintaining vigilant watch. The 26 ability users from the other rooms gradually emerged, converging towards the Venom Squad's location. "What is happening?" a younger boy exclaimed, visibly frightened by his surroundings. "Someone is attacking the park," an older man replied with uncertainty. "Who would be reckless enough to attack this place? How dare they risk their lives? Can we finally showcase our abilities?" A boy who had just awakened his wind-type ability said with evident excitement. Listening to the babble of the ability users, the captain of the Venom Squad cursed inwardly, questioning the intelligence of these fools. Did they not see the formidable power outside? They were merely a bunch of weaklings who could be obliterated in seconds. "Let's head upstairs to find Mr. Ouyang," the captain instructed, quickly moving towards the staircase and signaling his team to ascend. On the second floor, Ouyang Yun and her father, Ouyang Feng, also noticed the writhing shadows outside the window. They promptly left their office and retreated to the corridor just as the 5 members of the Venom Squad arrived. "Mr. Ouyang, someone is attacking the park," the captain reported. "Is it really necessary to be this anxious?" "Just deal with them," Ouyang Feng replied, his tone clearly displeased. This was not the first time the park had been attacked by outside forces. Just a few days prior, they had encountered several waves of minor zombie hordes, all swiftly dealt with using firearms. Why was the Venom Squad in such a panic today? The captain of the Venom Squad spoke in a low, anxious tone. "Someone is controlling mutated plants. Their power is terrifying." In that moment, the 26 ability users on the first floor were engulfed in sheer terror as they witnessed the scene before them. Snake-like willow branches and vines extended with bizarre speed along the walls of the corridor, racing towards the center where the ability users and security personnel were gathered. How disgusting. What is that? Get away. Everyone, stay calm. We are ability users. Some of them, prompted by the older man's warning, began to utilize their abilities to attack the approaching Xiaolu and Xiaobai. In an instant, the cramped corridor on the first floor erupted into chaos. Water splashed here, a gust of wind blew there, and then a small flame flickered to life. The various abilities, though chaotic, were quite abundant. Unfortunately, their uncoordinated attacks merely invited trouble. Some extinguished the flames while others misdirected the wind, drenching their own comrades. After much commotion, the effective attack power barely tickled Xiaolu and Xiaobai. Instead, the provocation incited their wrath. The branches of the willow and vines began to extend wildly, ensnaring the 3 closest ability users. The ensnared ability users were struck with horror, barely given a chance to scream for help as the sharp tips of the branches swiftly pierced their carotid arteries. Blood erupted, splattering across the leaves, which absorbed it greedily, leaving only a pile of stark white bones behind. Such a grotesque and horrifying spectacle left the remaining 23 ability users in a state of shock. "The vines are devouring people.
Run.
Help. I'm scared. I want to go home." The ability users and security personnel on the first floor were utterly terrified, and everyone began to frantically ascend the stairs. Xiaolu and Xiaobai pursued joyfully, their powers evidently surging after consuming the blood of 3 ability users. Xiaobai even felt that if he could drink a bit more of their blood, he might break through from level 3 and evolve into a level 4 mutated plant. Though the blood was unpalatable, growth was essential. "Calm down, you two." Nan Muron sensed their abnormal behavior and spoke sharply, while simultaneously retracting some of her life force. As she withdrew her life energy, the vitality of the vines diminished, causing them to behave more obediently. This prevented them from growing too rapidly and ultimately losing control. Being plants, they understood nothing of right or wrong. They only knew that they must not anger Ranran. Thus, from that point on, they dared only to chase after people and refrained from recklessly killing. On the second floor, Ouyang Feng observed the panicked ability users with dissatisfaction. This was the elite ability core they had worked so hard to train, yet they were merely a disorganized rabble with little combat capability. Those vines are devouring people. They drink blood. Mr. Ouyang, save us. Before they could fully process the chaotic murmurs of panic, they spotted the wildly growing branches and vines trailing closely behind them. The last 4 ability users, lagging behind, were already ensnared and suspended in midair. Under Nan Muron's command, although Xiaobai and Xiaolu craved blood, they could only obediently compress the space of their captives, confronting the weak humans rather than directly killing them. Everyone stay alert. The captain of the Venom Squad's face paled. All members quickly aimed their weapons at the surrounding, writhing vines and branches, which appeared to sway in the wind. Within visible range, the verdant glow of Xiaolu entwined with the luminescent white of Xiaobai, creating a scene that, if not for the fear it instilled, might have been considered beautiful. Chapter 50. I want your lives, Captain. We are surrounded. We must find a way to break out. A member of the Venom Squad whispered urgently. The captain nodded, lowering his voice. Everyone, prepare grenades. Be ready to break through at any moment. On the 4th floor, Nan Muron, utilizing her mental powers to perceive all movements on the 2nd floor, felt a slight smile tug at her lips at the captain's words. Do you think they fear fire? Her icy voice echoed like a specter descending upon the corridor on the 2nd floor. The captain of the Venom Squad and everyone on that floor felt an unprecedented wave of terror wash over them. Firstly, the voice of the Viper Squad was so low that even those nearby might not have heard it clearly, yet the other party seemed to have heard it distinctly. Secondly, if these mutated plants were indeed impervious to fire, they would be completely trapped here, with no hope of escape. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? Ouyang Yin steadied her trembling hands, her mind racing. She still had 2 vials of plant suppressant. She had to find a suitable opportunity to assist the Viper Squad in breaking free, or everyone would perish here today. Nan Muron sighed softly. To be honest, I also wish to inquire about your intentions. I am Ouyang Yun, and this is a secure base established by the Ouyang family. I advise you to leave at once. Or, her words were interrupted by Ouyang Feng, who stepped forward with a gentle tone. I am Ouyang Feng, the person with the most authority here. Perhaps we can sit down and discuss this. In the face of this inexplicable, formidable opponent, Ouyang Feng felt not only unease and fear, but also an intense desire. He couldn't help but imagine the possibilities if such power could be harnessed for his own family, liberating them from the control of the Black Lock and potentially dominating it instead. At that moment, Nan Muron had already descended to the 4th floor and entered the laboratory on the 3rd floor. She turned on the lights and surveyed her surroundings. The blue and white decor, endless bright lights, created a truly repugnant atmosphere. On either side of the laboratory, glass vessels were filled with various plant slices and extracts of different colors, indicating that this place primarily focused on studying mutated plants. In the forefront, an object emitted numerous energy fluctuations, as Xiaolu timely reminded Nan Muron. Nan Muron concentrated her mental energy on the safe, discovering several sizes of mutated fruits, 18 in total. To her astonishment, there were also hundreds of zombie crystal cores beneath them. Most excitingly, 5 orange crystal cores, the level 3 ones she desperately needed. She immediately drew her gun and forcefully damaged the lock, extracting the 3 level 3 crystal cores for the eager Xiaobai to absorb, followed by a handful of primary crystal cores to replenish Xiaoyu's energy. Finally, she collected the remaining fruits and cores into her space. Xiaobai, already on the verge of a breakthrough, erupted with dazzling white light after absorbing the 3 level 3 crystal cores, swiftly achieving a breakthrough. What is this? It's amazing! Exclaimed Xiaobai. These are crystal cores. Ranran said they can help us advance quickly, Xiaolu explained. This is much more effective than what humans can offer. Isn't it great to follow Ranran? Asked Xiaolu. Yes, Xiaobai replied. After Nan Muron sensed that Xiaobai was about to break through following its absorption of the ability user S-Blood, she had allowed it to consume the majority of the level 3 crystal cores first. Indeed, Xiaobai's performance did not disappoint her. Are you still there? Ouyang Feng, downstairs. observed the suddenly glowing vines with increasing anxiety. Nan Muron remained silent, instead examining various syringes in the laboratory, along with the experimental records and computer files nearby. After a while, she spoke. "Are you conducting gene experiments?" Upon hearing the icy tone of her voice, Ouyang Feng trembled at her words. "We are merely attempting to find the source of the powerful mutation in plants," he replied ambiguously, uncertain of her stance. Nan Muron sneered, "And what next? Do you intend to experiment on living beings through plant mutations?" As her voice fell, several astute ability users among the gathered crowd began to sense the underlying issue. They were unaware of what lay within the third-floor laboratory, but based on the sound's origin, they deduced that this woman must be on the third floor. Had she uncovered some secret? Ouyang Feng faltered, panic rising within, yet he maintained a composed exterior. "My dear lady, surely you jest. How could we possibly experiment on living humans? To create an army of mutated plants, perhaps?" Nan Muron retorted, exposing his unease. In this apocalyptic era, humanity's survival necessitated strengthening itself. Researching mutated plants and exploring possibilities for human enhancement would be beneficial for the future of mankind. Ouyang Feng attempted to persuade her. Listening to the contradictions in his statements, Nan Muron scoffed. Suddenly, while examining various reagents, she heard Xiaoyou's urgent voice. Ran. Xiaobai said that red one is particularly terrifying for plants. Nan Muron retrieved a vial of red liquid from a pile of finished reagents. Can this substance suppress plant abilities? Xiaolu helpfully separated a long mutated willow branch upon hearing this. Nan Muron poured a few drops of the red reagent onto the willow branch, observing the once enveloping green glow visibly diminish.
It seemed to have an effect.
Such a valuable item could not be overlooked. With a swift motion, she collected everything in the laboratory into her space. What was once a neat and well-equipped third-floor laboratory transformed into an empty shell in an instant. Once again, an eerie silence fell, leaving everyone in the corridor on the second floor in a new state of panic, staring at the writhing plants nearby.
Dad.
It could be a terrifying plant-based ability user, and she has successfully bonded with the mutated plants, Ouyang Yun speculated, glancing at the moving Xiaolu and Xiaobai. In the underground laboratory, Dr. Jean had also proposed this hypothesis. However, no awakened plant-based ability user had succeeded thus far. Ouyang Feng looked at his daughter. "Can you determine her ability level?" Dr. Jean speculated that to bond with mutated plants, one must be above level 3. This woman's level must be even higher. Ouyang Yun's voice trembled slightly. For the first time since the apocalypse began, she felt the threat of death. "My friend, what is it that you desire?"
"Speak.
"And I shall endeavor to meet your needs." The typically cunning Ouyang Feng found himself uncertain of the other's intentions. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, and their actions were unsettlingly peculiar. He understood that should he provoke her today, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to escape unscathed. Nan Muron exhaled, her tone laced with a sinister undertone. "I seek your lives." As her words fell, she unleashed an even more formidable vitality from her left hand. On the second floor, Xiaolu and Xiaobai rapidly expanded, their roots extending towards the group in the corridor. Throw. The ever-vigilant Viper squad reacted swiftly. 10 grenades were hurled from their ranks, aimed directly at the myriad roots of Xiaolu and Xiaobai. Chapter 51. Sai escapes. However, the 10 grenades encountered an invisible barrier midair, deflecting them back.
"Get down."
The faces of the Viper squad turned pale. Realizing the danger, they instinctively shielded Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Yun, and several researchers nearby. While those who had yet to comprehend the situation were not so fortunate, the grenades exploded among the crowd, instantly creating a scene of carnage. The cries of anguish and pleas for help filled the air, as severed limbs and scattered body parts lay strewn about, the stench of blood permeating everyone's nostrils. Nan Muron smirked. Using weapons against a level 3 psychic ability user was tantamount to courting death. What a group of self-righteous fools. Do not panic, follow my orders. And everyone launch a unified attack. The Viper Squad leader commanded the surrounding security personnel. Ouyang Feng turned to the Viper Squad leader, his voice low. "Yun has the suppressant. Break through the window at the end of the corridor and take a few key researchers with you." The Viper Squad leader understood that such an order from Ouyang Feng meant abandoning everyone else in the building. Understood. After the leader gestured to his team, they began to retreat towards the windows on the second floor in perfect synchrony. Under the command of the Viper, all security personnel collectively raised their firearms to retaliate, bullets incessantly piercing through the willows and vines. Both Lu Xiao and Bai were incensed by the pain they felt. Nanmu Rand immediately intensified her life force output. Lu Xiao, Bai, eliminate all those armed with guns. To the astonishment of the onlookers on the second floor, the willows and vines, seemingly endowed with sight, swiftly ensnared all the armed security personnel, their sharp thorns piercing through their necks. Many were blinded by the bloodshed before them and began to retaliate wildly, with various weapons. The severed branches transformed into a green light, rapidly regenerating. Similarly, the severed vines morphed into a white glow, growing more frantically. At the same time, Ouyang Yun, Ouyang Feng, and several key researchers, escorted by the Viper, drew closer to the window at the end of the second-floor corridor. Don't leave us. Help. Reacting quickly, the ability users and surrounding security personnel yearned to follow them out, but it was too late. Ouyang Yun decisively produced a red suppressor from her waist and unhesitatingly sprayed it towards the shadow outside the window. Lu Xiao and Bai momentarily felt weakened, and the vines began to retract wildly. Hurry! The captain of the Viper team leapt from the second floor, urging everyone to jump out the window. On the third floor, Nanmu Rand stood on the platform, watching them with a faint smile, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, hoping this time they wouldn't disappoint her. Once Ouyang Feng and the others reached the ground, they quickly approached the parking lot while the vines and willows relentlessly pursued them. The three straggling members of the Viper team were swiftly ensnared by the branches. Charles, the captain of the Viper team's expression changed as he saw one of his trapped comrades, wishing to turn back for a rescue. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao and Bai didn't give him the chance, swiftly eliminating the three. Hurry! Ouyang Yun screamed from the vehicle, witnessing the demise of the Viper team members. With eyes ablaze, the captain of the Viper team had no choice but to start the vehicle. In an instant, as the two cars sped away, Nanmu Rand quickly retracted her life force, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Safe travels. She gracefully leaped, landing at the spot where the group had departed. The 5 survivors on the second floor, seeing the figure that suddenly appeared under the moonlight, trembled uncontrollably, some so frightened they wet themselves. Is it her? A middle-aged man's face was ashen. A braver young man cautiously peered out the window, spotting a tall, graceful figure illuminated by the moonlight. I don't know. Will she kill us? A girl began to weep. She truly did not wish to die, having come here to exchange food for her mother's life. Nanmu Rand ignored the terrified survivors above and exited the compound. Ahead, Ouyang Feng and his group drove along the highway, the tide of corpses continually surging. At this rate, we won't reach the refuge in the city center and will be completely overwhelmed by the Hoard. The captain of the Viper team spoke urgently.
Dad.
We can't head to the city center anymore. Let us return to the underground laboratory, Ouyang Yun said, feeling herself nearing madness as she observed the increasing number of zombies outside. Ouyang Feng nodded, making the final decision. Back to the underground laboratory. At least with its defenses, no one can breach it. Watching the car taking a noticeable turn, Nanmu Rand couldn't help but smile. She retrieved an off-road vehicle from her space and began to pursue them directly towards Chui Mountain. Upon entering Chui Mountain, they first drove to a spot halfway up the mountain, then concealed the vehicle in a hidden cave before proceeding on foot deeper into the rarely trodden depths of Chui Mountain. Due to the presence of Viper members ahead, Nanmu Rand dared not follow too closely, relying instead on her psychic powers to track them. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for the hundreds of crystal cores from the laboratory. Without a sufficient supply of energy, her abilities would not have endured this long. After walking for over 3 hours, Nanmu Rand suddenly froze at the sight before her. Was that snow beneath her feet? It was still not yet October, and in the southern mountain range of Shishir, snow at this time could only come from Tai Mountain. This place was certainly not Chui Mountain. Realizing this, Nanmu Rand understood why she had been unable to locate the underground laboratory despite searching through Chui Mountain multiple times. It was simply not there. To avoid missing any hidden mechanisms that might cause her to lose track, she instinctively moved forward. What did you say? It was Ouyang Feng's voice. A cold, indifferent female voice responded. The ones who escaped were those 4 soldiers from HB Military District. The newly established military safe base is at Nanshan Yunyuan. We must locate them quickly. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. How long have they been gone? Ouyang Feng's tone was urgent, even more so than when Nanmu Rand had destroyed the laboratory. It's been over an hour. All ability users and 2 teams from Black Ice have been dispatched to search, but there are still no results. You take a few researchers back to the laboratory. The rest will search together. We must bring them back. We need to see them alive or at least return their bodies. Ouyang Feng spoke with a cold severity. However, Nan Mu Ran felt a surge of happiness upon hearing their words. Si Yi and the others had already escaped. Initially planning to follow the pursuers to locate them and save them along the way, she discovered that the laboratory personnel had split into several groups. She attempted to utilize her psychic abilities to trace the escape route of Si Yi and the others, but to no avail. After several efforts, still unable to determine their direction after leaving the laboratory, Nan Mu Ran had no choice but to revert to the trajectory of her previous life. Thus, she needed to return to the villa on the mountainside quickly to wait for them, lest she miss them. With this realization, Nan Mu Ran dashed toward the winding mountain road, sprinting towards the villa. Along the way, she hoped to encounter them, but unfortunately, she was met with disappointment. Chapter 52. Life and Death Together. Meanwhile, Si Yi, Chendong, Wang Chong, and Eagle had seized the opportunity of the weekly supply transport to escape the underground laboratory. After passing through the final door of the laboratory, they concealed themselves in the nearby densest forest. How long have we been locked up by these bastards? How is it already snowing? Chong looked at his frostbitten, reddened feet, feeling quite irate. Damn it, it was bad enough to be in a white hospital gown. I don't even have shoes. If it weren't for the calluses from years of hardship, my feet would be ruined. About 2 months, I think. Chun Dong pondered the time, uncertain. Si Yi observed the growth of the trees on either side, accurately gauging the time and their location. 1 month and 3 days. It's not even winter yet. Not winter? Captain, look how thick the snow is. It's not winter? Chong rubbed his arms, shivering from the cold. This was Tai Mountain, the highest peak in the southern mountain range of Shishir, where snow could accumulate even in July and August, let alone nearing winter. Si Yi quickly determined the direction through the trees beside him. We must continue east. Captain, don't you think those pursuing us are strange? It's like no matter where we hide, they can find us. The usually silent Eagle couldn't help but frown, agreeing that the pursuers were indeed peculiar. Moreover, the experiences endured during the month in the underground laboratory had given him a new perspective on this apocalyptic world. Thus, not only did they need to escape the pursuit swiftly, but they also required a suitable location to set up an ambush. In such a situation, eliminating the pursuers entirely was the only way to ensure a safe escape. Confronting these trackers was akin to facing military dogs that remembered their scent and relentlessly pursued them. Fleeing was the first step, hiding was the second, but the most crucial step was the third, to find them and eliminate them. Agreed. Let us wipe them out. Chong wholeheartedly supported the idea, harboring a deep-seated hatred for them. After executing the ambush, we hastened our approach towards the vicinity of Nanshan, where a secure base should be established. Seiya exhaled a cloud of mist, unable to suppress a shiver. Beside him, Chendong and Qiangzi chuckled, realizing that their captain was also feeling the chill. They had assumed that such a bold and strikingly handsome man was impervious to cold. Yet, even a person as resilient as he could not defy the biting temperature while clad in such scant attire. A glance from Seiya was enough to discern their thoughts. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the distance, compelling the group to continue their frantic dash eastward. The centipede squad trailing behind cursed vehemently at the rapidly moving reds on their tracker. 4 HG soldiers, barefoot and exposed to the elements, navigated through the perilous wilderness with astonishing speed. Bring that level 2 psychic from the laboratory to join us, the leader of the centipede squad thought. Having reassessed the strength of the wolf pack, he had no intention of confronting them directly. Against a psychic, the fate of any expert was invariably one of utter annihilation. As the 4 hastened towards the east, Chendong suddenly furrowed his brow. Captain, do you think the girl we saw at Suishan might be connected to the underground laboratory? Have you lost your mind? Did you not see how she dispatched those people? Qiangzi, who was closest, swiftly delivered a sharp rebuke. Chendong snapped back to reality. Recalling that the girl had indeed slain members of the Black Ice faction, they had been taken aback by her prowess. Now, they almost wished she had obliterated that wretched laboratory as well. Seiya couldn't help but chuckle. Have you considered that among our pursuers, there might be another like her? Captain, please don't curse us with your words, Chendong interjected hastily. Seiya observed the slight curl of their lips, exuding a carefree yet chilling demeanor, but chose to remain silent. He refrained from sharing that his sixth sense hinted at the presence of a powerful psychic among their pursuers. While they might not rival the girl's formidable strength, they would certainly be more than capable of dealing with the four of them. To one side, Eagle gazed at Saya, his expression growing serious as he lowered his voice. Captain, is this challenge proving to be insurmountable? Every trial we face, we shall overcome, Saya replied, his lips curling into a more relaxed smile. They were warriors forged in the fires of adversity, perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death. They could fill a book with the will stored in their drawers. This encounter was merely another chapter in their storied existence. The usually composed Eagle chuckled. Together in life and death. They were each other's staunchest support and flesh and blood allies, never alone. As long as the adversary stood before them, they would never concede. Even if only a breath remained and a single bullet was left, it would be unleashed. Meanwhile, Nan Murian returned to the hillside villa at dusk. Upon witnessing her safe entrance, Jia Wu and Bai Mei exhaled in relief. Even Tank and De Fu appeared noticeably more cheerful. Rian, you're finally back. Once seated, Nan Murian immediately instructed Xiao Lu to release energy, ensuring that everything within a 10-kilometer radius of the villa was under her control. I feel my abilities have improved significantly since this morning, Jia Wu exclaimed with excitement. Observing him effortlessly manipulate small bolts of lightning, Nan Murian felt elated for him. You've reached mid-level 1. It seems that Xiao Bai's fruit works wonders for psychics. And Sister Mei? How do you feel? Bai Mei replied with a hint of disappointment. I feel a surge of strength within me, but no other changes. Perhaps I should attempt to awaken your abilities, Nan Murian suggested. In recent days, she had employed her life force multiple times in an effort to help Bai Mei regain her mobility, but to no avail. Although she had never witnessed a disabled individual awaken psychic powers in her past life, she remained unwilling to give up hope. Bai Mei smiled at Nan Murian. Rian, I'm already content with my current state. We have failed so many times. It's time to let go. Please don't worry about my legs anymore.
Her voice was gentle.
For days, Nan Murian had exhausted every method in her quest for Bai Mei's recovery, but it was evident that her efforts were in vain. With a heavy heart, she gazed at Bai Mei, whose demeanor was as soothing as water. All right. By the way, where did you go? We were terrified when we woke up and found you missing. Bai Mei, noticing her friend's melancholy, feigned displeasure. I went to the industrial park in the city. Brother Wu, Sister Mei, the person I'm looking for will be appearing soon. Nan Murian bit her lower lip, striving to steady her racing heart. Bai Mei's eyes widened in surprise. Really, when? I'm not entirely certain, but it should be tonight or tomorrow. Tonight? Then we 1T sleep. We'll wait here with you. Jia Wu echoed her enthusiasm. Though he was unaware of the identity of the individual Nan Murian awaited, he sensed their significance to her. Nan Murian nodded with a smile. All right, let us shower and change first, then we can wait downstairs. Bai Mei regarded her as if soothing a child. Chapter 53. Saya. Long time no see after washing up, Nan Murian felt restless upon returning to the living room. Ultimately, she found herself standing in front of the monitor, staring at the empty space outside the villa, motionless. Bai Mei wished to persuade her to sit, but Jia Wu intervened. Even Tank and De Fu, under their owner's influence, began to stir with unease. Barking and meowing filled the first floor of the villa with a chaotic energy. To quiet them, Nan Murian thoughtfully retrieved 2 gleaming green fruits given by Xiao Bai from her space. Here, enjoy. Tank and De Fu's eyes glistened at the sight of the translucent fruits. Nearly drooling, after they devoured the fruits voraciously, both began to roll on the ground, writhing in discomfort. Knowing this was a normal reaction, Nan Murian paid them no mind, continuing to stand before the display screen, fixated on the unchanging scene. After a while, the 2 little ones fell silent following their ordeal. Jia Wu gently carried the now asleep pets to their respective beds and returned to Bai Mei's side. The couple exchanged glances filled with helplessness as they observed Nan Murian, ultimately choosing to silently accompany her in waiting. As night slowly descended, a light drizzle began to fall outside. Nan Murian furrowed her brow, finding the weather particularly tormenting for those who had escaped the laboratory. Time pressed onward until 3 in the morning. Xiao Lu lightly nudged her wrist. Saya and the others have appeared. Nan Murian felt her blood run cold, nearly forgetting how to breathe. She wanted to rush outside to find them, but discovered her legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move. They're moving swiftly. They'll be here shortly. You don't need to go out, Xiao Lu reassured her, sensing Saya's group closing in. Jia Wu and Bai Mei noticed Nan Murian's distress. Rian, what's wrong? Only then did Nan Murian become aware of her chest tightening, exhaling deeply as she looked at them. Xiao Lu said they're coming soon. Should we go out to find them? Jia Wu sprang to his feet. Xiao Lu mentioned they'll arrive shortly. We should wait a bit longer. As Saya and his team drew nearer to the hillside villa, they pressed forward with fervor. Eagle, how much longer? Chen Dong asked, glancing nervously at the encroaching darkness. Having previously witnessed the girl wielding her willow branch with uncanny precision, he felt an inexplicable apprehension towards the forest. No more than 6 kilometers, Eagle replied, known as the living map of their wolf pack. In everyday actions, their judgment of location is even more precise than that of the beta system. So they naturally harbor no doubts about him. Quickening their pace, the people from the laboratory were fast approaching. C spoke with a stern tone. The four swiftly traversed into the nearest dense forest. They did not seek a path but moved in a straight line, crossing any obstacles without hesitation. They reached a clearing in front of the hillside villa smoothly. My goodness! Eagle was on the verge of cursing for the first time, as he could not possibly have misremembered the classical European villa located here. Chen Dong surveyed the surroundings. Eagle, could it be? Your living map has failed you. This is indeed the place, with cliffs and a precipice, alongside the classical European villa. For the first time, Eagle found himself engulfed in self-doubt, as something crucial seemed to be missing. Inside the villa, Nan Murian gazed at the 4 individuals in the clearing, feeling a sense of relief. Her voice trembled slightly. Brother Mu, there are pursuers behind them. Please help me call them inside the villa. She wished to go herself, but was too afraid to scare them away once more. Jimu also noticed the 4 individuals before the villa door. Coincidentally, he recognized 2 of them. One was Yi, known as the Wild Wolf, and the other was Eagle. While contemplating how to utilize the terrain to formulate an effective action plan, Yi was startled by the sudden resounding sound of the door opening behind him. Chen Dong, Xiangzi, and Eagle quickly assumed defensive stances toward the door. Until they clearly saw the person who appeared, they instinctively recognized him as a soldier. A sensation unique to their kind. Eagle was the first to react. Jimu. Long time no see, Wild Wolf. Jimu wore an unusual smile, his gaze drifting past the 3 in front to rest upon the last figure standing behind Si. Long time no see. Si held no prejudice against Jimu. Yet he harbored a lack of fondness for the international mercenary appearing on his homeland. Jimu understood Si well. Thus, he remained unfazed by his indifference. Follow me. Chen Dong and Xiangzi subconsciously glanced back at Si. Captain, are we going or not? The people chasing you will arrive soon. Who glanced back and nodded. Thank you. Upon entering the villa, the sudden warmth enveloped every inch of their skin, causing them to shiver involuntarily. They passed through the entrance garden and turned the corner. The group was somewhat astonished at how well the villa was concealed. There were no visible signs from the outside. Chen Dong, who was the first to clearly see the situation ahead, was momentarily stunned, swallowing hard to calm his unease. Captain. Si followed his gaze to find a girl in loose loungewear quietly observing them, her damp doe-like eyes wide open. The black loungewear accentuated her tall figure and luminous fair skin, and her beautiful features paired with casually cascading seaweed-like long hair rendered her as stunning as a meticulously crafted oil painting. They recognized this girl. She was the one who had swiftly dealt with the entire Scorpion squad at Suishan. Yet, there was a complexity in her crystalline gaze, making her intentions inscrutable. Eagle was the first to comprehend the situation. He glanced at Xiangzi beside him and then tugged at Chen Dong. Finally, he confirmed that the girl was looking at their captain. Sia's appearance was undeniably exceptional, and being gazed at by a girl was not a first for him. However, this girl was clearly not an ordinary one. The expression in her eyes was akin to that of a long-lost lover. Long time no see, Si. Nan Murian felt as if her voice transcended time. In that moment, while Si stood momentarily dazed by her words, she unhesitatingly rushed forward and tightly embraced his waist. Si was startled by her sudden action, instinctively raising his hands, looking helplessly at Bai Mei and Jimu inside the villa. He found himself at a loss. Neither could he push her away nor bring her back. What is happening? Chen Dong whispered to Eagle beside him. Eagle shook his head in confusion. Is the captain entangled in a romantic debt? That shouldn't be the case. The group has been through relentless hardships for over a year with no chance for romantic entanglements. Jiamu was equally astonished. Could it be that the person Nan Murian had been waiting for was actually the Wild Wolf? Only Bai Mei, seated in her wheelchair, genuinely felt joy for Nan Murian. Murian had finally met the person she longed to see, and all her previous efforts had been worth it. See, feeling the girl's soft touch against his chest, was at a loss. But as time passed, his icy demeanor began to redden, and his ears burned intensely. For a moment, he could not discern whether it was from the cold or from embarrassment. After a long pause, he hoarsely murmured, I'm a bit dirty. This was indeed the truth. The four had escaped barefoot from the underground laboratory in Taishan and had traversed several mountains through dense forests. They were battered and bruised, and they had encountered rain, leaving each of them in a disheveled state. In his embrace, Nan Murian, noticing his evident embarrassment and confusion, could not help but laugh through her tears. Looking up at his uniquely deep rhomboid eyes, she softened her tone. Are you hurt? Without needing C to respond, Nan Murian glanced down and saw his bloodied feet, along with the conspicuously stained white hospital gown. Her arms gradually loosened around his waist. Before Ce could breathe a sigh of relief, Nan Murian's left hand grasped his hand firmly. Her delicate, fair hand was barely larger than his palm, yet it created a strangely harmonious connection. The warmth that emanated from their clasped hands left Ce momentarily stunned. He could distinctly feel the pain in his body dissipating, and the bloody wounds on his feet began to heal at a visible rate, returning to their original state. Staring at his now healed feet and the other injuries that had also reverted to normal, he felt as though he were dreaming. He blinked several times, attempting to calm himself and dispel the incredulity echoing in his mind. Nan Murian, observing his astonished expression, smiled gently, the warmth of her smile marking the first time she had smiled at someone since the apocalypse began. Then, amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, she casually grasped the arm of the nearest eagle. Similarly, Eagle felt a wave of warmth enter his body, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Following suit were Chendong, Qiangzi, and Nan Murian, who quickly tended to each of their external injuries. After all, a fierce battle awaited them soon, and fighting while wounded would severely hinder their performance. As they watched their injuries visibly heal before their eyes, the four were left in a state of utter astonishment, as if they had been struck by a spell of paralysis, unable to respond. The rapid succession of events was more difficult to believe than convincing steadfast materialists that ghosts existed.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Chen Dong was the first to regain his composure and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, before he could finish his address, he caught sight of his captain's cold, piercing gaze. Instinctively, his heart sank, and he replaced the term sister-in-law with you. Behind him, Eagle decisively kicked him. Shut up. Then he turned to Nan Murian, his eyes filled with excitement and, most importantly, gratitude. Thank you. But I don't know how to address you. Nan Murian, you can also call me Murian.
Her tone was gentle. You are Eagle? Yes.
Eagle was somewhat taken aback. How did this girl know him? That shouldn't be possible. Miss Nan. Do you know me? Chen Dong, ever oblivious, leaned in excitedly, pointing to himself. His youthful face and dimpled smile allowed Nan Murian to quickly identify him. Chen Dong. What about me? Now even Wang Chong, who was standing to the side, could no longer contain his curiosity. He had a square face. How do you know us? Chen Dong was intensely curious. Given the extent of her familiarity with them, he could not believe she wasn't the romantic interest of their captain. Namo Ran gazed at the members of the wolf pack materializing before her, releasing a sigh of relief. A secret. The response took everyone by surprise. The third floor boasted rooms and fitting attire. She gently inquired, would you prefer to eat first or wash up and change? Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, the others tactfully refrained from pressing further. C turned to Namo Ran and suggested, let us change clothes first. Very well. Upon ascending to the third floor, the four were once again taken aback. Aside from the central living area, there were 4 rooms, and the largest of these contained a wardrobe stocked with an array of men's clothing. Strangely, it also held several complete sets of individual combat gear. Why does this feel so peculiar? Captain, do you know Miss Nama from before? Even the usually carefree Chen Dong appeared unsettled.
See.
Eyeing the perfectly fitting garments in the wardrobe, felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. In fact, when Namo Ran had identified Eagle and the others downstairs, he had briefly wondered if he had lost his memory. However, the urgency of their situation left little room for such thoughts. We need to wash up and change quickly. The pursuers from the underground lab are closing in. Captain, you truly do not know Miss Namu? Eagle, closest to Ce, spoke with a hint of skepticism. Based on Namu Rant's reaction downstairs, it did not seem like their first encounter. Siyi, silent as he donned his attire and equipped his gear, replied, for now. Let's not discuss this further, nor ask too many questions. Surprised by Siyi's demeanor, Eagle chose not to press the matter. Understood. Downstairs, Jia Wu and Bai Mei were equally curious about the unfolding events, but were at a loss for words. Namu Ran, however, had no intention of providing explanations. After all, the experiences of her past life were not meant to be shared with anyone other than Siyi. At that moment, Tank and De Fu, who had been unconscious for quite some time, finally regained consciousness. Stretching and feeling the changes in their bodies, the two little ones excitedly circled around Namu Ran. What has you so joyful? Namu Ran observed, somewhat helpless, as the two furry creatures rubbed against her. Tank first barked at her, then tilted his head in contemplation. Leaping off the sofa, with an impressive leap, he nearly traversed the entire living room. How could he jump so far? Jia Wu was momentarily stunned. That was more than double the capability of a typical military dog, and he had also jumped significantly higher. Namu Ran's gaze sharpened. At the same time, De Fu, the adorable little one, extended his front paws towards Namu Ran, displaying them proudly. Upon closer inspection, his once transparent and sharp claws seemed to possess an invisible, extending power. Have these two little creatures mutated? Namu Ran scooped De Fu into her arms, only to discover that the originally emerald eyes of the little fellow now glimmered with a faint blue light. Even Tank's eyes sparkled with a hint of gold. They have indeed mutated. Namu Ran smiled as she affectionately ruffled the fur on their heads. Well done, De Fu, and Tank as well. Her praise elicited excited barks from Tank, while De Fu joined in with his own adorable meows. Just as Siyi descended the stairs, having tidied up, he was taken aback by the heartwarming scene of the playful cat and dog with Namu Ran. The two little ones, previously frolicking in her embrace, suddenly became alert. Sensing an unfamiliar presence in the villa, they swiftly turned, their bodies taut, eyes fixated on the four individuals at the staircase, ready to spring into action. As Chen Dong and Chang Zi led the way up the stairs, they felt a touch of helplessness. After all, they were intruders here.
Tank, De Fu, come back.
Namu Ran called softly to the two, but they seemed oblivious, remaining still. Immediately come back, she reiterated, her tone now carrying an air of seriousness. The two looked back at their owner, uncertainty reflected in their round, adorable eyes. Namu Ran blinked her large, watery eyes in silent communication, her voice softening. Be obedient, or I will have Xiao Lu send you back to your room. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, the two little ones hastily returned to the sofa, sitting beside her as if nothing had transpired. Bai Mei couldn't help but exclaim, they're almost becoming sentient.
Sie.
Gazing at the soft and endearing Namu Ran on the sofa, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Had he seen her somewhere before? Namu, someone is approaching. Jia Wu suddenly pointed towards a display screen. The individuals in the living room quickly gathered around the four large monitors mounted on the wall. The foremost screen clearly showed an open area in front of the villa. From the direction Siyi and the others had come, 10 individuals were gradually appearing. Among them, 9 were clad in full combat gear, weapons in hand, their expressions wary. The remaining figure was a man of approximately 1.7 meters in height, slightly slender, dressed in a nondescript black and gray mountaineering outfit, one that could easily blend into a crowd. Yet, it was this man who first caught Namu Ran's attention. She had not anticipated that a level 2 psychic ability user would appear so early from the underground lab. Furthermore, it was evident that he possessed combat experience. He has detected us. As Namu Ran spoke, the man in the mountaineering outfit fixed his gaze upon the villa. His drooping eyes began to narrow, bloodthirsty petals forming at the corners. His voice, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, sent shivers down their spines. I have found you.
Sie.
Witnessing the man's terrifying demeanor, instinctively urged the group to prepare for battle. We must confront them. Not so fast, Namu Ran interjected, grasping his arm. Without addressing this psychic ability user, you cannot proceed with anything. A psychic ability user? Eagle queried, bewildered. Namu Ran nodded, her smile enigmatic, revealing little of her thoughts. I will not act just yet. Allow you to experience the pressure exerted by a psychic ability user. The others frowned, puzzled by her words. Meanwhile, outside the villa, after the man's declaration, he began using his psychic power to probe the area ahead, resulting in a discovery that greatly pleased him. Aside from the 4 HG soldiers who had fled, 3 individuals and 2 animals remained. Simultaneously, the 9 mercenaries advanced, weapons drawn, inching closer to the villa. Namoran subtly rotated her left hand, releasing a barely perceptible life force. Xiao Lu, retract all the branches and vines surrounding the villa. Suddenly, the foliage outside writhed as if animated, startling the 9 heavily armed soldiers. Only the level 2 psychic man remained still, observing the bizarre occurrence with a hint of curiosity. As the vines dissipated, the entire villa was laid bare before the onlookers. Namoran and her companions moved to the window. During the villa's renovation, the half-moon and radius windows in the living room had been replaced with full bulletproof glass. Thus, at that moment, only a transparent barrier separated the 2 factions, each side's circumstances fully visible. The man's smile deepened, and then he fixed his gaze upon the individuals inside the villa. Chen Dong, standing at the forefront, was the first to react, suddenly clutching his head in agony. Following him were Wang Chong, Eagle, Jia Wu, and Si. The overwhelming pressure from the man's psychic presence left them reeling, nearly unable to stand. Only Namoran regarded the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, unaffected by the psychic onslaught. After the man outside successfully attacked in the first round, he caught sight of the girl across from him. Momentarily taken aback, he locked eyes with Nan Murian. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile of madness adorned her lips. She had been anticipating this moment. The contest between mentalists is most intensely lethal at the instant of their gaze meeting. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Nan Murian unleashed her formidable mental power. Surging directly into the man's mind, she relentlessly inundated him with a forceful mental pressure, and in an instant, the previously confident man experienced a horrifying explosion of blood from his head. As he collapsed, his head was utterly obliterated, leaving only a gaping neck from which blood poured forth. The mercenaries who had followed him, as well as those within the villa, were momentarily stunned by the sudden brutality that unfolded before them. However, Nan Murian merely turned her gaze back to Sai and the others, stating, "You may leave now." Zhao exhaled in relief and exited the villa alongside the 4 others, while Nan Murian remained motionless at the window, observing the chaos outside. She watched as Sai disarmed an opponent with his bare hands and shot him down, as well as the eagle slicing through another's neck with a dagger. Witnessing their bloody combat without the slightest inclination to intervene. In her previous life, within this very villa, Chen Dong, Qiangzi, Eagle, Zhou, and Bai Mei all perished in this battle. Thus, in this life, they must take matters into their own hands to avenge their tragic fates. "Dongzi, be careful," Eagle exclaimed, as he noticed a mercenary aiming a gun at Chen Dong's head, panic overtaking him. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically due to the unforeseen turn of events, but there was no time to intervene. They could only watch as the bullet was momentarily suspended in the air before altering its trajectory and striking the shooter squarely in the forehead. As they beheld the mercenary collapse, Sai cast a disbelieving glance at the still figure of Nan Murian in the villa. Sensing his gaze, she tilted her head slightly and returned a flawless smile. For the first time, Sai and the others truly grasped the terrifying nature of a power user in the apocalyptic world. Faced with someone like Nan Murian, even the king of soldiers, the wolf, stood no chance. With the loss of a formidable mentalist and Nan Murian acting as a formidable support, the outcome of this battle seemed all but predetermined. "Let us dispose of the bodies by throwing them off the cliff," Eagle suggested, eyeing the bloodied corpses scattered about. Yet Sai instinctively glanced at Nan Murian, who remained quietly standing in the villa. Then, countless vines spread across the clearing before the villa, sweeping away every corpse in their wake. Once everything was concluded, the vines encircled the villa once more, leaving no gaps. As dawn broke and darkness receded, everything began to flourish in the sunlight. "Let us return," Zhao remarked, accustomed to such circumstances and finding nothing amiss. The others suppressed their shock, nodding in silent agreement. In that moment, Sai was inundated with countless questions he wished to pose to Nan Murian, yet he found himself at a loss for where to begin. Chapter 56. Do you trust me? Is there anything you wish to eat? I can prepare something for you. Due to Nan Murian, Bai Mei had developed a newfound warmth towards the wolf and his companions. The group was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. In this dire time, merely having enough to eat was a blessing, let alone being asked what they desired. Just then, Chen Dong and Qiangzi's stomachs audibly protested, prompting laughter from everyone in the room. After fleeing the underground laboratory and enduring a night of escape followed by a brutal fight, their hunger was understandable. I'll prepare something simple. You all should take a break, Bai Mei said with a gentle smile. Her current capabilities were limited to cooking and tidying up, and she was determined to do her best. Will help, Qindong, Jiangzi, and Eagle immediately volunteered. However, Bai Mei gently refused. You've all had a long night. You're exhausted. Go wash up first. I can't accept having you return to cook after killing. Nan Murian reached out to take Bai Mei's wheelchair, saying, Then it's all up to you, Sister Mei. Once in the kitchen, Nan Murian retrieved a variety of dishes from her space. Water-boiled meat slices, spicy beef, mapo tofu, and braised pork, among others. After a sleepless night, a simple meal and soup should suffice. Anything more would be too taxing. Bai Mei recognized Nan Murian's good intentions and did not oppose her. Just as Zhao entered, he understood her intentions. You should rest. I can handle the plating. Nan Murian then returned to the second-floor living room. Standing vigil all night had indeed worn her out. Nestling into the oversized lazy sofa, she felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. Beside her, Tank and Dafu were similarly drowsy, snuggling close to her in a sleepy state. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The two little ones, who had been dozing off, instantly awoke, alertly watching the entrance. Nan Murian chuckled dismissively, knowing it was undoubtedly Sai. Tank, go open the door, she instructed, rising as she retrieved 2 bottles of water from a nearby cabinet. Gesturing for Tank to proceed. Upon seeing Tank open the door, Sai was momentarily surprised. This dog was quite special. The layout of the villa's second floor was somewhat akin to the third, yet it exuded a completely different style. Gone were the cold, hard walnut woods, replaced instead with soft, light brown cloudwood sofas, blending comfort with meticulous design. A small leisure area featured a long table and a washing and cutting area, with a wall-mounted cabinet filled with an array of alcoholic beverages. At a glance, it appeared to boast renowned brands from around the globe. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the north of the living room, one could even glimpse the steep cliffs below, shrouded in mist, creating a breathtakingly picturesque landscape akin to a living masterpiece. One could not deny that the villa's owner was someone who truly knew how to save her life. Isn't it quite nice? Nan Murian smiled as she looked at Sai, offering him a bottle of water. Sai instinctively smiled back. Yes. Please, have a seat. Nan Murian observed the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of Sai, her smile remaining warm. Did you know I would come looking for you? Sai accepted the water and sat down. Nan Murian nestled comfortably into the sofa, casually at ease. If you hadn't come, it wouldn't be you. At her words, Sai paused. Did we know each other before? Are you uncertain? Nan Murian couldn't help but laugh at his doubt, surprised that such a resolute and stoic individual would question his own memory. I was quite certain at first. Aside from that incident at Suishan, this is our first meeting. But now, I feel somewhat unsure. From the moment he entered and saw Nan Murian, Sai was confident that the girl before him had never considered deceiving him. This judgment stemmed from his rigorous training as a special forces soldier, which had honed his skills in interrogation, combined with his naturally keen intuition. Nan Murian rose to retrieve her thick sketchbook from the bedroom and handed it to him. Surprised, Sai opened it. The first page depicted a gaunt, bald man in a white hospital gown, curled up in a corner. The figure appeared so frail, with sunken features that rendered him somewhat eerily haunting. Yet Sai recognized it as himself. Continue to the next page, Nan Murian encouraged with a smile, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. On the following page, a girl appeared beside the man, also with a shaved head. She bore a fierce scar between her brows, short yet marring her delicate features. However, the doe-like, glistening eyes were unmistakably Nan Murian's. As time progressed, numerous sketches of men were created. They stood beneath the sun, their eyes reflecting a hint of mirth, or conversely, they appeared as cold as ice, utterly indifferent. There were also depictions of girls. Their gazes transitioned from fierce intensity to an eventual calmness, ultimately becoming somewhat vacant. Further flipping through the pages reveals an image of a man clutching a girl, their faces etched with terror and urgency, seemingly attempting to escape, yet ultimately succumbing to failure. For in the final illustration, the man is engulfed in flames, his body stained with blood, while everything around the girl lies shattered, including the girl herself. As I turned further, the figures in the drawings became strikingly familiar, for they resembled my present self, or perhaps more accurately, my former self before entering the underground laboratory. Upon seeing you for the first time today, I felt a surge of joy, for I had captured the essence of your true self. Nan Murian gazed at the depiction of Sai clad in Special Forces attire, feeling a sense of solace. Sai looked down at the sketchbook in disbelief, then turned to Nan Murian. Is this us? Indeed, but not in the present, she replied solemnly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If nothing had changed, in the 4th year of the apocalypse, we would have met in the underground laboratory, encountering each other in our most tragic and disheveled states. Listening to each word she uttered, Sai understood, yet struggled to grasp the enormity of it all. His mind buzzed with unrelenting confusion, ensnared by an overwhelming sense of unreality. After a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice. And what about me in the end? Nan Murian met his gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just like in the drawing, you would have perished in battle. Sai flipped to the image of destruction. His tone tinged with urgency. What does this painting signify? I have returned, back to a time before all this transpired. Nan Murian hesitated, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. For the first time in his 26 years, Sai experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Do you believe in me? Nan Murian, undeterred by his feelings, focused intently on him before speaking suddenly. Chapter 57. Us in the Past. Sai gazed into Nan Murian's eyes, sparkling with celestial wonder, and after a long pause, reluctantly conceded, logically, it's hard to believe, yet my heart inexplicably tells me that what you say is true. With tears brimming in her eyes, Nan Murian replied, then that is sufficient. Can you comprehend? I cannot expect the current you to mirror the Sai who endured 4 years of torment in the underground laboratory. Just as I cannot return to the time before all events unfolded. After her rebirth, Nan Murian had pondered their encounter countless times, never rigidly insisting that the Sai she met this time must be identical to the one she had known. As Sai absorbed her words of acceptance, a sharp pang of pain twisted in his heart. What might a person become after prolonged confinement? He dared not imagine the 4 years he would have spent in the underground laboratory, nor could he fathom the fate of the Nan Murian who had been taken there. Would she still be human? Would she succumb to madness, chaos, despair, or numbing indifference? Perhaps she would even die. Yet, surviving there proved far more arduous than death itself. Nan Murian stared out at the undulating clouds over the mountains, lost in a profound silence. Sai observed her slender figure clad in a voluminous black loungewear, which only accentuated her fragility. Within the vast expanse of mountains and waters, she appeared desolate and isolated, as if no one could draw near. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do, yet he desperately wished to take action. Suddenly, Nan Murian turned and offered him an answer. Sai, I wish to embrace you. After a brief silence, he rose and approached her, opening his arms wide. Without hesitation, Nan Murian enveloped him in her embrace, burying her face in his chest as uncontrolled sobs racked her body, tears cascading down. Sai instinctively caressed her delicate back. After a long while, Nan Murian lifted her head, this time smiling. Fortunately, this time, everything is still timely. Sai regarded her with a puzzled expression. From the very first day of my return, I sought ways to find you, but ultimately, waiting here proved to be the most effective. She smiled at him. Suddenly, Sai realized something. Did you know I would be here? Yes, you once shared many stories with me, including this villa and the battle you experienced outside just now. And in the end, they all perished, including Jia Wu and his wife. By May, Nan Murian confirmed Sai's suspicions. As she spoke, Sai's mind went blank. He understood that had Nan Murian not been present today, the outcome could very well have been as she described. Overwhelmed by shock, he sat down uncontrollably. After a long pause, he finally spoke. May I ask you a few questions? Nan Murian nodded. Of course. You mentioned that the man from the laboratory today was a level 2 mental ability user? Sai's curiosity about this new apocalypse surged. Indeed. Mental ability users are rare, but incredibly powerful in this world. A level 2 mental user, if employed skillfully, can even defeat a level 3 user. And you? I am a trial mental ability user. Plant, mental, and spatial. My plant abilities are currently at level 2 mid-range, my mental abilities at level 3 early stage, and my spatial ability? It's a bit special. It hasn't changed since its inception. I cannot ascertain its level, but it must be formidable. After all, in my previous life, I encountered numerous spatial ability users, yet never heard of one with a capacity greater than mine. Xuanwu? Sai found the name quite melodious. You named it. I also have 2 contract plants, one named Xiao Lu and the other Xiao Bai. Xiao Lu is a level 7 mutated plant, and Xiao Bai just reached level 4 yesterday. Nan Murian extended her left hand towards Sai. On her fair, slender wrist was a beautiful tattoo resembling willow branches intertwined with vines and delicate white flowers. Suddenly, the tattoo emitted a green and white glow. The softly glowing Xiao Lu even extended a willow branch to gently touch Sai's hand. Sai furrowed his brow, sensing something uncanny. They possess the power to transcend this world.
Do they not?
Yes, even in the underground laboratory, Xiao Lu always accompanied me. Thus, it recognizes you. Nan Murian did not intend to conceal the truth. Nan Murian, have you ever considered that I am no longer the person you initially knew? This implies that my choices may significantly differ this time around. Sai expressed his deepest anxieties. In an instant, Nan Murian comprehended his words. At this moment, Sai remained fundamentally a soldier, no different from the soldiers he had encountered, who harbored aspirations of salvation. He bore the indelible marks of faith and responsibility ingrained within his very bones. The actions they undertook were ones Nan Murian would not pursue, yet she felt respect and understanding. However, now that this individual was Sai, someone of great importance to her, disappointment was inevitable. Yet, the proud Nan Murian had never felt the need to compel anyone to walk through life with her. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. But I hope it is not now. Ordinary soldiers without awakened abilities remained formidable presences in the early apocalypse. However, once zombies, plants, and animals began to mutate, they would become the most vulnerable warriors, mere fodder for every battle. Nan Murian gazed at Sai, her words cold and brutal. Sai fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in her statements. They had once been the fiercest beings within the military, viewing themselves as warriors. Yet in this apocalypse, Nan Murian, who had once needed their protection, could obliterate their entire squad in the blink of an eye. It was a harsh reality, difficult to accept yet impossible to evade. How can one swiftly become stronger? Shuri gazed at Nan Murian with unwavering determination. I can attempt to assist you in awakening your abilities. Once you have truly grown stronger, we can then decide on our future paths. Nan Murian let out a soft sigh, her heart filled with both regret and melancholy. If they ultimately chose to part ways, the bond forged over 2 lifetimes would inevitably lead them down separate roads. For Nan Murian, the sole comfort lay in the fact that Shuri was alive and well. The tormenting visions that had plagued her dreams had yet to manifest. Shuri watched the silhouette of Nan Murian, harboring a subtle longing within. In our past life, we must have been the brightest light in each other's dark existence. It was a shame that their meeting had been so chaotic, survival had become a struggle. Some sentiments, once voiced, would only seem superfluous. Nan Murian did not conceal her past from Shuri. Instead, she candidly shared everything she had experienced. Chapter 58. Would you like to train? Shuri nodded in agreement. With his self-awareness, he understood that in such circumstances, no matter the feelings that stirred within, they could never be articulated. Ran. It's time to eat. Just then, Bai Mei's gentle voice called from downstairs, prompting the two to descend together. Upon seeing them walk side by side, those gathered below were momentarily taken aback. Chun Dong and the others exchanged glances, their teasing expressions unmistakable. They had claimed not to know the girl, yet here they were, quickly forming a pair. Indeed, it seemed that good looks were paramount. However, before they could utter their jests, they were captivated by the lavish spread being laid out on the dining table. What is happening? Is this the apocalypse? How can such a sumptuous feast exist? The assortment of rice, meat, and even leafy greens was astonishing. Even the usually composed eagle could not resist swallowing hard. Come, sit down. Why are you just standing there? Bai Mei cheerfully beckoned them. Once seated, the group felt a bit awkward in the presence of such a feast, not from lack of appetite, but from a sense of embarrassment. They couldn't help but wonder if this meal might deplete the household's reserves. Eat up. Merely looking will not satisfy your hunger. Nan Murian picked up her chopsticks and placed a slightly leaner piece of Hong Shao Rou into Shuri's bowl. Shuri was visibly taken aback. This was his favorite dish, and she had even recognized his preference for the leaner cut. The intoxicating aroma of the savory dish mingled with the fragrant rice was irresistible to the famished group. They indulged in the most sumptuous meal since the onset of the apocalypse, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, The underground laboratory at Taishan was engulfed in an unprecedented state of panic. The plant laboratory in the industrial park had been unexpectedly attacked, resulting in severe losses of personnel and resources, along with the disappearance of several crucial datasets. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yun, having barely returned safely to Taishan, faced issues with experimental tools attempting to escape. Furthermore, the identities of Shi Yi and his companions posed a significant complication that needed to be resolved. Consequently, the laboratory's security forces were mobilized, tirelessly searching the mountains for an entire day and night, yet to no avail. As they accounted for all who had returned, Ouyang Feng's foreboding feelings intensified. The Centipede Squad had vanished without a trace, and of the remaining members of the Viper Squad and a guide, none had returned. The most alarming loss was that of a low-tier psychic ability user, the most formidable entity cultivated within the underground laboratory since the apocalypse, now inexplicably missing. Dr. Jean, engrossed in his experiments, lit up at Ouyang Feng's words, seemingly unfazed by the troubling news. Instead, his excitement surged. Are you implying that a being stronger than Yu Tao has emerged? The death of a low-tier psychic ability user could not have been executed by an ordinary individual. Either the assailant is also a psychic ability user or a higher-tier ability wielder. Regardless of their nature, they are an anomaly in this apocalypse, and their study would be of immense significance. Ouyang Feng nodded. Do you believe such a person exists? Rather than entertain the possibility that Yu Tao was killed by a psychic ability user, he preferred to think he had been targeted by those who had escaped from the HB military. Dr. Jin's thoughts spiraled as his eyes grew feverishly red, nearly manic with excitement. There is no bullet capable of long-range targeting of psychic ability users. Their formidable mental strength allows them to control everything in their vicinity. Inform He Suwa that the entity they desire has indeed manifested. Deploy all security personnel from the underground laboratory. At any cost, locate the individual who killed Yu Tao. Once everyone had departed, Dr. Jean turned his gaze toward the writhing vine in the innermost part of the laboratory, exuberance overtaking him. Could it be her? Or has Xianwu returned? If they have indeed returned, might we have the chance to relive it all? The most powerful ability user of the apocalypse, I eagerly await their emergence. An eerie laughter began to spread throughout the underground laboratory, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Meanwhile, the laboratory's doors swung open, dispatching waves of fully armed forces into the mountains of the southern district. Simultaneously, a 200-strong contingent advanced towards the military base at Nanshan Yunyuan, forming an ambush approximately 10 kilometers from the base. Back at the villa, Shi Yi and his companions had collapsed from exhaustion onto their respective beds. In the living room, Jia Wu contemplated for a long time before voicing his concerns. Ran. They are HG soldiers, among the most formidable in existence. They possess the strongest willpower in the world. Have you considered that their methods may starkly contrast with ours? The apocalypse demands soldiers, yet military personnel in this world require a mercenary's mindset. Based on Jia Wu's understanding of the Head Wolf Squad, he doubted that the likes of Wild Wolf and Eagle would accept Nan Mu Ran's approach. After all, she resembled a rebellious lone wolf, capable of destruction at any moment, benevolent yet ruthless, sincere yet cunning. Brother Wu, I am aware of what I am doing. In the presence of Shi Yi and the entire Head Wolf Squad, Nan Mu Ran held her own convictions, even if they could not journey together in the future. She did not wish for them to perish in this apocalypse without cause. The following day, as soon as everyone awoke, Nan Mu Ran was already waiting for them on the first floor. Regarding the awakening of abilities, Shi Yi had provided the three of them with detailed information. Eagle and the others were visibly excited, and seeing Nan Mu Ran's evident happiness brought them joy. Are we truly going to become ability users? Is this what it feels like to cling to someone powerful? Sister Nan, can you genuinely help us awaken our abilities? Chun Dong's heart raced with anticipation, doubting whether it was merely talk. I cannot do it alone. We will need the aid of mutated fruits. You four are fortunate. Xiaobai has 4 fruits left. While Nan Mu Ran could facilitate the awakening of abilities, she had no intention of revealing this to them. Jia Wu and Bai Mei exchanged knowing glances, understanding Nan Mu Ran's intentions. Upon reaching the basement of the villa and witnessing the expansive training ground, they were instantly captivated. The training equipment was remarkably comprehensive, even featuring a combat arena. Sister Nan, do you train regularly? Chun Dong inquired, perplexed by the surroundings. Nan Mu Ran regarded him thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow. Would you like to give it a try? Her words left Shi Yi and the others momentarily stunned. In their eyes, Nan Muran was a powerful ability user, but certainly not one to engage in direct combat. The implication of her words seemed to suggest they had misjudged her. Let us give it a go. I am also curious about my own training progress. As Nan Muran spoke, she gracefully leaped into the combat area. In the instant she removed her jacket, the exquisite muscular contours of her slender arms were laid bare for all to see. Nan Muran possessed a fair complexion and an extraordinary appearance, coupled with a slender physique that led others to overlook the fact that her slenderness was not the frailness typical of ordinary girls, but rather the result of sweat and strength forged into a lean form. Chapter 59. The Secret of Awakening the Eagle could not help but glance at Zai. Somewhat astonished. Is she a martial artist? Go ahead. Zai naturally discerned the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with Qindong. As Qindong climbed into the fighting area, he found it difficult to strike against the extraordinarily beautiful Nan Muran. Sister Nan, perhaps we should call it off. If you do not give it your all today, the matter of your ability awakening will not concern you. Nan Muran's tone was earnest. She was eager to gauge how far she was from these truly formidable beings. The helplessness she felt when her abilities vanished in her past life was a sensation she could never endure again in this life. Really, Sister Nan? Qindong felt a wave of despair, regretting his earlier question. Nan Muran gazed at him with unwavering determination. I never joke. And do not attempt to deceive a psychic ability user. Aware that he had no choice, Qindong still glanced uneasily at Zai, who, although unsure of Nan Muran's resolve, chose to support her. With the captain's approval, Qindong quickly got into the zone. Facing Nan Muran, he did not hesitate to throw a punch. To the surprise of the onlookers, Nan Muran showed no inclination to evade the full force of his strike. Instead, she met it head-on without hesitation. That looked painful, Strongzy remarked from the sidelines, while Zai's brows furrowed in concern. Upon their collision, both sustained visible minor injuries. Yet this round of combat revealed to Qindong that Nan Muran was not an easy opponent. She had undergone rigorous combat training and participated in numerous real-life battles, making each of her attacks swift, agile, and powerful. The two bodies swiftly rotated on the fighting stage, seeking to exploit each other's defensive gaps with the intention of knocking one another down. Observers noted that Nan Muran was more agile than Qindong, and equally matched in strength. Qindong's only chance of victory lay in the practical skills honed through countless brushes with death. Abilities can alter one's physique. In a head-on clash, my physical prowess is not necessarily inferior to yours, Nan Muran declared, charging forward with unrelenting speed and ferocity. After more than 20 exchanges, the onlookers could not help but feel anxious for Qindong, as Nan Muran's tactics were exceedingly ruthless, employing many banned moves. Unfortunately, her lack of practical experience led to a conclusion where Qindong triumphed through a sweeping kick. Although victorious, the win was hard-fought.
Sigh.
Observing the injured Nan Muran leaning against the wall and catching her breath, sighed in relief and turned to Zhou. Did you train her? Her fighting style is excessively vicious, seemingly aimed at killing. Not bad, right? Zhou replied, beaming with pride. Qindong unhesitatingly gave a thumbs up to Nan Muran, genuinely admiring her skill. Impressive. Nan Muran rose and retrieved a water bottle from the side cabinet, tossing it to Qindong. She then discreetly produced the crystal cores and the remaining 4 small white fruits she had obtained from the area's password-protected cabinet. Shall we begin? Who wants to go first? She inquired. Do you want to take a break? Zai's typically cold tone softened instinctively. Nan Muran shook her head slightly. No need. Absorbing the crystal cores can quickly restore stamina. However, please keep track of the cores each of you uses. You will need to return 3 times the amount. That is only fair, the eagle quickly nodded, understanding that awakening abilities was worth any number of crystal cores. This is merely my first request, Nan Muran stated coolly. There is more? The eagle suddenly realized that this girl was entirely different from his expectations. Despite her special regard for their captain, she would not allow it to interfere with her own decisions. Once your abilities awaken and stabilize, you must accompany me to the underground laboratory in Taishan. Agree to both conditions, and we shall commence immediately. If not, this conversation concludes here, and you may consider my words unspoken. Nan Muran set down the water bottle, her expression devoid of jest. Understood. Others might not comprehend Nan Muran's obsession with the underground laboratory, but Zai did. Thus he readily agreed. I'll go first. Qindong eagerly stepped forward. Nan Muran handed him 3 crystal cores. Lacerate your hand and hold them. Then, with her left hand clasping his bloodied palm, a radiant green and white light enveloped it, warm tendrils of energy seeping into Qindong's body. The overwhelming comfort prompted Qindong to exclaim, "That feels incredible." Once all 30 crystal cores had been absorbed, Nan Murian ceased her ministrations. "Is that it?" Qindong, observing his healed wounds, felt uncertain. Apart from the euphoric sensation, he noticed no other changes in his body. Can this be considered awakening? Consume this fruit. It will be quite painful, so brace yourself, Nan Murian said, presenting him with a small, white fruit. As anticipated, shortly after consuming it, Qindong was seized by intense abdominal pain. Breaking into a cold sweat and writhing on the ground, the eagle frowned at Qindong's lamentations, thinking him overly weak. Could he not endure without crying out? To prove their toughness, he unhesitatingly sliced his palm. Bring it on. The same agonizing process unfolded for the eagle and Strongzy, mirroring Qindong's experience. It truly hurts. It was not until all three had succumbed to the excruciating pain induced by the fruit and fainted that Nan Murian turned her attention to Sai. Sensing the power emanating from her, Sai voiced his concern. "Isn't this method harmful to yourself? Aside from depleting my abilities, it will not affect me otherwise." Nan Murian replied with a smile. Sai then felt reassured. Suddenly, he appeared taken aback, sensing a change within his own body. Nan Murian, too, noticed this and cautioned him. "You've awakened. Do not lose focus." "Is that so?" Sai looked at Nan Murian, excitement mingling with his previously stern demeanor, pondering whether he might possess dual abilities. "Let us try again, and see if there are any other possibilities." Nan Murian continued to channel life force into him, showing no signs of stopping. In her previous life, having awakened 5 abilities had demonstrated Sai's exceptional talent. Thus, she intentionally placed him last, fearing that his extraordinary aptitude might expose her secrets regarding ability awakening. Sai, too, began to sense the anomaly. Nan Murian had stated that the fruit was necessary to assist others in awakening abilities, yet it was evident that she could achieve this even without it. Such a capability was exceedingly rare and astonishing in the apocalypse. Should it be revealed, she could easily become the target of various factions vying for her. His gaze toward Nan Murian was filled with concern. This girl was too special to him, and he wished to shield her from any harm or threat. Engrossed in sensing the awakening force within him, Nan Murian remained unaware of the change in his expression. Chapter 60. Between life and death. It was not until all the crystal cores obtained from the biological laboratory in the industrial park had been used up that Nan Murian, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Sai hastily reached out to help her up. "What are you doing?" Nan Murian glared at him, feeling as though he were lifting a chick, and was incensed enough to kick him. "Go sit in that massage chair." She had no desire to move. Without hesitation, Nan Murian refused. But before she could finish her sentence, she found herself hoisted up by 2 hands gripping her shoulders, until she sank into the massage chair. She remained lost in thought, pondering how she had failed to recognize in her previous life that this individual was, in fact, a quintessentially stoic man. Siyi disregarded her dissatisfaction, earnestly gazing at her, and said, "Nan Murian, what you are doing is quite perilous." Acknowledging his concern for her, Nan Murian nodded, then stood up, the perfect height difference allowing her to meet Siyi's gaze directly. "I am aware of that. So, will you betray me?" Her warm breath grazed Siyi's cheek, and a faint yet alluring fragrance enveloped him. His heart raced uncontrollably, leaving his mind in a daze.
"Of course not," he stammered.
Seeing the gradual flush creeping up his ears, Nan Murian could not suppress a laugh. Was he truly so innocent? She had to admit. The country had indeed groomed him well. Then it settled. "Consume that fruit. It will benefit your abilities," she remarked, her words tumbling out with a hint of excitement, her own demeanor resembling that of a mischievous girl. Siyi, towering at nearly 2 meters, appeared momentarily dazed as he took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he devoured it ravenously. Before she could finish her sentence, he was choked, awkwardly gulping down water, struggling to contain her laughter at his disheveled appearance. Nan Murian cleared her throat several times. Meanwhile, Jia Wu silently retreated a step, finding it hard to reconcile this version of Siyi with the cold, ruthless wolf who could single-handedly confront 10 foes on the African battlefield. It was only after the entire wolf squad had endured their trials and succumbed to slumber that Nan Murian turned to Jia Wu and said, "They will likely be asleep for quite some time. Let us head upstairs." Upon their return to the first-floor living room, Xiao Lu suddenly alerted Nan Morwen to the approach of a fully armed mercenary squad nearing the villa. Do they bear any distinctive markings?
Jia Wu inquired.
Recalling how he had dealt with the traces on the road yesterday, it was illogical for them to pursue so closely unless they possessed extraordinary means. However, in this apocalypse, many tracking methods had become obsolete, leaving her curious about how they accomplished this feat. The 10 individuals from the laboratory had vanished in this vicinity, so it was not surprising they were being pursued. Nan Morwen began to scrutinize the surveillance screens, having no intention of confronting the underground laboratory head-on at this juncture. Fully aware that the complexities entwined with it exceeded her initial assumptions, this realization dawned upon her after encountering Ouyang Feng, an S-level official. Before the apocalypse, the Nan Xiao group and the Qi family had been accorded utmost respect, yet in the underground laboratory, he was merely a management figure within an external biological research facility. This indicated the vast implications behind it all. A whole battalion? How could there be so many? Jia Wu expressed evident astonishment as he observed the 36 fully armed soldiers emerging one after another. Nan Morwen frowned, questioning the underground laboratory's capacity to house such a number. If Ouyang Feng were not foolish, he would not only be sending troops to search the mountains, but would also dispatch more personnel directly to block Ziyi and his associates at Nanshan Yunyuan, preventing any disturbances to the military base. The presence of 2 or even 3 groups of such well-armed soldiers suggested that the underground laboratory's forces were no less than a company. This quantity was not something foreign mercenaries could easily muster, even in the apocalypse. As she pondered, the soldiers on the screen commenced a thorough search of the surroundings. Growing increasingly agitated, Nan Morwen eventually erupted into laughter. This hillside villa has truly been plagued by misfortune since its establishment. In just over 3 months of the apocalypse, this is already the 3rd wave of pursuers to reach our doorstep. 1 wave per month. How courteous of them. What should we do? Jia Wu began to brace himself. However, Nan Morwen poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to him. If they do not discover the villa, we shall do nothing. If they do find it, we must eliminate them all. Ideally, the hillside villa should remain a bastion of peace and tranquility, yet if others insisted otherwise, it could easily transform into a deadly ground for intruders. So, they are not searching for us, but rather their own demise? Jia Wu grasped Nan Morwen's intent, taking a sip of the wine. The exquisite taste surprised him. It was Macallan, and the price was quite reasonable. We have a problem. They have 3 military dogs, Jia Wu announced, placing his glass down and rushing to the monitor. After the squad search, 3 men leading military dogs appeared on the screen. Nan Morwen observed the 3 dogs, a slight frown creasing her brow. Brother Wu, whose scent are those 3 tracking? It can't be from the wolf squad, can it? Then it must be their own people, Jia Wu surmised, feeling a headache coming on. Eliminating them would raise alarms. Yet failing to act would lead to discovery as they circled endlessly. Let me see if I can control them. Nan Morwen focused her energy, attempting to exert mental pressure to drive them away. The dogs, sensing the sudden mental strain, barked incessantly but showed no sign of retreating or altering their course. Indeed, human psychic abilities cannot dominate these creatures. Simultaneously, Tank began barking fiercely, and even the adorable Da Fu joined in, clearly agitated. After approximately 3 minutes, are they conceding and falling silent? Jia Wu observed the screen, where the 3 military dogs suddenly crouched down, ears drooping, remaining utterly still. Nan Morwen noticed this change and turned to her 2 small companions, who appeared quite pleased with themselves. They have indeed succeeded, she mused, patting Tank and Da Fu's heads. Tank, can you keep those 3 around? A bold idea sparked in Nan Morwen's mind. Hearing her command, Tank tilted his head in contemplation, then began barking furiously at the villa's exterior. The previously restrained military dogs broke free from their handlers, bounding into the adjacent thicket. Goodness! If the soundproofing weren't so effective, you would have drawn the whole crowd in. Nan Morwen felt her eardrums protesting. Outside, the team watching the dogs escape stood in shock. Everyone, retreat from this area, quickly. The leader, a former instructor, swiftly made a decision. He understood that each military dog had undergone rigorous training, often surpassing the selection process for soldiers. They were unafraid of sacrifice. Thus, if the dogs fled, it indicated not merely a hidden threat but potentially a phenomenon beyond human comprehension in this apocalypse. In light of such circumstances, a safe withdrawal was the wisest choice. Chapter 61. Acquiring military dogs, watching the retreating figures clad in camouflage, Nan Morwen exhaled a silent sigh of relief.
Tonight.
I shall treat you both to an extra helping of chicken legs, 5 each. Tank and De Fu leapt with joy at the promise. Brother Wu, what did you think of those 3 military dogs earlier? Nan Morwen turned to Jia Wu, her gaze laced with scheming intent. You're thinking of acquiring military dogs? Jia Wu regarded her, puzzled by her plan. Humans are too complex. Dogs are far simpler, Nan Morwen stated candidly. She understood that to maintain a secure environment around the hillside villa, she must ensure complete control from the foot of the mountain. However, her available personnel were alarmingly few. If Tank, after mutation, could command the dogs, utilizing enough canines to dominate the entire hillside would be the optimal choice. As Si Yi and the others ascended from the basement, they unconsciously found themselves drawn into Nan Morwen's conversation. For a moment, they exchanged glances, uncertain whether to step forward or retreat back to the basement. Have you awakened? Jia Wu was the first to notice the group at the staircase. Nan Muron turned her head upon hearing his words, noticing the awkward expressions on several faces, and she could roughly guess the reason, but she chose not to explain.
How do you feel?
I'm not quite sure about the situation. I need your assistance to assess it. Si Yi and the others could sense the changes in their bodies. Yet they were uncertain about how to evaluate their respective powers. Focus all your energy on a single fixed point and observe. Nan Muron gestured towards Chen Dong, who was at the front. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Dong obediently complied. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, help me." Watching as he lost control and hurtled towards the wall at a rapid pace, everyone was startled. If he collided directly, Chen Dong's cherubic face would be utterly ruined. In that critical moment, Nan Muron swiftly wielded the willow branch in her hand, wrapping it around Chen Dong's body and pulling him back firmly. Seeing his nose nearly touch the wall, Chen Dong gasped, "Oh my goodness, you scared me to death." Your speed ability is quite impressive in practical use, Nan Muron remarked. Retracting the willow branch, Chen Dong, delighted by his newfound power, continued to experiment with controlling it. Before long, he began darting around the room with increasing velocity, exclaiming, "Wow. This is exhilarating. Thank you, Sister Nan." Nan Muron wanted to remind him that she was younger than him, but, recalling her dismal 5-year survival in the apocalypse, chose to remain silent. Accepting the title of sister was not too objectionable. The others felt happy, for Chen Dong as well. Only Wang Chong, who had just released a wisp of ash, looked utterly dejected, his square face scrunched up in frustration. What is this? Ash scattering? Nan Muron frowned as she observed the wisp of ash that had vanished with the wind. Was the earth-based ability so ineffective at the early stage of awakening? It shouldn't be. In her previous life, there were numerous earth abilities capable of erecting high walls. The earth ability was quite a formidable defensive power. At its peak, it could easily construct bridges and roads when combined with other abilities. Nonetheless, Nan Muron harbored doubts about whether Chong could truly reach that level. Upon hearing her thoughts, Wang Chong felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the prospect of bridge building and road repairing. Next was Eagle. After concentrating, everyone felt a gentle breeze pass by. No need to elaborate. It was the wind ability, belonging to the category of natural mutation abilities, capable of forming wind blades and group attacks, with formidable offensive power in the later stages. Finally, all eyes turned to the silent sea. Chen Dong, observing his captain's hesitant demeanor, began to feel uneasy. "Captain, you haven't awakened, have you?" "Not at all."
I've awakened a dual ability. See replied.
"Wow, impressive. Captain is amazing."
What now?
Nan Muron sensed something was amiss. C glanced at everyone, somewhat helpless. "The problem is, I can clearly feel their existence, yet I cannot manifest them." "What do you mean? Isn't it supposed to be usable by concentrating?" Eagle queried, bewildered. C's talent should have surpassed theirs. What was going on? Nan Muron also found it curious. Watch closely. Si, uncertain how to explain, opted to demonstrate directly. A visible flame burst forth. Suddenly, an unknown source of water extinguished the flame, neither too large nor too small, perfectly dousing it without even a whiff of smoke. After repeating this process 3 times, everyone understood. "Captain, you have a conflict between fire and water." Si raised his hands in exasperation, sharing the good news of his dual ability, but lamenting the challenge of having opposing powers. You need to first sense the strength of both abilities within yourself. Differentiate their distinctions, and then proceed to use them. It's not difficult. Just practice a few more times. Nan Muron was not concerned. It was indeed common to struggle distinguishing dual abilities upon awakening. Are there military dogs outside? C felt reassured by her words, yet sensed danger. The group quickly gathered in front of the monitoring screen, discovering 3 Belgian Malinois pacing frantically in the open space before the villa. Judging by their gear, it was evident they were well-trained military dogs. These 3 are impressive, Eagle remarked, his eyes lighting up. Nan Muron turned to Eagle with surprise. You know how to train dogs? Eagle was undoubtedly top-notch in this area. Chen Dong looked at Nan Muron, realizing that all military dogs in the Special Operations Unit were under Eagle's management. I want them to become the guardians of this mountain forest. Is that possible? Nan Muron inquired of Eagle. Eagle regarded the 3 Malinois outside. In terms of capability, they are more than sufficient. However, trained military dogs possess their own intelligence and may not be inclined to comply. That shouldn't be your concern. With Tank and Afu around, you needn't worry about them being disobedient. As Nan Muron spoke, Tank had already arrived at the entrance and opened the villa's door. The group watched as the 3 Malinois obediently followed Tank inside the villa, then sat down in a row, behaving well. Mugo, prepare some meat for them, Nan Muron said, looking at the 3 robust, fierce-eyed Malinois, displaying great generosity. Upon seeing the bowl of dog food and meat before them, the 3 dogs' eyes visibly sparkled. Since the apocalypse began, it wasn't just humans who had suffered. Dogs also faced hardships in food and drink. It should be fine, Eagle mused as he observed their voracious eating, realizing they had indeed been won over by their rations. In the following hours, the group began to train their abilities while simultaneously training the 3 Malinois. Meanwhile, Nan Muron took Jia Wu along to patrol the entire mountainside, aiming to eliminate the threat of mutated plants in the area. Can we join you today? Si Yi and the others, once they became proficient in their abilities, wished to contribute in some way. After all, spending every day in the villa with abundant food and drink made them feel somewhat guilty. Today we're going out to hunt. You all need to work hard. You owe me quite a few crystal cores. Alright, I'll definitely kill some zombies today to gather crystal cores for Sister Nan. Sister Nan, all the crystal cores we find today will be a gift for you, not counted as repayment. Chen Dong declared grandly. Eagle and Chong nodded in agreement with his sentiment. During their stay at the mountainside villa, Nan Muron had helped them immensely. Merely assisting in training the military dogs and returning some used crystal cores could not repay such kindness. Therefore, even when they returned to the base, they would support her in any way they could. However, Jia Wu paused at their words. During their week together, none had mentioned wanting to leave. Nan Muron had never brought it up, and Jia Wu had assumed they would not be departing. Si Yi, standing at the back, instinctively glanced at the silent Nan Muron, feeling inexplicably guilty. Yet, Nan Muron merely smiled faintly. Alright, then consider today as you working for me for free. No problem, it's the least we can do, Eagle replied with a smile. The group quickly packed military backpacks, armed themselves, and prepared self-heating meals from the cupboard for their descent. When Chen Dong and the others beheld the car before them, they were rendered speechless. Sister Nan, is this car yours? Indeed. But this is a Kalman King. Even Wang Chong, usually the quietest, began to get excited. Having been influenced by sci-fi films, he had always adored its design, which was why he purchased it. Before them stood the only vehicle Nan Muron could confidently take out from her space. Chen Dong ran his fingers along the car's sleek lines, enchanted. A car worth 14 million. Sister Nan, were you very wealthy before? The conversation flowed easily, with the mention of the Nanjiao Group eliciting recognition. The Nanjiao Group, one of the foremost entities in the Northwest, is known to all, came the response. Is it your family's? Indeed, my mother bears the surname Chiao. Nanjiao was founded by her and my father. But why such excitement? We are in a post-apocalyptic world where paper may hold more value than currency. That is indeed a truth, Chen Dong concurred. Enough with the lamentations, let's get in the car and depart. May I drive? Chen Dong was brimming with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Nan Muron tossed him the keys. Let us go. By the way, where are we headed, Sister Nan? Once the engine roared to life, Chen Dong felt a surge of exhilaration. The city is overrun with zombies, and we must avoid the larger hordes. We'll descend the mountain and head toward the outskirts, near some resort areas and school districts. On the way, Nan Muron began to elucidate the various levels of zombies and the significance of crystal cores. The group soon arrived at the commercial street bordering the university district. Outside the commercial area, Remnants of acid rain lingered, and zombies wandered aimlessly. However, upon detecting the scent of the newcomers, the zombies began to converge rapidly. Shall we engage directly? Chun Dong gazed eagerly at his captain. Si contemplated for a moment and suggested, let us split up, avoid headshots initially and utilize our abilities as much as possible. Upon hearing Si's words, Chun Dong, armed with a dagger, charged into the horde of zombies, his speed-enhanced powers allowing him to dispatch the lower-level undead almost instantaneously. Si, harnessing his fire abilities, ignited the heads of several nearby zombies. Meanwhile, Wang Chong attempted to scatter dirt but soon lost patience and resorted to decapitating the zombies with his knife. Eagle was similarly engaged, yet he took moments between strikes to manipulate the zombies' movements with his wind abilities. Jia Wu retrieved a baseball bat, ready for combat. Observing her companions in action, Nan Muron calmly drew her dagger from her spatial pocket, content to follow behind and collect crystal cores, with Xiao Lu and Xia by extending their vines to assist her. Within 3 minutes, the group had collectively slain around 30 zombies when Si called for a halt. The four of them, along with Jia Wu, began to coordinate their efforts. Si's water abilities synergized remarkably with Jia Wu's lightning powers, yielding spectacular results. The combination of wind and earth abilities, while not as potent in offense, proved to be quite humiliating for the zombies. However, once Chun Dong joined them with his speed enhancement, the dynamics shifted entirely, with one scattering dirt and another generating wind to redirect the zombies' movements. Chun Dong swiftly entered the fray, severing the heads of the undead from behind. Simultaneously, Nan Muron urged Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai to unleash their myriad vines, skewering the zombies' heads like candied hawthorns. As the group advanced deeper into the commercial street, they relentlessly harvested the zombies. After traversing approximately 500 meters into the commercial area, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. 1-1, something feels amiss here. Jia Wu and Si instinctively halted their assault, stepping protectively to either side of Nan Muron. Logically, they should be at the epicenter of the commercial street, where the zombie population would be at its peak. Yet, they found fewer zombies than at the entrance. Perhaps others are also combating the zombies. It's not surprising, Chun Dong remarked, unfazed by the situation. After all, in this apocalyptic era, survivors must confront the zombies to procure resources, and the slow-moving undead were not particularly challenging. Eagle, disinterested in Chun Dong's musings, questioned, who would parachute directly into the core area to face zombies. Let us investigate further, Si proposed, moving ahead.
No.
I'll handle it, Nan Muron asserted, concentrating her mental energy to survey the surroundings. The adjacent street bore a sparse number of zombies, yet the shops on either side exhibited no anomalies. Only a few convenience stores had been entirely stripped of their supplies. Progressing to the next street, they encountered numerous hotels and clothing stores, all devoid of irregularities. Finally, they reached a supermarket at the center of the street. The situation took a turn. The 3-story supermarket had its first floor, dedicated to food, completely emptied of valuable goods, and the second floor mirrored this desolation. On the third floor, they encountered a group of over a dozen men wielding various makeshift weapons. Among them stood a particularly burly man, likely possessing awakened physical abilities. The men were gathered around a table, playing mahjong, oblivious to the smoke swirling from a nearby fire pit in their cramped quarters. Behind them, in what appeared to be a storage room, several young girls were tied up, their expressions vacant, their bodies marred by wounds. Such scenes were all too common in the apocalypse, and Nan Muron sighed before continuing her search. Suddenly, she noticed a substantial gathering of zombies at the edge of the commercial street. However, the location was just beyond her investigative range, leaving her uncertain of the cause for their congregation. I need to move 2 blocks east to gain clarity, she told her companions, beginning to head toward the gathering. What is happening? Si observed Nan Muron's change in demeanor, sensing something was amiss. The zombies from the 3 streets to the east were converging toward a single point, an abnormal occurrence. Nan Muron met Si's gaze, her expression grave. It could be quite dangerous. No worries, I'm right beside you, Si affirmed, matching her stride. After advancing 2 blocks east, they halted beneath the supermarket where the humans were stationed. All surrounding zombies had vacated the area, their interest in the group extinguished. Nan Muron focused intently on uncovering the reason behind the sudden aggregation of zombies. Their convergence led to the university campus library, where 5 second-level zombies were emitting distinctive summoning signals to one another. This signal beckoned zombies from a radius of 3 kilometers around the library to converge upon this location. At the core of the gathering was a 12-member Special Forces team, fully armed and engaged in a fierce counterattack, while 5 individuals of varying ages, seemingly researchers, were shielded behind them. The absence of gunfire was due to the silencers affixed to their weapons, indicating that the military had recognized the zombies' acute hearing sensitivity. While this strategy might work against ordinary zombies, it proved futile against the 5 that had developed heightened intelligence and agility. The lookout on the 3rd floor of the supermarket spotted Nan Neuron's group and turned pale, exclaiming, "Brother, there are soldiers on the street." The previously jovial men playing mahjong grew tense, abandoning their game. Faced with the formidable presence of armed forces, a sense of trepidation washed over them. There are 6 soldiers, one of whom is a woman, noted a slightly overweight man as he approached the window to peer outside, frowning at the scene below. Hearing the men's conversation, the dazed girls confined in the storage room felt a flicker of hope. The arrival of soldiers could signify their salvation. The man with awakened physical abilities hastily joined him at the window. Upon discerning the circumstances outside, he swiftly turned to the man beside the warehouse and instructed him to keep a vigilant eye on the girls and avoid causing a disturbance. He understood that despite having awakened his extraordinary abilities, he could easily handle 5 or 6 ordinary individuals. However, the men on the street were evidently not typical. They appeared significantly stronger than average soldiers, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Moreover, there were precisely 6 of them, resembling a special forces unit. Confronting them would likely leave his group of a dozen with little chance of survival. A girl with a ponytail, realizing this was their only chance for salvation, stood up and cried out for help, rushing toward the window. Another girl followed suit, vocally pleading for assistance. They could not afford to retreat in the face of their sole hope for survival. A man with strength-based abilities swiftly approached the warehouse and struck the girl with all his might. She was left dazed, her face swelling instantly, blood trickling from her mouth. Another man opportunistically kicked her into the warehouse and slapped the man at the door, cursing him for being unable to keep watch over a mere woman. The man who was slapped could only bow and apologize profusely while hastily shutting the warehouse door.
Inside,
the assailant began to physically assault the 2 girls who were crying for help, cursing them for their existence. Under the relentless barrage of blows, the girls collapsed helplessly to the ground. The other girls, terrified, huddled together, clinging to one another and sobbing softly. 5 of them watched in horror as the 2 who had called for help were beaten, paralyzed by fear of incurring the same fate. It was only when the girls could no longer emit a sound due to their pain that the man finally spat and ceased his assault. "I heard a woman's cries for help," spoke Chong, whose hearing was exceptionally acute. Nan Murian glanced at the supermarket location. On the 3rd floor, there were 16 men armed with makeshift weapons, controlling 7 girls. "What you heard were the cries of those 2 girls." "What?" Chun Dong's expression shifted dramatically. His immediate instinct to rush upstairs to rescue them. However, Nan Murian continued, 400 meters ahead, within the school library. There is a 12-member special operations team protecting several researchers. They are under siege by 5 second-tier zombies. The surrounding zombies have gathered due to the summoning of mutated zombies. Hawk and Wang Chong exchanged glances upon hearing Nan Murian's account, instinctively looking to Captain Xia. Nan Murian remained silent, fully aware that while they wished to rescue their comrades, they were confronting a horde of no less than 1,000 zombies. Their current abilities could barely contend with 2 second-tier zombies, and yet they faced 5, alongside over 1,000 ordinary zombies. "But we must rescue them," Chun Dong insisted without hesitation. "Could you assist us further? Please provide details about the situation inside the library." Xia regarded Nan Murian, weighed down by the decision. In such circumstances, he could not selfishly insist she accompany them, yet he could not bear to watch his comrades suffer without intervening. After a moment of silence, Nan Murian replied, "Very well, I shall assist you in rescuing those inside." She then retrieved paper and pen from her backpack, meticulously sketching the layout and conditions within the library. "The second-tier zombies exhibit significantly increased speed. You must prioritize your safety and avoid injury." Handing the drawings to Xia, she urged him. "Nan Jia, are you really going to separate?" Chun Dong asked, taken aback by her words. Nan Murian, glancing at Xia, stated, "This spare backpack contains adequate weaponry. Brother Wu and I will wait here. If you return safely, we shall depart together. If not, we will leave on our own."
Murian.
Even Jia Wu was stunned. Yet, Sia simply smiled as he accepted the backpack, his tone remaining as friendly as ever. Hawk observed the composed Nan Murian, his gaze growing complex. He found himself unable to decipher her thoughts, perplexed by her maturity despite her youth. Chapter 64. Waiting for death, Wang Chang and Dongzi struggled to accept Nan Murian's decision. Yet, they understood that while both she and Jia Wu were formidable, they were not military personnel and had no obligation to accompany them into the unknown peril. Sia and his companions hastily checked the weapons in their backpacks, discovering that Nan Murian had equipped them with an array of grenades. "Thank you," Hawk sincerely expressed his gratitude to Nan Murian. She shook her head, "No need." Watching the 4 fully equipped individuals, armed with military backpacks, head towards the most treacherous location against the backdrop of the setting sun, Nan Murian felt a pang of emotion well within her. "Are you truly abandoning them?" Jia Wu questioned, incredulous. Given Nan Murian's feelings for Sia, how could she possibly stand by and watch them march to their doom? Honestly, Nan Murian sighed, "I wish I could disregard them completely, but I cannot." Understanding her sentiment, Jia Wu realized that Nan Murian could never fully neglect the lives of the 4. "Let us get to work," she resolved, feeling an overwhelming urge to release her pent-up frustration in a violent manner. The men gathered by the 3rd-floor window, believing they had narrowly escaped danger, were taken aback when they saw Nan Murian and Jia Wu readying their backpacks and heading toward the supermarket. Just 2 of them? The man with awakened strength-based abilities looked at their approach with disdain. If 6 soldiers had come together, he might have felt threatened, but with only 2, one of whom was a woman, he felt emboldened. As Nan Murian and Jia Wu broke through the ground floor door and ascended to the 3rd floor, the man remarked, "Hey, the girl's quite pretty." However, before he could finish his taunt, Nan Murian had already discarded her gear, brandishing a tri-edged military dagger, and charged at him. Her speed was astonishing, and her strikes were ruthless, leaving no opportunity for him to retaliate. The man, despite his enhanced strength, could not match her agility. As her blade approached, he instinctively raised his arm to block, resulting in a deep gash across his forearm. "Damn it, you're asking for it," he cursed, the pain fueling his rage. Yet, Nan Murian did not relent. She continued her assault, striking even faster. Acknowledging the dangers of facing a strength-based ability user, she ensured he would have no chance to counterattack. Determined to gain practical experience, she struck repeatedly until, at the moment he swung a furious punch, she seized the opportunity to leap onto his shoulder, quickly controlling his head with her left hand while plunging the dagger into his neck with her right. The remaining men, witnessing the unfolding chaos, turned pale. Yet, before they could react, Nan Murian charged into the fray once more, her dagger dancing through the air, claiming the lives of her adversaries. Before long, the small corridor of the supermarket's 3rd floor was soaked in blood. The men who had attempted to flee after their ambush were swiftly dispatched by Jia Wu. When the 2 finally paused, 14 lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, most with punctured hearts or severed carotid arteries. "Where are the other 2? Nan Murian asked, her voice devoid of emotion as she counted the bodies. Jia Wu subtly gestured towards the location of the warehouse's main entrance. Nan Murian proceeded directly with her blade, intending to forcefully kick the door open. However, to her embarrassment, she failed to do so. Inside, there was a voice urging stillness. Without hesitation, Nan Murian drew her pistol and fired at the door lock. "No, don't shoot." After several shots rang out, a timid male voice emerged from within. Subsequently, the warehouse door creaked open, revealing a man wielding a short knife, holding a seemingly young girl hostage. "Let me go, or I'll kill her." Nan Murian furrowed her brow, raising her gun to aim at the man. "Go ahead and kill her. After all, you've taken many lives already." The man was taken aback by her unexpected reaction, momentarily stunned. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Nan Murian fired without hesitation, striking him squarely between the eyes. As another man stood frozen in shock, she swiftly redirected her aim and dispatched him as well. In total, 16 men from the supermarket on the 3rd floor lay lifeless on the ground. Nan Murian calmly holstered her weapon and found a relatively quiet spot among the supermarket shelves, leaning against the wall while taking a sip of water. The 5 girls seated inside the warehouse stared at the corpses strewn about, paralyzed with fear. Yet, upon witnessing Nan Murian's actions, their expressions turned to confusion. "Are you here to rescue us?" one girl in a white dress asked, glancing at Nan Murian, who, despite her fearsome demeanor, possessed a beauty that offered some comfort. Nan Muron nodded, stating, "They are dead. You may leave now." "Leave? Shouldn't you take us away? Aren't you soldiers?" The girl in white looked at Nan Muron with profound confusion, her expression revealing growing anxiety at the implications of her words. Nan Muron replied coolly, "There is a military-established safe base on the southern mountain. You can make your way there yourselves. We can't, and we're too scared.
There are so many zombies along the way.
With your skills, why can't you help us escape?" The girl's eyes began to glisten with tears, her vulnerability stark against the backdrop of her injuries. The others timidly nodded in agreement. Rising to her feet, Nan Muron's tone grew colder. "If you cannot even muster the hope of survival, you might as well resign yourselves to waiting for death here." Her words were chillingly indifferent and resolute, leaving the 5 girls in stunned silence. As Nan Muron prepared to depart, she caught sight of 2 girls in the farthest corner of the warehouse, battered and curled up in pain. Were they the ones who had cried out for help? "Yes," the girl in white answered, uncertain of the question's intent. After receiving confirmation, Nan Muron approached and helped the injured girls to sit up, offering them water, bread, and medical supplies from her backpack. "Thank you," the girl with the ponytail, who had been the first to seek help, expressed her gratitude despite her injuries. Another girl joined in, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the beautiful Nan Muron. Though they bore severe wounds, the relief of being rescued allowed them to exhale deeply. Chapter 65. Leading them away, the ponytailed girl looked at Nan Muron and said, "My name is Linning. Thank you for saving us. Also, where exactly is that safe base on Nanshan? Our phones are unusable, and we don't know the way." "It's all right. You won't be a burden. They have a vehicle on the first floor, and I can drive," Nan Muron replied, noticing her silence. Another girl quickly pointed at the corpses on the ground to explain. For those brave enough to seek their own salvation, Nan Muron was willing to extend her assistance. After reaching the mountain road, they would head east. "Don't set off tonight. Wait until dawn tomorrow." "Thank you," the 2 girls said, their faces lighting up with gratitude. Nan Muron handed them painkillers, wishing them a safe journey.
"Thank you.
"We need to head that way now," Nan Muron said, her tone slightly urgent. A message from Xiao Lu informed her that Siyi and his group were surrounded by mutated zombies. Xiao Bai was protecting them, but they were on the verge of collapse. When Siya's group approached the horde of zombies, they initially intended to assist those inside the library from the periphery. However, they soon realized that 5 mutated zombies were targeting the library, leaving those within with no chance of escape using conventional firearms. Reluctantly, the 4 could only muster their strength to charge in and join forces with those inside, hoping to find a way out. Surprisingly, entering was relatively easy, but as they sought to exit, the library was surrounded to the point of being impenetrable. "Wolf, you lead the experts out. Our team will cover the rear," Lu Jun, the captain of the Legion Special Forces, said, blood splattered across his face as he assessed the dire situation, already contemplating his own demise. C shot him a glance, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. "No time for nonsense. We must fight our way out, or none of us will escape. Eagle, Dongzi, clear the path ahead. Hound, ensure your team protects the flanks while the rest guard the professors. We'll fight our way out together." "Understood." Lu Jun, codenamed Hound, quickly arranged their tactical plan. The group moved towards the library's back door, intending to break free from the encircling horde of zombies. However, upon exiting, they found the number of zombies outside had multiplied, an unrelenting tide of fearlessness. They lost count of how many zombies they had slain, yet they remained trapped. "That zombie has abilities," Chendong exclaimed, startled by an icy blade flying towards them. "How is it even possible for zombies to have abilities?" "Captain, we can't get out," Eagle lamented, staring at the seemingly endless horde, his head throbbing. Dongzi felt his speed abilities had been completely depleted. "Wolf, we should retreat," Lu Jun urged, moving closer to Siyi. Siya's gaze was icy as he observed 3 distinctly agile mutated zombies not far away. "Do you think we can still retreat?" As he spoke, the 3 mutated zombies lunged at them simultaneously, unleashing ice blades, gusts of wind, and tendrils almost in unison. Everyone instinctively began to fire back against the incoming attacks, but evasion proved futile. Just as they braced for injury, a twist of white and green vines sprang from Siya's right hand, rapidly thickening to the girth of an arm, encircling the group and forming a circular barrier that shielded them from the onslaught of the mutated zombies. "Xiao Bai," Siyi murmured, astonished by the white flowers adorning the vines. Its sister Nan, Dong, and the others sighed in relief. The vines were all too familiar to them. The 12 members of the Legion's special forces stared at the bizarre vines in awe, rendered speechless. Dongzi, what is going on? A familiar Legion team member asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his pride surfacing. I'm not telling you what is going on. We're definitely saved today. The professors behind them were equally curious about Xiao Bai. What kind of vine is this? Can you identify it? It resembles clematis. One professor said, attempting to approach Xiao Bai for a closer inspection but was startled by the zombies trying to breach their defenses. Wolf, what is happening? Liu Yun, codename Hound, looked around at the tightly woven circular barrier of vines, his curiosity piqued. Siyi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on a spot not far ahead. Lu Jun, noticing his trance, followed his line of sight. A beautiful girl, adorned in camouflage attire and sporting 2 braids, maneuvered through the densely packed horde of zombies, wreaking havoc with unparalleled ferocity. Surrounding her were countless willow branches, glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Wherever she went, the branches seemed to possess a will of their own, targeting the zombies' heads with precision. The viscous, repugnant brains of the zombies erupted in a chaotic frenzy. As the girl fought her way toward the 3 mutated zombies that had attacked them earlier, she executed a swift and almost instantaneous strike, causing the heads of the 3 mutated zombies to explode in succession. Meanwhile, the willow branches deftly collected the cores that had been expelled from the defeated foes. At that same moment, Jia Wu had already approached another mutated zombie on the opposite side. The confrontation between a level 2 mutated zombie and a level 2 novice ability user lacked any suspense. After all, the zombie's cognitive faculties were rather deficient. By the time Jia Wu concluded his battle, Nan Mu Ran had already dealt with a psychic-type mutated zombie on the other side as well. Once they reunited, they made their way towards Siyi and his group, who were being protected by Xiao Bai. Nanjia, you're here, Dong exclaimed, visibly excited as Nan Mu Ran entered the protective circle formed by Xiao Bai. Without uttering a word, Nan Mu Ran turned to Siyi and inquired, do you still have the strength? Absolutely, just tell me, Siyi replied. I'll control the zombies along the way to halt their advance. You all can go in and aim for their heads, but refrain from using firearms. Understood, Siyi affirmed, promptly communicating with Lu Jun. Once preparations were complete, Xiao Bai began rotating with Xiao Lu, carving out a safe perimeter around the zombies. Within this designated area, Nan Mu Ran swiftly employed her psychic abilities to immobilize the controlled zombies, allowing Siyi and his group to execute headshots effortlessly. After a series of 10 successful strikes, Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai led their group to the outermost edge of the zombie encirclement. While they battled on the mountainside, a man with binoculars observed Nan Mu Ran intently from a nearby slope. Is this girl one of Qin Zhengwo's people? He pondered. If Qin Zhengwo had someone like her, how could we possibly be unaware? An elderly man, leaning on a cane, expressed great interest in Nan Mu Ran. We must communicate with Dr. Jean promptly and consider special means to retrieve her, the man with the binoculars remarked, his gaze penetrating. The elderly man smiled knowingly. This girl will remain within our sight. There is no need for haste. Chapter 66. A decision must be made after the group descended from the school's walls. They gradually approached the commercial district. Nan Mu Ran utilized the branches of Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu to shield themselves from the frenzied zombies pursuing their scent. You need to leave this place, she commanded. Siyi paused, taken aback by her words. Sensing her impending fatigue, Nan Mu Ran's tone grew impatient. What are you waiting for? Let them go. Hound, lead your people to retreat. Eagle, Qiangzi, Dong, protect all the professors and withdraw from the commercial district. Move quickly. Recognizing her struggle, Siyi's voice grew more urgent. Keeping them there would only hinder their escape. Once the entire sword team, along with several researchers, had departed in their vehicles, Nan Mu Ran retrieved her off-road vehicle from her spatial storage, instructing Jia Wu to start the engine and plot a route to leave, circumventing the foremost commercial streets. All right, Jia Wu swiftly complied. He understood that Nan Mu Ran's insistence on avoiding the front commercial streets was to ensure the safety of the girls inside the supermarket. The moment they settled into the vehicle, Nan Mu Ran felt her last vestige of psychic energy nearly depleted. As Jia Wu pressed the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward. Simultaneously, Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai returned to Nan Mu Ran's wrist. The large horde of zombies, distracted by the sound of the vehicle, began to pursue it. Once the vehicle had distanced itself completely and the sound faded, the zombies resumed their aimless wandering. In the back seat, Nan Mu Ren exhaled a sigh of relief as she observed the receding horde, her entire body drained of energy, unable to sit upright. Si reached out to steady her as she began to slump, concern etching his features. "What's wrong with you?" Nan Mu Ren shot him a weary glance. "Can't you tell?" "I'm sorry," Si replied, the apology slipping out upon witnessing her exhausted state. Observing her fatigue, he realized that perhaps, in this harsh world where survival was a challenge, some of his beliefs needed reevaluation. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Nan Mu Ren teased, "If you could let me lean on you for a while, it would be far more effective than saying sorry." Si hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering before he finally encircled her with his arm, lifting her gently. Nan Mu Ren nestled into a more comfortable position, her eyes fluttering shut as she murmured, "Don't make me get up. I'm just too tired." Not only had she exhausted her plant and psychic abilities, but even Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai were utterly spent. This battle had truly drained them to the limits. The sensation of vulnerability, of being unable to protect herself, was one she had never experienced since her rebirth, and she vowed it would not happen again. After driving along the winding mountain road for several kilometers, Jia Wu spotted Lu Jun and his team waiting by the roadside. The sky had darkened. "Let us find shelter at the safe house ahead," Lu Jun communicated with Jia Wu, his tone respectful. "Everyone's lives today were saved by them. We should find a way to express our gratitude." Jia Wu glanced back at the now sleeping Nan Mu Ran. Aware that removing her from the main group under these circumstances was not the wisest choice, he agreed. "You lead the way." The three vehicles formed a line, cruising along the mountain road. Occasional scattered zombies posed no threat, as the Special Forces team in front swiftly dealt with them. Suddenly, Jia Wu spoke. "Wolf, do you know? This is the first time I've seen Ran in such a state of disarray since I met her." Si cast a contemplative glance at Jia Wu. "Just say it." "I don't know what you two have been through, nor do I care," Jia Wu continued. "I just hope that in this cannibalistic apocalypse, both Ran and our family can survive. She can risk her life for what she desires, but she should never jeopardize her life for anyone else's altruistic ideals." "I understand." For the first time in 26 years of being accustomed to controlling everything, Si felt disoriented. Jia Wu recognized the concerns plaguing Si's mind and understood his predicament. "Wolf, no matter who you were or what beliefs you held, the apocalypse has completely upended everything. It is time to make a decision, for your own sake and for those who care about you." Si gazed intently at the sleeping Nan Mu Ran, lost in profound silence, influenced by Jia Wu's words. The military's safe house was situated at the foot of the southern mountain of the West City, within a quaint, ancient-style resort. Though numerous resorts dotted the base of the mountain, each with its unique charm, they had all succumbed to desolation over the 3 months of the apocalypse. Fortunately, the elevated terrain of the resort had been cleared by the management, offering some peace of mind. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, Nan Mu Ran, who had been resting against Si, suddenly awoke. Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, she queried, "Why aren't we returning to the villa halfway up the mountain?" "The commercial district is too far from the villa, and traveling at night poses too many complications. This is a military safe house. With a 2-kilometer radius capable of firepower coverage, it should be safer," Si explained from behind her. Nan Mu Ran nodded, acknowledging that the zombies' hearing would be heightened in the dark. With the emergence of mutated zombies and her abilities exhausted, finding a safe refuge was indeed the wisest course of action. As they awaited the allocation of rooms, Jia Wu directly requested a suite. Although there were only 2 suites available, no one expressed dissatisfaction. The circumstances of the day were all too clear. Were it not for Nan Mu Ran's timely intervention, none of them would have emerged unscathed. Ran, you can stay in the bedroom while I take the living room," he stated. "All right," Nan Mu Ran replied promptly, setting down her backpack. The suite's living room was furnished with a comfortable sofa, a coffee table, and a cabinet. The television and refrigerator were rendered useless, with the entire electrical system only providing power to a specially replaced incandescent bulb. Inside, there was a bed, a cabinet, and a single sofa. Nan Mu Ran swiftly retrieved sheets and blankets from her belongings and tidied the room before returning to the living area for dinner. "Let us have self-heating hot pot," Jia Wu suggested, given the multitude of people outside. Nan Mu Ran nodded, producing an array of 8 flavors of self-heating hot pot from her supplies. Jia Wu resigned. smiled as he opened all the packages and added water, preparing chopsticks and disposable bowls, ready to enjoy their meal. As the hot pot cooked, Nanmu ran, feeling famished. Ate hastily, beads of sweat forming on her brow in the chilly air. Jiawu chuckled and handed her some wet wipes from his backpack. Did you notice those researchers protected by the special forces today?
He inquired.
Nanmu Ran recalled the individuals, seemingly interested in the plant research, and felt a sense of foreboding. This isn't good for you, Jia Wu remarked seriously, observing her reaction. Nanmu Ran paused, understanding the weight of his words. She had exerted herself fully to rescue those individuals, a display of power that was conspicuous in these tumultuous times. It was likely that Ouyang Feng and the informants from the underground laboratory had already taken notice. After a long moment, she sighed softly, "Let us eat first." While they dined, a knock echoed from outside. Jia Wu set down his chopsticks and answered the door, revealing Si standing there, awkwardly holding an assortment of food. "Just in time, come in and eat with us," Jia Wu welcomed him. Nanmu Ran glanced at the pile of food in Si's hands, her mouth watering. "Do you have any bacon rice?" she inquired. Si quickly located the dish and handed it to her. Thus, their dinner transformed from 2 to 3. After they finished eating, Nanmu Ran, noticing Si's silence, teased, "Why do you look so apologetic?" Taken aback by her directness, Si finally replied, "Because my reckless decision put you in danger." Si, do you truly understand the apocalypse? Or perhaps, do you grasp the human heart in these dire times? Look around you, at everything you hold dear. Is it still as it once was? Her penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through him. Si met her eyes. "Can I say I don't know?" Nanmu Ran nodded, "Of course, but the collapse of faith often occurs in an instant. Today, I did everything I could to save you, out of respect and for the bonds we once shared. Even if it meant risking my life, it was my choice. And you need not feel remorse. But such actions will not be repeated." Hearing her words, Jia Wu exhaled deeply, relieved that Nanmu Ran would not repeatedly put herself at risk because of Si's presence. "Thank you," Si replied, equally relieved, his guilt finally alleviated. "I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." "You two can talk," Nanmu Ran said with a bright smile. Once her door closed, Si exchanged glances with Jia Wu, and they began to tidy the messy table in unison. Soon, the weary group, having faced numerous harrowing encounters, began to drift into slumber. Eagle, observing Si on the other bed, inquired, "Can't sleep?" "A bit," Si replied, sitting up. "What did you say to Miss Nan earlier?" Eagle asked, but Si only smiled and offered no response. "Sleep. We need to return to base early tomorrow." "I honestly didn't expect Miss Nan to come to our aid today," Eagle mused, lying back down. "She acts more decisively than we anticipated and adheres to her own principles." "You didn't foresee this either, did you?" At that moment, were you not contemplating if you had overlooked anything in your will? Si shot him a glance. "I'm not the one who wrote a will. Look at the dense horde of zombies outside. Who could?" Eagle remarked, his smile tinged with bitterness. Suddenly, Si's expression turned serious. "Something feels off outside." Eagle quickly sprang from his bed, moving to the window to cautiously part the curtains. In the darkness, shadowy figures moved. An armed group of no fewer than 30 was approaching. "Gear up and alert the others," he instructed. Si swiftly donned his gear and rushed to the suite where Nanmu Ran and Jia Wu were staying. Inside, Nanmu Ran was deeply asleep, utterly exhausted. However, Jia Wu had already sensed the situation outside and recognized the presence of the Black Ice Vulture team along with a platoon-level assault unit. Ran. He gently knocked on the door, but received no response. At that moment, he heard another knock. "Where's Nanmu Ran?" Si asked anxiously upon seeing only Jia Wu in the living room. No response to the knock. Without hesitation, Si produced a steel wire and moved toward the door. "Are you planning to pry it open?" Jia Wu questioned. "Do you have a better idea?"
Si replied.
His voice tinged with urgency as he quickly opened the door. Inside, Nanmu Ran was curled up on the bed, drenched in sweat, her long hair clinging to her forehead as if she had just emerged from water, and her body radiated heat. "She has a fever," Si said, alarmed as he touched her forehead. "Do we have any fever-reducing medication?" Jia Wu, recalling the emergency supplies packed by Mei, quickly retrieved some. Si propped Nanmu Ran up, trembling slightly as he administered the medication, then turned to Jia Wu. "You keep watch over her. We'll deal with the situation outside." Meanwhile, the sword team received Eagle's alert and quickly moved closer to the professors, ensuring their safety by relocating everyone to the suite. Is Sister Nan all right? Dongzi asked, peering into the room with concern. She has taken the medicine. Hound, have your medic check on her, C instructed, keeping a vigilant eye on the advancing group. The medic, a male from the sword team, entered, assessing Nan Mu Ran's condition. Has she taken the fever reducer?
Yes.
I only have emergency supplies, which aren't as effective as what she took. It's not serious. She just needs time to recover. With confirmation that Nan Mu Ran was stable, Si Yi and Jia Wu both breathed a sigh of relief. These individuals are heavily armed. We cannot confront them directly. Hound, leave a small team here to protect everyone while the rest of us engage them. Soon, Si Yi and 3 others from the sword team stealthily exited the suite, moving in the shadows. Aren't these soldiers here to rescue us? Why can't they take this opportunity to evacuate us? A young researcher voiced his discontent. Professor Chen, who was somewhat older, cast a dissatisfied glance at him. There are still 10 soldiers outside fighting the enemy for our sake. And the girl who saved us today is unconscious. What nonsense are you talking about? She is unable to move and can remain here. Those soldiers are here to rescue us. We cannot leave until they do. We cannot just stand around waiting for death. The young man, seemingly oblivious, had just observed through the window that over 40 foes had arrived, while they numbered merely 16, accompanied by a group of helpless researchers and an unconscious woman. The odds were clearly against them. The incredulity on everyone's faces was palpable, after having just been rescued. To turn around and abandon those who saved them for the sake of survival was nothing short of despicable. At that moment, a low sound pierced the air as the young researcher was struck in the forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked towards the position of Jia Wu. The remaining 6 members of the sword team, tasked with protecting all the researchers, instinctively aimed their loaded weapons in the direction of Jia Wu the moment the gunshot rang out. However, upon recognizing the shooter, they halted their actions, genuinely unsure of how to respond. If it had been anyone else firing at the researchers, they would have retaliated without hesitation. Yet, Jia Wu had just saved their lives. The words of the young researcher not only incited Jia Wu's fury, but also left the soldiers feeling disheartened, for it suggested that he was willing to forsake not just the life of Nan Murong, but also the 10 comrades outside who were fighting valiantly for them. Ignoring the 6 weapons trained on him, Jia Wu lowered his own gun, his tone frigid as ice. Consider it as if we saved one less today. Witnessing his swift and ruthless actions, the researchers were left trembling in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. The team leader of the sword team glanced at the lifeless body of the young researcher on the ground and sighed softly. Let us move the body to the other side. Once the sword team had managed the body, the small room fell into a profound silence. Jia Wu disregarded the prevailing emotions and stepped inside. Nan Murong remained in a deep slumber on the bed, though she appeared more stable than before. Jia Wu dampened a towel and continued to cool her forehead and palms. He sensed that her fever was closely tied to the depletion of her powers. Outside, in the darkness, Si Yi and his 3 companions, alongside the 6 members of the sword team, swiftly vanished into the endless night after leaving the resort. Dongzi took the lead, utilizing his speed abilities to approach a lone enemy at the rear, swiftly dispatching 2 lives with a deftly flipped dagger. Simultaneously, Si summoned ice blades with his abilities, coordinating to eliminate the outer foes. Lu Jun and his fellow sword team members also advanced rapidly, their daggers relentlessly claiming lives. In the midst of their aggressive assault on the enemy ranks, a water element ability user from the opposing team rapidly formed ice blades, sending 4 sharp projectiles hurtling towards the front lines of Si Yi and his companions. The eagle, observing the approaching blades with a mocking glint in his eyes, summoned a gust of wind that swept the ice blades to the ground. At the same moment, CES ice blades had also been formed and pierced the throat of the water user. The enemy appeared momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for the presence of abilities on their side. First, take out the 2 ability users beside him, Si commanded, his gaze sharp as ice. Eagle and Changzi, obstruct their line of sight. Dongzi, I'll support you in attacking. Changzi quickly gathered his powers, while the eagle conjured a wind to create a blinding dust cloud. Concurrently, Chen Dong launched himself towards the 2 ability users adjacent to the water element wielder.
See,
following closely behind, formed an ice blade and conjured a small fireball, hurling it at an enemy to illuminate their assault. In a mere exchange of blows, The three enemy ability users were swiftly eliminated. Lu Jun and the Sword team gazed at the seamless cooperation displayed by the four, astonished that their leader had awakened all his abilities. What incredible fortune was this? What are you standing there for? Finish off the remaining ones. After the elimination of the three ability users, Yi turned to the Sword team. The 10 of them charged without hesitation into the remaining enemy ranks. While they may have felt unsure against ability users, they held an overwhelming advantage against ordinary foes. Suddenly, they froze in disbelief. Recognizing the familiar camouflage uniforms adorning the corpses, the eagle looked incredulously at Yi. If there was no mistake regarding the origin of these uniforms, then who are these individuals? Although they belonged to different factions, they had frequently cooperated to handle emergencies in the city prior to the apocalypse. There was no way they could be mistaken. Lu Jun, codenamed Hound, was equally taken aback. These were their allies. Yi's eyes turned cold, for he also recognized the presence of individuals from Black Ice among them. He was all too familiar with them. When the four of them had escaped the underground laboratory, they were relentlessly pursued by a special forces team from Black Ice. Hound, take your people back and ensure their safety. Eagle, Chendong, Changzi, stay behind to eliminate all these individuals. Yi's expression was frigid, his tone grave. Lu Jun's countenance shifted at these words, anger creeping into his voice. Wolf, what do you mean? Do you look down on us in the Sword team? These individuals are not here for you. Yi was nearly certain that these individuals were targeting Nan Murong. Otherwise, they would not have brought along three ability users, including one specializing in fire, specifically to counter her plant-based powers. Lu Jun was taken aback. What do you mean? Take your people inside. Don't invite trouble for yourselves. Yi reversed his dagger, signaling for Chendong, Changzi, and the eagle to join him in the remaining enemy ranks. He was uncertain what this command implied for him, but he was resolute in one belief. Regardless of who stood behind their foes, the moment they targeted Nan Murong, their fate was sealed. Once everything outside had calmed, Yi turned to the eagle. Find the head of security for the safe point. The safe point boasted a firepower coverage of 2 kilometers, yet these individuals managed to approach the resort without leaving a trace.
Why?
Lu Jun quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Go find him, quickly. Upon locating the head of security's room, they discovered he had been killed. The injuries indicating the work of ice blades from a water element user. Wolf, what on earth is happening? Lu Jun was perplexed. Why would their own people attack?
Si que regarded Lu Jun, y me quali un certain.
Gather the bodies outside. Tomorrow, upon returning to the base, we will investigate their identities thoroughly. After the group had tidied the battlefield, they returned to the suite where Nan Murong lay. As they entered, the scent of blood assaulted their senses. What is going on? Lu Jun was taken aback. The remaining squad leader immediately reported the events that had transpired within the room. Throughout the process, he maintained a detached recounting of the facts. Devoid of any personal emotion, they should be eliminated. After hearing the squad leader's account, the eagle calmly rendered his judgment. While Yi remained silent, his agreement with the eagle was unmistakable. Lu Jun frowned, a hint of helplessness in his tone. These are all experts in biology. Each one is crucial to the research institute at the base. 4 or 1, you must choose. Yi's voice was cold as he replied. Choose one. Lu Jun was taken aback, struggling to process this logic. Was this truly how the accounts were settled? Something felt decidedly amiss. Chapter 69. Defining Boundaries. Zhao smiled as he glanced at Sanyi, who had just entered the room. Is everything outside taken care of? Yes, Sanyi replied, casually sitting on the floor, his mind racing to connect all the threads of the situation. Zhao observed him closely. Do those individuals possess any unique identities? It seems as if they are targeting her. Sanyi did not conceal his unease. Are they from the underground laboratory? Zhao blurted out. Sanyi looked at him in surprise. Zhao set down the towel in his hand. Although Ran has never spoken of it, I can sense her familiarity and apprehension regarding that laboratory. If these people know Ran, there's no reason they would attack now. There's only one possibility. They witnessed her abilities today and deduced that she is drained of her powers. As he spoke, Sanyi's heart involuntarily trembled. Fortunately, Nan Murong had awakened the abilities of the 4 of them. Otherwise, he could only imagine the outcome of that day. For the first time, he felt a deep-seated fear, an overwhelming dread that nearly engulfed him. Turning his gaze to the peacefully sleeping Nan Murong, he couldn't resist the urge to gently squeeze her delicate, fair fingers. Zhao noticed his gesture. Let us stay here tonight. In times of peril, the only individuals Zhao could trust were himself and Sanyi. He held no hopes for anyone else. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. A ray of morning light falling upon Nan Muron's face, gradually waking her from her slumber, rubbing her somewhat dazed eyes. She spotted Sanyi sitting on the floor against the bed and Zhao sleeping against the wall. Seeing their positions, along with the visibly loaded gun and ready grenades nearby, Nan Muron was momentarily taken aback. Sanyi, Brother Wu. Upon hearing her voice, the two men, who had been in a light sleep, quickly awoke. What happened last night? Have you forgotten? You had a fever, Zhao said with a smile, rising to hand her a bottle of water from his backpack. Nan Muron's eyes darted around as she helplessly admitted, "Oh right, the fever muddled my thoughts. We should head out. Get ready and eat something light. We need to return to the base first." Sanyi helped her sit up. Nan Muron, eager to check on Guofei and the others at the base, nodded in agreement. Outside, the remaining 4 researchers instinctively shrank back upon seeing Zhao, attempting to diminish their presence as much as possible. Nan Muron stood up to tidy the things on the bed and went to wash up in the bathroom. Afterward, she retrieved 5 vegetarian buns and soy milk from her space for breakfast. By the time they were ready to leave, everyone else was already prepared. Glancing at the researchers, she noticed one was missing. "Sister Nan, how are you feeling?" Chen Dong approached her first, offering a bottle of water. "Much better," Nan Muron replied with a smile. Accepting the water, the group began to disperse and board their vehicles, heading straight for the military base established at Nanshan Yunyuan. 3 vehicles sped eastward towards Nanshan Yunyuan. To avoid a horde of zombies yesterday, they had taken a long detour, and now they had been traveling for nearly an hour. Numerous aimlessly wandering zombies could be seen along the way, but with the elite sword special forces clearing the path ahead, there was little to worry about. Sanyi and the others joined the elite sword team and a few researchers in the front military truck, leaving only Nan Muron and Zhao in the back. Zhao detailed to Nan Muron everything that had transpired the previous night. After listening, Nan Muron sighed. "Brother Wu, let us part ways once we reach the base entrance." Zhao nodded, agreeing with her sentiment. He did not wish for the military personnel at the base to perceive any significant entanglement between them to avoid future requests for assistance. Many matters were clearer when explicitly defined. The military's efficiency at Nanshan Yunyuan was remarkable. The entire area, along with several nearby undeveloped plots, had been enclosed by high walls and the surrounding mountains. At the entrance, 3 queues were forming. 2 were lengthy, while the third had few individuals. The leftmost line comprised civilians rescued. The middle queue consisted of those who had arrived on their own and required task distribution based on their circumstances. And the rightmost line was for ability users who could register and enter directly. "Sister Nan, you can come in with us." Chen Dong quickly gathered the information and approached her. Nan Muron shook her head with a smile. "Since we've come this far, let us part ways now." Upon hearing her words, the members of the elite sword team, including the lead wolf, looked at her with surprise. "My conduct is entirely based on my personal preferences. I might act inappropriately. It would be better for you all not to accompany me," Nan Muron stated with a smile, the intent to delineate boundaries clear in her tone. "Sister Nan," Chen Dong expressed confusion. "Chen Dong, come back," Sanyi's voice rang coldly from behind. Even the nearby eagles and Xiangzi exchanged puzzled glances at their captain's reaction. Was he really going to draw a line with Miss Nan? Nan Muron stepped forward, smiling at Sanyi. "Then we shall proceed inside. Do you know anyone in there?" "In District D, Building 13, my brother and sister-in-law reside." After answering, Nan Muron and the 2 men turned without looking back, heading towards the designated passage for ability users. Chen Dong watched their retreating figures. "Captain, what does Sister Nan mean?" "If the status has not changed, there is no need to accompany them," Sanyi remarked. His voice laced with amusement as he observed Nan Muron's silhouette. He had never anticipated encountering such a girl, passionate, sincere, decisive, and self-controlled. Chen Dong and Wang Chong fell into silence, pondering whether they were destined to part ways with Nan Muron. Meanwhile, the eagle glanced at Sanyi, sensing that after last night, Sanyi appeared lighter, shedding the gloom that had enveloped him in recent days, as if a burden had been lifted. "Let us return first," Sanyi suggested to the 3, who seemed somewhat disheartened. At the registration desk, the female clerk was visibly startled upon seeing Nan Muron and Zhao. Having worked long enough at the entrance, she was adept at reading people. The attire of these 2 indicated they were not ordinary individuals. Her demeanor instantly shifted to one of eagerness. Ability users only need to register their ability levels to enter directly. Nan Muron took the pen and paper, writing down her secondary plan abilities, while Zhao noted his secondary lightning abilities. The clerk's expression brightened at once. Secondary ability users were rare in the entire base, numbering fewer than 5, truly exceptional individuals. Her attitude became even more cordial. Please, you may enter. Would you like a guide? No need, Nan Muron replied with a smile. Upon driving into the base, they discovered that the entire Nanshan Yunyuan, including several previously undeveloped plots, had been enclosed. The left side of the entrance had been designated as a large parking lot, while rows of 6-story buildings had been constructed on the former empty land, creating an expansive area resembling a former residential compound. Rand, Sani. Zhao voiced concern that Nan Muron might feel hurt by San's actions. Nan Muron interrupted him with a gentle smile. I understand his intentions. She was aware that if Sani were to approach her again, it would signify his unwavering support by her side from then on. If not, that would indeed mark their true separation. Chapter 70. Understanding the base. Although Zhao did not comprehend the implications of Nan Muron's words, he refrained from probing further. After spending time together, he had developed enough confidence in her ways. As they walked past the newly added open spaces surrounding the villa, they soon re-entered the previously established villa area. To their surprise, what was once a sales office now bore glaring signs indicating a transaction hall, task hall, and service hall. In the task hall, I wonder how they will compensate for the rewards? Zhao mused with curiosity. Nan Muron pondered. Surely it cannot be cash? Upon hearing the word cash, both individuals burst into laughter. In this apocalyptic world, some things are irrevocably lost. Let us descend and assess the situation. Although Nan Muron had no intention of residing at the base, she would inevitably rely on it for various matters henceforth. It was crucial to obtain the necessary understanding. The two parked their vehicle directly at the entrance. As soon as the car came to a halt, a small boy, approximately 10 years of age, approached with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Nan Muron disembark, he appeared momentarily taken aback, but then enthusiastically exclaimed, Sister, do you need a guide? No, thank you. Nan Muron replied curtly, shutting the car door as she intended to move forward. I am very inexpensive, and I know everything about the base. I only need a little food as compensation, the boy urged, desperation creeping into his tone as he inched closer after her refusal. Nan Muron's gaze turned frigid. If you wish to live, you'd best keep your distance. The boy was visibly startled by her harsh words, for he was accustomed to drawing in numerous clients due to his youthful appearance and frail physique. This was the first time he had encountered such a chilling threat. Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the boy, his smile growing colder, an unmistakable air of menace emanating from him. Sensing the palpable aura of danger surrounding the two, the boy turned and fled without a backward glance. Survival took precedence. The service hall and trading hall were adjacent, with a consultation desk on the side. The cacophony of voices and the mingling scents created an overwhelming heat that prompted Nan Muron to frown. The windows in the service area resembled those of a registration office. Names, ages, previous occupations, and special skills were documented, culminating in the issuance of a dark red card bearing one's name. In the trading hall, numerous individuals were exchanging items while communicating with the windows. Soon, the staff would collect the items and return the dark red cards after processing them on the computers.
Pawning?
Zhao questioned, perplexed. Not entirely. Besides the supplies one possesses, tasks from the work or mission hall can also be exchanged here for points, came the clarification. Upon hearing the description of 2 secondary ability users over the intercom at the base's entrance, the suited staff member eagerly awaited their arrival. Confirming their identities, he approached them with enthusiastic warmth. Nan Muron turned to a girl with a high ponytail and a welcoming smile. Hello. Greetings to you both. My name is Tang Xiao, and I am the staff member here to assist you, she responded, her professional smile radiating warmth as she had overheard that they were formidable individuals. Understanding the situation from the intercom, Nan Muron realized the coordination here was quite effective, akin to a top-tier establishment. We simply require a clear introduction to the base's operations. Of course, Tang Xiao replied, her explanation both professional and efficient. In summary, the base's operations relied primarily on these 3 halls, and to reside here, one needed 2 essential items, the dark red personal information card and the points stored within it. The service hall was responsible for receiving individuals, whether survivors rescued or those who arrived independently, including ability users. Upon arrival, they registered in the service hall, where they could establish their identity, arrange housing, and receive job assignments, everything necessary for survival in this space. However, not everyone could secure a job, as this involved various complexities. After all, where there are people, societal dynamics inevitably arise. The trading hall served as the venue for converting items into points, while an open market outside facilitated barter transactions. Finally, there was the mission hall, primarily aimed at those with exceptional abilities or powers. In this era of rampant zombies, few ordinary individuals dared to venture outside the base. Thank you, Nan Mu Rand expressed her gratitude after listening to Tang Xiao's explanation. It is our duty, Tang Xiao replied. The service hall was staffed with many individuals like her, all professionally trained to collaborate closely with the first receptionists outside the base, striving to provide the best service to these unique existences in the apocalypse. After all, the safety and stability of the base relied heavily on these ability users. May I assist you in obtaining your identity registration card? Tang Xiao inquired, her service unwavering. I do need that, but looking at the long queue. I wonder, when will the service hall be less crowded? Nan Mu Rand hesitated. Tang Xiao immediately understood. You are ability users and do not need to queue. I can assist you directly. Nan Mu Rand's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you. Tang Xiao promptly retrieved a card registration machine from a side shelf and began to register their information. Ran, Guofei exclaimed, bursting through the door, his excitement palpable upon spotting Nan Mu Ran seated in the VIP area. Tang Zhao's demeanor shifted to nervousness at the sight of Guofei. Deputy Minister Guo, she greeted. Guofei reached out to pull Nan Mu Ran closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You little rascal, after rushing off last time, you didn't even bother to check in with us? Fei Ge, it's only been less than 10 days since we parted. Nan Mu Ran replied with a playful smile. 10 days is quite a long time. Look at how much this place has changed, Guofei chided. Nan Mu Ran nodded obediently. I'm fine. Not injured or gaunt. In fact, I've gained some weight. Why didn't you return home first? Guofei asked while swiftly taking the card registration machine from Tang Xiao to input Nan Mu Ran's information. Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to retrieve the machine or let it go. Finally, she decided to fetch drinks for the three of them, her mind replaying every interaction from her first conversation with Nan Mu Ran to Guofei's entrance, anxious to avoid any missteps in front of the higher-ups. Upon entering, I wanted to familiarize myself with the place, Guofei explained as he efficiently processed their registration. Let us head home. Seeing Nan Mu Ran safely return, Lin Jiajia exhaled in relief. You nearly scared us to death. My apologies, Jiajia, Nan Mu Ran offered sincerely. Apologies? We are family. Lin Jiajia feigned annoyance. With a smile, Nan Mu Ran turned her attention back to Guofei, diving straight into the topic. Fei Ge, I just heard Tang Xiao refer to you as Deputy Minister Guo. Guofei settled into a chair with a smile. The entire military base operates primarily through these three halls, prompting the establishment of a head minister and 3 deputy ministers to oversee them. The head minister is Chen Zhengwo. Indeed, I oversee the service hall. The task hall is managed by Chen Zhengwo's former political commissar, and you should be familiar with the head of the trading hall from the Ouyang family. Ouyang Feng or Ouyang Ying, Nan Mu Ran speculated, given that these two were the only capable members of the Ouyang family. Chapter 71. Who is that? Guofei was taken aback by Nan Mu Ran's political acumen. Ouyang Ying. The Ouyang family has issues, Nan Mu Ran revealed, not concealing anything from Guofei as she detailed her encounter with Ouyang Feng at the industrial park. Does the Ouyang family possess such capabilities? Guofei questioned. No. They lack the influence to control the WJ. Despite their previous strength, the Ouyang family was fundamentally a political family. It wasn't surprising to have a few formidable bodyguards, but if it involved the WJ team, they wouldn't have such pull. Guofei stood, deep in thought until a realization struck him. I just remembered a person. The former commander of the Shishir WJ. Do I know him? You do not. His name is Lin Weiqing. I've heard Chen Zhengwo mention that he is exceptionally powerful, often collaborating with the military as special forces to handle emergencies prior to the apocalypse. If he is entangled in this matter, it could pose significant trouble. Is he also at the base? Nan Mu Ran felt a headache coming on. Guofei nodded. Not only is he here, but he also directly oversees the base's security. Aside from military personnel like Chen Zhengguo, he commands all other armed forces. Upon hearing this, Nan Mu Ran pondered for a moment. What is the nature of his relationship with Chen Zhengguo? The two parties are currently engaged in a struggle, each vying for complete control over the base. Naturally, their relationship is not cordial. Nan Mu Ran nodded, finding this unsurprising. After all, the struggle for power is an unceasing affair. While their relationship may be strained, our leverage is equally insufficient. This was indeed the truth. Although Guofei had grown closer to Chen Zhengguo, and everyone in the base claimed that Chen Zhengguo was Guofei's support, Guofei was acutely aware that this was far from enough. At the very least, his own value was insufficient to disrupt the balance maintained between the two factions. Brother Fei, what do you believe is the most crucial element for truly gaining a voice in the base? Strength and the hearts of the people, both are indispensable. Guofei answered directly. Since agreeing to Nan Mu Ran's arrangements, he had contemplated on multiple occasions how to proceed. Do you have any thoughts? Nan Mu Ran understood Guofei well. He was a strategist who considered 3 steps ahead and pondered 10 steps beyond, making it impossible for him to act without purpose. Guofei nodded. I have a rough plan. Just execute it. Do you need me to provide anything? Nan Mu Ran harbored no doubts about Guofei's capabilities. I will prepare the plan as soon as possible. We can discuss it in detail later, Guofei stated plainly. Nan Mu Ran nodded in agreement, but suddenly added, Brother Fei, I would like to attempt to awaken abilities for you and Sister Jia Jia. Guofei was visibly taken aback. Awaken? You may choose to never use these abilities, but in critical moments, self-preservation must be considered. Nan Mu Ran spoke gravely. The base had calculated that the probability of awakening abilities was less than 1 in 10,000. I might not possess such luck. Guofei's attitude towards this matter was remarkably calm. Brother Wu, you keep an eye on things downstairs. We'll head upstairs for a moment. Without further ado, Nan Mu Ran led Guofei and Lin Jiajia to the second floor of the villa. Upon confirming that Nan Mu Ran could rely on personal awakening abilities, both Guofei and Lin Jiajia were taken aback. This matter ends here. I cannot assist anyone else in awakening, including ourselves, Guofei firmly rejected. Knowing that if everyone near Nan Mu Ran could awaken abilities, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of those with ill intentions. She must not take such risks. Lin Jiajia nodded in agreement. We are living well without leaving the base. Having abilities doesn't hold much significance. Nan Mu Ran gazed at the couple, her tone resolute. I understand you are concerned for my safety, but this must be done. Ran, you are my only family in this. Alongside Sister Jia Jia and Du Du, Nan Mu Ran interjected, cutting off Guofei's words. I have many things to accomplish and cannot remain here indefinitely. Your safety must be assured. Guofei, observing Nan Mu Ran's determined demeanor, reluctantly acquiesced. Nan Mu Ran retrieved the over 300 crystal cores she had collected during her previous rescue in the library. After several attempts to help others awaken, she had discerned a pattern. Around 100 cores were generally sufficient for awakening. To Guofei's surprise, he awakened a rare mental ability. Lin Jiajia looked at Nan Mu Ran with a resigned expression. I seem to be able to hear others' thoughts. Moreover, I can discern the truth behind their words. Nan Mu Ran expressed her delight at this revelation. Lin Jiajia nodded. It was undeniable that fate had been kind, for the abilities awakened by the couple were nothing short of perfect for navigating the complexities of life within the base. Nan Mu Ran regarded Lin Jiajia with a serious tone. When we go downstairs, claim that you haven't awakened. Do not disclose this matter to anyone in the future. I understand, Lin Jiajia replied, not naive. Even though her ability lacked offensive power, it was far more intimidating than one with such capabilities, especially when facing individuals in positions of authority. When Lin Jiajia mentioned her lack of awakening, Jia Wu did not find it peculiar. After all, his wife, Bai Mei, had also consumed Xiao Bai's fruit and had not awakened either. The largest room on the second floor of the villa was allocated to Nan Mu Ran, complete with a dressing room, an ensuite bathroom, and a balcony adorned with flowers and a cozy sofa. After freshening up and changing into loungewear, Nan Mu Ran nestled on the sofa, gazing at the entrance of the villa, her spirits somewhat dampened. Guofei, who brought her a specially brewed coffee, sighed with a smile. Ran, your favorite golden latte. Nan Mu Ran turned to look at the coffee in Guofei's hand and could not help but exclaim, You are the best, Brother Fei. This remark carried ambiguity. Who was the reference point? Guofei sat directly across from her. The lawyer's keen perception was indeed formidable. Yet Nanmu Ran had no intention of concealing anything from him. There are some things that are unnecessary to discuss now. When the time is right, I will inform you. However, Brother Fei, after the military establishes a secure base, will the villa owners be able to continue residing here? The original owners of the villa will receive compensation points from the base for recovery and may, of course, continue to reside here. However, the buyback price offered by the base is quite tempting, and most people have chosen to move. One cannot remain in a villa and starve, can they? If you all stay, there will inevitably be some criticism, won't there? Guofei looked at her and chuckled. You would not enjoy the environment over there in the multi-layered area. Besides, we still have a mountain of belongings. Nanmu Ran was acutely aware that the items in the basement were not the focal point. She was their primary concern. After all, given Brother Fei's current status, he would undoubtedly manage those items with care. Suddenly, Guofei glanced towards the road outside the villa. Two figures clad in military green were stationed at their doorstep, clearly searching for the house number to confirm their location. Who are they? Chapter 72. The host is unwelcome following Guofei's gaze. Nanmu Ran turned to see Yi and Eagle loitering outside the villa's courtyard. Both bore bulging military backpacks, yet lacked insignia. A radiant smile graced her lips as she set down her coffee, slipped on her slippers, and dashed towards the villa's entrance. Not forgetting to call back to Guofei, I will tell you about the reference point later. Guofei was momentarily taken aback by her actions. It had been a long time since he had seen Nanmu Ran so joyful. Nanmu Ran sprinted down the stairs and opened the villa door. Yi and Eagle, having confirmed they were at the right place, were pondering how to enter the courtyard when they saw the door swing open. Nanmu Ran charged out of the courtyard, rushing to Yi. Have you made up your mind? Yes, Yi replied, gazing at the sunset and the unchanged Nanmu Ran, nodding earnestly. The sunset was just right, and his mood was quite pleasant. Nanmu Ran looked at him, her tone laced with mirth. Eagle, observing the atmosphere between them, hesitated to interrupt but felt compelled to speak. Miss Nan, I am here as well. Nanmu Ran turned to him, then back to Yi. Is it just the two of you? Chundong and Chongzi's circumstances are somewhat special. So it's just us two, Yi explained to Nanmu Ran. Your presence is sufficient, she replied to Yi. So, am I unnecessary? Is it too late to leave now? Eagle said self-deprecatingly, observing Nanmu Ran and Yi. Yi looked at him, exasperated by his antics. Shut up. Is that all the luggage you two have, just backpacks? Nanmu Ran inquired, surprised by their minimalistic belongings. Indeed. Two impoverished souls seeking refuge. We hope Miss Nan will be kind to us in the future, Eagle said, clasping his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a martial artist. Nanmu Ran regarded Eagle with a hint of surprise. Are you still the same Eagle I know?
You seem to have changed.
Among the four of them, excluding Yi, the most active had been Chindong, the most taciturn was Wang Chong, and the one with the most profound thoughts was Eagle. How had this person transformed so drastically? Don't mind him. He was just hiding it well before. Nanmu Ran chuckled at this remark. Let us head inside. On the second floor, Guofei observed Nanmu Ran conversing with Yi and Eagle, instinctively furrowing his brow. He could not shake the feeling that the one in front, resembling a celebrity, was somehow displeasing to him. Once the three entered the house, Lin Jia, who was busy in the kitchen, was the first to greet them. Ran, who are these two? This is Yi and Eagle, both my friends. I will prepare a room for them. Lin Jia, upon seeing the two individuals with their luggage, instantly surmised they intended to stay. As she spoke, she made her way upstairs to prepare the guest rooms. Just then, Guofei descended the stairs, and his gaze towards Yi was noticeably unfriendly. What friends? Why have I never seen them before? Nan Muron was taken aback, eyeing Guofei with surprise. When she had first brought Muge to the villa, Guofei had not reacted this way. Fei Go, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Closest to Guofei, Lin Jia swiftly nudged her husband. Guofei, without uttering a word, turned and approached the entrance. I'm going out for a bit. It's almost dark. Where are you headed? Guofei changed his shoes to find Chen Zhengwo. Upon hearing this name, both Yi and Lao Ying visibly froze. Few people could call Colonel Chen by his name at a military base. Observing Guofei's awkward demeanor, Lin Jia turned back to Yi. Wait a moment. I've prepared a few things for their family. You can take them along. Once Guofei left, the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Yi and Lao Ying felt a sense of awkwardness. It seemed the host was not welcoming at all. Jia, what is up with Fei Ge? Nan Muron asked. still bewildered by Guerfei's retreating figure. Lin Jiejie glanced at Si and then at Nan Muron, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. He feels like his precious one is about to be taken away, hence, he is sulking. Nan Muron was momentarily speechless. Laoing instantly grasped the situation. Thankfully, it was not because of him. Si felt his ears burning uncontrollably.
All right.
You both go upstairs to tidy up while I prepare dinner. We'll all come down to eat together later. The second floor housed 3 rooms in total. Jia Wu and Nan Muron occupied one each, while Si Yi and Laoing shared the remaining one. After a brief tidying up, Si Yi knocked on Nan Muron's door. You're quick. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. Nan Muron motioned for Si Yi to sit down. Since Jia Wu had informed her that Si Yi and his companions had eliminated over 30 members of the WJ Special Forces the previous night, Nan Muron had anticipated Si's decision. Si looked at Nan Muron, who seemed to read minds effortlessly. After clarifying everything we have experienced to Colonel Chin, retiring shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the attackers we faced last night had somewhat special identities. Si couldn't help but recall Colonel Chen's mention of Nan Muron being his significant other. You've killed so many from the WJ Special Forces. You certainly need to provide them with an explanation. As a soldier, even if one is forced to act in combat, those killed are still perceived as comrades by outsiders. Furthermore, Lin Weiqing may not openly express his feelings, but he will certainly not let it go quietly. Si Yi and Laoing's decision to retire was voluntary, and, under the current delicate circumstances at the base, truly the best choice. Si Yi looked at Nan Muron, surprised by her calm reaction. Jia Wu told you? Mugo would never conceal anything from me, she affirmed. This implied that the issues surrounding the underground laboratory were far more intricate than they had imagined. Si Yi regarded Nan Muron with unease. Nan Muron, I am fortunate to have clawed my way back from the depths of hell. In the choice between cowering to preserve safety and boldly advancing without fear, I choose the latter. Si Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words. From now on, we will accompany you. In their previous rescue, they had collected a considerable number of crystal cores and 15 mutated fruits. Before venturing into the underground laboratory, they needed to grow stronger promptly. Nan Muron's gaze was resolute as she looked at Si Yi. In the villa at the westernmost end of the row, Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Ying, Ouyang Yun, and Lin Weiqing sat in a smoke-filled living room, their expressions grim. Are you saying the entire Alpha Wolf squad has awakened their abilities? Ouyang Feng was genuinely infuriated. Lin Weiqing's eyes grew colder. Because of your ignorance, I lost an entire platoon last night. The WJ Special Forces are not solely ours. They're still the commanding officer above. Even the Western City's authority is not a unified front. I only have a company-level structure at my disposal, and losing over 30 men requires an explanation to the higher-ups.
Doctor.
Jean mentioned that the girl with the surname Nan would find a way to enter the underground laboratory. For now, we should refrain from making any moves. Ouyang Feng's tone was clearly displeased. The Alpha Wolf's members killed so many from the WJ. Didn't you seek out Chen Zhengwo? Lin Weiqing's smile grew even colder. It would have been delivered to us anyway. Furthermore, I just received news that Chen Zhengwo has disbanded the Alpha Wolf squad. 2 retired, and the other 2 are from the Chen family themselves. Do you think any action can be taken? This loss was one they had to swallow. If we can't strike directly, creating some minor troubles shouldn't be an issue, right? Suddenly, Ouyang Yun, who had been silent, spoke up, her eyes gleaming with malice. Chapter 73. Kill first, discuss later. Yun Yun, don't be reckless. Ouyang Feng, having faced continuous setbacks, was in a foul mood. Ouyang Yun recalled the harrowing experience at the industrial park, which only fueled her anger. Dad, we can't keep enduring this, can we? Acting rashly will only bring trouble upon ourselves. Ouyang Ying, fond of his niece, spoke gently to comfort her. After completing their retirement procedures, the wolf and Laoing visited Guerfei's home. Inside Guerfei's house were a girl and a scarred man. These 2 had parted ways with the Alpha Wolf and the Lijian squad only at the base entrance. Most importantly, the few botany professors rescued by Lijian stated that the girl possessed remarkably powerful vines and willows. Ouyang Yun remarked to Ouyang Feng. Upon hearing Ouyang Yun's words, Ouyang Feng understood. Are you suggesting that the girl is the same one from the industrial park incident? Ouyang Yun nodded. It has to be the same person. Wei Cheng just mentioned that a girl saved the Alpha Wolf and Legion members. Moreover, we don't have to act ourselves. Testing the waters through others poses no harm. Especially since they've indeed stirred up some trouble today. Who did they provoke? the dwarves gathering at the front gate. The Ouyang family maintained a dedicated intelligence network to monitor the base situation. Among these dwarves, one had awakened the ability to traverse through obstacles. Following this, a group of robust, ordinary people gathered around him. They frequently engaged in bullying tactics, and many at the base had suffered losses at their hands. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang remarked, Guorfei is quite formidable, with Chen Zhengwo as his backing, flourishing at the base. Now that he is allied with such an entity, we must not underestimate him in the future. We don't need to appear ourselves, we can still create some troubles. Lin Weiqing's eyes were cold, his anger simmering. Ouyang Yin smiled and nodded. It's already arranged. Just wait and see the excitement. On the other side, in Guorfei's villa, after dinner, Nan Neuron returned to the second floor. In the small living room, she laid out all the crystal cores and mutated fruits she had gathered. The mutated fruits and high-level crystal cores found at the industrial park had been preserved for this very moment. After a while, Jiawu, Siyi, and Laoing also arrived. In total, there were 120 ordinary crystal cores, 10 level 2 crystal cores, 2 level 3 crystal cores, and 15 mutated fruits. I need to know your current abilities. Jia Wu's lightning ability was at mid-level 2. CES water and fire abilities were both at late level 1. Laoing's wind ability was also at late level 1. After exhausting her abilities, Nan Neuron had fully recovered. Her plan abilities were at late level 2. And her psychic abilities had reached late level 3, showing significant enhancement. Siyi and Laoing promptly divided the level 2 crystal cores between them. Nan Neuron and Jia Wu each took one level 3 crystal core. The four of them each received 3 mutated fruits, leaving the remaining 3 for Guorfei, along with 2 smaller ones. Any objections? Upon hearing her words, the 3 men broke into smiles. Laoing was the first to speak. Miss Nan, you don't need to discuss these matters with us. Just arrange it as you see fit. We'll follow your lead. Besides, these items originally belonged to you. I agree with that sentiment, Jia Wu added directly. No objections, Siyi nodded in agreement. Nan Neuron smiled knowingly.
Good.
This was precisely the response she had been anticipating. In her strategy, those surrounding her must prioritize their own thoughts. We trust you, thus there shall be no extraneous thoughts. Even if they were to reclaim what was lost, it would still be orchestrated under your guidance. Siyi gazed at her. Then, let us each return and swiftly absorb our belongings. Suddenly, all 4 halted their movements. Someone was outside. Nan Neuron, utilizing her mental prowess, extinguished the lights in the small living room on the second floor, and the 4 drew closer to the balcony, overlooking the courtyard of the villa. In the moonlit front yard, several diminutive figures accompanied by a few burly men were edging toward the perimeter of the courtyard. It was the same dwarf from the parking lot earlier. Jia Wu looked down, astonished to see the petite leader among them, who had dared to approach. Nan Neuron sneered. So bold? Logically, given Guorfei's status at the base, these individuals should not presume to trouble him. After all, it has always been the case that the commoners do not challenge the authorities. Clearly, someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Siyi asserted confidently.
I will call Fei go upstairs. Soon, Guorfei followed the eagle up the stairs. It's them? Guorfei found it strange that these individuals would dare to cause him trouble. Were they acquaintances? Among the dwarfs, one had awakened the ability to pass through walls, forming a small faction at the base. In recent days, they had engaged in numerous acts of oppression, garnering a poor reputation. Yet they were typically obsequious. Why were they so brazen before him today? It seemed they were under someone else's directive. How about we eliminate them to establish our authority? Nan Neuron speculated about the individuals backing them, likely Lin Weiqing or the Ouyang family, or perhaps both. Regardless of who it might be, the opportunity to deal with them had presented itself, and it was illogical to let them escape. Guorfei understood her intentions. Leave the bodies. I will seek out Chen Zhengwo tomorrow. Nan Neuron began to concentrate, attuning herself to the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the dwarf leading the group downstairs felt an excruciating headache and collapsed, breathless. One by one, the others followed suit, and soon, the anguished wails of over a dozen individuals echoed in the courtyard before silence reclaimed the space. Continuing her search, Nan Neuron spotted someone hiding by the roadside, observing the situation, and did not let the opportunity slip away. She wielded her mental abilities to compel the individual toward the villa's front yard, and then concentrated, ending their life. Guorfei gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, gripped by a chilling fear. Such was the power of mental abilities.
Fei,
Once your mental prowess is enhanced, you too will be capable of such feats. Guo Fei nodded, his eyes reflecting a newfound tenderness for the girl he had watched grow. He had never imagined that the gentle, obedient girl would one day so calmly take the lives of over a dozen individuals. What experiences could have transformed that soft child into the person before him? Very well. Observing the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Guo Fei's tone grew resolute. The following morning, he meticulously dealt with the bodies in the courtyard, arranging them neatly along the roadside before summoning Chen Jiangwo. These individuals had trespassed into another's home, and their demise was hardly regrettable, thus Guo Fei bore no responsibility for their deaths. Additionally, their audacity to invade the villa area underscored the security deficiencies at the base. Chen Jiangwo was no fool. He would leverage this golden opportunity to the fullest. Given that these individuals were already despised at the base, the onlookers began to murmur in approval once they recognized the faces. Yet, a few keen observers swiftly noted that two among the dwarfs did not belong to their group, appearing as residents of the villa area. Simultaneously, Chen Jiangwo and Lin Weicheng were embroiled in a fierce argument before the top brass at the base. Lin Weicheng and the Ouyang clan had failed miserably, leading to the military special operations unit taking over security duties in the villa area.
Consequently,
a new legend surrounding Guo Fei emerged at the base. After all, the notion of silently dealing with over a dozen individuals in one night was, upon reflection, quite terrifying. Chapter 74. On mutated fruits, Chen Jiangwo could not overlook the two individuals who clearly did not belong to the dwarf group, while others might struggle to recognize their identities. The protracted power struggle between the factions at the base meant they were well aware of each other's strengths. Thus, the military promptly investigated the motivations behind the Ouyang family's actions. They were not acting on behalf of Guo Fei. Aside from Guo Fei, the villa housed only Nan Muran, who had just returned, along with Jia Wu, the retired Si Yi, and the Eagle. However, compared to Si Yi and the Eagle, their greater concern lay with Nan Muran and Jia Wu, and a thorough investigation was inevitable. At the base, Nan Muran was primarily interested in the outcomes. Clearly, the results of this lackluster attack satisfied not only Nan Muran but also Chen Jiangwo, Guo Fei, and indeed the entire military. While they reveled in their triumph, the Ouyang family found themselves ensnared in silence as they gazed upon the corpses that bore no external injuries, with the cause of death eluding them. Externally unscathed, yet internally, the skulls had been reduced to pulp. How is this achievable? The esteemed professor of neurology from the West City stared in disbelief at the bodies before him. Lin Weicheng suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed in the underground laboratory. It was supernatural abilities. Yu Tao had mentioned that mentalists could exert mental pressure sufficient to cause fatal cranial damage, but what about these individuals? Ouyang Feng furrowed his brow. This did not align with Yu Tao's description. The mental force had to be extraordinarily potent and skillfully wielded. Presently, only one person could achieve this. Lin Weicheng immediately thought of Nan Muran. Ouyang Yun turned to Lin Weicheng. That girl? Find a way to investigate her relationship with Guo Fei. From now on, do not act. Leave everything to the laboratory to handle. Ouyang Ying made the final decision. Send these bodies to Dr. Jean. He should find them intriguing. For the first time, Lin Weicheng felt a primal thirst for power in this brutal world, moving beyond mere obsession with authority. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Nan Muran and her companions were absorbing crystal cores. After consuming the mutated fruits, they successfully transitioned to a higher level of their abilities. Perhaps it was due to the simultaneous absorption of the crystal cores and the consumption of the mutated fruits that Jia Wu not only advanced to the late stage of level 3 lightning abilities, but also hinted at a potential awakening. Si's progress was even more astonishing. His water abilities surged to the early stage of level 3, while his fire abilities reached the late stage of level 2. And he also awakened metal abilities. The Eagle's wind abilities ascended to the late stage of level 2, concurrently awakening a power ability. Nan Muran's mental abilities jumped directly to level 4, while her plant abilities reached the mid-stage of level 3. Most importantly, the mysterious mist seemed to exhibit subtle changes. However, this was merely a sensation, and she had yet to identify any visible distinctions. As she sensed the newfound power within her, Si Yi and the others felt a swell of excitement. Yet the Eagle, who had always prided himself on speed, felt somewhat mismatched upon realizing he had awakened a power ability. Miss Nan, is there an ability that allows flight? That would suit me better. You can already fly. Nan Muran teased with a smile. Just as he was momentarily taken aback by her words, Si Yi and Jia Wu burst into laughter. Indeed, you are an eagle. The eagle looked at the trio, utterly speechless. Advancing through levels 3, 6, and 9 was notoriously challenging, and they all needed to strive harder. While Nan Muron acknowledged this, she couldn't help but ponder the implications of their transformations. If they could only rely on crystal cores to enhance their abilities, it would be insufficient to achieve their current levels. Thus, it was the credit of those mutated fruits. It seemed imperative to venture into the underground laboratory to uncover the method they had employed to locate the mutated fruit trees. On the first floor, Guofei had just returned home for lunch when Qin Zhengwo entered right behind him. I have come to find Miss Nan. Below, Qin Zhengwo addressed Guofei. Guofei, clearly disapproving, knew without a doubt that Qin Zhengwo's intentions regarding Ran were far from benign. Indeed, Qin Zhengwo was aware that after the retirement of Si Yi and the Eagle, they had directly joined Guofei's ranks. Although the reasons eluded him, he felt a sense of relief. Given that Si Yi and his companions had all awakened their abilities, Qin Zhengwo naturally had his suspicions. Unfortunately, the four young wolves were as tight-lipped as ever. Even his own nephew Qin Dong refrained from uttering a word. Left with no choice, he sought out Nan Muron directly. The Military Research Institute had already been established, and they had gained a preliminary understanding of the abilities and levels of the superhumans in this apocalyptic world. However, they had yet to grasp the key to awakening ordinary individuals in large numbers. Qin Zhengwo inexplicably felt that Nan Muron could provide assistance in this matter. Upon hearing the voices below, Nan Muron, having a favorable impression of Qin Zhengwo, descended the stairs without hesitation. She answered his inquiries candidly. The military base had been aware of the secret regarding the ability fruits 6 months into the apocalypse, and by this time, they should have already discovered the mutated fruits of the aberrant plants. The mutated fruits produced by advanced mutated plants could help ordinary people awaken their abilities.
Mutated fruit?
Upon hearing Nan Muron's words, Qin Zhengwo retrieved an image from his military tablet. Look at this. Is this the mutated fruit you speak of? The photograph depicted a massive Sephora tree. Strangely, while the surroundings were blanketed in snow, the tree itself appeared as if it thrived in spring, adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery. Most peculiarly, amidst the lantern-like flowers hung fruits typically seen only in autumn. This single tree perfectly showcased the 4 seasons, with the crimson-hued fruits standing out most prominently. A gentle reminder from the little willow on Nan Muron's wrist indicated that the fruits of this Sephora tree were particularly valuable and could aid in awakening abilities. It is indeed a mutated fruit. However, judging by the photo, the individual who took it did not approach the tree, did they? Qin Zhengwo, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of joy within. The villagers surrounding the area claimed that anyone who ventured close to the tree would be ensnared by the vines beneath it. Thus no one could approach. Nan Muron nodded, awaiting his next words. Qin Zhengwo also anticipated Nan Muron's response, leading to an odd silence between them. Guofei, observing Qin Zhengwo, scoffed inwardly, wondering why he was still trying to save face when the situation was dire. Aren't you curious? Qin Zhengwo gazed at the silent Nan Muron, ultimately unable to contain himself. Colonel Qin, please share your thoughts, and I shall listen. Nan Muron replied with a smile, handing the tablet back to him. Sighing, in turn, Qin Zhengwo confessed, we desire the fruits from this tree. Several teams have been dispatched, yet none have succeeded. Thus, I ponder whether we might collaborate. Qin Zhengwo speculated that since Nan Muron was aware of the efficacy of the mutated fruits, she must possess a method to acquire them. Collaboration?
Colonel Shen.
Your jest is rather grand. If the military cannot obtain these items, how could I possibly manage? Nan Muron regarded Qin Zhengwo with sincerity. We can offer you sufficient compensation and facilitate your efforts, Qin Zhengwo insisted, fixing his gaze on her with conviction, presenting enticing terms. Do you have such unwavering confidence that I can procure these fruits? Nan Muron scrutinized the military man, exuding an air of intimidation. Though those 4 brats are tight-lipped, I am not foolish. You must know how to obtain the mutated fruits. Qin Zhengwo's gaze on Nan Muron grew earnest. Miss Nan, although this is our second meeting, you may find my words hard to believe, but I am left with no alternatives. In recent days, military rescue teams departing from the base have encountered mutated animals, plants, and even zombies, each encounter resulting in severe losses. Thus, we, along with relevant experts, speculate that all these phenomena emerging in the apocalypse pose a lethal threat to humanity. Only through continuous advancement and fortification can we carve out a space for survival for future generations. Nan Muron regarded Chen Zhengwo and blurted out, "So, you require a genetic laboratory and so-called advanced researchers, willing to alter human genes at all costs to enhance strength?"
What?
Chen Zhengwo appeared somewhat perplexed by her statement. Observing his evident confusion, Nan Muron smirked slightly, her tone softening. What if continuous sacrifice is the only path to human enhancement? Then let us, the soldiers, stand at the forefront of that defense. Chen Zhengwo gazed at her, the determination in his eyes moving. Seeing Nan Muron fall silent, he suddenly chuckled. Does Miss Nan perceive this as grandiloquent? Not at all. Nan Muron shook her head. Throughout history, there have been those with fervent aspirations for humanity and national development, some born explicitly to save all. Such individuals deserve admiration. Chen Zhengwo smiled but remained silent, aware that the young lady did not entirely trust him. Yet, he found it acceptable. How do you propose we collaborate? Unexpectedly, Nan Muron spoke up. Chen Zhengwo's eyes brightened at her words. We collaborate to obtain the fruits. We shall provide compensation. You may set the terms, and we will meet your demands. Surely, you do not expect us to merely provide the location of the tree. And I will return with the fruits for you? Nan Muron expressed her keen interest in the mutated fruits, but was not inclined to be taken advantage of. Chen Zhengwo hastily shook his head. That is impossible. We will dispatch a military team of superhumans to accompany you. Have you only located this one tree? Nan Muron fixed her gaze on Chen Zhengwo. The fleeting contemplation in his expression revealed to her that the military possessed knowledge of more than just this singular tree. With a resigned sigh, Chen Zhengwo candidly replied, We have discovered a total of 5. Provide me with all the addresses. Your team need not accompany us. As for other compensation, I require an 80-20 split, 80 for me and 20 for you. Nan Muron stated decisively. Her offer caught Chen Zhengwo off guard. Just moments ago, he had worried she might refuse to collaborate, and now she was willing, but what a divine ratio was this? Guo Fei, overhearing Nan Muron's offer, couldn't suppress the smile creeping across his face. The terms were likely to send Chen Zhengwo into a frenzy. Naturally, we cannot allow you to venture into danger alone. We will also send a team of superhumans along. Thus, that split is simply unacceptable. If we agree to an 80-20 division, Chen Zhengwo's position will be in jeopardy upon his return. The commander would be furious. Nan Muron nodded, thoughtfully considering Chen Zhengwo's words, since you are providing personnel. And we are taking the lead, then let it be a 70-30 split. Chen Zhengwo was momentarily speechless, his hardened demeanor faltering. Leaving only resignation, how could he possibly argue against this? In the corner of the staircase, an eagle, peering secretly, nearly burst into laughter. After all these years, it was the first time witnessing Commander Chen's misfortune. Behind him, Si smirked, imagining the helplessness Commander Chen must be feeling. Renowned as the top commander of the army, he had spent over a decade ensuring that the enemy faced adversity. Unexpectedly, today, confronted by a mere girl, he found himself at a disadvantage. Clearly unaccustomed to the shift in fortune. I believe a ratio of 37-63 is perfectly reasonable, Guo Fei said, clearing his throat and suppressing a grin. Chen Zhengwo shot a frustrated glance at Guo Fei. Meanwhile, Nan Muron nodded obediently, agreeing with Fei Go's viewpoint. Commander Chen. There are 15 members in the military's ability team. The attack power of their abilities grows exponentially, yet among those 15, only 4 are truly effective. Their primary function is to lead, and the 37-63 split is already a concession on your part, Nan Muron stated earnestly. However, what about the 5 trees? They can level up as well, Chen Zhengwo countered. Are you suggesting that the fruits from the Luan trees should go directly to the military's ability team for their enhancement? But the 4 of us could acquire more fruits than they could and level up much faster. The disparity in our levels will only widen. It cannot be equalized. Nan Muron decisively shattered his illusion. Chen Zhengwo's brows twitched in frustration. Observing his troubled expression, Nan Muron pondered and generously offered a compromise. For the 5 trees, let us split the fruits from 3 of them 37-63, while the other 2 can be 50-50. However, I must be allowed to choose. Rest assured, our needs for the fruits differ significantly. The military prioritizes ability awakening, while I seek enhancement.
Deal.
Chen Zhengwo did not hesitate. He recognized that further bargaining would risk losing the deal entirely, as the girl would not hesitate to walk away. Yet, As he strolled along the path after leaving the villa, he felt he had overlooked something crucial. Finally, it dawned on him. The girl had arrived with 2 companions. Yet now there were 4. The only explanation could be Yi and that eagle. However, how could they, with merely a late-stage first-level ability, suddenly escalate to early 3rd and late 2nd levels? Was it due to the mutated fruits? If that were the case, Chen Zhengwo could hardly contain his excitement. Did this imply that the military could also cultivate a formidable ability team through the acquisition of these fruits? Chapter 76. Setting off together Eagle, Yi, and Jia Wu waited at the stairway until Chen Zhengwo departed before emerging. Muron, are we truly going to collaborate with the military? Jia Wu expressed his skepticism. Having once been a mercenary, he held some reservations about the Chinese military. Xiao Lu observed the few mutated trees, noting that the fruits of 2 of them were remarkably effective for enhancing abilities. Moreover, the highest level among the 5 trees was only a level 5 mutation, making it challenging for their ability team. For them, however, it posed no trouble. In other words, this collaboration was immensely beneficial for Nan Muron and her companions. Yi nodded, sensing Nan Muron's tenacity for strength. The military's team leader this time should be Han Yingting. Nan Muron was no stranger to the name Han Yingting. In her previous life, he had been the dominant force in the rankings of the 10 major strongholds during the apocalypse, leading the Night Star team, which was the pinnacle of the Chinese ability squads. He was also the military's greatest asset in controlling the West City base. Before we depart, we must return to the Half-Mountain Villa to inform Sister May, Nan Muron said, noting the scattered locations of the 5 trees, realizing they wouldn't return anytime soon. At the Half-Mountain Villa, since Nan Muron entrusted security to Tank, he diligently patrolled the 10-kilometer radius around the villa daily with 3 military dogs. Thus, it wasn't long after they entered the mountain when they spotted 2 figures racing towards them. Besides Tank, one of the 3 dogs, named Tianling, was among them. As soon as C parked the vehicle, Tank leaped through the window, nestling in Nan Muron's embrace and howling in displeasure to express his dissatisfaction. It's not that we didn't bring you along. It's because you have to guard the house. Nan Muron understood the little creature's grievances, soothingly stroking its head. Tank, evidently unimpressed with her reasoning, continued to howl until he was exhausted. Nan Muron, feeling a bit anxious, turned her gaze to the impeccably seated military dog, Tianling. Tianling, come, let us head home together. Thanks to the name tags on the 3 little ones, she learned their names. Tianling tilted his head to glance at his owner, then suddenly smiled, leaping into the vehicle. Though they had been away for less than 3 days, Bai Mei in the villa was already quite anxious. Upon learning they were returning to gather supplies, she felt even more uneasy. Sister May, do you wish to stay here alone in the villa or go down to the base? Nan Muron expressed her concerns for Bai Mei, who had difficulty with her legs, especially considering that they all would be leaving without knowing when they would return. I'll stay in the villa. Bai Mei preferred solitude, and the half-mountain villa felt secure. Jia Wu looked at her with concern. Once we leave, you'll be all alone in the villa. Aren't Tank and the others here with me? Or will they be going with you?
Bai Mei suddenly realized.
No, their task is to guard this area. They want to leave. Nan Muron had initially asked Eagle to help train the military dogs with the security of the half-mountain villa in mind. Moreover, the considerable investment he made in creating the villa was because he viewed it as his greatest stronghold. For her, this place was home, and Nan Muron would never abandon it. Thus, even in her absence, she would ensure the villa's safety remained paramount. If they solely relied on Tank, Dafu, and the 3 military dogs for security, their abilities must be enhanced quickly. Nan Muron chose to feed them ability fruits to facilitate their mutation. By the time the 4th day arrived, when the 4 of them were set to leave, Tank and Dafu had reached mid-level 2nd mutations, and even Tianlang and the others had awakened. Eagle observed the combat prowess of the 5 creatures, his brows twitching. He sensed that with all 5 attacking together, he would stand no chance. Jia Wu felt considerably reassured by the fighting capacity of the 5 little ones. It had to be acknowledged that Nan Muron was indeed somewhat wealthy when it came to ability resources. The sheer quantity was just one aspect. More importantly, her plant-based abilities maximized the potential of these resources. On the morning of the 3rd day, at the agreed departure time with Chen Zhengwo, the 4 quickly packed their belongings and headed down the mountain towards the entrance of the military safe base. Upon arriving at the military safe base, they were greeted by Chen Zhengwo, who had been waiting for them, but he hadn't introduced anyone yet. Is this prepared for us? Nan Muron gazed longingly at the military Hummer parked at the entrance, something that money alone could not buy. Chun Jangwo was taken aback. He expected the striking young girl to possess such a rugged taste. Do you like this? It's not for us, though. Such a pity, Nan Muron replied, already contemplating whether she could seize the opportunity to ask for one. Xiao Luo, go fetch a vehicle for Miss Nan, Chun Jangwo instructed his attendant without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron's eyes lit up, and she began to shower him with praise. Commander Chun, you are truly magnanimous. Chun Jangwo chuckled. Nan Muron single-handedly battled over 1,000 zombies and slayed 5 second-level ones, rescuing the Jiansword team and Professor Chen's entourage. Perhaps she herself did not care much. But the entire military, indeed the entire Chinese base, could not afford to overlook her contributions, especially as Professors Chun and Chiu were core personnel in the base's research center. The individual named Chun Jangwo was etched in memory, a good nature that naturally required a sale. Take it, consider it equipment for the mission. A contingent of 15 military superhumans remained silent, observing the 4 approaching figures. Sai and the eagle were not strangers to one another, yet the girl, Nan Muron, who appeared quite youthful, caused several to furrow their brows in quiet disapproval. The team leader, Han Ingtian, nodded in acknowledgement at the 4. Nan Muron returned the gesture with a polite nod. Before long, Chun Jangwo's bodyguard, Xiao Luo, brought forth the vehicle. Upon receiving the keys, Nan Muron expressed her gratitude with satisfaction. Only then did Chun Jangwo proceed to introduce both parties, mentioning the deputy leader named Chang Ming alongside Han Ingtian. Having previously communicated about the superpowers of both sides, Chun Jangwo made it clear that this mission would center around Nan Muron. Despite his internal hesitation, Han Ingtian raised no objections. After mutual introductions, the group boarded the vehicle and set off. The military personnel led the way in 2 SUVs, while Nan Muron and her companions trailed behind. Team Han, is that girl at the late stage of level 3? A member of the military team recalled Nan Muron and couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Han Ingtian slightly furrowed his brow. Commander Chen has no need to deceive us. He too found Nan Muron peculiar. As one of the first to awaken superpowers in the military, he had rapidly evolved post-apocalypse. The resources from the military had been disproportionately allocated to his advancement. Yet, despite such exhaustive training, not a single girl had surpassed his power level.
Why?
Han Ingtian held no doubts regarding his own aptitude, nor did he suspect Nan Muron's power level was fabricated, for Chun Jangwo was not one to be trifled with. Yet, the intricacies of the situation ignited his curiosity. Chapter 77. A bunch of simpletons. It seems that the one surnamed Han has some thoughts, Jia Wu remarked mildly. Nan Muron could surmise Han Ingtian's musings but remained indifferent. Our objective is to acquire the mutated fruit. Irrelevant individuals need not concern us. She perused the photographs of 5 mutated fruit trees, contrasting them with the coordinates Chun Jangwo had provided upon his departure, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Particularly, one tree bore fruits reminiscent of lanterns, stirring a profound sense of familiarity within her. What's wrong? Sai instantly sensed her subtle emotional shift. Is the fruit of this tree familiar to you? He took the military tablet from her hands, and upon discerning the fruits on the tree, his expression darkened. Among the mutated fruits you fed us that day, there were indeed these. Those 15 fruits were obtained from the plant research facility outside the underground laboratory. Nan Muron revealed this, without reservation. Sai and the eagle had experienced the underground laboratory, and Jia Wu had overheard her mention it frequently, likely grasping the context. Do you believe it is an internal issue within the base, or merely a coincidence? The eagle inquired, gazing at the fruit. Since the assault on the safe house, his trust in the base's officials had begun to wane. He still placed his faith in Chun Jangwo and the Special Operations Brigade, yet he felt compelled to maintain a skeptical stance towards others. Sai examined the images of the other trees. Only this particular tree's fruit was present in the underground laboratory. We cannot ascertain how the military learned of its location, thus we cannot determine where the issue lies. Nonetheless, we must remain cautious. This afternoon we will reach Jin Town, the closest to the Luan tree. Let us rest for a while, as we will need to take turns keeping watch tonight. Jin Town, situated at the foot of the Emperor Mountain, was rather small. As the group approached, they noticed a sign for an agricultural demonstration base fluttering in the wind. Upon entering the town, they observed the dilapidated 2-story gray brick houses lining both sides, far from exquisite, yet uniform in appearance. The town comprised merely 2 streets. The east-west thoroughfare was longer, stretching approximately 500 meters, while the north-south street measured less than 200 meters. Having endured the early apocalypse floods, the buildings exhibited peeling paint and decay. Strangely, although the spacious street appeared desolate, not a single wandering zombie was in sight, evidently indicating prior cleaning efforts. The cold wind swept through, casting an eerie atmosphere over the gray structures as twilight approached. On the second floor, windows slightly ajar, figures peered out at the 3 military trucks and the armed soldiers disembarking. Han and Tian leaped from the vehicle, promptly approaching Sai and the others. Clearly, he sought to ascertain Nan Muron's intentions. There are people on the second floor of the shops, Sai noted, scanning the area. At least 5 or 6 windows were ajar. Nan Muron addressed Han and Tian. Let us seek an uninhabited house to settle in. Han and Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the base's location to those individuals. However, upon meeting Nan Muron's cold gaze, he instinctively dismissed the thought. Very well, I will notify them. To their surprise, before they could seek out others, the townspeople approached them. 5 men arrived, led by a middle-aged man of around 50. Upon spotting Han and Tian's military uniform, the man's face contorted into an eager expression. You are here for rescue, aren't you? Thank you so much. Our town. Through his recounting, the group learned that this middle-aged man was the mayor of the town, currently housing the survivors. Originally home to over 1,000 residents, fewer than 1/20th were still alive. The rest had perished. Among the military superhuman team, 2 girls listened to the accounts. Their hearts softened in compassion. One girl with braids even had tears in her eyes. The group was warmly invited into the largest room of their dwelling. Inside, more than 30 men of varying ages and a dozen women awaited. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Our area is relatively elevated. After the disaster, we gathered plenty of food and poultry from nearby villages, so we are not lacking for provisions. The mayor promptly ushered everyone into the main room. A long wooden table was positioned centrally, ample enough for all to sit. Observing the mayor's overly cordial demeanor, Han and Tian couldn't help but frown. The situation felt peculiarly unsettling. He had participated in numerous rescue missions, but never had he encountered such behavior from survivors. Nonetheless, several members of the military superhuman team began expressing their gratitude towards the mayor. We cannot accept your food. We have our own rations. The mayor waved his hand with a smile. You are engaged in significant matters. It is just one meal. We have plenty. Moreover, we have some vegetables in the greenhouse, which will ensure a generous meal for you. In a world ravaged for so long, everyone relied on the remnants of pre-apocalyptic supplies for survival. Not starving to death was already a stroke of luck. How could they expect fresh meals? Nan Muron's gaze deepened as she regarded the mayor. We are not hungry.
So, we shall decline.
Kindly assist us in finding a place to rest, preferably a suite. After such a taxing journey, how could they not be with? The mayor smiled and approached, attempting to usher them towards the dining table. Sai stepped in front of Nan Muron, his cold eyes and stern tone causing one to tremble. Is it so difficult to arrange a place for us to rest? The mayor, taken aback by the firmness of their stance, allowed a flicker of malice to flash in his eyes before hastily donning a smile. Not at all. Not at all. Old air, take them to that room on the east side. Among the military superhuman team, the girl with braids frowned. The mayor means well. If you do not wish to eat, then do not. Simpleton, Nan Muron retorted coldly from behind Sai. What did you say? The girl, taken aback by Nan Muron's blatant insult, found it hard to believe. Nan Muron tugged at Sai's sleeve. Let us go. You just insulted me. The girl, regaining her composure, was infuriated and refused to relent. Nan Muron turned around impatiently. Yes, I'm calling you brainless. What's the problem? What kind of quality do you possess? Another girl accompanying her also stepped forward, and even several of the silent men displayed their dissatisfaction. While they followed Nan Muron, such unreasonable behavior was unacceptable.
Well,
enjoy your meal, Nan Muron remarked dismissively, opting to pull Sai outside. A dark-skinned man waiting outside quickly led the way for the 4 as they exited. Upon entering the room, he promptly shut the door and sighed deeply. Han and Tian cannot be foolish. How can he not discern the issue? It's not surprising that so few people survive in a town of over 1,000. However, having 30-some young men and a dozen attractive women raises significant concerns. Chapter 78. What kind of meat is this? That's their affair. What concern is it of ours? If they lack even this minimal vigilance, They might as well return to the base to avoid trouble with us, C remarked coolly. The eagle remained silent, but couldn't he help but feel anxious for the military's ability team. He hoped they weren't foolish enough to fall into a trap and regret it too late. He wondered if the town chief had intentionally arranged this, not only providing substandard accommodations, but also lacking any furniture. Damn it, are they purposely targeting us? The eagle felt a surge of anger. C, much like Jiawu, was dissatisfied but chose not to speak. However, Nan Neuron was quite pleased, having no desire to touch anything those people used. Scanning the relatively clean, empty house, she took out a large moisture-proof mat from her space, followed by 4 single inflatable mattresses placed in each corner, and then tossed some thicker bedding onto the mattresses. Is there anything specific you wish to eat for dinner? Nan Neuron then produced a picnic table, setting it in the middle of the mattresses. The eagle couldn't help but chuckle at Nan Neuron's confident demeanor. In all the time he had known her, he had never seen her cook. Sister Nan, just not going hungry is already a blessing. Isn't ordering food a bit excessive? You should order something, he urged. Nan Neuron took a seat. Oil-splashed noodles, a meat platter, and a vegetable platter, the eagle mentioned, recalling his fondest culinary desires since the apocalypse. Nan Neuron pondered momentarily and realized she did have some of that in her space, having bought plenty of it during her travels. Gazing at the steaming noodles on the table, the eagle was left speechless. I'll have a super beef burger with black pepper pasta, Jiawu generously ordered. Grilled meat. C thought his request might be a bit audacious, considering few people enjoyed barbecue during the winter before the apocalypse, let alone now. Little did he expect Nan Neuron to conjure a large spread of grilled meats. Beef, tendons, crispy bones, pork belly, chicken wings, kidneys, eggplant, fried bread, and toast. All were present, not to mention a pot of soup with tripe and a variety of vegetables. The eagle and CU were astounded to witness her produce cooked food out of thin air. Time is stagnant in my space, allowing me to preserve cooked food. Hurry and eat, Nan Neuron said, unwilling to explain further, but not wanting them to go hungry. Being intelligent individuals, they naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to probe deeply. The 4 gathered around the table, sharing the food without concern for who ordered what, enjoying their meal immensely. To prevent the food from cooling down, Nan Neuron thoughtfully produced a heating stove. While they were joyously filling their stomachs, the meat, vegetables, and noodles on the large table in the middle of the room were gradually being served. Han Tian, seated in a corner, watched the lavish spread with increasingly furrowed brows, having already discerned the underlying issue. Yet, a dreadful thought kept leaping in his mind, one he was unwilling to acknowledge. His comrade from the same unit instinctively glanced at him, their eyes filled with inquiry. Unfortunately, before they could speak, others began to feast heartily. Aside from a slightly smaller man not far from them, all members of the military's ability team had started eating with great joy. This spicy stir-fried meat is delicious, exclaimed a girl with braids, hailing from a region fond of spicy food, as she relished the largest dish, brimming with chili and cumin. The others, hearing her praise, sampled it as well. A bespectacled man, unable to contain his curiosity, asked while eating, "What kind of meat is this? I don't think I've ever had it before." The rest of the group became curious as well. "What kind of meat is this, town chief?" "Just some wild game from the mountains. As long as everyone enjoys it, that's what matters," the town chief replied with a smile, pouring drinks for everyone. Han Tian coldly fixed his gaze on the town chief seated across from him. What exactly is this meat? Although the town chief felt a slight unease, he maintained a smile. It's roe deer meat, a local specialty. This comrade here probably hasn't he had it before. The bespectacled man nodded, but remained silent. Han Tian's eyes grew colder. He was all too familiar with roe deer meat. This is not roe deer meat. At the same time, several astute members of the military ability team had already sensed something amiss from Han Tian's expression and quickly laid down their chopsticks.
Captain Han.
What do you mean by that? A slightly older man from the military team asked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Han Tian stared intently at the town chief, articulating his deepest suspicions word by word. Did any other women, men, or children in this town survive? You've already asked about that, Haven to you? I was clear in my response. The town chief feigned confusion. However, upon seeing Han Tian's unwavering gaze, he suddenly appeared enlightened, then feigned distress. You're not soldiers. Are you? Just imposters seeking food? We can give it to you. Please don't kill us. His abrupt change in attitude left everyone in the room bewildered. Soon after hearing the town chief shout, a group of men outside quickly flung open the door, armed and seething with rage. "Dare to steal our things, and we'll fight you to the death," cried a middle-aged man at the front, wielding a pistol and glaring fiercely at Han Ning-tian's group. The girl with the braids, who had intended to speak up, suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed back into her seat. Before long, her companions began to feel unwell as well. "Quick, treat them," Han Ning-tian directed towards the nearest healing ability user. The boy with healing powers was the first to place a hand on his teammate with offensive abilities. As the man quickly regained his strength, the boy then laid his hand on another person's arm. "Old 3, stop them." The town chief, realizing the situation was turning against them, shouted orders. A younger man dashed out of the group towards the boy with healing powers. Han Ning-tian cast a cold glance, and a metal blade appeared out of thin air, aiming for the young man's life. At the same moment, the robust dark-skinned man at the front struck the metal blade thrown by Han Ning-tian, causing it to fall harmlessly to the ground. "Old 4, restrain him," the town chief commanded, realizing Han Ning-tian was not to be trifled with. A man in his 40s concentrated his mental energy, binding Han Ning-tian with an inexplicable force. Upon feeling the discomfort in his body, Han Ning-tian reacted swiftly, revealing a dagger that flew towards the middle-aged man. Dubbed Old 2, the dark-skinned man struck again, sustaining a bloody mark on his fist. The town chief glanced at the incapacitated military ability users scattered around the room. "It seems today's encounter won't end peacefully. Everyone, attack together. Kill them." Outside, over 30 men began to coordinate with the 5 ability users from their team to charge in, and within the military's ability team, for members having been treated, were ready to fight. The two sides quickly plunged into chaos. Dozens of men stormed into the house, swiftly dragging away the nearest supernatural beings. Among them 2 girls from the military's specialized team. Chapter 79, Discovering Treasures Inside the House. Han Ning-tian was engaged in combat with a dark-skinned man while urgently instructing a smaller man beside him. 15. Break through and save them. 15. Endowed with speed abilities and hailing from the special forces, was one of the 3 who had not touched food. Observing the few being taken away, he couldn't help but frown, reflecting, Miss Nan was indeed correct. They are quite foolish. While chaos erupted outside, Nan Morong and her companions had already nestled into corners of the room, wrapped in thick blankets, ready to sleep. In the center of the room stood a heating stove. Si, glancing at the slumbering Nan Morong, pushed the stove slightly in her direction. The night watchman, Eagle, observed his actions with a silent smile, while Jia Wu remained awake. Outside, the fighting raged on. Hearing Jia Wu speak, the 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Han Ning-tian was not foolish. Eagle lowered his voice, concerned about disturbing Nan Morong's rest. Si dismissed him, pondering how a group of supernatural beings could struggle against a mere handful of miscreants. Eagle voiced his dissatisfaction, while Si remained unperturbed, suggesting that there were supernatural beings among the townsfolk as well. The absence of zombies in the vicinity only reinforced this notion, indicating that someone had dealt with them. Impressive, Eagle remarked, realizing his misstep as he glanced at Si, who appeared contemplative. Jia Wu chuckled. Let us go, Si. You guard Morong. I noticed the town chief exiting from that corner room. If they are indeed collecting crystal cores, they are likely in his possession, Si noted, casually sketching the layout of the courtyard on the ground to guide them. Eagle glanced at Jia Wu. Don't worry, we've got this. With that, the 2 swiftly climbed out through a window at the back of the house. Si leaned against the wall, listening to the cacophony of battle outside, his gaze drifting to the peacefully sleeping Nan Morong. The flickering firelight cast a warm glow upon her fair visage, rendering him momentarily entranced. Since meeting Nan Morong, he had found her to be a paradox. She exhibited decisiveness in battle, yet showed kindness at times. Though she sought refuge in a secure haven like the villa, she was continuously propelled forward by her obsessions. A smile crept upon his lips. It mattered not, for they would not part ways henceforth, and he would accompany her in pursuing her true desires. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and serene. Outside, Han Ning-tian watched the military's supernatural beings, their faces contorted with distress. They had slain over 30 foes, yet the enemy's 5 supernatural beings remained unscathed. They had failed to prevent the abduction of the 2 girls and the older man into a corner room. I advise you, if you wish to avoid calamity for the 3 of them, withdraw from this courtyard immediately. The town chief, along with the 5 supernatural beings and 3 men, retreated to their corner of the house. The girl with the braided hair gazed helplessly at the men before her. tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. The dark-skinned man, intrigued by her distress, remarked, "Not bad, boss. She's quite appealing." As he spoke, a coarse hand pinched her cheek, while another groped her, his eyes glistening with lewd desire. The town chief, without hesitation, struck the man's nape. "What are you thinking?" At such a time, the dark-skinned man hastily retreated to the window, losing his appetite for torment. The braided girl finally relaxed, sobbing uncontrollably.
Meanwhile,
Jia Wu and Eagle had just returned from the window after acquiring a bag full of treasures, coincidentally witnessing the girls' and the older man's plight. Considering the mental capacity of the abducted three, they opted to return to their own room, realizing that intervening could lead to unnecessary trouble. Upon opening the bag inside their room, the three pairs of eyes widened in astonishment. Where did they procure these? "This must be a supernatural fruit," Jia Wu exclaimed, holding a black-red fruit. Yi scrutinized it. "Isn't this from the 5 trees provided by the military? We need to interrogate the town chief." Almost instantaneously, Eagle formulated a plan. Jia Wu readily agreed, recognizing that this bounty surpassed what the military had offered. Yi nodded. "Keep an eye on them. Just ensure Han Ingtian doesn't kill anyone." Outside, Han Ingtian was too cautious to act against the captives, awaiting the return of his team seer. Once the seer regained clarity, Han Ingtian swiftly discerned the positions of everyone inside the house. At the moment the town chief called for a retreat, the military's supernatural team sprang into action. Those with wall-passing abilities swiftly infiltrated the house, while wind blades and ice blades were unleashed simultaneously, targeting the supernatural beings within. Outnumbered, the three hardly stood a chance against the 13 attackers. As for the town chief, the first to enter, 15, stood bewildered amidst the carnage. Meanwhile, the town chief, believing he had escaped, was startled by the sudden appearance of 2 men. "Do not fear. Let us discuss. Do you wish to live or die?" Eagle jested, observing the trembling town chief. The town chief nodded frantically, his voice laced with urgency. "I wish to live." Eagle nodded, presenting the black-red fruit before him. "Now tell me, where did this come from?" The town chief's eyes widened in astonishment. He had buried the fruit beneath his bed. How had they discovered it? Simultaneously, Jia Wu clamped a hand over the town chief's mouth, plunging a dagger into his right palm. "Answer me immediately, no tricks." The pain drew a muffled groan from the town chief, his complexion draining of color as he nodded vigorously. "Where did it come from?" Eagle pressed on. "Behind the mountain." "Specific location?" The town chief responded hastily. "To the east of the stream behind D Mountain." Eagle regarded him intently. "You will accompany us now." The town chief's face paled, shaking his head vehemently. "That place is dangerous. There are great snakes." Jia Wu's dagger pierced his other hand. "Be truthful about the location." "To the west of the stream behind the mountain, southward, 10 kilometers." The town chief's voice trembled, laced with tears. Unfortunately, before his words could fully escape, a dagger pierced his carotid artery, and the 2 figures swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 80. Treasures must be had. Han Ingtian had no intention of letting the bloodied town chief escape, pursuing him alongside 15 and his fellow soldiers. The trio scoured the small town, ultimately discovering the town chief, lifeless and bloodied, his demise swift and brutal. Observing the wounds on the town chief's hands, Han Ingtian pondered deeply. These were marks of interrogation. The methodical and efficient manner of execution indicated that only he and Ci's group possessed such capabilities in the entire town. What were they hoping to discover through their actions? The loss of life signified that they already possessed the answers. Curiosity aside, with their assistance, Han Ingtian felt a sense of relief. After all, had it been solely the 3 of them pursuing, the individual would have long escaped. "Let's head back," Han Ingtian said in a casual tone. 15, who had accompanied him, cast a glance at the slain mare before silently following Han Ingtian away. Upon their return, they found the courtyard filled with military superhumans, all heaving and retching. It was a grotesque scene, with pale faces reflecting their agony. "Captain Han, you're back," greeted a short-haired girl in the group, who, having taken only a slight taste of the spicy meat, appeared somewhat better than the others. Han Ingtian nodded, inquiring, "What transpired?" They had just inspected the kitchen. The girl's expression turned troubled as she recalled the kitchen's horrific sights, causing her to feel nauseated once more. The 3 men could easily surmise what they had witnessed there. After all, those who survived under the mayor's command had resorted to cannibalism. Aside from the mutated zombies, It was likely that any other edible beings had already been consumed. What will become of these women? One military superhuman, recovering slightly, pointed to a corner where a dozen women huddled together, seeking Han Ningtian's guidance. Except for one older middle-aged woman, the rest were all young and beautiful. The middle-aged woman sat in a corner, her eyes vacant, as if liberated from her burdens. In contrast, the young women shrank into the corner, glancing at Han Ningtian's group with a hint of expectation, believing that soldiers would not harm them. Han Ningtian fixed his gaze on one girl, asking, "Is that man truly the mayor of your town?" "No, he is the principal of the local high school," the girl replied hurriedly. She then revealed that the man claiming to be the mayor was indeed Principal Wang, a figure once regarded as a paragon of virtue before the apocalypse. At the onset of the catastrophe, Principal Wang had stockpiled provisions, aiding many in survival. Following the acid rain, a horde of zombies began to emerge in the town, leading to despair among the populace, with some even resorting to suicide. It was during this dire period that Principal Wang discovered a liquid capable of altering one's constitution and even awakening supernatural abilities. Henceforth, the survivors revered him as a deity. The man with dark skin had once been the town's mechanic, alongside various other influential figures who began to beseech Principal Wang for the transformative liquid. Generously, he distributed it, though it took considerable time to yield any effect. Gradually, the townsfolk began to rally around him, forming a small faction that continued to grow amidst the chaos of the zombie infestation. Initially seen as a beacon of hope, this group soon morphed into a nightmare for all. A month and a half ago, as food became increasingly scarce, they began to seize the remaining rations from the survivors. And when those ran out, they turned to the two-legged sheep. Other than the young and attractive women, many were either directly killed or disappeared, their fates unknown. Upon hearing this, the military superhumans felt their stomachs churn uncontrollably, nausea overwhelming them once more. In a corner room, Nan Murian, who had been sleeping soundly, furrowed her brow at the noise outside, which had become quite bothersome. Finally, fully awake, she found that sleep had evaded her. "It's still not fully dawn. Can't we sleep a little longer?" Jia Wu said gently. Nan Murian sighed, sitting up. "It's too noisy. By the way, where's the stuff? Did you bring it back?" Her seemingly random question left the three momentarily stunned before they exchanged knowing smiles. "Sister Nan, you figured it out," Eagle said, slightly exasperated by her keen intuition. The zombies within and outside the town had been dealt with efficiently, a feat that required considerable skill. Moreover, the guide they had last night was a Tier 2 defensive superhuman, indicating that they understood how to upgrade their abilities and likely had supplies. Nan Murian accepted a glass of warm water from Saya, feeling revitalized after a sip. "There's also an unexpected find," Eagle said, handing her a bag. Inside were red and black fruits, causing a gleam to ignite in the eyes of her companions, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu. Saya and his team recognized the significance of this discovery. They exclaimed that these were exceptional mutated fruits. "Did you find the location of the fruit tree?" Nan Murian inquired. "It's said to be on the back mountain of D Mountain," Jia Wu replied. "Let's have Han Ningtian and the others wait for a day. We'll head there at dawn." Such treasures must not be overlooked, especially since they could enhance one's constitution. Meanwhile, Han Ningtian had learned a crucial detail. That middle-aged woman was Principal Wang's wife. According to her, the liquid worked wonders for awakening abilities in the young. As for why it was effective only for the youth, it was because Principal Wang himself, despite daily use, showed no changes, while those under 45 experienced significant effects. This was merely an illusion crafted by him to maintain control over the townsfolk. Furthermore, to prevent threats to his position, he had meticulously chosen the 5 individuals who awakened their abilities, selecting those who were either simple-minded and physically strong, or less educated and more radical in their thinking, along with former students who had once expressed gratitude towards him. "Where did he acquire that liquid you mentioned?" Han Ningtian asked eagerly. A substance that could guarantee awakening abilities was indeed a treasure of monumental value. The middle-aged woman shook her head. "I don't know. He hid those items very well. However, I have seen him dilute a black, thick paste with water, resembling fruit pulp." Han Ningtian immediately thought of the mutated fruits, deducing that the principal had likely discovered the fruit tree. Alas, the man was now deceased.
No.
Han Ningtian suddenly turned towards the small room where Saya and his companions were. It seemed they had already obtained the tree's location. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to murder so decisively. He couldn't help but chuckle at their sharp acumen. What Han Ingtian could deduce, 15 could too. However, he did not covet the information Saya and the others possessed. To him, true power in the apocalypse demanded such intellect and cunning. Captain Han, what will happen to them? He asked. All those 30-odd men have been killed, yet these women have committed no wrongdoing. We cannot simply execute them as well. Han Ingtian contemplated the situation, pondering the fates of the surviving women, who seemed unscathed and even well off. Yet, the thought of executing them directly was something he found difficult to reconcile. At that moment, the door in the corner creaked open, and Nan Murian and her 3 companions stepped out. Chapter 81. The Level 5 mutated beast. Han Ingtian regarded Nan Murian, who was leading the way, his tone unusually gentle. Good morning, Miss Nan. Nan Murian smiled lightly, surveying the courtyard's condition, though a faint odor of blood lingered. Everything had been swiftly tidied up. However, a dozen women of varying ages remained unaddressed in the corner. Miss Nan, what about these women?
Han Ingtian urgently sought her perspective,
feeling an inexplicable trust in her despite her cold demeanor. You decide for yourself, Nan Murian replied, disinterested in intervening. Naturally, Han Ingtian's disposition would directly influence how she would arrange the ensuing matters. After a moment of contemplation, Han Ingtian turned to face the women, his gaze gradually growing icy. As the women felt his penetrating stare, he suddenly bowed deeply 3 times before them. A young woman, slender yet slightly plump, turned pale as she observed his actions. What do you mean by this? What are your intentions? The members of the military psychic team nearby were equally taken aback, an ominous premonition washing over each of them. You can no longer be considered human. These individuals had consumed human flesh for over a month, sparing even the youngest of children. Faced with the reality of their actions, aside from Principal Wang's wife, who feigned remorse, other women were gripped solely by fear and a desperate will to survive, devoid of any guilt or compassion. Such inhumane cannibals were no longer worthy of life. What nonsense are you spouting? How are we not human? The woman retorted sharply. In contrast, Han Ingting felt a chilling calmness wash over him due to her reaction. Lacking humanity renders one less than human. After feasting on human flesh for so long, did you experience any pain, guilt, disgust? It seems not. The woman could not help but smirk at his words, rebutting without hesitation. Didn't your people eat yesterday? We were unaware they were humans, but you knew. A member of the military psychic team interjected. You all seemed quite pleased while eating, yet now you stand in judgment. How hypocritical. A woman in her 30s regarded them with disdain. Han Ingting sighed, knowing that explanations were futile at this point. He quickly focused his mental energy, and a metallic blade sliced through the woman's skin. With a gasp, she began to scream, while some others curled up, weeping and begging for mercy. At the same time, his teammate, 15, sprang into action, swiftly slitting the throat of the foremost woman before weaving through the crowd. Besides the 3 of them, a short-haired girl from the military psychic team also engaged. Her expression darkened as she concentrated, sending 3 leaf-shaped darts flying, killing the first speaker instantly, and then turning to claim more lives among the women. 4 psychics struck down 13 women, leaving only the middle-aged woman, Principal Wang's wife. With a vacant gaze, "Why don't you kill me?" she asked, her heart racing as she surveyed the crimson scene. In response, 15 thrust his dagger into her chest, her disbelief evident as she looked at the weapon embedded in her. Did you think you could act without consequence? You forgot that it was you who cooked last night's meal, the short-haired girl remarked coldly as her dart pierced the woman's abdomen. Once all the women in the town lay lifeless, several members of the military psychic team trembled uncontrollably. Although Nan Murian looked down upon the entire military team, she was somewhat satisfied with the performance of Han Ingting and his companions. Captain Han, we have urgent matters to attend to. We expect to return before nightfall. Before we come back, aside from the 4 who just acted, the rest must vacate. Miss Nan, I'm afraid I don't quite understand your meaning, Han Ingting responded. Nan Murian fixed her gaze on him, her voice devoid of emotion. We are risking our lives. We have no time to play babysitter. And do inform Commander Chen. Fewer people is acceptable, but utility is paramount. A man from the military team rose. Who do you think you are? You think you can just leave at will? Suddenly, an icy blade shot forth, piercing through the man's cheeks and silencing him as blood flowed from his mouth. The military psychics were gripped by fear, not even catching a glimpse of who had attacked. Despite the smile on Nan Muron's face, Han Yingting felt an inexplicable chill and an unassailable determination emanating from her. When you return, I will take care of everything. Nan Muron nodded with a smile. See you tonight. The four swiftly exited the courtyard, boarding a vehicle and heading straight for the rear mountains of Dingshan. Dingshan was 15 kilometers from Jinjin, with an altitude of less than 200 meters. Once they entered the mountains, they quickly located the stream Principal Wang had mentioned. Is there really a giant snake? Jia Wu expressed his doubts.
See you checked it.
Teasing the elderly hawk beside him, we have the nemesis of giant snakes with us. No need to fear. The hawk expressed regret. If only I could fly. I wouldn't be worried, but alas. Suddenly, Si raised his hand to halt the three behind him. Before them, in the grass, lay a multitude of stark white bones, with a conspicuous pile of skulls in the distance. Human bones. Nan Muron concentrated her mental energy, sensing everything around her. The man did not lie. There truly is a giant snake. A level 5 mutated beast. This could be troublesome. How did Principal Wang manage to obtain the fruit from such a formidable creature? Jia Wu queried, puzzled. Nan Muron scoffed. He didn't obtain it. He traded human lives for it. Are you implying that these bones are the result of Principal Wang's actions? The hawk could not help but curse internally. What a beast. He was far too efficient last night. He couldn't possibly contend with a level 5 mutated beast. While they discussed, the massive snake at the end of the bones sensed its territory had been breached, clearly recognizing that it was not the human who had come. It swiftly emerged from its den, moving towards the group. Upon sensing the presence of the four, the serpent rejoiced internally. The foolish human had been offering it mere ordinary blood, but these four possessed blood that was undoubtedly delectable, precisely what it had longed for. Preparations were in place. The giant snake was about to reveal itself and was particularly intrigued by their blood. Nan Muron felt fortunate that her psychic ability had reached level 4, allowing her to perceive the thoughts of a level 5 mutated beast up close. As she spoke, she quickly retrieved a bag of realgar from her space and handed it to the hawk beside her. Find a way to trap it. The hawk nodded, focusing intently. Their objective was singular. The moment the giant snake emerged before them, they would swiftly encircle it with realgar using wind-based abilities. Chapter 82. It is going to self-destruct. The giant snake, sensing the presence of such enticing prey, became increasingly excited, moving its massive body closer to the group. As they beheld the 12 to 13 meter long creature, its girth far exceeding that of a bull, the seriousness in the eyes of Nan Muron and her companions deepened. Hawk. Nan Muron spoke calmly as the snake fully manifested in the open space before them. The hawk harnessed the wind to swiftly manipulate the realgar powder, forming a large yellow circle around the snake's position. Concurrently, Nan Muron utilized her life force to stimulate the wild senna plants near the snake's den to reinforce the circle created by the hawk. The giant snake, observing the actions of Nan Muron and the hawk, felt a shift in its demeanor. These four humans were not ordinary. They possessed abilities that could potentially overpower it. Engaging in battle was not the wisest choice. It would be better to exploit a gap in their coordination and escape back to its lair. As Nan Muron sensed the snake's thoughts, she was taken aback. The creature had developed intelligence following its mutation, which was quite intriguing. With a cold gaze directed at the giant snake now trapped in the realgar circle, she stated, "Don't get your hopes up. You are not leaving today." The giant snake, astonished that she could comprehend its thoughts, suddenly contorted its head in a bizarre fashion, and to their shock, it transformed into a 3-headed serpent. What in the world? Did this snake come from the classic of mountains and seas? Shouldn't it have 9 heads? The hawk found the snake's transformation far from terrifying. After all, in this apocalyptic world, anything could emerge, leaving him simply curious about this bizarre phenomenon. It's a 3-headed cobra with potent venom. We must proceed with caution, Nan Muron warned, observing the glossy black scales of the creature and the 3 heads that swayed rhythmically. Attempting to determine if its vital points had undergone any alteration post-transformation. The giant snake, under her scrutinizing gaze, instinctively glanced at its vital point. It was at that moment that Nan Muron confirmed that aside from the 3 heads, the giant serpent bore no other peculiarities. Strike its weak spot. Her words instilled a sense of threat within the serpent. The central head suddenly unleashed a 1-foot-long ice blade aimed directly at Nan Muron, who stood beside Si. In response to the serpent's attack, a fireball hurled by Si met the icy assault. Upon witnessing Si as offensive, the left snake head sprang into action as well. In an instant, a flurry of ice blades surged forth, accompanied by a cloud of dust, intent on annihilating the four of them in a single strike.
Goodness.
This creature possesses wit and even knows how to feign an attack. Since the apocalypse, the eagle felt he had truly broadened his horizons. Nanmu Rand directly concentrated her mental energy, redirecting the dust and ice blades towards the giant serpent. I will control her. You all find the opportunity to strike its weak spot. The moment she spoke, Nanmu Rand activated her mental power to manipulate the serpent's movements. Simultaneously, Jiawu suddenly darted forward at an uncanny speed, heading straight for the serpent's critical point. My word, has he awakened? To awaken one's abilities at such a moment, impressive indeed. The eagle felt a pang of envy. Following closely behind Jiawu, CS ice blades and metallic daggers shot forth rapidly. The eagle continued to harness the winds, compressing the yellow circle while assisting Nanmu Ran in controlling the serpent. The little white creature and Xiao Lu on Nanmu Ran's wrist eagerly sprang forth. Climbing along the serpent's body, the serpent's eyes reflected disbelief. How could these humans be so powerful, so much so that it found no chance to escape? Nanmu Ran, feeling elated, sensed 3 distinctly special crystal cores within the 3 heads of the serpent, abandoning her thoughts of using mental pressure to slay it. The serpent too realized it was no match for these humans. However, it would never allow its corpse to fall into the hands of these greedy beings. All its strength began to converge towards the 3 heads. It intended to self-destruct, kill it quickly. Sensing the serpent's intent, Nanmu Ran began to unleash vitality, aiming for Xiao Lu and Little White to strangle the serpent directly. At the same time, Si Yi and Jia Wu cooperated to swiftly breach the serpent's earth-based defenses, driving their weapons deep into its critical point. To ensure accuracy, Jia Wu infused his dagger with electricity. Watching the serpent collapse, Nanmu Rand let out a sigh of relief. Had it detonated, the 4 of them would have surely perished. The power of a level 5 mutated beast's self-detonation is no trifling matter. The devastation it could wreak would rival that of a fighter jet's bombardment. Surely, the flesh of this serpent must be edible. Jia Wu rummaged through the serpent's carcass, unable to resist the temptation of serpent stew. Holding a dagger, Nanmu Ran precisely extracted the 3 crystal cores from its head. It can be consumed, though the flesh of mutated beasts tends to be tough. I'll keep it for you. You can taste it when we return. As she spoke, she stowed the serpent's body in a corner of the spatial dimension. The 4 continued their search for the black-red fruit, trekking approximately 3 kilometers towards the mountain peak. In the distance, they spotted a towering tree, 5 stories high. This tree has mutated. Si observed the massive tree that overshadowed the surroundings, furrowing his brow slightly. Such a tree exuded an aura of threat. Despite her familiarity with plants, Nanmu Ran couldn't identify this tree. Gazing at the fruit the size of red-black apples hanging from its branches, the group felt a surge of excitement, yet refrained from acting impulsively. Nanmu Ran began to release vitality, urging Xiao Lu to investigate the situation. The moment the vitality manifested as green-white threads, the branches of the tree began to extend infinitely, swiftly wrapping around Nanmu Ran. Nanmu Ran, Nanjia, and Si were taken aback by the uncontrollable scene before them, instinctively preparing to act. Don't move. Nanmu Ran hurriedly halted their actions. Sensitive to plants, she sensed no malice from the branches encircling her. Moreover, the tree's level was not inferior to that of Xiao Lu. Engaging in combat would yield no victory. As Nanmu Ran approached the trunk of the tree, she discerned the issue. The upper half of the trunk had begun to rot. You noticed my vitality. So, you wish for my assistance? Nanmu Ran inquired tentatively. The tree responded. I know you came to harvest fruit. Heal me, and I shall grant you all the fruit on my branches. It's a deal. To communicate effortlessly with a level 3 plant like herself, the tree must be at least level 7. This was no ordinary tree. Nanmu Ran caressed the decayed area of the tree, channeling her vitality. Immediately, the wild grasses, vines, shrubs, and small trees beneath the tree began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. After experiencing the 4 seasons, some withered completely into the soil, while others thrived even more. Is Nan Ran saving someone? Jiawu was no stranger to this scene. He remembered Nanmu Ran mentioning that vitality cannot create life from nothing, so when utilizing vitality to save someone, it must be exchanged. Thus, she could not save any life in places devoid of vitality. Nature is fair. Whether it be vitality or resources, the total quantity remains unchanged. and all humanity can do is seize what they desire. Chapter 83. See as time ability. When the vitality of the plants within 100 meters of the tree had nearly been depleted, Nanmu Ran finally ceased her efforts. The rotted area of the tree had completely healed, even sprouting new bark. Then, the previously 5-story tall tree suddenly expanded to double its size. Its shadow loomed large, startling Si Yi and the others who were waiting nearby. You are healed. Nanmu Ran gently patted the trunk of the tree, her tone soft. The tree responded, I will give you all my fruit. Thank you. The tree added, when you leave, please bury the drooping branches into the surrounding soil. Nanmu Ran nodded in agreement, though she felt somewhat perplexed. The tree's attitude towards its fruit was quite strange. It seemed entirely unconcerned. The tree explained, I was never a fruit tree. The fruit emerged due to mutation from acid rain. From now on, I will no longer bear fruit. Nanmu Ran nodded. The crime of possessing treasures is not uncommon in this apocalypse. Without your fruit, you will be free from humans' covetous gazes, allowing you to grow freely amidst these mountains and streams. Upon hearing her words, the tree emitted a rustling sound, evidently pleased with the outcome. It had originally thrived in the mountains, nourished by sunlight and rain, unbothered by humanity, living freely. With the apocalypse's arrival, its strange fruits had first attracted human attention, and later the giant serpent, which had become quite bothersome.
Now,
having given all its fruit to the human who helped heal it, returning to its past existence was indeed the best outcome. Watching Nanmu Ran emerge safely, the anxious trio collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Please help bury the drooping branches around the tree. I will collect the fruit from the tree. Nanmu Ran said with a smile. The fruit, are we really getting this so easily? The eagle had thought that obtaining the fruit would require a fierce battle. Is it truly this simple? Upon hearing his words, Si shot him a frosty glance, prompting the eagle to promptly fall silent. Are you all right? Observing Nanmu Ran's calm demeanor, Si felt a twinge of unease. He vividly recalled that the last time Nanmu Ran had awakened their abilities, she had expended a considerable amount of vitality and ended up exhausted. Nanmu Ran smiled at him. It's fine. The vitality that helped the tree heal was drawn from those plants. I was merely a vessel. Hearing this, the three of them also relaxed. With the assistance of Xiao Lu and Little White, the collection of the tree's fruit progressed swiftly. Gazing at the more than 100 fruits before them, the four stood momentarily stunned. So many? The great tree bears fruit only once, and after that, it shall bear no more. Indeed, it is quite a rarity. Nanmu Ran gathered all the fruits into her space. Let us return. It becomes perilous in the mountains once darkness falls. After the four of them boarded the vehicle, Nanmu Ran retrieved water from her space, washed the 4 dark red fruits, and offered them. Try these. Xiao Lu mentioned that this fruit has remarkable effects on awakening abilities. The eagle, fixated on the lighter abilities, unhesitatingly accepted one and began to eat. Show some respect. Awaken something swift, or perhaps something like water or wall passing. Anything will do. It seems he had overindulged, as his powers were now selective. Si Yi recalled the dread that engulfed him when no one had awakened during the previous encounter with wolves in the apocalypse. Now this was truly splendid. Nanmu Ran smiled. Muga just awakened his speed ability. Consuming the fruit could enhance it. One should not force the awakening of abilities. This last remark was directed towards the eagle. Nanmu Ran had a premonition that the eagle would once again awaken a defensive ability. The sensitivity of a mental ability user was typically accurate. She felt assured. As expected, once they emerged from the mountains, the eagle had indeed awakened, his skin now hardened. Are you playing with me? He lamented, feeling his arms, as solid as iron, with tears unshed. Jia Wu had not awakened but could distinctly sense his speed ability had leveled up. The most peculiar case was Si Yi. He had anticipated a rapid ascension in all 5 elemental abilities, yet discovered he had not. He remained with the water, fire, and metal abilities he had before. Si Yi concentrated, attempting to sense the newfound power within him. His mental focus locked onto Nanmu Ran's gaze. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Jia Wu and the eagle remained oblivious, as if both the interior and exterior of the vehicle had come to a standstill. However, this suspension lasted only a fleeting moment before everything returned to normal. From each other's eyes, they sensed disbelief. Could this be a manipulation of time? Yet, why was Nanmu Ran unaffected? Though confused, they tacitly chose not to mention it again. The 4 of them returned to the courtyard in Jin Town. Of the original 15 members of the military ability team, only 4 remained. They did not enter the house, but instead built a bonfire in the courtyard, sitting together for warmth while awaiting the return of Nanmu Ran and her companions. As darkness deepened, the 4 began to feel unease. What if they encounter misfortune? The short-haired girl cast a worried glance at Haning Ting. They won't. Their strength far exceeds our expectations. Haning Ting, a proud man, rarely bowed to anyone. But Nanmu Ran and Siyu were exceptions. As they spoke, the sound of a vehicle parking at the entrance reached their ears. Soon, Nanmu Ran and her companions entered the courtyard. Spotting the bonfire in the center, the 4 of them smiled and settled down. The military ability team was momentarily stunned. Since they were to collaborate henceforth, it would be prudent to get acquainted and also understand each other's abilities. This marked Nanmu Ran's first conversation with anyone from the military ability team aside from Haning Ting, and her demeanor was quite amicable. The remaining 4 members of the military team immediately grasped the situation. Clearly, Nanmu Ran had no intention of setting off with the entire team. Instead, she had selected these 4 as her companions. Haning Ting was a level 2 metal ability user, late stage, and a level 1 light ability user, early stage. Jia Wu was a level 2 speed ability user, mid stage. Cheng Cheng, a level 2 control ability user, early stage. The short-haired girl hesitated. Xiang Shi, a level 2 water ability user, early stage, and a level 1 healing ability user, early stage. One could not deny that the individuals chosen by Nanmu Ran were quite suitable. They represented the stronger members of the military ability team. However, Nanmu Ran's sole interest lay in the seemingly inconspicuous Jia Wu, a formidable presence in this post-apocalyptic world, second only to Haning Ting. Yet, this individual's approach to matters was somewhat nefarious, leading to a mixed reputation. Siyi possessed mid-stage level 3 water ability, late-stage level 2 fire ability, and early-stage level 1 metal ability. The 4 before them were left dumbfounded. What was it like to be at the mid-stage of level 3? The eagle, somewhat unwillingly, spoke up. I am a late-stage level 2 wind ability user, mid-stage level 1 strength ability user, and early-stage level 1 skin hardening ability user. The 4 were once again taken aback. Jia Wu was a late-stage level 3 lightning ability user and an early-stage level 1 speed ability user. Nanmu Ran had a mid-stage level 3 plan ability and a late-stage level 3 mental ability. Well then, the military quartet was thoroughly astonished. No wonder the 4 of them were reluctant to include them. Why would they want to carry the burden of others? Chapter 84. Generously holding hands if all is well. Let us rest in our rooms. We will set out at dawn to locate that tree. Nanmu Ran rose. Observing her movement, Cheng Cheng hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh. She had initially wanted to ask if she could sleep with Nanmu Ran, but it was clear that the 4 had no intention of parting ways. Nanmu Ran sensed her thoughts, but chose not to concern herself with them. After the 4 departed, seeing Cheng Cheng's troubled expression, Haning Ting remarked, "It is inconvenient for girls to share a room. Separating is also unsettling."
Coincidentally,
Principal Wang's room is a suite. You can stay inside while the 3 of us will stay outside. Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng quickly nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Though she appeared tomboyish, she was still a girl and could not truly share a room. After dinner, Nanmu Ran and Si expressed their desire to take a walk. It snowed. Are you two just going to stroll around? The eagle found it difficult to comprehend their behavior. Could it be that they are in love? Not really. Aside from a hint of ambiguity, nothing seems amiss. Jia Wu remarked as he playfully punched the eagle. Warning, shut your mouth. He then turned to Nanmu Ran and Si. You two go ahead. Just be cautious. A thin layer of snow lay on the ground, glistening under the moonlight. Nanmu Ran and Si walked side by side, enveloped in silence. That you? They both said in unison, sharing a helpless smile. You go first. Si paused, looking at Nanmu Ran. She nodded. Time abilities. I have never heard of them during my 5 years in the apocalypse. If one could manipulate time, they would be perceived as eerie and terrifying by others and would surely be eliminated. Therefore, it is essential that no one discovers your time abilities. What about you? Si's gaze held a hint of unease as he looked at Nanmu Ran. She regarded him with confusion, uncertain of the sudden question's intent. Do you find me terrifying because of my time ability? He continued, caring little for others' opinions, but deeply valuing Nanmu Ran's. Upon hearing this, Nanmu Ran's beautiful eyes shimmered with light, her tone playful. Why would I find you terrifying? It serves me no purpose. Si silently contemplated her response, clearly dissatisfied. Even if it were useful to me, I would not be afraid, for I am entirely confident that you would never harm me. Nan Mu Rant's voice was resolute as she met Si's gaze. Her unwavering trust caused Si to smile, his handsome face seemingly glowing. You look best when you smile, Nan Mu Ran generously complimented. Si nodded, I shall smile more in the future. But do not smile at everyone. It invites trouble. Nan Mu Ran pondered for a moment before suggesting, Si, let me help you upgrade your time ability. Curiosity piqued. She wondered whether it could merely halt time. Nan Mu Rant's intuition suggested that time abilities were far more intricate than they appeared. In her previous life, she had utilized her mental abilities for exploration and had heard the madman Jean mention that there existed two kinds of powers so formidable that they defied the laws of nature. At the time, she had been intrigued. Now, it seemed that one of these must be Si's time ability. What could the other be?
Si nodded, e quali intrigued. All right.
Nan Muron conveyed her previous insights and deductions to Si. Si, however, did not dwell on it for long. Controlling time indeed counts as one method. Another will be revealed once we thoroughly clear the underground laboratory. Once we obtain the fruits and level up, we should hasten our journey. He felt a sense of impatience. As he looked at her, he suddenly sensed a warmth enveloping the winter air. Let us return. It is growing increasingly cold. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron glanced over her shoulder and realized they had ventured quite far from the town. It was indeed getting chilly. I am somewhat reluctant to leave. I will carry you. Observing Si bending slightly, Nan Muron joyfully leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her head lazily resting on his shoulder. I am so happy. Is it because you do not have to walk?
Si chuckled.
It is because you are carrying me. Nan Muron replied sincerely. As long as I am alive, I will always be by your side, Si suddenly declared. Without hesitation, Nan Muron playfully smacked the back of his head, her tone irritated. Remove that middle part. Si, taken aback by her unexpected action, complied obediently. Nan Muron. I will always be by your side. That is much better. Content with his words, Nan Muron settled her head back onto his shoulder. As she felt drowsy, she found herself amused, recalling her previous impression of Si as a stereotypical man. Yet, upon hearing him utter such affectionate words, her reaction was unexpected. Well then, a stereotypical man combined with an ambiguous Terminator is truly a perfect match. When Nan Muron next opened her eyes, it was early the following day. The group prepared their belongings, ready to embark on their quest for the Chinese scholar tree, which was located on D Mountain, accessible by a winding uphill path. The military's knowledge of the tree stemmed from a tip-off, so upon reaching a sparsely populated village at mid-slope, they encountered an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, waiting beneath the tree. He was a veteran. Jia Wu merely glanced at the man and confidently asserted, he is a soldier. Nan Muron was puzzled by how he discerned this from the frail, hunched figure of the old soldier. His gaze, Si whispered, reminding her that the old man's piercing eyes were filled with a chilling aura, a demeanor only a battle-hardened veteran could possess. Follow me, the old man said, scanning the group before leading them forward. As they walked, Nan Muron utilized her mental strength to investigate the village's situation, assessing the old man's trustworthiness. To her surprise, she discovered that although the small village consisted of merely a dozen households, nearly all had survived and were living quite well. Most importantly, there was a late-stage second-level psychic ability user, a boy of around 12 or 13. Si, aware of her intense concentration on the surroundings, worried she might stumble, took her delicate left hand in his. Despite his concern, Nan Muron was preoccupied with sensing the boy's psychic energy, noting that it felt different from her own. The last two in line, Eagle and Jia Wu, observed Si's small gesture. It seemed he was no longer hesitant. Eagle felt a sense of relief for Si, while Jia Wu simply smiled, clearly pleased with the development. The old soldier's frail form did not hinder his pace. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, he began to proceed towards the adjacent peak, navigating through the sparse, overgrown path. The group followed, clearing the way as they moved. It was only when Nan Muron felt her mental perception reach its limit that she noticed Si's firm grip on her left hand. Here we are. The old soldier's voice rumbled gravely. The 8 of them looked up to Si, 20 meters ahead at the mountain's base, a massive, fiery red Chinese scholar tree, resembling a small building. Do not approach it. It may suddenly attack, the old man warned, his tone laced with an underlying concern. Beneath the colossal tree, a large open space was alive with vibrant grass and the flutter of birds. The entire area, centered around the tree, stood out starkly against the white snow, creating an oddly enchanting scene. Suddenly, mutated birds and wandering plants near the tree were swiftly drawn in by the tree's lightning-like speed, leaving the onlookers astonished. This tree has completely lost its sanity after mutating. It uses illusions to lure animals closer and devour them, Xiao Lu remarked. To acquire its fruit, we must seize it by force. Can we ascertain its condition? Nan Muron pondered, witnessing the peculiar transformation of the tree exhibiting seasonal traits. It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Beside her, Han Yingting and the others shook their heads in unison, uncertain how to assess it. It looks beautiful, yet it is strange. These foolish humans, Nan Muron, it is a 6th-level mutated type. Hearing this, Nan Muron felt a wave of frustration. Her own plant abilities were only at the late 3rd level, rendering her incapable of fully harnessing Xiao Lu's 7th-level potential. If a confrontation ensued, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. Is there a problem? Jia Wu, rarely seeing her troubled, felt concerned. This tree has reached the late 6th level, Nan Muron sighed. While the tree was not the most formidable force since the apocalypse, it remained a formidable opponent. The 6th level, Han Yingting, and the others stammered. Since the apocalypse, they had always been the elite, proud of their talents. Yet, since meeting Nan Muron, they felt like inconsequential extras, merely dragging down their leader. Coming to terms with such a stark contrast was indeed challenging. Trees fear fire. Perhaps we should try a fire attack? Eagle suggested, furrowing his brow. This tree was exceedingly peculiar, and it was best not to approach it. If it is a level 3, I respect your bravery. Nan Muron thought of giving Eagle a thumbs up. Eagle himself found the notion ludicrous and refrained from further comment. Nan Muron began to contemplate strategies, her mind gradually clarifying with the distance. Simultaneously, Si had a bright idea. Utilizing their abilities to directly retrieve the fruits without approaching the tree was the best course of action. Si Yi, Han Yingting, and Xiangxi. If the 3 of you utilize your powers from here, you can directly pluck the fruits. Cheng Cheng, assist me in ensuring the fruits do not fall to the ground, while Eagle will use wind to help us retrieve them. 15 and Jia Wu, use your speed abilities to collect the fruits without damage. What do you think? Nan Muron proposed to the group. Excellent idea, they exclaimed, their eyes lighting up, all agreeing that it was a splendid plan. It is a good strategy, but we need to ensure our coordination is seamless and practiced, Han Yingting noted. Let us test it on that nearby withered wild fruit tree, Si suggested, glancing at a nearby tree laden with desiccated black fruits. The 8 of them found suitable positions around the withered tree, maintaining a safe distance from the Chinese scholar tree, and began their attempts. They first launched ice blades and metal blades simultaneously, targeting the dried black fruits on the tree. Subsequently, their psychic and control abilities managed the descent of the fruits. Eagle's wind power quickly aided in lifting the fruits out of the tree's attack range. Finally, 15 and Jia Wu employed their speed abilities to gather the fruits. In the beginning, their lack of tight coordination led to difficulties in successfully retrieving the fruits, with some being damaged due to slow execution. However, after multiple trials and adjustments to their positions and the timing of their abilities, they began to synchronize effectively. After several consecutive attempts, they encountered no errors. The only limitation was that their ability to control the fruits determined the quantity they could retrieve. Han Yingting and Qingqing managed a maximum of 5 at a time, while Nan Muron and Si could double that, achieving 10. Jia Wu and Eagle exchanged glances, saying nothing. Nan Muron and Si's collaboration could yield at least 20. It appears that they are concealing their true capabilities. A glance at Han Yingtian and his companions reveals their troublesome nature, which could hinder performance. Nan Muron and Si are aware of their intentions, but find it inappropriate to voice their thoughts. Once the 8 of them have coordinated effectively, they return to a position not far from the tree. They quickly find their optimal stances. Xiao Lu encourages Ruan, stay strong. Don't be afraid. If it comes to it, I'll lead you all to safety. The tree won't be able to catch us. Nan Muron smiles faintly. Thank you, Xiao Lu. Then her tone turns serious. Prepare for action. With her command, everyone channels their focus as trained. Before the swaying tree can react, the 8 of them, through their swift and precise teamwork, have already collected 2 rounds of fruits, totaling 30. However, during their 3rd attempt, the tree's branches suddenly lash out towards them. Retreat. Sensing danger, the group hastily withdraws from their previous positions, watching as the tree's numerous branches strike where they had just stood. That was close, they murmur, shaken by the near miss. Yet, Nan Muron suddenly turns to see, I want to give it a try. A wildly ambitious idea forms in her mind. How should I test it? She contemplates the vitality of the tree and whether it is sufficient to nourish the myriad of life in the mountains. Her gaze on the tree is fervent. Without Siya's time-manipulating powers, she would hesitate to act so recklessly. However, with time suspended, it feels like a second chance. Even if just for a fleeting moment, that brief window is enough to take the risk. Most importantly, the 6th-level tree's wood core holds unparalleled allure for Nan Muron, who possesses plant abilities. Siyi nods. I'll accompany you. Wu go, Haning Tian, you all take the others to the veterans' village. Jia Wu says nothing further. He understands Nan Muron and Siyi well enough to know they are not reckless adventurers. Their decision must be based on considerable confidence. You two, stay safe.
What?
The 8 of us can't go, and you're leaving just the 2 of you? Laoing looks at them with concern. Jia Wu, without a word, thinks that these 2 might just be more capable than the rest. He pulls Lao Ying along down the mountain. Let us go.
Stay safe.
And we'll await your return. Haning Tian realizes that remaining here with their strength would only invite trouble, so he speaks up. Once they depart, only Nan Muron and Siyi remain. They exchange a knowing smile before sprinting towards the tree. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu dart out along Nan Muron's left arm, forging a path ahead of them. Chapter 86. A frantic idea. The tree is enraged, having lost many fruits to their stealthy theft. Seeing Nan Muron, Siyi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Lu rushing towards them, the entire tree begins to swell, growing larger than before. The crimson, robust branches strike the ground with a violent elegance. As Nan Muron and Siyi evade the tree's strikes, their speed remains undiminished. They charge directly into the area beneath the tree's confinement. Siyi employs his metal blades and fireballs to clear a path through the attacking branches, with Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai closely following. Together, they navigate Nan Muron to the foot of the tree. Placing her left hand on the trunk, Nan Muron channels her life force into the tree, siphoning its vitality to nourish the surrounding flora. Initially, the tree perceives their actions as a suicidal endeavor. However, it soon feels its energy rapidly depleting. This strange occurrence alarms it. If this continues, its life force will be completely drained. The branches retract swiftly, forming a vast perimeter and launching unrelenting assaults on the ground where they had stood. Siyi, hold off the tree with Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu for a moment. I need time, Nan Muron urges as she fervently amplifies her life force, intent on inflicting damage on the tree. Siyi nods and begins to use his fire powers to counter the tree's attacks while he wraps his arms around Nan Muron, swiftly pulling her out of harm's way. The tree, infuriated, watches the 2 humans dart in and out of its control zone, its powerful strikes failing to land. It becomes increasingly agitated as numerous branches swiftly grow and plunge into the surrounding soil, encircling the area beneath the tree to limit their movements. Nan Muron smirks, having longed for an opportunity to touch the tree's trunk. Approaching the tree's main body, Siyi conjures a massive water shield, shielding Xiao Bai, Xiao Lu, Nan Muron, and himself against the tree's onslaught. The water shield is fortified with metallic blades, while fireballs swirl around it, each one leaping with precision to intercept the tree's attacking branches. The area beneath the tree transforms into a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Nan Muron, still in contact with the trunk, begins to transfer the tree's life force again, channeling it through the interconnected roots beneath the soil to other plants. Even in areas where the roots have perished, as long as seeds exist, they will awaken and flourish upon sensing vitality. In the valley, centered around the tree, previously withered and lifeless trees begin to rejuvenate. Seedlings sprout and grow. Dead trees experience a rebirth, sprouting green shoots, eventually developing into leaves, and even blossoming into numerous unknown wildflowers. The lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and flourishing grass imbue the once barren valley with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of new life. Moreover, the area continues to expand, gaining momentum. The tree finally realizes that the girl clinging to its trunk is siphoning its life force to revitalize the ailing plants around them. Xiao Lu exclaims, "If this continues, you will completely wither away." As a fellow mutated plant, enjoying the nourishment of rain and sunlight, and given the tree's current strength, it will undoubtedly grow even more powerful. It would be a pity to eradicate it now. The tree retorts, "You too are a plant. Why align yourself with this terrifying human? Xiao Lu replies, nonsense. Nan Muron is a wonderful human. She is not terrifying at all. The tree counters. A being capable of controlling the lives of others, and you claim she is not terrifying? During their exchange, the tree rapidly retracts all branches encircling them. Undeterred by the encroaching flames, it flings the 2 humans and 2 plants away from its trunk. As they are thrown aside, Nan Muron glances back at the tree's nimble branches with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is it afraid? Xiao Lu responds, the tree's vitality is formidable, but it cannot withstand such relentless draining. Observing the vibrant plants revitalized within a radius of hundreds of meters, Nan Muron feels a twinge of embarrassment. It seems rather ruthless. Yet, the tree, having gone mad from its mutation, cannot be spared. Xiao Lu interjects, Wan, you still haven't harvested its fruits. Xiao Lu kindly reminds her. Though he feels regretful about Nan Muron's intention to eliminate the tree, he offers no objections, knowing that Nan Muron is always right.
Free.
Nan Muron turns to Siyi, prompting him. Once more, they dash towards the tree. Siyi employs his water and metal abilities, unleashing a flurry of ice blades to swiftly harvest the fruits. Nan Muron encourages Xiao Lu and Sha Bai to collect the fruits. Their unspoken understanding allows them to work seamlessly, and soon, they nearly deplete the tree's bounty. The tree of heaven felt the hurried passage of people, vines, and willow branches around it, growing increasingly irritable. Suddenly, it began to swell and ultimately broke free from the constraints of the soil, crashing towards them. Has it grown legs? Sai gazed in astonishment at the tree walking upside down. As the tree drew nearer, Nan Murion's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart raced with elation. This fellow must be furious, having forgotten to conceal its crystal core. She maneuvered Little Willow to the rear of the tree, ensuring she could instantaneously use her mental powers to seize the crystal core perched atop it. Sai, halt time, Nan Murion exclaimed suddenly. Sai too caught sight of the gleaming 6th-level azure crystal core atop the tree's roots. Gathering his energy swiftly, he suspended time in an instant. Utilizing her psychic abilities, Nan Murion directed the immobilized Little Willow to wrap around the tree's crystal core. As time resumed, the tree, deprived of its core, rapidly withered, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Little Willow stared at the azure crystal core entwined in its branches, bewildered by how it had appeared there. Xiaobai, Murion and Sai are amazing. Little Willow, did you see that? Xiaobai, no, but acquiring a 6th-level mutated plant's crystal core is quite impressive. Little Willow, indeed. You are still a fool. We're done here. Through Little Willow's words, Nan Murion guessed what the two were discussing. With a smile, she took the crystal core and gently patted Little Willow, signaling it to return. Let us head back to the old soldiers' village halfway up the mountain. Nan Murion felt immensely pleased.
All right.
She turned to descend the mountain, only to find Sai had not moved at all. Aren't you coming? Aren't you tired? Sai was uncertain whether Nan Murion's extensive use of her abilities would impact her health, yet an inexplicable unease gripped him. Chapter 87. Conditions for rescuing. Nan Murion blinked, not understanding his meaning, before noticing him bending forward before her. I'll carry you back. Sai watched her round, blinking eyes, his heart melting. Accepting Sai's kindness, Nan Murion replied cheerfully, Oh, how delightful. The descent was narrow and rugged, yet Sai walked steadily, observing his perfect profile. Nan Murion recalled their past escape from the underground laboratory. Though the situations were entirely different, the two figures somehow merged in her mind, leaving her momentarily unable to distinguish between them.
Sai, how about we start a romance?
Sai's previously steady steps halted abruptly at her words, his heart racing uncontrollably. And his pace slowed. I've never been in a relationship. I might not do well. Hearing Sai's hesitant, low voice, Nan Murion frowned. What nonsense is that? As if I have experience in romance. Sai clearly sensed her displeasure. Was she angry?
Why?
Observing his silence, Nan Murion felt speechless. Well, that topic was closed. It felt as if her long-absent anxiety resurfaced, and she broke free, standing defiantly before Sai. What's wrong with you? Can't understand Mandarin? Seeing her puff up like a small creature in front of him, Sai couldn't help but chuckle. I merely said, I might not do well. And then, please be forgiving. I will strive to do my best. So, Nan Murion, would you be willing to date me? After uttering this simple sentence, Sai felt more exhausted than after a 10-kilometer armed obstacle course. However, initiating a confession seemed more appropriate for a man. Hearing this, Nan Murian laughed, her earlier irritation dissipating, leaving her in high spirits. All right then. Let us go. I'll ride on your back. Sai smiled, his ears inexplicably turning red. As they walked down the winding path, it felt as though everything had changed, yet nothing had truly altered. When they reached halfway down the mountain, the sky had darkened. Upon nearing the village, they spotted Jia Wu and Han Tian waiting at the entrance. Murian, Sister Nan Wolf. Miss Nan Wolf, you've finally returned. Everyone was exhilarated by their safe return, feeling reassured. The old soldier's child said you would certainly return safely, but we were still worried, so we waited here. Jia Wu smiled as he explained to Nan Murian. Suddenly, anguished cries from a child resonated from the village center.
Doesn't that sound like Qi Jin?
The eagle and Han Tian exchanged glances, a shared understanding dawning upon them. Nan Murian then realized that Qi Jin was the old soldier's grandson, the only psychic in the village. Named for his birth weight of 7 Jin, he had been given the nickname Qi Jin. Let us check on situation. Sai gestured for them to lead the way. Sensing their anxiety, the old soldier's yard followed the standard layout of rural homes in the area, with 2 cave dwellings facing south at the front, and 3 large tiled houses to the west. The cries emanated from the eastern cave. Inside, a middle-aged woman wept, watching her son clutch his head tightly, writhing in agony on the Kong. Dad, is there any way? If this continues, Qi Jin will be driven mad. The old soldier, seated across from her, listened to his daughter-in-law's words, observing his suffering grandson with a gaze filled with deep resignation. His once stooped figure seemed to sag further. He knew he could seek help from the soldiers who came to gather fruit. Perhaps that fruit could save his grandson, yet he found himself unable to voice it. Beside him stood a sturdy middle-aged man, whose red eyes revealed his torment. In the corner, a pair of twins huddled together, frightened and on the verge of tears. Nan Murian absorbed the atmosphere of the room, empathizing with each individual's pain and struggle. Han Tian and the others, along with Jia Wu and the eagle, were equally anxious. Their concern for Qi Jin stemmed from the hospitality of the old soldier's family. The little fellow had confided in them, seeing their worry about the mountain, revealing that he possessed psychic abilities and could foresee events occurring within the village over the next day. He had assured them that Nan Murian and Sai would return safely. I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, Xiangxi entered the room and grasped Qi Jin's hand, attempting to alleviate his suffering with her healing powers, but to no avail. The family's hope, ignited by Xiangxi's arrival, faded once more into despair. Nan Murian sighed slightly, her cool voice resonating. I can help him. The old soldier, the middle-aged couple, and even the children on the sofa turned to her in unison. She was strikingly beautiful, a vision that seemed to clash with her surroundings. After a long pause, the old soldier was the first to respond, looking at Nan Murian. What are your conditions?
Speak.
The old soldier discerned that this girl was neither a soldier nor someone prone to recklessness, nor was she overly kind-hearted. Coupled with her unfinished sentence, he understood she could save Qi Jin, but there would be conditions. Nan Murian smiled at the old soldier. No matter what happens, you cannot interfere. The old soldier's family visibly paused, puzzled by her intentions. Nan Murian turned to the most authoritative figure in the household, the old soldier. Agree. Save him now. If you don't, in 3 to 5 more instances he will become a fool. Without needing the old soldier to respond, the middle-aged woman, unable to bear her son's suffering, nodded fervently. I agree. Whatever the conditions, I agree. Just save my son. Nan Murian paid little heed to her words, merely observing the old soldier. After a long silence, the old soldier nodded. All right, I agree. Upon receiving a satisfactory reply, Nan Murian turned her attention to Qi Jin, who was drenched in sweat on the Kong. Approaching him, she grasped his arm, channeling her life force through every part of him, nourishing his spirit. As the pain subsided, Qi Jin began to cease his thrashing. However, it was rather peculiar that he sat up, for everyone here was certain he did not do so of his own volition. Nan Murian stood before Qi Jin, commanding his attention. Qi Jin, somewhat bewildered, raised his gaze, feeling as though his previously chaotic and noisy mind had been rendered blank, as if all the sounds and images from moments ago had vanished. In his eyes and in his mind, only the strikingly beautiful sister before him remained. Nan Murian gazed at him quietly, her vitality unwavering, until he gradually calmed down and regained his composure. Chapter 88. Are you willing to come with me? As Qijin absorbed the long-forgotten tranquility surrounding him, a glimmer of surprise shone in his weary eyes, and he felt considerably lighter. Nan Muron observed the young boy before her, around 12 or 13 years old, standing under 5 feet tall, with a bowl-cut hairstyle, possessing a charmingly innocent appearance.
Thank you, sister.
Since the apocalypse began, Qijin had never felt such ease. Nan Muron regarded him with a calm demeanor. If you cannot learn to control your mental powers, you will forever be tormented by the myriad of faint and discordant sounds within your perception. Each moment will be a torment, leading to headaches and disorientation, until you can no longer endure it, succumbing to pain and ultimately madness. Listening to Nan Muron's words, Qijin lowered his head, fully aware that this beautiful sister spoke the truth, feeling the loss of control within himself. Yet, to spare his grandfather, father, and mother from worry, he had never confided in anyone. The shock of her words resonated with everyone in the room, both inside and outside. Siyi instinctively glanced at Nan Muron, wondering if her mental abilities inflicted the same suffering upon her. The veteran and the middle-aged couple looked at the nearly exhausted Qijin on the bed, their hearts aching for him. I am the only one who can help you with your current predicament. However, we will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Will you come with me? Nan Muron continued in a composed tone. Upon hearing her words, the veteran's family changed their expressions. It seemed she intended to take their child away. No, you. The veteran's daughter-in-law's face paled, eager to protest.
Silence.
The veteran's deep, authoritative voice halted her words. He began to grasp Nan Muron's intentions. Previously, he would have never allowed Qijin to leave with this girl, but upon hearing her words and observing his grandson's reaction, he understood everything. Qijin was tormented by the power within his own body, a burden he could no longer bear. In that moment, the veteran felt an overwhelming compassion. No wonder his once-spirited grandson had become so withdrawn since the onset of the apocalypse. Qijin instinctively glanced at his mother, whose eyes began to glaze over with tears. Yet she ultimately could not bring herself to voice her objections. Qijin could not help but lower his head, contemplating, "But I need to protect my grandfather and the villagers. Your mental abilities can only predict, they lack offensive power. Furthermore, under your current circumstances, you cannot sustain this for long. In the end, you will not only fail to protect them but become a burden," Nan Muron stated matter-of-factly. Qijin looked at her. "Why do you want me to come with you?" "Because, to me, you still hold some value," Nan Muron replied candidly, meeting the boy's gaze. For a mental ability user, especially one with keen perception yet no offensive capability, there was no need for deceit. The middle-aged couple was momentarily taken aback by her words, while the veteran exhaled in relief. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, purposeful utility was far more reassuring than unfocused goodwill. Qijin looked at the beautiful sister, searching for the truth behind her words. "You dare to use your mental abilities in front of me?" Nan Muron chuckled, playfully tapping his forehead. "Little one must encounter the world to truly understand fear." This remark was intended for both Qijin and the veteran. In this apocalypse, the peacefulness of this village would not last long. Qijin was a gifted ability user. Yet, he remained a child. Should he fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, the only outcome would be his demise. The veteran sighed softly, understanding that no matter Qijin's thoughts, they, as elders, must help him make a choice. "Sister, you are truly remarkable," Qijin admired, sensing her formidable mental power without an ounce of fear, but rather a sense of admiration. Nan Muron regarded the young boy, resolute in her pursuit of his predictive abilities. "So, will you accompany me?" Qijin wished to agree but fell silent, turning instead to look at his grandfather. He saw the veteran rise and nod slightly. The crimson-eyed man beside him also affirmed his son's decision, while the middle-aged woman, though reluctant, understood the necessity. "Sister, will I be able to return?" Qijin asked, a tinge of sadness in his voice, reluctant to part from his family. "Why not? Are you selling yourself to me?" Nan Muron found his thoughts endearing. Hearing her words, the veteran's family exhaled in relief. With the matter settled, Nan Muron and her companions quietly exited the room, leaving space for the family. Do all mental ability users experience this? After parting ways with Han Ingding and his group, Siyi voiced her deepest unease. Nan Muron chuckled softly. "Indeed. Have you forgotten? It was you who taught me how to control my mental powers." "I taught you?" Siyi was taken aback. "My mental abilities were forcibly activated in an underground laboratory. Unlike Qijin's, mine are offensive in nature. As I sensed everything around me, I could not help but suffer from pain and agitation. Eventually, you taught me to immerse myself in my own world, to feel each subtle fluctuation of my mental power, which helped me gradually learn to control it.
Hawkeye.
Trailing behind the two, grew increasingly confused. Sister Nan's mental power control is a lesson from the wolf pack? No, Sister Nan, I don't understand what you mean at all. Beside him, Jia Wu unhesitatingly pulled back the bewildered Hawkeye. Speak less, it's better than anything. Hawkeye felt speechless, wondering why this fellow always appeared so enigmatic and knowledgeable. Ahead, Nan Muron and Si exchanged smiles without speaking, though they had no intention of revealing everything. They also did not plan to keep secrets indefinitely. After all, mutual trust was paramount among teammates. Shortly after the four returned to the house, a knock echoed at the door. Opening it revealed the veteran holding 2 bowls of noodles. Clearly, the noodles were intended for Nan Muron and Si, as they were the only ones who had not dined. I wish to speak with Miss Nan. The veteran addressed Jia Wu, his tone slightly hesitant. Inside. Nan Muron looked at him and nodded with a smile. Come in. By the way, Si, you 3 take a walk. As she directly ushered them out, the 3 exchanged glances before exiting, with the veteran handing 1 bowl of noodles to Si. Si hurriedly expressed gratitude, closing the door behind her as she left. In an instant, only the veteran and Nan Muron remained in the room. Nan Muron picked up her chopsticks and began to mix the noodles, which were topped with meat, vegetables, eggs, and red peppers. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. I have never seen a young girl so composed in the presence of someone as menacing as myself. The veteran found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Are you worried about Qijin coming with me? Nan Muron inquired after taking a bite of the noodles. Of course not. In the veteran's mind, those who could collaborate with the military were undoubtedly not bad people, hence trustworthy. Nan Muron was taken aback, then why? Her gentle demeanor alleviated some of the veteran's concerns, prompting him to share his thoughts. Chapter 89. The approach of the Serpent Hoard 7 Jin is the first grandson of the veteran, exhibiting a remarkable sense of responsibility from a young age and forming a close bond with his grandfather. Following the apocalyptic downpour of acidic rain, the veteran took 7 Jin into the mountains in search of sustenance, inadvertently discovering a peculiar tree bearing fruit. To avoid potential danger, they refrained from approaching this enigmatic tree. However, their family dog, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, pilfered the fruit from the tree for 7 Jin, awakening something within him. Subsequently, the dog ventured into the mountains alone on several occasions, returning with fruit for 7 Jin twice. Eventually, the dog vanished without a trace, leading 7 Jin to weep profusely, claiming he witnessed their dog being consumed by the strange tree. The veteran recounted tales of 7 Jin for quite some time before falling into a contemplative silence, leaving the room enveloped in a prolonged stillness. In this unpredictable post-apocalyptic world, he could not guarantee 7 Jin's safety while accompanying him, yet he promised to exercise caution. Nan Muron listened intently to the veteran's uncharacteristic rambling until she finally spoke calmly. The veteran looked at her in astonishment. Thank you. I may undertake many perilous endeavors, and 7 Jin's precognitive abilities are crucial to me. I will strive to enhance his power, but it will also thrust him into the throes of danger. You may harbor concerns, but in this apocalyptic era, children like 7 Jin are destined for such fates, Nan Muron stated sincerely, gazing into the veteran's eyes. The veteran understood the truth in her words. 7 Jin's abilities were too peculiar for him to safeguard, and ultimately, there were only 2 paths: to suffer madness or to be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Among others, this candid and straightforward young woman brought him a measure of comfort. Indeed, there appeared to be no better alternatives. Once the veteran departed, Si Yi and the others hurried back indoors. Are you uneasy? Jia Wu glanced at Nan Muron. He is still just a 12-year-old child. It is only natural to feel concern. The eagle sighed, momentarily missing his own family and wondering about the well-being of his parents and siblings. Sensing the eagle's unease, Si placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Eagle, where is your home? Nan Muron inquired suddenly, knowing that he was a person deeply tethered to his emotions, standing resolutely behind Si Yi during critical moments. In Lan City, the eagle replied. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron retrieved a map from her bag and located one of the 5 fruit-bearing trees near Lan City. See if this location is far from your home. You might want to check it out later. Observing that it was over 100 kilometers away, the eagle nodded with excitement, realizing he had not returned home in 3 years and felt an inexplicable shyness. Si Yi and Jia Wu exchanged glances, sighing at the eagle's yearning. They, too, were solitary travelers in this world, unencumbered by attachments. Well, Jia Wu still has his wife, by May. As for me, I have Nan Muron. Let us finish tidying up and rest. We must set off early tomorrow, Nan Muron said, producing 8 fruits, 4 orange-red fruits from the peculiar tree and 4 black-red fruits from the large tree. She also retrieved a substantial number of low-grade crystal cores acquired from Principal Wang in town, distributing them among the group to restore their vitality. Elder sister Nan, have you gathered all the remaining fruits from the tree? The eagle asked, astonished. A fair amount, Si Yi replied nonchalantly. The eagle sighed. Conceding that Jia Wu had indeed demonstrated foresight, their combined strength surpassed that of 8 individuals. After consuming the fruits and absorbing the crystal cores, they retired for the night. Nan Muron, with her fruits and cores, entered the small space designated for sleeping. The accommodations provided by the veteran's family were spacious, separated by a towering wardrobe.
Ressembling à suite.
Nan Muron took residence in the smaller partition with a bed. After the 3 of them finished their fruits and absorbed the crystal cores, they each found a comfortable spot on the sofa to rest. Interestingly, aside from the initial discomfort experienced after consuming Xiao Bai's fruit, they had not encountered any adverse effects from the subsequent fruits. As night fell, enveloping the farmhouse in darkness, some slumbered peacefully, while others wore expressions of worry. The veteran's family assisted Seven Jean in preparing their belongings, tears streaming silently down their faces. Since the onset of the apocalypse, all means of communication had gradually failed. Once separated, the path to reunion seemed insurmountable. Dad, I heard Captain Han mention that there is a safe base at the foot of the Shishan Mountains. Should we seek refuge there? The middle-aged man suggested, testing the waters. The veteran gazed out at the vast, white mountains and sighed, recognizing the daunting challenge of reaching a safe base. In their village, with only a handful of families comprising 50 or 60 individuals, half of whom were elderly or children, they could barely sustain themselves in this familiar terrain. To go to a base? Firstly, the journey is perilous. Secondly, how would these unskilled individuals survive? In another room, Han Yingtian observed the flickering candlelight in the veteran's home, feeling increasingly uneasy. I will pay a visit to Miss Nan, he declared. You intend to escort them to the safe base? The eagle, upon hearing this, wished he could probe Han Yingtian's thoughts, as he believed living in the village was more comfortable than in the outside world. Han Yingtian nodded. It is too dangerous for them to remain here. Nan Muron smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness in her tone. In this apocalypse, nothing poses a greater threat than the human heart. They may not be suited for the outside world. However, do try to persuade them. If the veteran agrees, I will grant you time to escort them. Disinterested in further debate with Han Yingtian, she spoke coldly. As expected, the veteran rejected Han Yingtian's suggestion without hesitation, and the other villagers shared the same sentiment. In the dead of night, while everyone else was fast asleep, the door to Nan Muron's room was knocked upon once more. What is it? Jia Wu instantly illuminated the area with a flashlight and approached the door. Standing at the entrance was Seven Jin's father, his face filled with urgency and anxiety. Seven Jin says a horde of snakes is about to attack the village. Awakened from slumber by the commotion, Nan Muron instantly became alert upon hearing of the snake horde. The group quickly donned their gear and exited the house, coinciding with Han Yingtian and his team, who were also preparing to leave. Seven Jin rushed to Nan Muron's side. Sister, I saw over 100 snakes. Can you ascertain the time? It is 3 a.m. I recall the veteran mentioning that Seven Jin can foresee events occurring within a single day. Seven Jin concentrated, recalling the imagery in his mind. Finally able to discern the time on the wall clock. Around 5 o'clock? 5:45. 2.5 hours from now. Han Yingtian's expression changed dramatically as he glanced at his watch. Nan Muron first utilized her mental energy to sense the surroundings within a kilometer, finding no anomalies. Before gently nudging the wrist of her companion, Xiao Lu, are they within your sensory range? They have just entered my detection zone, Ran. The snakes are moving at an unnaturally rapid pace. Chapter 90. The starts the team, they are too close. We do not have enough time to evacuate everyone, Nan Muron remarked, her tone growing somber as she turned to Si Yi. Gather all the villagers together. Si Yi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, recalled the 3-headed serpent they had encountered while foraging for fruit and understood that this incident might be connected. He immediately turned back to Han Yingtian. Han Yingting instinctively glanced at the veteran beside him. How many people are there in your village? There are 17 households, comprising a total of 59 individuals, young and old alike. The 2 caves behind this courtyard can accommodate all of them, the veteran promptly replied, understanding their intention. Are there any plants nearby that snakes and insects fear, like wild senna, seven-leaf lotus, or touch-me-not? Nan Muron inquired. Having lived in the mountainous village for years, they were accustomed to the prevalence of snakes and insects and must have ways to repel them. There are many wild senna plants at the village entrance. The veteran's son quickly responded. Although he did not fully understand Nan Muron's words, he knew what snakes were afraid of. Wild senna is indeed wild senna, Nan Muron thought, and immediately retrieved 2 watches from her backpack, handing them to him. Keep track of the time, and find someone to uproot those wild senna plants and plant them around this courtyard. You have half an hour. Once time's up, you must return, no matter the circumstances. After the son left, the veteran addressed them. Prepare yourselves here. I will send my family to gather people from each home to come to the courtyard. The veteran, along with his daughter-in-law Qijin and the dragon and phoenix twins, swiftly exited the courtyard. Nan Muron handed Han Yingting 2 buckets of realgar powder. Spread a thick layer of it all around the courtyard, especially in every corner of the house. Once everyone had busied themselves, only the 4 of them remained in the courtyard. Xiao Lu, the female of the 3-headed cobra, is a 5th-level mutated beast, along with 2 4th-level ones, she noted. Nan Muron contemplated the situation. If there were no enmity, the snakes would not have recklessly attacked the entire village. They had coexisted harmoniously with the village for a long time. It was illogical for them to suddenly launch a widespread assault. Did we provoke this trouble? Xia's tone was certain. He understood Nan Muron. If it weren't for the disaster they had caused, she would have remained silent, observing instead of stepping up immediately. Nan Muron nodded. That 5th-level mutated snake's female. Really? Chasing this far, just for revenge? The hawk couldn't help but exclaim. They all understood that since the trouble stemmed from their actions, they must resolve it themselves. Otherwise, their conscience would weigh heavily upon them. Moreover, if all went well, that little one, Qijin, would become one of their own, and thus they could not turn a blind eye to their kin. Nan Muron glanced at the ever-animated hawk. The bad news is that the female of the 3-headed snake is 5th level, and there are also 2 4th-level mid-tier ones. This is going to be a tough battle. The hawk couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It felt as though they had encountered formidable opponents. Let us assess our strength after consuming the fruit, Nan Muron suggested, looking at the 3 of them. The enemies were too powerful. Han Yingting and the others could assist with the lower-level creatures, but they would have to rely on themselves to handle the strongest 3. As the 4 felt the changes in their own powers, their eyes sparkled with surprise. They had indeed broken through. The fruit combined with the crystal core proved to be extraordinary. Nan Muron remarked, the plant system has advanced to the early 4th level, and the mental system has reached the late 4th level. As for the mysterious fog, I feel nothing. Ce added, the water system is at the late 3rd level, the fire system at the early 3rd level, and the metal system has directly reached the 2nd level. The hawk reported, the wind system has broken through to the 3rd level, the power system is at the early 2nd level, and the skin hardening is at the mid-level 1st stage. Jia Wu stated, the lightning system has directly reached the early 4th level, and the speed system has also reached the mid-level 1st stage. Nan Muron was pleasantly surprised. Nearly everyone had leveled up. With our team's strength, it would be reckless to confront them head-on, the hawk stated, his eyes gleaming. Sister Nan, how about we come up with a team name? Nan Muron felt a bit exasperated. They were about to engage in battle, yet were still so frivolous. However, Jia Wu nodded in agreement. I think it's a good idea, Nan Muron, you name the team. Really? Nan Muron was taken aback. Yes, you name it. Even Ce concurred. Invincible Squad, Nan Muron blurted out. The 3 fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to articulate a single word. They should have anticipated this, as the names Xiao Lu, Xiao Bai, and Fu were all rather lackluster. The only name that was somewhat decent was the Tanks, which was said to have been given by Nan Muron's father. Nan Muron was aware of her lack of naming prowess and felt a little sheepish at their reactions. It doesn't sound good? Well, it's acceptable, Ce replied without hesitation. The hawk and Jia Wu looked at him in disbelief. Acceptable? Invincible? Is this the level of culture from the famed land combat king, the wild wolf? Didn't he graduate with a master's degree? Fine. Nan Muron is also a student from a top university. Perhaps academic credentials truly have little to do with this. Then you think of one. Nan Muron directed her gaze at Siyi, recalling how he had named the mysterious fog, a name that was quite melodious. Star Spike?
Siye pondered briefly.
It sounds nice, but what does it mean? The hawk asked, somewhat perplexed. Siyi smiled gently, just a casual name, as long as it sounds good. In truth, the name was derived from the small seal of Nan. I think it's good. Let us go with that, Nan Muron decisively stated. Yet, recalling Honnington's previous life and the name Night Star alongside the Star Spike, she felt a hint of intentionality. Fortunately, none of them seemed to harbor any ill intentions. Thus, the Star Spike squad was officially established, with 4.5 members for the time being. Shortly after their conversation, the villagers began to arrive one after another, and Honnington followed them into the courtyard. Upon seeing that more than half of the courtyard was filled with elderly and children, Honnington finally understood why the veteran had resolutely refused to go to the base. Everyone head to the caves at the back, Honnington instructed, setting up a defense at the door and arranging for his people to protect everyone, ensuring no snakes could enter the 2 caves and harm the villagers inside. As for Honnington himself and 15 others, they stood at the entrance, ready to confront the attacks of the giant snake and the snake swarm alongside Nan Muron and the others. When the snake swarm began to invade the courtyard, they finally caught sight of the largest snake at the forefront. The massive serpent was over twice the length of the previous one and as thick as an adult's embrace. Merely gazing upon its enormous form sent chills down one's spine. With no hesitation, it slammed into the door of the veteran's house, creating a thunderous crash that stirred up dust and reduced the entrance to a pile of rubble. The villagers peering through the windows of the 2 caves began to succumb to uncontrollable fear. It wasn't that they doubted the 6 standing firmly in the courtyard. Rather, their bodies instinctively recoiled in terror. Qijin, peering through the window, saw Nan Muron and Siyi standing still at the forefront, seemingly unafraid, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. As the giant snake entered the courtyard, it first spotted Nan Muron, unleashing a sharp wind blade towards her. Suddenly, the small white creature on Nan Muron's left wrist sprang forth, sweeping away the wind blades. The giant serpent, upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from the small creature, became even more irate. The creature had ascended to the late stage of level 5, and its rapid rise in power was attributed to the level 5 crystal core of the 3-headed serpent. Gazing at the small creature that had returned to Nan Muron's wrist, the serpent's eyes began to exhibit a frenzied madness. These humans, along with her flora, must perish here. At the same moment, both Nan Muron's and Siyi sensed the serpent's fury and swiftly approached it, one from the left and the other from the right. The serpent, without hesitation, launched an attack towards the 2, yet suddenly experienced a sharp pain in its head, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. In that fleeting instant of agony, the icy blades and keen edges surged towards its head. However, the 2 sharp projectiles failed to penetrate the serpent's tough hide, merely leaving a faint laceration before falling to the ground. Its scales had mutated, becoming impervious to such attacks. Jiawu hastened towards them. Once the serpent freed itself from the torment in its head, it unhesitatingly hurled its massive body towards Nan Muron's and Siyi, who were charging at it once more. Panic erupted among those in the cave, with some individuals closing their eyes in fear, unwilling to witness what was about to transpire. As the colossal, weighty form of the serpent threatened to crash down, it was clear that Nan Muron's and Siyi would be crushed into a bloody pulp upon impact. In a split second, Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai sprang from Nan Muron's wrist, wrapping around the 2 and swiftly whisking them away from danger. The serpent's massive body struck the ground, creating a deep crater, scattering the stones that had once paved the area and raising a cloud of thick dust. Simultaneously, a black serpent, as thick as a bowl, slithered into the courtyard through the gap created by the giant serpent, followed closely by dozens of smaller serpents of varying sizes. In an instant, the entire courtyard was teeming with snakes, climbing over the firewood stacks, the walls, and the flower beds, instilling dread at just a glance. Eagle, obstruct that thicker one. Honnington, 15, handle those smaller snakes. Wu Ge, coordinate with Siyi's wind blades, Nan Muron's commanded, her gaze turning icy as she observed the giant serpent. The ability to break free from the control of a level 4 psychic was certainly not within the realm of a mere level 5 mutated beast. How could it have leveled up in such a short span of time? Upon seeing only one thick serpent enter, Nan Muron's deduced the truth. It had resorted to cannibalism to enhance its strength. The giant serpent glared furiously at Nan Muron's, Siyi, and Jiawu, recognizing them as the accursed humans who had slain its male counterpart and taken its crystal core. In that moment, all three sprang into action. C flung forth multiple wind blades, which the serpent dismissed with disdain. However, as the blades sliced through its scales, Jia Wu infused them with electrical energy, causing the serpent to convulse uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the electric shock. While Si Yi and Jia Wu continued their relentless assault on the serpent, Nan Muren's directly summoned vitality. The wild cassia and four-square vines in the corners of the courtyard grew at a frenzied pace, enveloping the serpent's body. Witnessing the plants it detested entwining around itself and growing ever tighter, the serpent became even more agitated. Simultaneously, it sensed that these wild cassia and four-square vines were inexplicably siphoning its life force to enhance their own growth. Its intuition was correct. Nan Muren's was indeed executing this strategy, transferring the serpent's vitality to the flourishing plants while drawing from the serpent's bloodied wounds. This was her first experience extracting vitality from animals to nourish plants, having previously only done so with flora. For the serpent, this was a process of mutual depletion. The wild cassia and four-square vines treated it as soil, devouring its essence to flourish. It had to rid itself of them. The serpent lowered its head and unleashed numerous wind blades upon itself, severing the wild cassia and four-square vines, which then fell limply to the ground.
Yet,
Nan Muren's had no intention of sparing the serpent. She released vitality once more, and her entire being radiated with an ethereal blend of green and white light. Her once braided hair cascaded down her shoulders, and as the green luminescence glimmered, her hair roots transformed into delicate vines, rendering her appearance otherworldly, akin to a spirit of the mountains. Meanwhile, the severed wild cassia and four-square vines began to sprout anew, frantically regenerating branches and tendrils, once again climbing up the serpent's body. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent struggled, Si Yi and Jia Wu resumed their coordinated assault on various parts of the serpent, consistently targeting the same spot, its 7-inch mark. "Is that girl a demon?" a middle-aged woman murmured from the window of the cave, her voice trembling. Chung Chung beside her shot her a cold glare, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, and replied icily, "If you wish to live, silence yourself." Miss Nan and her companions were fighting valiantly outside to protect these people, yet this woman dared to utter such words. How disheartening. Several individuals in the cave turned their cold gazes towards the disrespectful middle-aged woman, while others found some merit in her words. The veteran soldier's chilling gaze fell upon them. One must possess discernment and understanding. If you believe these individuals outside are unnecessary for your protection, you may leave at any moment. No one will stop you. Chapter 92. Not strong enough. The veteran soldier was a well-known figure in this small mountain village, possessing authority but always displaying kindness. His sudden display of harshness left those who had entertained rebellious thoughts in subdued silence. Qi Jin scanned them with disdain before anxiously glancing at Nan Muren's, his mind racing with conflicting emotions. It was impossible to ascertain the outcome of the situation. The wild cassia and four-square vines, previously planted around the courtyard, seemed to have gained a soul, growing wildly and wrapping around the serpent's body. At the same time, Sia's ice blades pierced through the serpent's scales, directly striking its 7-inch mark. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, yet upon looking up, they found the serpent's movements unchanged, as if it had felt no impact from the attack. Could it be that a strike to its 7-inch mark had no effect? Si Yi and Jia Wu were taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eagle, in conjunction with Han Ting, had successfully dealt with the thick, Level 4 initial stage mutated serpent. The giant serpent, observing its fallen comrade, devoid of any life force, exhibited a blatant fury, its agitation escalating. Under its strange command, more and more small serpents infiltrated the soldiers' courtyard. Han Ting and 15 began to tackle the incessantly flooding smaller serpents. Eagle swiftly redirected his attention to assist Si Yi and Jia Wu. Nan Muren's, watching the serpent's actions, felt a surge of determination to fight with all her might. The slender figure, adorned in a mix of white and green luminescence, brightened the entire courtyard as the morning light illuminated her. In addition to the wild cassia and four-square vines she had fervently nurtured, the small Lu and Xiao Bai on her left wrist also sprang forth, wrapping around the serpent's body. Attack its head. The others quickly responded, with Si Yi, Jia Wu, and Eagle adjusting their strikes, each assault aimed squarely at the serpent's head. Meanwhile, Nan Yuren's concentrated her psychic energy, attempting to fully suppress the serpent with her mental prowess. Although she desired the level 6 crystal core, she understood that destroying the serpent could also resolve the matter. Upon the colossal serpent, Xiaolu and Xiaobai tightened their grip with the essence of wild flax and the relentless tendrils of the four-sided vine, fervently drawing upon the bloodstains of its wounds, siphoning the very life from the beast. The flora surrounding the courtyard, infused with ample vitality, burgeoned wildly, cascading into the yard, entangling the serpent in a relentless embrace. The entire courtyard began to be enveloped in a dense web of branches and vines. The four-sided vine, having traversed the wall, ensnared the serpent's head, casting a shadow that eclipsed the morning light and plunged the once illuminated courtyard into a new, somber gloom. The fierce and unyielding assault forced the serpent into a state of despair. Quickly assessing the situation, the serpent chose to disregard all attacks and unleashed a blade of wind directly towards the frontmost figure, Nan Murian. The icy glint of the wind blade bore down upon the immobile Nan Murian, startling everyone present. Jiao even contemplated sacrificing himself to shield her. Suddenly, 2 water shields emerged before Nan Murian, absorbing all the wind blades. It was Sai and Xiangxi, who rushed out of the house in a moment of urgency. At the same time, Chengcheng, who had been inside safeguarding the villagers, also emerged. With the smaller serpents already dealt with, the 7 began to work in concert to confront the colossal serpent, which was writhing in pain under Nan Murian's mental pressure. Wind blades, ice blades, sharp blades, lightning, daggers. Every strike aimed relentlessly at the serpent's head, without hesitation or concern for the depletion of their powers. Soon, the serpent sensed its strength waning significantly. It was no wonder that its male counterpart had been forced to self-destruct its core. Indeed, the power of these humans was formidable. Nan Murian, perceiving the serpent's thoughts, understood that if they could not vanquish it before it resorted to a desperate self-detonation, they would all meet their doom. Without reservation, she began to channel her psychic energy into the serpent while simultaneously invigorating the surrounding flora. Even as a piercing pain throbbed in her head, she remained resolute. The serpent, in its own agony, suddenly altered its course, whipping its tail as it sought to escape the courtyard. Han Ningtian's expression shifted dramatically. Sai immediately glanced at Nan Murian, whose pallor was striking. He understood that without her collaboration, he could not utilize his temporal abilities in such a scenario. Thus, the fate of the serpent, whether to let it escape or to slay it on the spot, depended entirely on Nan Murian's condition. As her vitality and psychic energy teetered on the brink of exhaustion, Nan Murian felt her mind clouding. Observing the serpent retreating to flee, she reached into her pocket, sensing the crystalline cores piled in the corner of her spatial realm, and began to draw forth a continuous stream of vitality. Suddenly, the serpent, as thick as an adult's embrace, began to shed its skin, visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. Yet even so, it showed no intention of turning back. Hastening its departure from the village, Han Ningtian and his companions wished to pursue, but found that the serpent vanished instantaneously among the dense vegetation beyond the village. Watching the serpent's retreat, everyone in the courtyard was gripped by a sense of dread. Han Ningtian and the veterans understood all too well that had it not been for Nan Murian's presence that day, they would have all perished beneath the serpent's winged blades. Gazing at her exhausted form and the flora enveloping the courtyard, a complex mix of emotions stirred within them. Sai approached the drenched Nan Murian, unable to conceal the compassion in his eyes. "You are simply weary," he remarked. Nan Murian offered a faint smile, then rested her head against his chest, utterly spent. He wrapped his arms around her waist, supporting her weakened frame. "Shall we retire to the house for a brief rest?" "Yes," she replied softly. "How is she?" Jiawu and the others, including Han Ningtian and the family of Qijin who had just exited the house, gathered with concern. "Iem fine, merely fatigued." "A short rest will suffice," Nan Murian sighed, her tone devoid of strength. Sai lifted her gently, carrying her into the room designated for their rest by the veteran. "I'll be with you shortly." Nan Murian nestled against him as he sat on the edge of the bed. "Nan Murian, it is not that you cannot use your abilities," Sai stated. Nan Murian understood he referred to his temporal powers. Had he paused time for just a moment, she might have been able to deliver a fatal blow to the serpent. However, that was merely a possibility. Any miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences, far outweighing the potential benefits. Most importantly, there was Qijin in the courtyard, who could see everything. Currently, Qijin was not worthy of complete trust. Sai, we stand together. Sharing the risks. Concealment serves not only to protect you, but also to safeguard us all. Sai grasped her hand, lost in thought, and after a long silence, asked, Is there any way for me to grow stronger more swiftly? Nan Murian chuckled softly. You're already quite powerful. Not nearly enough, he replied, his tone grave and resolute, tightening his embrace around her. In the courtyard, the serpent had fled, rendering the village uninhabitable. Should the serpent return seeking vengeance, it would spell trouble. Han Ningtian observed the villagers emerging cautiously from the nearby cave dwellings, worry etched across his face.